This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The National Day holiday is over, and the sky drama will be staged. A mysterious red moon will appear in the night sky tonight. This is the only total lunar eclipse that can be observed in my country this year. Although it is a total lunar eclipse, the moon will not disappear completely, but will change its outer coat from time to time, and the color will keep changing in red series such as bronze, orange and brown. Tonight, the lunar eclipse will begin at 17:14 and end at 21:33. The most exciting total eclipse will last about 1 hour. In addition, the Orionid meteor shower will also come in the latter part of this month. In fact, the flow of this meteor shower is not conspicuous, but its parent comet is the famous Halley's Comet. The last time this comet returned was in 1986. According to predictions, the peak time of the Orionid meteor shower this year will be from October 21st to 22nd. It will be a waning moon at that time, and as long as the weather permits, it will be more conducive for astronomy enthusiasts to observe the meteor shower all night. Xiang Qian sat on the old man's chair on the balcony, listening to the news on the TV in the room, leaning against the wall and looking at the red moon in the sky, smoking. No, he was smoking loneliness. Reborn, I returned to the day when the disaster began. Xiang Qian blew out a smoke ring, looking at the sky with blurred eyes, and the memories in his mind kept churning. Fahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda will fall down. A shocking mobile phone ring sounded, pulling Xiang Qian back to reality. Turning his head to look at the phone on the table on the right, which was playing the divine song, the name of the caller was displayed on the screen. Zhao Ming, a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Xiang Qian kept searching for that familiar memory in his memory of more than 400 years. Hello? Xiang Qian picked up the phone and uttered a word softly. Damn! Why did you answer the phone just now? Something big happened. The world will end soon. I tell you, the Earth has begun to deviate from its orbit. Do you know what this means? That is, the Earth may? Hey, are you listening to me? Speak up. When Zhao Ming was connected, he began to speak like pouring beans, saying everything he wanted to say. But Zhao Ming talked for a long time, but Xiang Qian didn't respond at all, so he felt something was wrong, so he stopped and asked. Xiang Qian had a smile on his face at this time. He really didn't listen to what Zhao Ming said just now, because he knew what was going to happen better than anyone else. Just now, he was recalling the memory of Zhao Ming. In his memory, Zhao Ming died when he was 120 years old in the end of the world while exploring the remains of an asteroid. Xiang Qian did not expect that he could hear Zhao Ming's voice again. This feeling was really a bit strange. Well, go on, I'm listening. Xiang Qian was still immersed in this wonderful feeling, so he did not notice that his tone was so calm. Are you okay? Did you suffer any blow? I tell you, don't give up the entire forest for a tree. If you really can't help it, I ask you to go to a health care center. Anyway, the Earth is almost over. If you don't end your virginity, you will never have a chance in this life. Zhao Ming felt that Xiang Qian was a little bit wrong, but he couldn't really tell what was wrong. Don't joke, I'm fine. I was just thinking about the preparations for the end of the world, and what we need to prepare so that we can live better in the end of the world. Xiang Qian wanted to laugh when he heard Zhao Ming say that he would take him to a health clinic. Although Zhao Ming often said this, he himself had never been there. As for why he had to drag Xiang Qian to go, the most fundamental reason was that Zhao Ming didn't dare to go alone. Do you want to be so calm? I know you don't believe it, but what I said is all the truth. Zhao Ming was excited. He thought Xiang Qian didn't believe him at all, and his voice became much louder. Okay, don't be so excited, I believe you. I am really calculating the impact of the Earth's deviation from its orbit, and thinking of a countermeasure. Xiang Qian interrupted Zhao Ming, and said seriously, okay, even if you believe it, with your knowledge of mechanical automation, how can you calculate what will happen after the Earth deviates from its orbit? You are not an astronomer. Zhao Ming said with contempt. It was obvious that he was very unhappy with Xiang Qian's perfunctory response, but Xiang Qian's next words confused him. After the Earth deviates from the solar orbit, the first impact is the climate. According to Kepler's second law of planetary motion, the Earth's revolution speed is related to the distance between the Earth and the Sun. The angular velocity and linear velocity of the Earth's revolution are not fixed values, but change with the change of the distance between the Earth and the Sun. When the Earth passes the perihelion, the speed of its revolution is fast, and the angular velocity and linear velocity both exceed their average values, with an angular velocity of 1 degree 111/day and a linear velocity of 30.3 kilometers per second. When the Earth passes the aphelion, its orbital speed slows down, and its angular velocity and linear velocity are lower than their average values, with an angular velocity of 5711/day and a linear velocity of 29.3 kilometers per second. So the change in the Earth's orbital speed causes the 4 seasons on Earth to be of different lengths. However, after the Earth's orbital trajectory becomes an elongated ellipse, as the distance between the Sun and the Earth increases, the orbital orbit becomes longer and the speed becomes slower, and the winter on Earth will be twice as long as the summer. A year will no longer be 365 days, and the average temperature of the Earth will drop by 20 to 40 degrees. The second impact is that the orbit of the Earth will intersect with the orbit of Halley's Comet, and at that time, hundreds or even thousands of meteorites will hit the Earth every hour. What do you think? I'm right? Xiangqian said with a smile. These things happened at the beginning of the end of the world, and what happened later would be even more sensational. So it's better to say these now. As for what will happen later, we talk about it later. Fuck. Are you possessed by someone, or are you reborn? With your level of knowledge, how could you know these things? Zhao Ming was confused because Xiangqian's words were too professional. What the hell? Just go and check it out online. There are posts like this everywhere. If you just read them, you will be a data expert. Fuck, I check it out too. Hang up. I find you tomorrow. Xiangqian put his phone on the table and started thinking about the preparations to be made. The upcoming apocalypse is not the kind of apocalypse zombie novel where you fight monsters and level up, but a game where an unknown existence controls all civilizations in the universe to fight each other. Before Xiangqian was reborn, the Earth was about to leave the solar system, but he didn't know whether the apocalyptic game was really started or just a trailer before the game. However, Xiangqian knew that if he wanted to play this game well, he had to gain an advantage in the early stage. So he had to rely on the memory in his mind and plan well. Not to mention going sideways at the beginning, at least he had to seize the initiative. Food must be prepared, but only food for the winter is needed. Don't worry about it. Just go to the supermarket tomorrow to buy it. The demand for supplies is huge, but it can't be prepared in a short time. The most urgent thing is to prepare for the first wave of chaos in the end of the world. When the first wave of meteor showers hits the Earth in half a month, there will be a short-term chaos, and human life will be worthless at that time. So we must prepare some weapons for self-defense, but where can we find weapons at this time? Even if there are countless weapons and equipment in my head, I don't have the equipment to make these weapons due to the current situation. Wait, there seems to be something that can do it. Thinking of this, Xiangqian stood up excitedly, and then frowned and turned around on the balcony, thinking about the place and time of the mechanical equipment left by the Muria civilization in the third era of the sun. He remembered that he heard someone say that the place where the thing appeared was in Nanjing, and the time of appearance seemed to be tonight. At that time, the lucky person who got the mechanical equipment thought he had picked up a treasure, but he didn't expect that the government would come to his door and confiscate it within 3 days. If we can really get that equipment, we can make spaceships, not to mention weapons. Xiangqian didn't hesitate and set off immediately. When he went downstairs and saw the second-hand Jeep in the garage, Xiangqian was upset. Xiangqian's mother died of a terminal illness when he was in his second year of high school, and his father found him a stepmother when he was in his first year of college. Because of this, Xiangqian and his father had been at odds. After he graduated from college, he sold the Land Rover his father bought for him and replaced it with this second-hand Jeep. Now recalling the past, Xiangqian himself was speechless. In the last few hundred years, the family had gone through ups and downs, and they no longer cared about those things. You are young and frivolous. I will go home and have a good chat with the old man tomorrow. I wonder if he will be so happy that he will go crazy. Xiangqian muttered as he got on the Jeep. Ignition, shifting gears, and starting, the Jeep quickly drove out of the small yard and headed towards the Nanjing Yangtze River Bridge. Xiangqian looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. It would take at least half an hour to drive from Jiangpu to Zhejiang, even if there was no traffic jam at the Yangtze River Bridge at night, which made Xiangqian extremely depressed. Who made him lose his mind when he was young? He didn't live in the city, but had to live in his hometown in the countryside of Jiangpu. When Xiangqian drove to Zhejiang, the top leaders of countries around the world were holding emergency meetings, and all human exploration equipment for outer space was fully powered on, exploring a starry sky that was different from usual. Chapter 2. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Nanjing Yangtze River Bridge was still relatively smooth. As long as there was no traffic accident, It would generally take less than 15 minutes to get from the north of the Yangtze River to the south of the Yangtze River. Xiang Qian drove a second-hand jeep on the Yangtze River Bridge, opened the window to let in the wind, listened to the familiar Nanjing traffic broadcast, and watched the people on both sides watching the moon. The smile on his face never disappeared. Compared to the difficult survival of mankind hundreds of years later, the earth at this time is so beautiful. Of course, it would be better if the second-hand jeep he was driving did not have the problem of unstable idling. No wonder there are still so many people who are used to designing hand-controlled mechas hundreds of years later. It turns out that this feeling is really good, but it is a little dangerous. Xiang Qian drove at a speed of 120 miles per hour. In addition, the bridge deck of the Yangtze River Bridge was not so flat, and the jeep finally began to drift. Xiang Qian slowed down, drove over the approach bridge, and turned into Jianing Road. At this time, a Porsche passed Xiang Qian with a whoosh. Looking at the taillights that quickly disappeared, Xiang Qian curled his lips and continued to drive towards Zijing Mountain. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian drove into the mountain road of Zijing Mountain and soon arrived at Qianhu Lake. After parking the car in the parking lot outside the hotel, Xiang Qian walked into the small woods beside Qianhu Lake with a travel bag on his back. But when he got here, Xiang Qian was at a loss. After all, he didn't find the device, but heard about it from others. There are not many other things in Zijing Mountain, but there are many trees, and there are trees everywhere. Who knows where that thing appeared? There is no way. Since we are here, let's go around. Fortunately, the forest around the front lake is not large, otherwise I would be exhausted. Oh. Waves of panting sounded into Xiang Qian's ears, and suddenly 3 black lines appeared on his face. At this time and place, with such a sound, it is obvious what is happening in the forest in front. Xiang Qian did not mean to disturb others making love or doing things, so he was going to change direction and go around, but he accidentally stepped on a branch when he turned around. Click! This tiny sound seemed so harsh in the silent night. The sound in the woods disappeared in an instant, and Xiang Qian stood there motionless. A breeze blew, and the atmosphere in the grove instantly sublimated. At this time, silence was better than sound. Dear, it seemed that someone was here just now. After a while, a female voice sounded in the woods. No one, who would run here at this time? It must be a cat or dog. Come on, let's continue. 5 minutes later, Xiang Qian walked out of the grove with a dark face, sat on the lawn by the lake, and recalled the memories in his mind. The conversation between the two people just now reminded Xiang Qian that even if the equipment appeared here, why did the lucky guy come here at this time? Although this is a good place for walking and leisure, it is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and even those old men and women have gone home to sleep. The guests who were eating in the surrounding restaurants had left long ago. Who would run to the woods for nothing? Could it be that they ran here to start a war like the couple in the woods? Wait. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that the couple in the woods are the lucky ones? Xiang Qian just thought of this, and was about to get up and return to the grove just now, but he heard a terrifying scream. He knew it was the woman in the woods who made the sound. As a result, Xiang Qian turned around and found that a blue light column thicker than a telephone pole rushed out of the grove and shot straight into the sky. The entire Qianhu Lake was illuminated by this light column. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched unconsciously. His guess was indeed correct. The location where the light column appeared was the place just now. At this time, Xiang Qian didn't care whether they were dressed or not, and ran quickly to the location where the light column appeared. Soon Xiang Qian saw a disheveled man and woman hugging each other, trembling as they looked at a spherical object floating half a meter above the ground 3 meters in front of them, and the light column that shot up into the sky was emitted from the opening above the spherical object. Xiang Qian ignored the man and woman, and excitedly walked in front of the spherical object. Yes, this is the mechanical device left by the Murya civilization in the third era of the sun. As soon as Xiang Qian saw the light patterns on its surface, he knew that this was what he was looking for. Kaka, when Xiang Qian touched the spherical surface, the light column disappeared instantly, and the opening on the top also closed instantly, leaving only the surface pattern still flowing with blue light. Brother, what the hell is this? When Xiang Qian put it in his bag and was about to leave, the man suddenly asked. Xiang Qian did not turn his head and said in a low voice, State secrets, you didn't see anything tonight, you know? Gulp. I understand. We didn't see anything today. The man swallowed and replied tremblingly. It's good to understand. If you don't understand. Humph. Xiang Qian finished pretending and left quickly. At this time, Xiang Qian heard a burst of voices outside the woods. He knew that people from the surrounding hotels who saw the light column were running here, so he did not go back to the parking lot directly, but went around the depths of the woods, then staggered back to the parking lot and drove away. On the way home, Xiang Qian hummed a little tune in his mouth, and he was in a particularly good mood. He didn't expect that he could get it so easily. You know, hundreds of years later, this thing and several other items left by prehistoric civilizations can be called civilization artifacts. Not to mention owning them, even if you want to take a look at them, it's impossible. If Xiang Qian wasn't a top black technology controller, he wouldn't be able to get in touch with this thing. Even hundreds of years later, people have only discovered some of the functions of these prehistoric civilization equipment, and they can't even control them. The mechanical equipment left by the Mulia civilization in the Third Solar Era in Xiang Qian's hand, referred to as M3A, is a biochemical industrial mother machine, which is of the same nature as the industrial machine tools on Earth today. However, this M3A is many times stronger than industrial machine tools. With it, many of Xiang Qian's unrealistic ideas can be realized. When he returned home, Xiang Qian felt dizzy while walking with his travel bag. However, he did not start to implement his plan immediately, but took a shower and went to bed. Anyway, there was still half a month before the meteor shower, so this long time was enough for him to prepare. Having just been reborn today, and with the excitement of getting the M3A, Xiang Qian was already very tired, so after taking a shower, he hugged the M3A like a pillow and fell asleep. Xiang Qian fell asleep, but the whole of Nanjing was not peaceful, and the most lively place was Qinhu. At this time, Qinhu had been blocked, with a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, and not even a bird could fly in. The grove where the beam of light came from was full of people, most of them were soldiers, and only a few were in civilian clothes. Among those people was the couple Xiang Qian had seen, and they were being interrogated at this time. Name? A woman in civilian clothes asked with a serious expression. Lu Shi. Zhang Yan. The couple replied. Tell me, what happened here at that time, what caused the beam of light, and how it disappeared? The plainclothes woman continued to ask. We didn't see anything. The two shuddered, then shook their heads at the same time. The plainclothes woman looked at the two curiously. According to her experience, it was impossible for the two to resist so stubbornly at this time, unless they confessed their 8 generations of ancestors. The soldiers around were all standing guard with guns, not to mention several generals standing around. You really didn't see anything? The plainclothes woman asked. When Lu Shi heard the other party ask this, he thought that Xiang Qian's colleague was testing him, and he immediately became confident and shook his head and said, No, we didn't see anything. The plainclothes woman narrowed her eyes, ignored the two people, and said directly to the people next to her, Take the two away, and convict them of treason and shoot them tomorrow. Yes. The soldier standing guard next to them immediately walked up to the two people, and was about to take them away. At this time, Lu Shi was scared, and the woman was even more scared, and hurriedly shouted, Didn't your colleague take the things away? Why do you want to kill us to silence us? We didn't say anything. Woohoo. Wait. My colleague, explain yourself clearly, the plainclothes woman said with bright eyes. At this time, the two of them didn't care about Xiang Qian's threats at all. They quickly explained everything that happened just now, and didn't even hide what they came here for. After listening, the plainclothes woman asked 2 more questions, and then asked them to show the approximate appearance of M3A before letting the two go. General 1, please ask your military district to send troops to block all major traffic arteries in Nanjing immediately, and search for this thing at the same time. The plainclothes hostess walked up to a general and said, Okay, Director Zhang, is there anything else I can help you with? General 1 asked. No, thank you. I'm going to the Traffic Police Command Center now. I leave the matter here to General Wang. If you have any questions, please contact me. The plainclothes hostess left with a few people in plainclothes. Then the whole Nanjing became lively. All the roads out of the city were either under construction or out of order. Anyway, they were not accessible. The only 4 passages out of Nanjing were also equipped with a large number of police forces and roadblocks. Every vehicle that wanted to leave the city had to be inspected. As a result, after working all night, nothing was found, but many wanted criminals were caught. Chapter 3. Beep. Beep. Open the door. Beep. Xiang Qian was woken up by the sound of a car horn in the early morning. He opened the curtains, and saw that it was Xiao Ming who was honking and yelling at the gate of the yard. Xiang Qian rubbed his eyes, hid the M3A on the bed under the quilt, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Can't you make a phone call? Fortunately, this is a rural area and there is no one around, otherwise you will be scolded to death. Xiang Qian opened the door and said to Zhao Ming unhappily. Fuck you, I want to make a phone call too, but is your phone turned on? Zhao Ming drove the car in and said unhappily. No matter who shouted at the door for more than 10 minutes, he would not be in a good mood. Xiang Qian closed the door and ignored him. He went back to the room to wash up. Anyway, Zhao Ming was very familiar with his home. Your breakfast is on the table. I use your computer to surf the internet. Zhao Ming shouted at Xiang Qian and ran to the study. After a while, Xiang Qian finished washing up, picked up the buns on the table, and walked slowly to the study to see what Zhao Ming was doing. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Ming looking at the screen while cursing, clicking the mouse randomly, and then continued to curse. What's wrong? Who messed with you so early in the morning? Xiang Qian asked in confusion. Look, all the posts about the Earth's deviation from its orbit, and the chaos of the orbits of the major planets in the Milky Way have disappeared. Now the internet has a unified caliber. These observations are visual differences caused by the influence of some astronomical phenomenon. Experts say that the light in the universe is disturbed, and it is normal to see the planetary deviation phenomenon with ordinary astronomical telescopes. If you use a laser telescope to observe, the result will be the same as before, so there is no need to panic. This is bullshit. Who has a laser telescope at home? Why didn't he say that the result must be observed with the Hubble telescope to be normal? Do you really think we are stupid? Zhao Ming said with an unhappy face. Oh, normal. Compared with Zhao Ming, who was excited, Xiang Qian was much calmer. He was one of the fools in his previous life, and he knew more about this matter than anyone else. Normal. This is normal. If the orbits of the Earth and Halley's Comet overlap, the Earth will face the impact of thousands of meteorites. What's the point of hiding the truth now? The meteorite shower will fall on the Earth in half a month at most. It's better to let everyone know as soon as possible so that everyone can make adequate preparations. Zhao Ming also knew what was going on, but he was still unhappy. Haha. Make adequate preparations, how to prepare. Last time, due to some rumors, salt could not be bought in Nanjing. If the truth of the whole thing is made public now, it will be a mess, and it will be a problem whether you can have your next meal. Xiang Qian said disdainfully after listening. You can't lie to people, this is too much for the government's credibility. Besides, what will happen when the meteor shower comes? I don't know how many people will die. Okay, those things are not yours to control, so just take care of yourself. The government will make arrangements when the time comes, so you don't need to worry about it. If you have nothing to do today, go shopping. It happens that your pickup truck is convenient for loading things. Try to buy everything within one day. It may not be easy to buy in a few days. Xiang Qian interrupted Zhao Ming. He didn't want to listen to him continue to complain, so he immediately changed the subject. Zhao Ming stopped complaining after listening, but asked Xiang Qian seriously what preparations he was going to make. The end of the world is coming. If you can't help others, you must leave a way for yourself. So Zhao Ming was thinking about what preparations to make all night yesterday. He went straight to Xiang Qian in the morning to discuss with him. Xiang Qian didn't hesitate, swallowed the last bun in 2 or 3 bites, then sat in front of the computer and started typing. I'm asking you, how much rice do you want to buy? Do you think 200 tons is enough? There are also various vegetables and meat products, plus canned food that can be stored for a long time. What are you doing? Are you listening to me? Zhao Ming looked at Xiang Qian speechlessly. He found that he had said a lot just now, but Xiang Qian didn't seem to listen at all, but kept typing on the computer. Xiang Qian stopped, turned around helplessly, and said to Zhao Ming, 200 tons of rice, you are looking for death. If you go buy 200 tons of rice now, I guarantee that you will be in jail within 3 days. Besides, you don't need to buy so much rice, just buy a few dozen bags to last through the winter. Who will still eat rice next year? We have higher-end ones. We talk about that later. I print out the list later, and you can just buy it according to the list. If Zhao Ming really bought 200 tons of rice, then something bad would happen. If a bag of rice weighs 50 kilograms, 200 tons of rice would be 8,000 bags. It would take several warehouses to store so much rice. If they bought it back, it would be a bomb. This is not alarmist, nor has such a thing never happened. There is no shortage of people with connections in this world, and the news of the end of the world cannot be concealed from everyone. With the connections of those people, it was easy to buy hundreds of tons of rice before the end of the world. Of course, they did so, but a few days after the end of the world, these people were still confiscated. No matter how powerful you are, under the control of the army, you will be crushed into slag. The soldiers have no food to eat, and you are guarding hundreds of tons of rice and letting it rot. Who else can I do? So this is why Xiang Qian was speechless when he heard Zhao Ming wanted to buy hundreds of tons of rice. Doing so is simply courting death. Coins, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want me to buy these things. Are these things edible? Zhao Ming was choked by Xiang Qian and immediately stopped talking. Looking at the list Xiang Qian typed out, he asked again in confusion. Xiang Qian replied that it was edible and continued typing. At the same time, his brain was turning rapidly, thinking about whether there was anything missing in the things he wanted to buy. After a while, Xiang Qian felt that it was almost done, so he printed out the list and handed it to Zhao Ming, saying, zinc, cadmium, copper, nickel, cobalt, bismuth, tin, mercury, lead. Buy as much of these things as you can, even if you can't buy them all. These are the only things you must buy, no matter how much it costs, at least by 1 kilogram. Antimony oxide mercury? What is this? I have never heard of it. Why do you want to buy these things? We can't eat them. We will starve to death. Zhao Ming looked at the list and started to yell again. There are so many things you haven't heard of. You still have to buy food by yourself. Go to your father's company and borrow a few people. Let them buy 10 bags of rice each. Just 2 tons will be enough for us. Go and buy the things on this list by yourself, especially the antimony mercuric oxide. You must buy it. You have many connections. Ask a few more people. It should be no problem. Xiang Qian said seriously. Although Zhao Ming didn't know why his childhood friend had to buy these things, he nodded subconsciously when he saw his serious look. After all, from childhood to adulthood, Xiang Qian never made mistakes when he was serious, so Zhao Ming subconsciously agreed. Anyway, Xiang Qian was right. It was enough to find a few people to buy food. There was no need to do it yourself. Okay, then I go buy it now. Since the decision was made, Zhao Ming didn't hesitate and picked up the list to leave. Why are you in a hurry? Are you ready? Take this card. The password is my birthday, you know. Xiang Qian pulled Zhao Ming and gave him a bank card. Damn, you have to pay for these things. Zhao Ming was unhappy and pushed the card back. Just take it if I tell you to. Do you think the hundreds of thousands in your card are enough to buy these things? Forget about anything else. 1 kilogram of antimony oxide costs at least 500,000. Especially for those who are in a hurry like us, you have to pay them 1 million. Anyway, we have to buy it back no matter the price. Xiang Qian said unhappily. Zhao Ming was confused. He didn't expect this thing to be so expensive. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Xiang Qian changed. Now he was sure that his childhood friend was serious, otherwise he would not have said that he would buy it at any price. Don't worry, I don't have any other skills, but it's no problem to buy this little thing. Zhao Ming took the card, turned around and left. After Zhao Ming left, Xiang Qian climbed to the roof and began to observe the surrounding situation. Xiang Qian now lives in Jiangpu countryside. Less than 3 kilometers ahead is the Yangtze River. The 2 acres of land behind the small Western-style building where he lives belong to his family, because this place is too remote, and most of the residents around have left, so Xiang Qian lives here alone, and it is still very quiet. After looking around for a while, Xiang Qian nodded with satisfaction. In his memory, this place was not affected by the 2 previous meteorite impacts on the Earth. It can be said that it is a good refuge in the early stage of the apocalypse, but according to memory, this place can only be stayed for a year at most and must be left. But for now, there is no better place than here. With a year of development time, Xiang Qian will have the capital to develop in the apocalypse, and many plans can be implemented at that time. After observing the terrain, Xiang Qian also formed the prototype of the Doomsday Survival Base in his mind. He walked downstairs to the bedroom and picked up the M3A on the bed. He was about to go downstairs to make some things, but when he saw the mobile phone next to the pillow, Xiang Qian picked up the mobile phone, turned it on, and put it in his pocket before going downstairs. Bahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda will fall down. Xiang Qian just walked downstairs, and the shocking mobile phone ringtone rang again. Hello Zhao Ming, what's the matter? Xiang Qian took out his mobile phone, and saw that it was Zhao Ming calling, and asked casually. What's the matter? Your mother's money, antimony mercury oxide is a nuclear industry raw material. What are you going to do with it? It's illegal to buy and sell antimony mercury oxide privately. Are you going to make nuclear warheads? Zhao Ming roared. It's illegal, but the world is about to end, so why are you afraid of breaking the law? As for what I'm going to use it for, you know when you buy it back, But it's definitely not to make nuclear warheads. I'm not that crazy. Besides, even if I have this thing without other nuclear raw materials, I can't make nuclear weapons. Xiang Qian said calmly. In all conscience, he asked Zhao Ming to buy antimony mercuric oxide not to make nuclear warheads, but to use it as raw material to make biological nuclear fusion batteries using M3A. As for the red mercury nuclear bomb, what's the use of it? It's just a landmine buried at home. Okay, but this thing is really fucking expensive. It costs me 800,000 for 1 kilogram. It's too fucking shady to pay first, and then get the goods. 800,000 is not shady. Let's see how much the other party has. If it's more, you can buy 5 kilograms back. I know. Wait for my news. Hang up. Xiang Qian put away his phone and shrugged, holding M3A, and entered his usual studio. Chapter 4. Xiang Qian's studio is filled with many tools for making electromagnetic guns, such as thyristors, withstand voltage capacitors, diodes, plastic tubes, push-button switches, enameled wires, thin wires, etc. Yes, it is an electromagnetic gun, but the electromagnetic gun made with these things is so powerful that it can't even penetrate a watermelon. After graduating from university, Xiang Qian had a quarrel with his boss, so he didn't go to work in his own factory. Instead, he stayed at home and opened an online store, selling electromagnetic guns assembled with these things. It's not bad, at least it's enough to buy instant noodles. As for other expenses, he used the money from selling the Land Rover his father bought for him, and he was still quarreling with his father all day. Xiang Qian saw all kinds of things in the studio, and showed an awkward smile on his face. When he was young, he didn't think about things. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would have starved to death in 2 years. But that was all in the past. Xiang Qian just sighed a little, cleaned up a clean table, and put the M3A on it. Xiang Qian rubbed the surface of M3A, and drew a leaf pattern in the complex lines. Click. When the leaf pattern was successfully drawn, the spherical surface began to crack like a lotus, revealing the light blue transparent tentacles that were waving like jellyfish membranes. Xiang Qian looked at the light blue tentacle, and his heart was filled with excitement. That tentacle was the external core of the entire M3A biochemical industrial mother machine. There was an invisible biochemical culture plate under the tentacle, which was the internal core. With these two things, M3A can manufacture almost any biochemical industrial equipment. Of course, if you want to manufacture something, you also need raw materials. Without raw materials, you can't manufacture anything. After calming down his excitement, Xiang Qian took a tablet computer and touched the central tentacle with the screen. The next second, a lot of strange symbols appeared on the tablet computer screen. Xiang Qian skillfully clicked more than a dozen times among the symbols, and the screen changed again. This time, there were not only various symbols on the screen, but also some pictures. Seeing this, Xiang Qian smiled proudly. He had just entered the primary permission password for using M3A in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to be successful. He was afraid that the primary permission password he used in his previous life was set by a high-level authority. In that case, he would have to obtain full control authority to use M3A. But obtaining full control authority is not an easy task. It is estimated that before he obtains full control authority, someone will come to his door. Xiang Qian's finger slid upwards on the screen little by little, and the device picture displayed on the screen became more and more complicated. After 10 minutes, Xiang Qian finally stopped his finger. At this time, a bug was displayed on the screen. This bug had front claws and a tail, and its body was very long. It looked like a combination of a scorpion and a centipede. Yes, it was it. Xiang Qian's eyes lit up when he saw this bug. This was the nanomechanical bug he was looking for. With this nanomechanical bug, he would not worry even if M3A was handed in. Because this nanomechanical worm can manufacture most of the first-level mechanical equipment, as long as there are enough nanomechanical worms, it is no problem to manufacture an aircraft carrier. However, if you want to manufacture an aircraft carrier, you need an astronomical number of nanomechanical worms. As long as Xiang Qian's brain is not broken, he will not manufacture such big, and stupid things. Click the icon, enter the primary authority password, and enter the number of manufacturing. Buzz, with a slight vibration, the lotus-like metal sheet inside the M3A began to rotate, and the tentacles were retracted. Waves of light blue mist appeared, and kept rolling inside the M3A. Xiang Qian did not hesitate, and directly found metal bars, copper wires, plastics, waste paper and other messy things in the studio, and threw them into M3A. Finally, he pricked his finger with a needle, and began to drip blood into it. After dripping about 5 milliliters, Xiang Qian stopped and clicked the screen again. Instantly, the outside of M3A was closed again, turning into the original sphere, but at this time, the lines of light blue light flowing on its surface were flashing rapidly. At this time, it had begun to manufacture nanomechanical insects. Although Xiang Qian had just thrown in all garbage, with the powerful strength of M3A, it basically completely ignored the useless substances in those materials, and only extracted the useful parts to manufacture nanomechanical insects. However, if Xiang Qian's supervisor in his previous life knew how to use M3A, he would definitely be taken out and shot for 5 minutes. Xiang Qian held his finger and looked at the manufacturing progress bar on the tablet computer, feeling so excited. When these nanomachine bugs were manufactured, he would enter the nano era in advance. Even if the meteor shower fell on the Earth in half a month, and the black technology controller, equipment manufacturer, and technology prophet of mankind were born, it would take at least 5 years to enter the nano era. And now, with the help of these nanomachine bugs, he has entered the nano era at the beginning of the apocalypse. The gap is too big. Half an hour later, the progress bar on the screen finally reached the end, and M3A was opened again. At this time, the tentacle spit out a small white dot smaller than a sesame seed. If Xiang Qian had not had good eyesight, he would probably not have seen it. 1 million nanomachine bugs sound like a lot, but in fact, when piled together, they are not as big as a sesame seed. Xiang Qian put his hand on the nanomachine bugs, and the next second these nanomachine bugs drilled into Xiang Qian's body. Xiang Qian was not panicked in the face of such a situation. He knew that this was the recognition of the master by the nanomechanical insects before they started working. These nanomechanical insects were put into his blood when they were manufactured, so these nanomechanical insects could only be used by him. If others were drilled into the body by these nanomechanical insects, they would die. Not long after, Xiang Qian felt his head begin to numb. He knew that this was the nanomechanical insects connecting to his central nervous system for his future command. Although these nanomechanical insects are only 1 nanometer in size, they are also controlled by mind sensing. Otherwise, even a supercomputer would not be enough to command these nanomechanical insects one by one. Soon Xiang Qian could sense the status of these nanomechanical insects and get the information they fed back to him. Currently, the nanomechanical insects fed him only one piece of information, which was that his physical condition was extremely poor. Xiang Qian ignored the information fed back by the nanomechanical insects. Compared with the people of the Melia civilization in the third age of the sun, who controlled biochemical technology and took biological evolution as their highest goal, it was good enough that he was not disabled. After leaving hundreds of nanomechanical insects to connect to the central nervous system, Xiang Qian gave all the other nanomechanical insects an order to leave his body, find suitable materials on their own, and start self-replication. He shut down the M3A, and placed a few hammers, electric saws, electric welding tools beside the M3A, creating the illusion that it couldn't be opened at all. Who knows when the higher-ups will find him? If he doesn't pretend, who knows what will happen? Now such obvious hints, even a fool can see, it is estimated that the gang is not interested in taking him away. Besides, he is not made of clay, and others can bully him however they want. After doing all this, Xiang Qian left home and went to the vegetable market to buy some biochemical materials. Of course, those biochemical materials are some pork, pig skin, pig bones, and other things from animals, and then bought some other things and went home. After Xiang Qian got home, he checked the time and found that it was only 11 o'clock in the morning. He ran out to buy some food. After eating, he looked at the self-replication of the nanomechanical worms and went to take a nap. When he woke up, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Feeling that the time was about right, Xiang Qian returned to the studio. After such a long period of self-replication, the number of nanomechanical worms has exceeded 1 billion, and they can be gathered together to form some simple devices. 5 minutes later, a device the size of a milk powder can appear in front of Xiang Qian. After picking it up and checking it to confirm that it was correct, Xiang Qian connected the water pipe to the device and let it start working. Beep beep. Beep beep. Xiang Qian heard the sound of the horn at the door, and thought Zhao Ming was back. You're fast, and you bought everything. Xiang Qian opened the door, and said with a smile. I haven't gotten the other rare metals yet, so I bought this for you today, and I ran more than 400 kilometers. When I left the city this morning, I ran into the police arresting wanted criminals. I was almost scared to death when I thought that the police were still there when I came back. Fortunately, there is no need to check when entering the city, Otherwise I would have been in at this time. Zhao Ming took out a bag and said unhappily. Xiang Qian knew that the police were looking for him, or more precisely, the biochemical industrial machine M3A. This happened in his previous life, but Xiang Qian didn't care at that time. Besides, the police's law enforcement was a good thing in the eyes of the people, and no one would gossip. He knew that the police were just mascots in public, and the real one looking for him was a more awesome department. Thank you for your hard work, Master Zhao. Go to sleep first. I call you after dinner. Xiang Qian ignored Zhao Ming after he finished speaking. He had to hurry up and make the nuclear fusion battery in case those people suddenly came to his door. He opened M3A again, connected the tablet to find the icon of the nuclear fusion battery, and clicked to make it. Xiang Qian threw the pork and other things he bought at noon and antimony oxide mercury into it, then stopped the machine that the nanomechanical worms had just assembled, unplugged the water pipe, and took out 2 quail egg-sized capsules from it. These 2 capsules contained deuterium and tritium. Although it seems easy for nanomechanical worms to extract deuterium and tritium, this machine is now scrapped, and even the nanomechanical worms inside are finished, and only scrap metal can be sold. Xiang Qian casually threw the entire machine and the capsule in. Anyway, the M3A can be consumed, and it is really difficult to leave it at home. Click start, and the progress bar begins to move slowly. Ding dong. Hello, we are the police. We need your assistance. Can you open the door? At this time, Xiang Qian heard the voices outside, and his heart sank immediately, knowing that something was wrong. Xiang Qian. The police are coming, what should I do? You quickly hide the things, I go and hold it for a while. It's over, I need to calm down. At this time, Zhao Ming ran from the living room door to the studio door, speaking incoherently. Piss teammates. Xiang Qian cursed in his heart. This kind of performance is clearly telling others that you have problems. It's really a bummer. Looking at the progress bar that has only reached 20%, Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and started clicking on the screen again. Chapter 5. Zhao Ming was walking up the stairs when he heard the police calling the door. He almost fell down. He hurried to the door of the studio and said something to Xiang Qian. He swallowed his saliva, adjusted his facial expression and walked to the door. At this time, there were 5 people standing at the door of Xiang Qian's house. 2 of them were middle-aged policemen in police uniforms. The other 2 men and 1 woman were all in plain clothes. The woman was Director Zhang, who appeared in Qianhu last night. What do you want? Do you have a search warrant? Zhao Ming drove to the gate, looked at the few people, suppressed his inner fear, pretended to be calm, and said in a very arrogant tone, "This is a search warrant. Please open the door and cooperate." The policeman in front took out a search warrant and showed it to Zhao Ming, and said very politely, "Okay, what are you asking?" Zhao Ming didn't know what the search warrant looked like, but at this time, he didn't doubt that these policemen were fake, so he could only open the door and pretend to be very depressed. The 5 people walked into the yard, leaving 2 policemen to chat with Zhao Ming and ask some messy questions. The other 3 people started to walk around the yard, looking around. Soon one of them saw Xiang Qian's Jeep in the garage, and then walked up to Director Zhang and whispered, "Boss, it should be this car. The model and license plate all match." "Yes, it is this car." Director Zhang nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. This one day and one night blockade has had a great impact on Nanjing's traffic, and they are under great pressure. After finding all the vehicles that left Zijin Mountain around 10 o'clock last night from the Traffic Police Command Center, they began to look for them one by one, but they found nothing after a day of searching. Xiang Qian's place was the last car they were looking for. If it wasn't there, then the situation would be serious. However, according to their inference, it was unlikely that the person who took away something like that would leave Zijin Mountain on foot, which meant that they should be able to find the thing here at Xiang Qian's place. "Mr. Zhao, I want to ask where you were between 9:30 and 10:30 last night." Director Zhang walked up to Zhao Ming and asked. "I was surfing the internet at home." Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment and said, at the same time, thinking to himself, could it be that he was wrong? He didn't come to see me. So why did he ask about yesterday's things for so long? What made Zhao Ming wonder was, when did the police start to wear plain clothes when investigating a case? Normal legal procedures do not allow it. It is not an undercover operation to search a house, but wearing woolen plainclothes, and it is a woman, this is not scientific. Although Zhao Ming is a bit silly, he is definitely not stupid. At this time, he has determined that these people are not here to investigate his purchase of prohibited raw materials. And whether the 3 people in plain clothes are police is a question, because after he calmed down, He found that these three people have a kind of smell that is hard to explain. Especially the woman who asked him the question. Although she was wearing casual clothes, she gave people a very capable feeling. Especially when she was staring at him, he felt a little uneasy. Of course, Zhao Ming would not admit that he was suppressed by the other party's momentum. He just thought that he had done something wrong today and was unsure of himself. Who drove the jeep out last night? Director Zhang continued to ask. I don't know. That car is not mine. Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment and said. At the same time, he thought to himself, it turned out that he was looking for Xiang Qian. Could it be that he did something illegal? It shouldn't be. It's hard to say. Today he asked me to buy those banned raw materials. Could it be that Xiang Qian really did something? Is the owner of that car here? Can you ask him to come out for a moment? We have some questions to ask him. Director Zhang saw that Zhao Ming didn't say anything, and knew that he couldn't find any breakthroughs in him, so he asked Xiang Qian, the real owner, directly. He's here. I don't know what he did wrong. My friend is a tech geek, usually very honest. With his personality, it's impossible for him to break the law. Did you find the wrong person? Zhao Ming had no choice but to lead the way. Mr. Zhao, we just want to ask him a few questions. As for whether he broke the law, that's the court's business. We just investigate and collect evidence. Director Zhang said lightly. However, the two people behind her looked a little unnatural after hearing what Director Zhang said, thinking that their job was to kill but not bury, and they also investigated and collected evidence. No matter if he had evidence or not, they would take him back first. If there is a problem, then sorry, they will solve it directly. As for the court, it has nothing to do with their unit. Xiang Qian. Bang bang. Open the door, are you done? The police want to see you. Please come out first. Zhao Ming knocked on the door of the studio and said to the inside. Then he turned around and said to a few people, Excuse me, my friend is a technical geek. He must be researching something inside at this time. Everyone wait a moment. You guys come in. I can't spare any hands. Ding ding. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, knocking sounds were heard in the room. Caw caw. Xiang Qian, your door is locked. We can't get in. Come and open it. When Zhao Ming heard Xiang Qian's answer, he knew that he had hidden the prohibited raw materials, and he was relieved. I can't open it. I can't knock it open. Trouble. Ding ding. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he started knocking again. The 6 people outside the door looked at each other, and finally Director Zhang gave a look, and the people behind him immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. Bang. The door was knocked open in 2 hits, but the situation in the room shocked everyone. Because Xiang Qian was holding a big hammer and hitting a glowing ball on the ground. The clanging sound was produced by the hammer hitting the ball. The most shocking thing was that there was a liquefied gas flamethrower next to the ball, spraying blue flames to heat the ball. Every time the hammer hit, a lot of sparks would fly. Stop! Stop! Director Zhang and the 2 people behind him saw Xiang Qian's actions and shouted immediately. The 3 had been searching for something for a day and a night, but Xiang Qian smashed it with a hammer and burned it with fire. The owner was too unacceptable. Especially since the sphere was obviously not created by the earth. How could such a thing be treated in such a rough way? Stop it immediately, or I shoot. Director Zhang was the first to take out a gun and pointed it at Xiang Qian. Seeing Director Zhang's actions, the 2 people behind him immediately rushed to Xiang Qian. One of them controlled Xiang Qian, and the other immediately turned off the flamethrower. Director Zhang put away his gun, walked to the front of the M3A and observed it carefully, and found that there was not even a scratch on the surface of the sphere. He touched the surface with his hand, and it was not hot at all, as if the flame just now had not sprayed it. On the contrary, the surface of the sphere was still a little cool. Where did you get this thing? Director Zhang stood up and asked Xiang Qian. I picked it up in the front lake of Zijin Mountain. Xiang Qian said calmly. Why don't you turn it in? I haven't heard of the rule that you have to turn in alien items you picked up. How do you know this is an alien object? I tell you it is a top secret of the country. You are suspected of violating. Don't scare me. I haven't heard that our country has the ability to research such awesome things. I use fire, electric drill, hammer, and saw to leave no trace on its surface, not even a scratch. Even diamonds don't have such hardness. And I looked at it with a microscope, and under the condition of 5,000 times magnification, its surface is still smooth. Although it was not cut with laser, I think even laser can't do anything to it. If our country can make such things, we won't be unable to research an engine like F-199 PW-100. Xiang Qian knew that the woman in front of him was from the special department of the country, but he was not afraid of it. If it was an ordinary policeman, he might be arrested because of the order from above, but the special department would not. Units like special departments are not for ordinary people like him. Although they hold the power of life and death, they will not use it casually. Besides, the other party only came to find M3A. He was just an insignificant little person, and the other party would not argue with him at all. As for why he made such a big scene for them to see, there was a reason. M3A, the mother machine of biochemical industry, could not be opened after decades of research after being taken back by the country. He left like this to tell them that M3A could not be opened by violence. As for whether they could think of this, it had nothing to do with Xiang Qian. Anyway, he had done what he could, and the rest was up to fate. Humph, we're taking this thing away. Do you have any objections? Director Zhang looked at Xiang Qian for a long time, snorted and said, "No objection, I can't open it anyway. Besides, even if I have an objection, you will still take it away." Xiang Qian said indifferently. "You're smart. Sign a confidentiality agreement with him and take the thing away." After Director Zhang finished speaking, he turned around and walked around Xiang Qian's studio, and when he walked to a table, he would stick a small thing under the table at any time. After Xiang Qian and Zhao Ming signed the confidentiality agreement, Director Zhang and his men left with their people. "Oh my God, I was scared to death. I'm going to have a big meal tonight to comfort myself." Zhao Ming saw that everyone had left and was about to say something, but found that Xiang Qian gestured with his fingers, signaling him not to talk nonsense. After Xiang Qian took Zhao Ming out of the studio and went upstairs, he spoke, "Don't talk nonsense. That woman put a bug under the table. Today's events should be treated as nothing happened. It's okay. Damn, you're still so calm. They just fired their guns, almost scared me to death, but you're still like nothing happened. I really admire you," Zhao Ming said while sitting on the sofa. "Having a gun doesn't mean you can shoot. What are you afraid of? Let's go. I treat you to dinner in the city. There's still a lot to do tomorrow." Xiang Qian touched the nuclear fusion battery in his trouser pocket and was in a good mood. Although because of this incident, the nuclear fusion battery that could originally produce 3 pieces is now only 1, but it is enough for the early stage. "Boss, we have notified you to lift the blockade, and the planes at Daxiacheng Airport are ready." "Yes, let's go directly to Daxiacheng Airport." At this time, Director Zhang was full of doubts. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. The only problem that was exposed was that Xiang Qian was too calm and too calm. He didn't react excessively when someone pointed a gun at him. He was not nervous at all, as if he was sure that they would not shoot. This was also the reason why she left the bug, but so far she only heard one sentence, and then heard the sound of a car starting, and then there was no sound. Chapter 6. What are you thinking about? There are no beauties over there. Why are you always in a daze? Zhao Ming looked at Xiang Qian, who was absent-minded, and said unhappily, "Eat your meal. This can't stop you. If you want to eat these things again in half a month, you can exchange them with gold." Xiang Qian pointed at the delicacies on the table and started to eat them. Counting these things in front of him, Xiang Qian hasn't eaten them for hundreds of years. Although there is an ecological culture room on the mothership where food can be grown, most of the food still relies on artificially synthesized nutrient solution. As for fish and shrimp, there were none at all. The mothership was already seriously overloaded at that time, so where could there be a place to raise fish and shrimp? So Xiang Qian felt that everything tasted good, and at the same time he was determined not to abandon the earth. He was just thinking about the hard days after the end of the world, and then he looked at the people who left the tables around him without finishing their meals, and he felt a lot. People only know how to cherish after they lose something, but it's too late. By the way, I send all the food to you tomorrow. I have decided that I will take my parents to your place for refuge after the end of the world. It is a good opportunity for you to bring your father over so that the two families can take care of each other. Zhao Ming pretended to eat after he finished speaking, but he was looking at Xiang Qian from the corner of his eyes to see how he would react. Zhao Ming knew the relationship between Xiang Qian and his father very well. Although he just said it casually, he was also testing Xiang Qian's reaction. As for why he bowed his head, Zhao Ming would never admit that he was afraid of Xiang Qian's rage. "Yeah, I thought so too. By the way, go find a construction team tomorrow to enclose my 2 acres of land and build a wall." "What's that expression on your face?" Xiang Qian said, and suddenly found Zhao Ming staring at him in amazement. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Illusion? It must be an illusion. When did you reconcile with your father?" I remember you had a fight about your work a few days ago. Xiao Ming asked stupidly. That was in the past. It's almost the end of the world now. Why bother about it? Don't talk about these unnecessary things. When you deliver food tomorrow, find a construction team to build a wall around my house. The wall must be at least 50 cm thick and must be fixed with reinforced concrete. My requirement is that even a fully loaded dump truck cannot break through it. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes at Xiao Ming and continued. This is to build a bunker, but it's better this way to avoid being rushed in. It's better to build a corner tower at the four corners and pull up a 2-meter-high wire mesh on the wall. Xiao Ming fell into a state of YY after hearing this, and Xiang Qian was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he let him do whatever he wanted. After the two finished their meal, Xiang Qian asked Xiao Ming to send him to his father's house, which surprised Xiao Ming again. He thought Xiang Qian had taken the wrong medicine today. I'm going to soak my feet. If you want to go back, call me anytime, Xiao Ming said before leaving. I stay here tonight and won't go back. You don't have to pick me up tomorrow. I drive back by myself. Xiang Qian waved his hand after saying this and turned to walk into the community. As a result, before he could leave or enter, he was stopped by the guard. Xiang Qian felt very embarrassed. His father lived in a residential area at the foot of Zijin Mountain, 200 meters to the right of the exit of Fuguishan Tunnel. It was a high-end residential area, and of course a door card was required for entry and exit. Xiang Qian haggled with the guard for a long time, left his mobile phone number, and said that he would call the guard when he got home, and then he was let in by the guard. Beep. Please wait. After Xiang Qian entered the house number on the access control, he waited excitedly. Who is this? Xiang Qian, have you eaten yet? Auntie will prepare food for you, come in first. Bang. A female voice came from the door control, and the voice was obviously a little excited. Xiang Qian opened the door and went in, and he had a lot to say. In his previous life, his father and his stepmother were not in the underground shelter when the Earth broke out of the meteorite belt in the Broken Star area 60 years after the end of the world, so they were sent to heaven by the shock wave after the meteorite hit. The reason they went out was to do business and make money, so as to buy him black technology drawings and improve his black technology level. This made Xiang Qian feel very guilty. Even after he became the top black technology master in the entire human race, this knot in his heart was not untied. Now Xiang Qian can face his parents again, and you can imagine how complicated his mood is. Click. Xiang Qian opened the door and saw a middle-aged woman busy in the kitchen. He recognized her as his stepmother, Lin Ling. Xiang Qian, you go first. I cook you a dish. The rice is still hot. Let me pour you a glass of water first. Mom, you don't have to worry about anything. I just ate, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Bang! Lin Ling's cup of water hit the ground. She was stunned and looked at Xiang Qian stupidly, standing there with an incredible expression on her face. Mom, don't move. Be careful not to hurt your feet. Xiang Qian felt very upset when he saw this. To be honest, Lin Ling treated him very well and never said anything bad about him in front of his father. Even though Xiang Qian never gave her a good face, she never resented Xiang Qian. After the end of the world, she still considered Xiang Qian everywhere. A biological mother is no more than this. Xiang Qian walked over with a broom and prepared to sweep up the broken glass. Only then did Lin Ling react. You don't have to do it. It was my carelessness. Get out of the way and let me do it. Lin Ling quickly lowered her head to pick up the broken glass on the ground, while hiding her tears, but her face was more of a happy smile. Xiang Qian did not continue to argue, but went to the kitchen to get a trash can. Soon the two of them cleaned up the broken glass on the ground. Neither of them spoke, but they both had smiles on their faces. At this time, Xiang Qian's father came down from upstairs and watched the two of them picking up the broken glass. He was also stunned. After a while, his eyes were a little red, and he wiped them with his hand. Son, have you eaten? If it's okay, Dad will eat with you. It's a good opportunity for you to drink with Dad. Stay here tonight. Xiang Qian's father Xiang Juni said. I have eaten, but if you want to drink, then it's no problem for your son to drink with you. Xiang Qian looked at his father's red eyes and said with a dry throat. Okay, Ailing, go make some food, my son, and I will have a drink. Xiang Juni said loudly, obviously very happy. The father and son sat at the table and chatted. Although Xiang Juni was also very curious about why Xiang Qian had changed so much, he did not ask. Anyway, it was a good thing that his son could think it through, and since the two of them had been quarreling until today, Xiang Juni thought that he had also done something wrong. Now that his son had changed his attitude towards his stepmother, there was no need to worry about why. Soon, the two drank 3 taels of white wine, their faces were flushed, sweat came out, and the atmosphere of the chat was very harmonious. Son, come to the company to work in 2 days. I can still work now, and can help you. After 2 days, I can't work anymore, and the company still wants you to take over. You get familiar with it earlier, and Dad can retire 1 day earlier. After a while, Seong Junhee had something to work in advance. It's okay to go to work, but I want to say something later. After I finish speaking, if you still let me go to work, I will go. Seong Chien didn't refuse, but it was impossible for him to go to work. He was just being euphemistic. Okay, go ahead, Dad is listening. Seong Junhee was very happy. This time his son finally didn't refuse him. In his opinion, this was hope. Dad, if I say the world is about to end, do you believe it? Seong Chien put down the cup and said seriously. I definitely won't believe you just saying it. If you want me to believe you, you have to show me the evidence. Seong Junhee also put down his wine glass and said seriously. Okay, I have the evidence, but let me tell you the specific problem first. You know the rumor-busting information about the meteorite hitting the Earth and the Earth deviating from its orbit that was broadcast on the news today. What I want to talk about is this matter. What the news said is false. The Earth has now deviated from its orbit, and the meteorite shower will hit the Earth on time in half a month. This meteorite shower is a fragment of meteorites on the orbit of Halley's Comet, and the entire meteorite shower lasts for a day and a half. During this day and a half, there will be about 200,000 meteorites of various sizes rushing towards the Earth. Small meteorites will be completely destroyed by friction in the atmosphere, while large meteorites will hit the surface of the Earth. The impact of the most powerful meteorite is equivalent to twice the power of the Tunguska explosion. Moreover, as the Earth's orbit continues to shift, the Earth will become colder and colder, making it very difficult for humans to adapt. Food production will be greatly reduced. Even if they are not killed by meteorites, they will starve to death. Facing such a disaster, what's the point of me going to work now? Seong Chien said slowly. If such a disaster really happens, there is really no need for you to go to work. But where is your evidence? Even if you are my son and Dad is willing to believe you, you have to show some evidence. Seong Junhee thought Seong Chien still didn't want to go to work and deliberately made up an excuse. As for the end of the world, he didn't believe it at all. The evidence is in tomorrow's news. If the speculation is correct, there will be an earthquake in Japan tomorrow, and at the same time, there will be earthquakes in northeast my country, western United States, southern Africa, Europe and other places. Such earthquakes are not accidental, but will happen for 3 consecutive days. If you don't believe me, you will know when you watch the news tomorrow morning. Seong Chien said confidently. These things are not speculated, but really happened. He just used this as an excuse. Okay, if all this happens, then your dad will listen to your command and do whatever you say. Seong Junhee looked at the confident Seong Chien, and his heart was a little hesitant. Then the two continued to drink, and never talked about work, but talked about some things at home. The drinking session ended only after Seong Junhee was drunk. Seong Chien lay on the bed in the room, listening to his father snoring next door, and felt that everything was so beautiful. No matter who is controlling all this, since I, Seong Chien, have been reborn, I will definitely protect my family and friends and prevent the coming doomsday from taking away the smiles on their faces. Seong Chien said in a daze, and then fell asleep. Chapter 7. The next morning, Seong Chien got up, washed up, and went to the living room, where he saw his father sitting on the sofa watching the morning news. At this time, the news was broadcasting about the earthquake in Japan at around 3 a.m. last night. Seong Chien smiled and said, Dad, do you believe me this time? It's unbelievable. I, your dad, have seen a lot of storms, but now... Alas, no wonder the news was blocked. If the people knew about this, I don't know what kind of chaos it would be. Seong Junhee leaned on the sofa and said. Seong Chien sat next to his father and said with a smile, Dad, what are you sighing about? It's just a meteorite impact, not a big deal. It's impossible for this crisis to make humans extinct. And I, your son, have prepared everything. Even if the end of the world comes, I will let you live a good life. What have you prepared? Tell me, is there anything I can help you with? Seong Junhee showed a gratified look on his face, patted Seong Chien on the shoulder and said. Seong Chien told his father about his plan, even the fence that Zhao Ming was going to build. As he was talking, Seong Chien realized that he had forgotten something, and that he really needed his father's help. Dad, how much cash do we have now? Seong Chien asked, calculating in his mind. About 7 million, if we borrow, we can raise 10 million. That's enough, no need to borrow. Then Dad, go buy a few second-hand cars, a container trailer, and 2 buses. Buy a few second-hand off-road vehicles, preferably the ones with good off-road performance, like the Hummer, but don't buy city SUVs, they are useless. Give me another 3 million, and I go buy something else. Xiangqian thought for a while and said. In fact, he wanted to buy a monster like the Montpellier, which was comparable to an armored vehicle, but unfortunately he couldn't buy it at all, so he had to settle for the second best and buy a few more off-road vehicles and modify them himself. Why buy second-hand? Isn't it better to buy new ones directly? Xiang Junyi said puzzledly. He didn't understand why his son had to buy second-hand. Dad, second-hand is fine, listen to me. Xiangqian couldn't say that he wanted to modify the car after buying it. There was no difference between a used car and a new car. He could only perfunctorily deal with it. Fortunately, Xiang Junyi didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Lin Ling prepared breakfast, and the father and son didn't continue talking. After eating a warm breakfast, Xiangqian took his father's car keys and left. He still had a lot of things to do, and couldn't stay at home all the time. On the way to Jiangpu, he received a call from Zhao Ming, who had arrived at his house with the construction team. Xiangqian had no choice but to speed up and run back. Build me a water tower, and a lookout over there. It doesn't need to be too high, 8 meters high will do. Xianbi, you're back, come over quickly, and see if you have any other requests. As soon as Xiangqian got home, he saw Zhao Ming and a few people gesturing in the open space behind his house. When he saw him, he shouted, Very good, let's do it this way. How long will it take you to finish it? Xiangqian walked over, took the design drawing and looked at it, and found that the area covered by the wall was not only his own 2 acres of land, but also the land of other people's surroundings. But these are minor issues. After the end of the world, who would care about these things? Xiangqian only cares about the construction time. Boss, according to Boss Zhao's requirements, it will take at least 2 months to complete the project. The contractor handed Xiangqian a cigarette and said with a smile. He didn't want to lose this big business. Although it was just a fence, Zhao Ming's requirements were the best. In this way, one project could make hundreds of thousands. Xiangqian took the cigarette but didn't light it. He said to the smiling contractor, Boss, what's your name? No need to call me Li, boss. Just call me Lao Li. Boss Li, you should be able to see that we are not short of money. The construction time of this fence for 2 months is not slow under normal circumstances, but we don't have that much time. If Boss Li wants to take this project, then this fence must be completed within 10 days. Listen to me, I know this is too much to ask, but I also know a truth, that is, money makes the devil go. If Boss Li can complete this project within 10 days, the 5 million in this card will be yours. After Xiangqian finished speaking, he took out his bank card and looked at Boss Li calmly. Boss Li looked at the bank card and thought that even if 3 shifts worked 24 hours a day, it should be completed in 10 days, but the cement would have to be quick-drying cement, which would increase the cost a lot. But compared to the 5 million engineering fee, the price of that little cement was nothing. Okay, I take this job, but the material cost. Boss Li gritted his teeth and said, but after saying that, Boss Li showed an awkward smile on his face again. Don't worry, you don't need to advance the money. I will give you 1 million for materials first, and 1 million for construction in 5 days. However, if you don't finish the work on the 11th day, I will deduct 1 million from you. If you don't finish the work on the 12th day, I will deduct another 1 million. If you don't finish the work on the 13th day, then I'm sorry, the 3 million will be gone. Xiangqian said with a smile. Boss, don't worry. Even if I don't sleep, I will build this wall for you within 10 days. Boss Li gritted his teeth and finished speaking, wishing he could gather people to start work right away. Okay, I go get the contract later. Zhao Ming, take the card and transfer 1 million to Boss Li. Boss Li, you can gather people to start work now. Xiangqian gave the card to Zhao Ming, and after saying that to the two of them, he went back to the room to get the contract. At noon, Boss Li brought in hundreds of people and 5 or 6 construction vehicles, and started working enthusiastically. Xiangqian also got the contract ready, and after Boss Li confirmed that there was no problem, he signed the contract and ran to the construction site to supervise the work. Money? Isn't 5 million a bit too much? After Boss Li left, Zhao Ming said to Xiangqian, Zhao Ming, you have to know that money is just paper. Money is useless after the end of the world. It's too hard to use it to wipe your butt. As long as he can build a wall within 10 days, 5 million is not enough for him. Xiangqian said indifferently. He knew that money was still useful in the early days of the end of the world. After the second meteor shower hit the Earth, and the Earth entered the Ice Age, money was really no different from waste paper. Well, it's not my money anyway, so I don't feel bad, Zhao Ming still said depressedly. Okay, go and get the food and other things. By the way, you have to find a construction team to build a few simple houses, the kind with frame structures. I see, you really know how to order people around. After Zhao Ming left, Xiang Qian opened Alibaba and started shopping, buying tons of various raw materials and requiring buyers to deliver the goods within 10 days. In a blink of an eye, another 1 million was spent. Looking at the balance in the bank card, Xiang Qian found that he had asked his father for less money, and it would not be enough if he continued to spend like this. Xiang Qian sighed, stopped shopping, and went downstairs to the studio to prepare to make some equipment. When the meteorite rain came and humans began to evolve under the influence of mysterious substances, he could be the first to become the master of black technology. He didn't have to be like other people. Because the energy provided by the body was not enough, the evolution process lasted for several days, and he was sent to the hospital as a patient for intravenous drip, which would collapse. As a result, when Xiang Qian started to make these chemical equipment, he found that he was too extravagant. The super nutrient solution for the evolvers was so simple, but he actually used nanomechanical insects to make those instruments. What made Xiang Qian even more upset was that there were so many equipment involved in making super nutrient solution. If all of them were equipment, Xiang Qian would have accepted it, but using nanomechanical insects to make simple things such as beakers, glass test tubes, and condensers was simply a crime. This was equivalent to using gold to make shell casings, which was simply too extravagant. So after Xiang Qian made 2 devices, he stopped wasting nanomachine bugs. He randomly found the address of a company that manufactures instruments and meters on the internet, and drove to the city to buy directly from the manufacturer. When Xiang Qian arrived at the manufacturer, he asked the account manager to buy Soxlet extractor, KIP generator, 5L double-layer glass reactor, blood cell analysis detector, trace element detector and other equipment, and a full set of glass components, and was invited in by the account manager like a god of wealth. Xiang Qian casually looked at the equipment, and didn't bargain with the other party. He paid directly, and asked the manufacturer to deliver the equipment to his door and left. As a result, on the way back, Xiang Qian saw an orphanage, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Squeak! Xiang Qian immediately stopped the car, and turned around and drove into the orphanage, without paying attention to traffic rules. Chapter 8. Xiang Qian looked at the dilapidated building of the orphanage, listened to the sound of reading from inside, and fell into memories for a moment. It was this dilapidated orphanage that cultivated one of the most powerful people in the post-apocalyptic world, a scientific prophet known as the Queen of the Zerg, Lung Ning. Lung Ning was an orphan adopted by this orphanage. She was a patient with congenital heart disease. Now she has a double doctorate in chemistry and biogenetics at Shuimu University. Hundreds of years after the end of the world, she is one of the greatest scientific prophets of the human race and the real controller of the M3A biochemical mother machine, providing humans with a complete scientific system of 3-level biochemical civilization. Even if Xiang Qian is the top black technology master in the future, he still has to look up to the light emitted by Lung Ning. But now, she is still a student troubled by congenital heart disease. If she can get him under her wing, she is a little excited just thinking about it. Bang bang. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? At this time, the guard knocked on the window, and said to Xiang Qian, Hello, I want to find Lung Ning. I wonder if she is back. Xiang Qian got off the car and said, You are looking for Xiao Ning. That's really unfortunate. She came back from the National Day holiday, but she returned to Beijing the day before yesterday. The security guard said, Is that so? Is the old dean here? I want to talk to the old dean about the donation. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Yes. Yes, she is on the 3rd floor. No, she should be on the 2nd floor with the children at this time. I will take you to find her. Hearing that Xiang Qian wanted to donate, the old man immediately got excited and pulled Xiang Qian's arm to go inside. No, old man, you go and do your work. I can go in by myself. Xiang Qian pulled back his hand, persuaded the excited old man to retreat, and walked into the building by himself. Xiang Qian walked into the 1st floor and saw several children playing with building blocks in the room through the window. Some of them had obvious disabilities. He knew that this orphanage was different from some orphanages that were specifically designed to cheat money. This place really cared about the children. Since there were no tricks like other orphanages, it rarely received donations. Some sporadic donations were donated by some kind-hearted people. However, those donations were not enough for the medical expenses of the children, let alone other things. So at this time, the orphanage relied a lot of money on Lung Ning's research fees. If there was no end of the world, it was estimated that this orphanage would not be able to survive. Xiang Qian walked to the second floor and saw the old director of the orphanage in a classroom where the sound of reading could be heard. "Young man, what can I do for you?" The old director saw Xiang Qian and walked out of the classroom and said to Xiang Qian, "Hello, Grandma Wang. My name is Xiang Qian. I'm here to donate money." Xiang Qian said politely, "Then let's go upstairs and talk. The children should study by themselves and don't run around." Grandma Wang looked at Xiang Qian for a while before speaking, and then took Xiang Qian upstairs to her office. Xiang Qian entered the director's office and found that the room was full of books. There was no high-end equipment in the room. Even the sofa and coffee table were in the style of the 1980s. "Young man, now you can explain your purpose." Grandma Wang poured a glass of water for Xiang Qian and said with a smile while sitting opposite him, with a wise light in her eyes. Grandma Wang, how do you know I'm not here to donate money?" Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. Although I'm old, my eyes are still bright. Look at the children's eyes. There is no love at all. How can such people come to donate money?" Grandma Wang said with narrowed eyes. "Ahem. I am indeed here to donate money. If you don't believe me, I will transfer the money to you right away." Xiang Qian coughed twice and said helplessly. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. It is true that people become smarter as they get older. Although he lived for hundreds of years in his previous life, he spent more than 100 years in the ice, and the remaining 200 years were spent on researching black technology, and he didn't experience any intrigue. So facing the grandmother Wang in front of him, he could only be eaten alive. "No, Mr. Xiang, please explain your purpose. Otherwise, I dare not accept your money," Grandma Wang said seriously, and then stared at Xiang Qian. "Okay, Grandma Wang, I actually came to find Lung Ning, but the security guard said she went back to Beijing. I came to find her because I need her help with a project, and it would be even better if I could contact her tutor. So I donated some money to establish a good relationship with her, so that I can talk to her when I see her in the future." Xiang Qian was stared at by Grandma Wang and had no choice but to make an excuse. "Forget it, Xiao Ning can make her own decision. No matter how much money you donate to the orphanage, I won't speak for you in front of her." Grandma Wang narrowed her eyes again and shook her head. "That's not necessary. Donations are donations, and business is business. I know the difference. And the orphanage really needs my money right now. I don't know what Grandma Wang thinks about the rumors of the end of the world." Xiang Qian really doesn't need Grandma Wang to say good things for him, because as long as Lung Ning comes back, the orphanage will definitely come to him when they are desperate. This money is just a stepping stone. Especially Xiang Qian was going to scare the old lady and ask her to trick Lung Ning back as soon as possible. Those are just rumors. The news has already said that they are all lies. Although Grandma Wang didn't know why Xiang Qian suddenly asked this, she still answered. "Do you really think so? You also know about the earthquakes reported in the news today. If I say that such earthquakes will continue for 3 days, I don't know if you believe it. But whether you believe it or not, I will still donate the money. Do you think that if the end of the world really happens, will there be anyone to take care of those children? Not to mention those with physical disabilities, even those older children need to eat. But where will you go to buy food and vegetables? Don't expect kind people to give them to you. No one will be able to eat enough at that time. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you later. You'd better use this money to buy rice, vegetables, and children's milk powder. You don't need to buy too much, just enough for the orphanage to survive for half a month. If the end of the world really happens, the orphanage can also last for a while. You can contact me at that time. I will provide you and these children with a place to live and ensure that they can survive," Xiang Qian said with a smile. Mr. Xiang seems to be very sure that the end of the world will happen. Grandma Wang looked at Xiang Qian's confident expression and said doubtfully, "Not sure, but certain. People all over the country will know it in a few days. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with Grandma Wang. Give me your account, and I will transfer the money to you now. The end of the world is coming, and I still have a lot of things to do. By the way, you'd better buy food as soon as you get the money, otherwise you won't be able to buy it even if you want to in a few days." Xiang Qian was not going to continue chatting with Grandma Wang. After the end of the world, no one in the orphanage would take care of them except him, and he was not afraid that Lung Ning would die. "Okay, if the end of the world comes, I hope Mr. Xiang can give these children a bite to eat. Grandma Wang did not insist, and gave Xiang Qian a bank card number. Xiang Qian transferred 100,000 yuan very happily, then said goodbye to Grandma Wang and left the orphanage. On the way home, Xiang Qian's mood was still not calm. Even when he was driving, he was still imagining the scene of Lung Ning coming to him for help and him accepting Lung Ning. It is not without reason that Lung Ning can be called the greatest scientific prophet of the human race. Her talent in biological genetics research is unparalleled. The most famous cell division agent after the end of the world was developed by her. Before Xiang Qian's death, the estimated lifespan of humans had reached 1,000 years, and the theoretical maximum lifespan could reach 6,000 years. At the same time, her research on biological and chemical weapons is no worse than Xiang Qian, who is the top black technology controller. This is why she is called the Queen of the Zerg. I remember that a few hundred years after the end of the world, she used biochemical technology to transform a mutant scorpion into a spaceship that could fly in the universe. It was stronger than a battleship. I don't know how many people were scared at the time. Because the biological weapons transformed by this method are very similar to the Zerg in StarCraft, biochemical technology is also called Zerg technology. In contrast, the various equipment left by the Atlantis civilization in the fourth age of the sun, after being cracked, because its technological operation mode tends to energy research, especially the energy crystal is similar to the Protoss house in StarCraft, so it is called Protoss technology. As for the technology developed by humans themselves, and the weapons designed by the masters of black technology, they are all collectively called human technology. In the next few days, Xiang Qian did not go anywhere, and was at home developing super nutrient solution. If there were any materials missing, he would ask Xiao Ming to buy them, and he didn't have to worry about it at all. Finally, it took Xiang Qian 5 days to make the super nutrient solution specifically for evolvers. It was already the 15th, and there were only 6 days left before the first wave of meteor showers hit the Earth. Although Xiang Qian did not leave the room these days, he still knew the information from the outside world. The outside world was not peaceful these days. 5 days ago, the experts who refuted the rumors on TV and the internet have disappeared, and instead, all the information about the Earth deviating from its orbit and the meteor shower hitting the Earth is all over the country. People all over the country have also started to buy food, and the country's attitude towards the people's rush to buy food is very ambiguous. It does not stop them, but just said a few words that the country's war reserve food is enough for the people of the country to survive for 3 years without a grain of harvest, and hopes that everyone will not blindly buy food. However, in the face of this situation, who cares whether your country has food or not? Only the food you buy is yours. So the panic buying storm continues. Chapter 9. Coins time to eat. Breakfast is getting harder and harder to buy now. Many shops are closed. If this continues, we will probably have to make breakfast ourselves in the future. Xiao Ming came in with breakfast, looking unhappy. Okay, it's good to have something to eat. But in a few days, we will really have to make it ourselves, not to mention breakfast shops, even restaurants will be closed. Xiang Qian knew this a long time ago, so there was nothing strange about it. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They first refuted the rumor, but now they just let it go. And I heard that the army has entered the city. Now many military vehicles are patrolling the streets. Anyone who causes trouble will be arrested. And there are many missile vehicles with more than 20 wheels deployed around Nanjing. They can launch nuclear warheads. Xiao Ming said nervously. What's so strange about that? Nanjing and Shanghai are both big cities, and the population in the Yangtze River Delta is dense. It would be strange if the country didn't make arrangements. Those national treasures are used to intercept large meteorites and prevent them from falling into the city. Otherwise, if a meteorite with a diameter of more than 30 meters falls into the city, Nanjing will basically be finished. Xiang Qian knew very well what those ballistic missiles were used for, but he had no hope for the success rate of interception. Because when many meteorites pass through the atmosphere, the shock waves emitted by the friction with the atmosphere will vibrate and dissolve themselves, which also causes the meteorites to break into many small meteorites and hit the ground after passing through the atmosphere. And the probability of a ballistic missile hitting a whole meteorite after it is launched is too small. However, the power of the explosion will impact the meteorite fragments a little further, so the place where the ballistic missile is deployed will be relatively safer. No way, we can't be that unlucky. With a meteorite moving at such a high speed, can a missile intercept it? Xiao Ming was shocked and said, Why are you so excited? The plan to intercept meteorites is not something that was thought up in a day or two. In fact, a long time ago, countries around the world have formulated plans to intercept asteroids and meteorites that threaten the Earth. The United States Space Monitoring Program, Near-Earth Asteroid Tracking Program, our country's Schmidt CCD Asteroid Program, Europe's Near-Earth Orbital Shield Program, etc. are all plans specifically launched to prevent asteroids and meteorites from hitting the Earth. So just relax, eat well, and the meteorite won't fall on your head, Xiang Qian said unhappily. After a while, the two finished breakfast, and before they got up, Boss Lee ran in. Bosses, I'm sorry, I can't do this project anymore, Boss Lee said in a hoarse voice. His eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't shave his beard. It looked like he hadn't slept well for a long time. Old Lee, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with a little money? If the money is little, we can add a little more. You can't just quit halfway through. Zhao Ming immediately stood up and said that he was influenced by Xiang Qian, and he didn't care about money as much as he should. Boss, it's not about money, I just can't do it anymore. In order to rush this project, I found many people in other construction teams, but they don't want to do it anymore and are clamoring to go home. The bosses are also aware of the current situation. Rice is hard to buy. As long as it is food, it will be sold out in less than a few minutes. There are rumors that a meteorite will hit the Earth in a few days. Everyone is in no mood to continue working. They all want to go home. It's not a matter of money at all. If I hadn't offered them a high salary, they would have left 2 days ago. Now I really can't keep them, Boss Lee said in a hoarse voice. Although Boss Lee's voice was hoarse, he lowered his head when he spoke. But Xiang Qian knew that not only the workers wanted to go home, but Boss Lee also wanted to go home. Otherwise, the project would be more than halfway done, and it would be impossible to give up. Boss Lee, I won't say anything else. If you want to leave now, I won't keep you. You should know what will happen in a few days. You can also guess what I built this wall for. You should have seen the food and other daily necessities when you entered the yard. If the end of the world comes, can you still buy food? How long can the food you buy now last? Is your place safe? If Boss Lee can complete the construction of this wall, then I promise Boss Lee that there is a place for you to live here, Xiang Qian said calmly. Boss Lee was indeed tempted after hearing this, but when he thought about his children waiting for him, he had to grit his teeth and refuse. Xiang Qian didn't react to Boss Lee's refusal. Anyway, the wall was already 2 meters high, and it was enough for him to pull up the wire fence, so he didn't force Boss Lee to stay. What should I do now? It's only half built. If they can just climb over the 2-meter-high wall, they can get in. After Boss Lee left, Zhao Ming said depressedly, It's okay. Don't worry about it now. Call your uncles and aunts. Don't stay in the city anymore. I call my dad and ask them to come over too. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he picked up his phone and made a call. In the afternoon, Zhao Ming's parents arrived first. Xiang Qian knew them when he was a child, so they had a very happy chat after meeting. Xiang Qian's father and his men didn't arrive until 3 p.m., and they were accompanied by his father's driver Zhang Lei and Zhang Lei's old mother. A group of people worked for a long time, tidied up the room, and made a sumptuous dinner. After the meal, most people were drunk. Brother Lei, do you have any comrades you trust, those who are not doing well now? Can you call them all over? You can see that there are enough living supplies here, but there are only a few of us. If someone comes to rob us, we may not be able to keep them. Xiang Qian called Zhang Lei out alone and said to him. He knew that Zhang Lei was a retired soldier from a special forces unit of the country, but he didn't know which special forces unit it was, and Zhang Lei didn't say it. The reason why Zhang Lei could be his father's driver was that Zhang Lei's mother was sick and had no money for treatment. His father happened to be in the hospital for a checkup. He was moved by Zhang Lei's filial piety and just paid the money without thinking of asking Zhang Lei to pay it back. But unexpectedly, half a month later, Zhang Lei actually ran to his father's house and said that he wanted to be his father's bodyguard. No one believed it at the time. It was not until Zhang Lei bent a steel bar by hand and then straightened it that Xiang Qian's father realized that he had found a treasure. Since then, Zhang Lei has been working as a driver for his father for 2 years. I asked. Zhang Lei thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Xiang Qian knew that this matter was done. Zhang Lei usually didn't talk, but as long as he promised, he would definitely do it. In the next few days, the two families didn't go anywhere and stayed at home peacefully. Only Zhang Lei was elusive. He went out during the day and came back at night. After coming back, he was still mumbling around the wall, and no one knew what he was doing. Zhao Ming followed Zhang Lei around curiously for a long time, but he didn't see anything. Only Xiang Qian knew that Zhang Lei had set up many guard posts beside the wall and in his yard, so Zhang Lei would know about any disturbance at the first time. On the 19th, the country officially issued a red alert for meteorite impact defense and opened air raid shelters in major cities across the country. These air raid shelters have been cleaned up by people sent by the country in the past 10 days. Although there is still a bit of moldy smell inside because it has not been used for a long time, it is no big problem for people to go in. On the 20th, the air raid alarm was sounded nationwide. Residents living in high-rise buildings basically moved into air raid shelters. A curfew was imposed nationwide, and the military took over the public security of major cities. At this time, if those gangsters or those who feel they are very powerful dare to jump, they will be shot directly without any nonsense. On the 21st, schools across the country were closed, factories stopped working, and even government departments, except for the two special departments of the Temporary Command Center for Meteorite Impact Defense and the Meteorite Impact Rescue and Disaster Relief Command Center, most government departments have already gone to work. People across the country are watching TV at home, hoping that this disaster is really just a false alarm as shown on TV. After Xiang Qian had breakfast, he moved a chair to the balcony, and he leaned quietly on the chair, waiting for the disaster to come. Chapter 10. When the whole country fell into silence, the Space Flight Control Center in Tangjiling, northwest of Beijing, was busy. It was originally responsible for the command and dispatch of the National Manned Space Engineering Mission, flight control, analysis and calculation, data processing and confidence exchange, but now it is the national headquarters for defense against asteroid impacts. At this time, all the country's monitoring information on outer space is collected here, and then the orbit of the meteorite that is most harmful to the country is calculated, and then the information is transmitted here to the ballistic launch base, and the 2nd Artillery Force intercepts it. Chief Engineer Jiang, the final detection of all meteorites has been summarized, and the calculation results are the same as the last time. The orbit of the large meteorite marked as X4231 has been calculated. It entered the atmosphere from the northeast at an angle of 32 degrees, with a speed of 18 kilometers per second. The impact site is 437 kilometers north of Lake Baikal. The impact force is expected to be equivalent to the power of 120 million tons of TNT explosion. A young researcher reported to Chief Engineer Jiang. Continue to track and monitor. If it changes its rules, report it immediately. Chief Engineer Jiang nodded. Chief Engineer Jiang rubbed his eyebrows and continued to work. He only rested for 6 hours and 3 days. Although he is still young, less than 50 years old, he is the oldest person in this command hall. Compared with those young people in their 20s and 30s, his energy is obviously insufficient. Although he does not need to calculate the specific orbit of the meteorite, he has to coordinate the overall situation and report to his superiors, so he consumes no less energy than those young people. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the red phone on Chief Engineer Jiang's desk rang, and he quickly picked up the phone. Hello. Okay, I'll be there right away. Xiao Lu, if you have any questions, call the command room immediately. I'll be out for a while. After a while, Chief Engineer Jiang came to a room guarded by a doorman on the upper floor of the command hall. After showing his certificate, he pushed the door open and went in. Several faces that can be seen on the news are in the room, as well as several old generals. If you look closely, you will find that all the people present have bloodshot eyes, and the fatigue in their eyes cannot be concealed. Xiao Jiang, what is the situation we are facing now? Have you counted how many meteorites have fallen into our territory? Have you figured out the orbital technology for those meteorites that threaten us and need to be intercepted? Asked the number 1 leader. It has been counted. There are more than 34,000 meteorites that have landed on our land. In fact, more than 28,000 meteorites will burn up in the atmosphere, and the remaining more than 6,000 meteorites will successfully pass through the atmosphere. And these more than 6,000 meteorites may break down into tens of thousands of small meteorites that impact the ground. Among them, 62 meteorites need to be intercepted. The interception location is outside the atmosphere, and we have calculated the orbit. However, there is another meteorite called X4231 that needs attention. It has a diameter of 43 meters and hits 437 kilometers north of Lake Baikal in southern Russia. Although the impact site of this meteorite is not on our territory, if Russia intercepts it, it may change its orbit, and the most likely possibility is that it will be broken into pieces, and large fragments will pass through the atmosphere. As for the final landing point, it is impossible to judge now. After saying this, Chief Engineer Jiang handed the information in his hand to everyone in turn. After a while, the number 1 leader looked up after reading the information, looked at everyone and said, I will communicate with the Russian side. Now there are still 3 hours before the meteorite approaches the interception site. During these 3 hours, Xiaojiang, you have to cooperate with several people and must intercept those meteorites that threaten our country with one shot. If you make a mistake, it may cause thousands of casualties. This is not allowed. I know it is difficult. But we must go even if there are no difficulties. We must overcome difficulties and ensure the success of the interception. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Several old generals and Chief Engineer Jiang answered at the same time. Okay, I authorize the mainframe of the Space Flight Control Center to access the second artillery network, and the two sides will exchange signals in real time. All missile bases of the second artillery force enter the pre-launch preparation state and conduct the final inspection. At 3:10 p.m., a series of alarms sounded in many mountain ranges such as Taihang Mountains, Kunlun Mountains, and Greater Xing'an Mountains. Missile silos suddenly appeared in the depths of the mountains, and many secret bases that only existed in paper archives began to show their grandeur. Little bastards, cheer up, calculate the ballistic trajectory again, and simulate an interception. What you are about to attack is not a fucking meteorite, but a nuclear warhead. The explosion caused by it hitting the ground is no less powerful than a nuclear bomb, and it also carries radiation. Don't block it with the meteorite interception. Didn't you often say that you were not appreciated for your talents? You are top students with doctoral and master's degrees. After graduation, you may never have a chance to make a move in this mountain valley. You still brag that you can intercept the intercontinental ballistic missiles with 18 warheads of country A. Now I won't let you intercept 18 warheads. You only need to intercept one warhead. If you can't even intercept this one, pack up and leave. I don't want nerds, who can only brag here. In the command hall of a secret base, a general wearing a military uniform, but with hair like a bird's nest shouted to the people on the operating table. Because smoking is not allowed here, the cigarette butt in his mouth was almost bitten by him. A group of young people didn't care how their superiors scolded them. They lowered their heads and stared at the screen with gritted teeth, their hands flying on the keyboard, and a crackling sound echoed throughout the hall. In the main engine room next to the command room, several air conditioners were turned to the maximum, but the temperature in the room continued to rise. As time passed, even though the air conditioner was turned on in the command room, sweat still came out of everyone's face unconsciously. At 4:30, all missile fuel was injected and the personnel in the launch silo were evacuated. At 5:20, all missile launch codes were released, and the state of preparation for launch began, and the countdown to 15 minutes before launch began. At 5:45, dozens of intercontinental ballistic missiles loaded with nuclear warheads were launched into space. At this time, the whole country was watching this scene through live TV broadcast. Several leaders also appeared in the hall of the Beijing Aerospace Flight Control Center. The big screen showed the trajectory of the threatening meteorite and the flight trajectory of the ballistic trajectory. The dotted line in the middle was the distance between the two sides. As the dotted line became shorter, the number of digits in the center became fewer and fewer until it became 0. Everyone in the country was silent, waiting for the interception result. Observe the meteorite immediately, and check the number of meteorites and the falling trajectory. Quick! Chief Engineer Jiang shouted loudly, without caring whether those people were in the command hall. Since the interception point was 21,000 kilometers outside the atmosphere, they still had a chance to intercept. The only problem was the calculation speed. 1 minute later, the new calculation results came out. The good news was that all the meteorites they intercepted were hit. The bad news was that although the large meteorite named X-4231 was hit by Russia, it was divided into 3 parts, one of which was flying towards my country, and the impact point was at the junction of Inner Mongolia and Shaanxi. Intercept again. Even if we can't intercept it, we must change its impact direction, the number 1 commander said loudly. Soon the order was passed to the secret base, asking them to intercept it. Little bastards, your chance has come. Shoot it down immediately. Time is running out. The chance of a head-on interception is very small. Even if we can intercept it, we can only do it in the atmosphere, which is more dangerous. As soon as these words came out, the entire command room became silent, and the general dropped his cigarette. Is there no other way? The only way is to use the orbit change technology. Launch first, calculate the orbit, and then change the orbit to intercept it. Damn it, do it, launch immediately, you must not let me down. The general was stunned for 3 seconds, and yelled with curses. 2 orbit lines appeared on the big screen of the Beijing Aerospace Flight Control Center at the same time. But even a fool would know that the 2 sides could not touch each other this time, and the deviation was too obvious. Seeing this, the people in the hall were stunned, and the people in front of the TV were stunned. It was fine just now, and the hit rate was still 100%. How come it was so wrong this time? This is too outrageous. But not long after, the trajectory of the ballistics on the screen began to change obviously, and the two trajectory lines began to overlap. Now everyone's just raised their hearts and put them at ease. It turns out that it can be like this. But before everyone could put their hearts at ease, the two overlapping trajectory lines separated again. Oh my God, what is going on? The people's hearts that had just been relieved were lifted again. Then soon, the orbit line changed again, and the orbit line that had just risen lowered again, and the two orbits overlapped again. Then, the missile's orbit line began to rise and fall, drawing an S shape on the meteorite's orbit line. Seeing this situation, people all over the country wanted to drag out the person who overcontrolled the missile and shoot him for an hour. This was too hateful. Lu Mingchuan, what the hell are you doing? The general yelled at a young man who was controlling a missile. If he wasn't controlling the missile, he would have wanted to shoot him directly. I don't want to either. The spiral positioner of the missile is broken, and there is no way to correct the trajectory. Lu Mingchuan was wronged. This matter was not his fault at all. No matter how the missile flew, a few minutes later, when it approached the meteorite, it did not hit it at all due to the large error and could only be detonated manually. 1 minute later, the meteorite's landing point was calculated again, and it was found that the target had left Xia country and was replaced by Lake Baikal. Seeing this situation, people all over the country breathed a sigh of relief. However, a new situation appeared again at this time. The meteorites intercepted by other countries were impacted out of the predetermined orbit by the power of the nuclear bomb explosion, and the impact site of many meteorites became Xia country. At this time, there was no time to intercept. Damn, it's over, and it's still like this, it's a rip-off. Zhao Ming was watching TV in the living room, and suddenly shouted. Xiang Qian ignored him, but took a bottle of super nutrient solution to the balcony on the top floor. Looking at the dazzling meteor shower in the sky, he knew that the moment of evolution was coming. Chapter 11. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after a day of tension, most people in the country have gone to bed. Only some young people are still snuggling with their lovers, watching the meteor shower in the sky. Xiang Qian didn't eat at night, so he stayed on the balcony, quietly waiting for the moment of evolution. About half an hour later, Xiang Qian suddenly felt a little sleepy and wanted to sleep, and his body also sent out fatigue signals. Originally, this was all normal, but the nanomechanical worms in his mind that were connected to his central nervous system suddenly lost contact with him. The moment he lost contact with the nanomachine bug, Xiang Qian woke up immediately, and he knew that evolution had begun. The fatigue signal of the body is a sign of the beginning of evolution, and the nanomachine bug lost contact because the mysterious energy brought by the meteorite began to transform the brain. Picking up the syringe of super nutrient solution, Xiang Qian did not hesitate to inject it into the vein of his left hand, and a tube of 300 milliliters of super nutrient solution was quickly injected into his body. Now he felt a little more comfortable, and the whole person was not so tired. But I still feel a little dizzy, there is nothing I can do about it. The mysterious substance in the meteorite will absorb nutrients from the human body when it invades the human body and transforms the brain. The nutrients are not only fat, but also many trace elements. Under normal circumstances, even for a healthy person, it takes a week from the beginning to the end of evolution. At the same time, the body's immune system will also regard the state of this mysterious substance absorbing nutrients from the body as a virus, which caused many people to be sent to the hospital as sick after the evolution began. Then he was diagnosed with a new infectious disease, and was rescued, which slowed down the evolution time. However, this kind of evolution will become irreversible after it starts, and not everyone can become an evolver. Some people have the qualifications to become an evolver, but they are not destined to become an evolver. When this mysterious substance evolves the human body, it will also refer to everyone's specialties. There are 3 types of evolvers. One is the black technology controller, as the name suggests, that is, people who can control black technology. What is black technology? It refers to science and technology or products that are far beyond the scope of current human technology or knowledge, lack scientific basis, and violate the principles of nature. What can a black technology master do? That is to be able to imagine all kinds of black technology items in a wild and unconstrained way, and fully express the design drawings, required raw materials and manufacturing process requirements of these items. For example, if you become a black technology master, then you want to make an electromagnetic gun. As long as you think about it in your mind, the design drawings, required raw materials and manufacturing methods of the electromagnetic gun will all automatically appear in your mind. As long as you make electromagnetic guns according to the manufacturing method in your mind, you will definitely be able to make electromagnetic guns. Of course, because of some unqualified precision or standards, the black technology weapons made by the black technology controllers themselves basically cannot reach the maximum value on the design drawings. At this time, the black technology controllers will hand over the black technology drawings designed by themselves to another type of evolver, that is, equipment manufacturers to manufacture. Equipment manufacturers, as the name suggests, are people who make equipment, but they do not need any tools to make equipment, just two hands. As long as the raw materials required by the black technology drawings are prepared, the equipment manufacturer can turn the things on the black technology drawings into reality, and there is no error with the theoretical parameters on the black technology drawings. As for the third type of evolvers, they are also the most useless evolvers in the early days of the apocalypse, the scientific prophet. However, in the late apocalypse, they have a higher status than any other evolvers. Even the top black technology controllers cannot compare. Why do scientific prophets have such a high status in the late apocalypse? It is because the progress of civilization depends on them. For example, if you are the master of black technology, you designed an electromagnetic gun, and the equipment manufacturer made this electromagnetic gun for you. But do you know the principle on which the electromagnetic gun works? Do you know what the Lorentz force is, and what the Faraday law of electromagnetic induction is? You definitely don't know. You can only design drawings based on the inspiration in your mind. The equipment manufacturer can only make equipment. You don't know the principle on which the electromagnetic gun is designed. But if you die, who will design the electromagnetic gun? If you don't know the principle of the electromagnetic gun, it is impossible for future generations to make an electromagnetic gun. This is the technological gap. As the level of the black technology controller increases, the level of black technology that can be designed becomes higher and higher. If the principle of the weapon designed by the black technology controller is not analyzed, then the level of civilization cannot be improved. And the technology predictor is the one who can crack the black technology drawings. When they see the black technology drawings, various formulas will appear in their minds. As long as they find the right company, it means that the black technology has been cracked. You should know that the cosmic civilization is divided into 9 levels, and the Earth is only a level 1 civilization now. The black technology masters, who have just evolved, can only design various equipment within the level 1 civilization technology system. Similarly, equipment manufacturers and scientific predictors can only manufacture and crack the drawings designed by the level 1 black technology master. The improvement of civilization level is driven by scientific predictors. No matter how powerful you are as a black technology master, as long as the civilization level does not improve, you can only honestly design black technology items of the current level. You can't design technology items of a higher level civilization technology system even if you rack your brains. At the same time, the number of scientific prophets is also very rare. Today, when the first meteorite falls, 20% of the world's human beings will be affected by the mysterious substance in the meteorite and begin to evolve. Among these 20%, only 10% can successfully evolve and become evolvers. Among these evolvers, only 1 in a million will become a scientific prophet. Take our country as an example. Among the 1.5 billion population, 300 million people are infected by the mysterious substance and participate in evolution. In the end, only 30 million people can succeed, and there are only 30 scientific prophets. The remaining 270 million people fell into eternal sleep and could never wake up again. Compared to humans, animals and plants are much luckier because they are 100% evolved, and 80% of them are successful. As for why this happened, even the Zerg Queen Lung Ning in later generations could not find the reason. In the end, it can only be concluded that humans have souls, while animals and plants do not. Although this statement is untenable, it has become the truth without anyone refuting it. After half an hour, Xiang Qian felt that the evolution should be successful, but there was still no information from the nanomechanical worms in his brain, which made him confused. Under normal circumstances, the evolvers who use super nutrient solution will basically succeed in evolution within half an hour, but now it has been more than half an hour. Why hasn't he evolved yet? After another 10 minutes, Xiang Qian felt tired again, and at the same time he was getting more and more sleepy, as if he hadn't slept for several days. This feeling is a reaction that only occurs in the early stages of evolution. How could he have it again? You know, the super nutrient solution is equivalent to an average person's weekly energy intake, and it also contains various trace elements, which is enough for the nutrition needed for evolution. But he has already injected a bottle of super nutrient solution. Isn't it enough? And he needs to inject another bottle? Xiang Qian thought about it, and went to the studio immediately. Although he didn't know whether this situation was good or bad, if he continued like this, he would definitely be sent to the hospital like many people, and that was not what he wanted. As he had no strength, Xiang Qian almost fell down when he went downstairs. After he walked to the studio, he was soaked and felt more tired than running 10 kilometers. After injecting another bottle of super nutrient solution, Xiang Qian finally recovered. But he didn't dare to leave the studio at this time. Who knows if he will have that feeling again later, so he decided to stay in the studio and not go anywhere before the evolution is successful. After another half an hour, the feeling of fatigue came again. Xiang Qian prepared again, this time, directly injected a bottle of super nutrient solution, and then replaced it with a new bottle. He didn't know how many bottles of super nutrient solution he needed to successfully evolve. If he hadn't just tested the ingredients of the super nutrient solution, he would have doubted whether the super nutrient solution he developed was saline. The effect was too poor. Less than half an hour after the injection, the feeling of fatigue came again, but after Xiang Qian injected the super nutrient solution again, his body finally changed. From the initial numbness, then the fever, when Xiang Qian felt that he was about to die, a cool feeling came from his brain, until his whole body recovered again. Crack! A sound came from Xiang Qian's body, and Xiang Qian felt that he could kill a rhino with one punch. At the same time, the nanomachine bug in his mind once again connected to his central nervous system, and the information came again, but this time the nanomachine bug evaluated Xiang Qian's physical condition as ordinary. Although it was only upgraded by one level, it represented a complete change. Xiang Qian was just happy about the changes in his body, and didn't care about it. After all, he made a living with his brain. Just thinking about a weapon, the design of the weapon, technical parameters, required raw materials, manufacturing process, and requirements instantly appeared in his mind. This familiar feeling made Xiang Qian very happy, and the ability of the black technology controller returned to his arms again. Xiang Qian subconsciously used his ability, and a 1-meter square design appeared in his hand. But the next second Xiang Qian was stunned, standing there stupidly for more than 10 seconds, and then he jumped 2 meters high, with an ecstatic expression on his face. Because when Xiang Qian saw the blueprint just now, a piece of information came to his mind, that is, whether to manufacture the equipment. What does this mean? This means that he is not only a master of black technology, but also an equipment manufacturer. He had never heard of an evolver with 2 abilities in his previous life. Now he has 2 abilities. How can he not be excited? If there were no one at home, he would have wanted to make a few cannons and celebrate by firing them directly. After the ecstasy, Xiang Qian began to test whether his 2 abilities had any flaws. Chapter 12. The next morning, Xiang Qian was awakened by a phone call, but his sleepiness disappeared instantly after answering the call. Lung Ning was in a coma, and Grandma Wang called Xiang Qian, hoping that he could help pay for the surgery. The hospital diagnosed her with myocardial failure, and she needed to have an operation immediately, but Grandma Wang couldn't afford so much money at once, so she just remembered Xiang Qian and made this call. Xiang Qian almost threw the phone downstairs after hearing this. Bullshit myocardial failure. Lung Ning had a heart disease, but the reason for her coma was that the mysterious substance started to start the evolution of her body, and she herself had a congenital heart disease. The nutrition in her body was not enough for the mysterious substance to absorb, and the heart stopped giving it, and the heart was instantly overloaded with pressure, which caused the current situation. Xiang Qian didn't dare to waste time. He washed his face and brushed his teeth in a hurry. Then he said hello to his family, picked up a bottle of super nutrient solution, and drove straight to Gula Hospital. Since the meteor shower had not ended yet, there were few cars on the road. Xiang Qian stepped on the accelerator and drove to 160 miles per hour. Even so, he still felt that it was not fast enough. He wanted to stop the car and modify it temporarily with black technology. However, he thought that he had no materials on hand, so he gave up in the end. But he also made up his mind that he must modify a few cars after returning, otherwise the speed would be too slow. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian arrived at Gula Hospital, only to find that it was overcrowded and he couldn't find a parking place. He had no choice but to leave the car on the side of the road, since no police would come to tow it today. He arrived at the inpatient floor of the cardiovascular department and found Lung Ning's room. Xiang Qian pushed the door and went in. There were 3 people in the room, Lung Ning lying on the bed, Grandma Wang sitting beside the bed, and a middle-aged doctor observing the instrument. Grandma Wang, I'm here. Xiang Qian greeted Grandma Wang softly, and Grandma Wang nodded without saying anything, waiting for the doctor's diagnosis. Xiang Qian didn't rush to speak when he saw this situation, and stood quietly beside Grandma Wang. He also wanted to see what the doctor would say after the examination. That's right. According to the electrocardiogram, the heartbeat in the past 2 hours is within the range of myocardial failure, and it is very serious myocardial failure. Even if surgery is performed, the success rate is not very high. In addition, the patient has congenital heart disease, so my suggestion is conservative treatment. However, if you insist on surgical treatment, our hospital will respect your opinion. You should discuss it carefully first. I will go back to the office first. You can come to me at any time after the discussion. After the middle-aged doctor finished the examination, he said to Grandma Wang and Xiang Qian. It was obvious that he regarded Xiang Qian as a family member of the patient. Mr. Xiang, thank you, I trouble you again. However, Xiaoning's disease. Oh, I'm sorry, I made you go in vain. Grandma Wang looked at Xiang Qian gratefully, but when she mentioned Leng Ning, she looked at her for a long time before she sighed and said. The meaning was obvious, that is, there was no need for surgery. Grandma Wang, if you trust me, let me feel Leng Ning's pulse, maybe I can help. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Then I trouble you, Mr. Xiang. Grandma Wang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In her opinion, Xiang Qian was pretending to be a big Israeli wolf, but it didn't matter if he felt her pulse. Xiang Qian saw all of Grandma Wang's expressions, and knew that she didn't believe him. He didn't get angry either. No one would believe this. Congenital heart disease is a terminal illness. It's normal for others not to believe it. Ignoring Grandma Wang, Xiang Qian came to the bedside and saw Leng Ning, whose face was as white as snow, even her lips were as white as snow. He didn't know what to feel in his heart. Xiang Qian had seen Leng Ning several times in later life, but the Zerg Queen at that time had a strong aura and cold eyes, giving people a feeling of superiority. But now Leng Ning gave people a sense of weakness, which was really pitiful, revealing another kind of beauty. Xiang Qian calmed down and put his hand on Leng Ning's wrist. Cold, very cold, this was Xiang Qian's first reaction. Leng Ning's wrist temperature was very low, just like a hand that had been frozen outside for half a day in the winter, with no temperature. He remembered that he had heard some rumors that Leng Ning not only suffered from congenital heart disease before the end of the world, but also had other diseases, but he didn't take those secrets seriously. But now, he believed that statement. Otherwise a normal person's body would not be so cold even at this time. The nanomechanical worms followed Xiang Qian's fingers into Leng Ning's body. He was not going to inject the super nutrient solution directly into Leng Ning, because he didn't know whether such a large dose of nutrient solution would cause harm to his body before Leng Ning's heart disease was cured. So Xiang Qian planned to use the nanomechanical worms to cure Leng Ning's heart disease, and then wake Leng Ning up and ask her first. Mr. Xiang, Leng Ning's illness. When Xiang Qian was communicating with the nanomechanical bugs to treat Leng Ning's heart, Grandma Wang spoke. Ah. It's okay, it's a minor illness. Leng Ning will wake up soon. Xiang Qian said awkwardly, and only reacted when Grandma Wang woke him up. He said he would take Leng Ning's pulse, but he grabbed Leng Ning's wrist for 10 minutes, and didn't let go. This is not taking the pulse at all, it's just taking advantage. If taking the pulse takes more than 10 minutes, then the medical skills are not that good. So Grandma Wang didn't believe what Xiang Qian said at all, just thought he was comforting herself. For the next 10 minutes, Grandma Wang ignored Xiang Qian, took Leng Ning's hand, and started talking about Leng Ning's childhood. The first time she got a scholarship, the first time she got sick, the first time she robbed someone's things, and so on. Xiang Qian became excited. This was gossip about the Queen of the Zerg. The confidentiality of such things would definitely not be much worse than the highest scientific and technological achievements of mankind. After Grandma Wang died in the future, no one knew about Leng Ning's past, so Xiang Qian wanted to gossip about it now. After more than 10 minutes, Xiang Qian had listened to most of what he had said, and the nanomachine bugs temporarily repaired his heart. After Leng Ning successfully evolved, all his physical problems would disappear, and Xiang Qian was too lazy to waste the nanomachine bugs to repair him thoroughly. Grandma Wang, please make way for me. I wake Leng Ning up first. If you have anything to say, just tell her directly. Xiang Qian said to Grandma Wang. Did I trouble you, Mr. Xiang? Grandma Wang was stunned again, but when she saw the serious expression on Xiang Qian's face, she still made way. Xiang Qian pretended to press Leng Ning's hand a few times, but in fact, he was controlling the nanomechanical bugs to stimulate Lung Ning's brain nerves, so that she could wake up temporarily. Lung Ning on the bed. Said, opened her eyes, looked around, and when she saw Grandma Wang, she showed an ugly smile. It's more appropriate to say it's a grin than a smile. Xiao Ning, you're awake. Where are you feeling uncomfortable now? Grandma Wang excitedly pulled Lung Ning's hand and asked with concern. Grandma, I'm sorry. Xiao Ning made you worry again. Ling Ning said weakly, but there was a look of happiness in her eyes. Xiang Qian didn't rush to speak when he saw this situation, but stepped back to make room for the two of them, and at the same time controlled the nanomachine worm to enter Grandma Wang's body to check her physical condition. These are the bargaining chips for negotiating with Lung Ning later, and they are important bargaining chips, which Xiang Qian cannot afford to neglect. Just like that, 10 minutes later, the two of them remembered Xiang Qian. Grandma Wang awkwardly pulled Xiang Qian to introduce Lung Ning, and also specifically explained that Xiang Qian donated money to the orphanage some time ago, and it was Xiang Qian who woke her up today. After listening to Grandma Wang's introduction, Xiang Qian immediately felt that the 100,000 yuan was not wasted, but he did not get carried away, and hurriedly said to Lung Ning, Hello, Miss Lung, my name is Xiang Qian, I am a designer, and also a part-time doctor. Xiang Qian was stunned when introducing himself. He really didn't think about how to introduce himself. Could it be that he was a black technology controller and equipment manufacturer that would definitely be regarded as a psychopath, so he could only tell a little lie? Thank you, Mr. Xiang. I just heard from Grandma that you came to me some time ago. I wonder if I can help Mr. Xiang in any way. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Although Ling Ning was very weak, her eyes were still very bright. Although she looked at Xiang Qian with gratitude, she was also vigilant. She didn't know Xiang Qian, and didn't know what Xiang Qian wanted her to do. But she could feel her body's weakness, which she thought was a sign that she didn't have much time left. So she hoped that she could help Xiang Qian, and then ask Xiang Qian for help before she died, hoping that Xiang Qian would help take care of the children in the orphanage after her death because she had helped him. I hope Miss Lang will join my laboratory and work for me. Xiang Qian suppressed his excitement and said softly, Haha, Mr. Xiang, you are joking. I don't even have the strength to move, let alone work. I don't know how long I can live. I really can't help you with this. Lung Ning chuckled and said bitterly, That's not a problem. As long as Miss Lung agrees to work for me, I can immediately make Miss Lung stand up and live and work like a normal person in the future. Xiang Qian said confidently, The evolvers are still afraid of getting sick. That's a joke. When the mysterious substance makes humans evolve, it will eliminate all diseases in the body and give you an extremely healthy body. Then I would like to ask, what kind of work will Mr. Xiang arrange for me to do? Lung Ning looked at Xiang Qian expressionlessly, and it was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Various projects in biogenetics, such as treating disabled children, eliminating existing human diseases, or studying how to increase human lifespan, etc. As long as you like, you can study whatever you want. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Then I know why Mr. Xiang chose me. Because you have the potential, you can stand at the top of biogenetics and create a new era. After the two finished their conversation, they stared at each other, and no one spoke. Boss, how do I calculate my wages? Ling Ning suddenly smiled like a little girl and said mischievously, 10 bottles of biological nuclear energy concentrate every month, and if it's not enough, add more. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and said the hard currency among the evolvers in the future. After he said it, he felt something was wrong. He had such a reaction because he was completely confused by Lung Ning's expression. After all, the majesty of the Zerg Queen was deeply rooted in his mind. Suddenly seeing her showing the posture of a little girl, Xiang Qian didn't react at once. Deal, boss, you can treat me now. Although Lung Ning didn't know what Xiang Qian was talking about, the name sounded like something high-end. She was no longer the insect queen in Xiang Qian's mind. He was already surprised that Xiang Qian could treat her illness. The reason he asked those questions was just out of curiosity. Xiang Qian nodded, took out the super nutrient solution syringe from his bag, and injected it into Lung Ning's arm. A minute later, Lung Ning stood up with a happy face. She could feel that her physical condition was better than ever before. The illness that had troubled her for nearly 20 years suddenly disappeared, which made her cry. Xiang Qian stood by and looked at Lung Ning, who was hugging Grandma Wang and crying, and he was very happy. In the future, the greatest scientific prophet of mankind will be his subordinate. If it weren't for his image, Xiang Qian would have wanted to shout to the sky to express his excitement. Chapter 13. Aw, Puff. It's getting colder and colder. The Ice Age won't come. Zhao Ming complained while working. Don't worry, the Ice Age won't come so early. Besides, if you're afraid of the cold, just do more work. You won't have to be afraid of the cold after installing these things. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes at Zhao Ming and said, This thing really works. I haven't heard that the heating needs to be installed outside. Zhao Ming continued to complain. Xiang Qian ignored him and continued to install pipes and door-sized radiators on the wall. It was already November, and a month had passed since the unprecedented meteor shower. Countries around the world had resumed production, and the impact of the meteor shower seemed to have passed. But who knew that this was the beginning of the end of the world, because the Earth continued to deviate from its orbit, so the distances that were too far away were getting farther and farther. This caused the overall temperature of the Earth to get lower and lower. Now the temperature in Nanjing is -8 degrees. You have to know that this is only November. In previous years, the lowest temperature in Nanjing at this time was only 7 or 8 degrees. Under normal circumstances, the temperature should be around 15 degrees. Xiang Qian knew that as time went by March next year, the temperature in Nanjing would reach -35 degrees. Not to mention Siberia and the South Pole and the North Pole, where the lowest temperature could reach -90 degrees or more. However, such a temperature was not enough to cause the Earth to enter an ice age, because in July next year, the Earth would circle back and the temperature would rise again. But when the Earth's orbital speed reaches the third cosmic speed the year after next, it would completely break away from the sun's gravity and fly out of the solar system. That would be the time when the ice age would arrive. Boss, is my biochemical culture chamber ready? I've been waiting for several days. At this time, Lung Ning came to Xiang Qian and said with an unhappy face, Xiao Ning, you know, it's not so easy to restore the genetic nuclear force. I'm not Sun Wukong, who can change into anything I want. Besides, I am a black technology controller and equipment manufacturer. I have to design drawings and manufacture equipment. That little genetic nuclear force is not enough. Give me a few more days, and I will definitely make the biochemical culture chamber for you. Xiang Qian said with a wry smile. Ever since Lung Ning was tricked into coming, Lung Ning would come to him every other day, asking for this equipment or that equipment. He had no choice but to make it for her. Who told him that the hospital had boasted too much when it tricked Lung Ning, but now is not the end of the world. Without medicine to supplement, it is not so easy to restore the gene nuclear force. The energy taken in by eating, after deducting the energy needed by the body, the remaining energy converted into gene nuclear force is not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. If Xiang Qian had not been injected with several super nutrients during his evolution, and if he had not superimposed 2 abilities, his initial gene nuclear power would have been 10 times stronger than that of an average person, and it would have been insufficient. Even if he had been saving it, his gene nuclear power was only 1/5 of it now. So he could only delay Lung Ning's request. Humph, you said you could research whatever you wanted, but you don't even have any equipment. What can you research with? Lung Ning looked at Xiang Qian, who was smiling bitterly, curled his lips, and turned away muttering. She was not here to urge Xiang Qian, but her genetic nuclear power was also exhausted, and she had no equipment, so she came out for a walk. As a result, when she met Xiang Qian, she couldn't help but run over to mock him. Even Lung Ning herself may not know how much she has changed during this period of time. She is now completely different from before. After getting rid of the torture of illness, she has a good body. In addition, she has become a scientific prophet, and many topics in her mind that were only considered ideas before have now found ideas. This unprecedented ease made her regain her normal character as a girl of her age. Perhaps she herself did not realize that her attitude towards Xiang Qian was becoming more and more intimate. At first, Xiang Qian was not used to such a Lung Ning, but later Xiang Qian figured it out. The reason why Lung Ning in the future became like that is probably related to the experience in the early days of the end of the world. He did not know what the specific experience was, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. But now, he changed this situation and let Lung Ning live a carefree life, so it became like this. Xiang Qian was very happy about Lung Ning's change. After all, Lung Ning made him feel very comfortable. If she really became the queen of insects in the future, Xiang Qian might not be at ease with her. Another hour later, Xiang Qian and Zhao Ming finally installed everything. White mist was coming out of their heads, which showed how much work they had to do. It's done. Qianbi, we really need to find some people in the future. The food we have stored is enough for dozens of people to eat for 2 years. You also said that there will be no shortage of food in the future, so why not find some people? If I do this kind of work often, I will be exhausted. Zhao Ming said with a heavy breath. Okay, stop shouting. Brother Lei's comrades are coming soon, and I won't bother you, Master Zhao, with these things in the future. Xiang Qian was much better than Zhao Ming. Although he was a little tired, he was not out of breath. That's good, I'm going back, you can handle the rest by yourself, anyway I can't help. Zhao Ming ran back after saying that. Xiang Qian didn't stop him. Zhao Ming didn't need to help with the next thing. He just needed to operate the machine. After more than 10 minutes, Xiang Qian finished the finishing work. After confirming that there were no problems, he started the temperature heating device. It is called a temperature heating device, but it is actually a high-power electric water heater connected to the radiator on the wall, using the radiator to emit the temperature of hot water. Then a large plastic film was installed 10 meters above the entire wall to cover the entire wall. In the middle, there is a high-strength alloy skeleton, like an umbrella to support it. Under the film is a high-toughness metal wire that connects the skeleton to the wall, which is densely packed like a spider web and supports the plastic film. It may sound complicated, but it is actually the same principle as the greenhouse in the northeast rural area. It's just that Xiang Qian's is a little bigger and has a much higher technological content, but it is essentially the same. After half an hour, the temperature inside the wall rose by 15 degrees. Xiang Qian estimated that in a few hours, the temperature inside the wall would reach about 17 or 18 degrees above zero, which would be comfortable. The weather is really frustrating now. However, the power consumption is also very large, and it consumes several thousand degrees per minute. After all, the heating in the northeast uses boilers to heat water, while Xiang Qian uses an oversized electric water heater, so the energy consumption is of course different. Fortunately, there are nuclear fusion batteries, otherwise he really can't solve this power problem. In the evening, the whole family took off their thick down jackets and sat at the table in spring and autumn clothes to eat. More than 20 children and a few adults quickly devoured the food on the table. Alas! Now the price of green vegetables has risen to dozens of yuan per catty, and it's still not available. I guess we won't be able to eat green vegetables in a few days. After dinner, Zhao Ming's mother said with emotion, Aunt Liao, don't worry, we will grow our own green vegetables tomorrow and eat as much as we want. Xiang Qian said with a smile, You are talking nonsense again. Planting vegetables is not like cooking. They will mature immediately after planting. It is almost impossible to buy green vegetables now. I will have to eat meat for at least a month after you grow them. Aunt Liao, I am not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Ning. She is an expert in this field. It doesn't take that long to grow vegetables now. With the super nutrient solution, it only takes 3 days from planting to maturity. And they are green, environmentally friendly and pollution-free organic vegetables. As soon as Xiang Qian finished speaking, Leng Ning looked at him unhappily. She had never heard of the super nutrient solution that could be used to grow vegetables, but she couldn't tear Xiang Qian down at this time, so she could only agree and say it was okay. Oh my god! What a big snake! Someone come quickly! At this time, Zhao Ming screamed. Xiang Qian and his friends immediately ran outside the house, and saw Zhao Ming trembling and pointing at the gate of the wall, where a huge snake head was drilling in. Xiang Qian was excited when he saw the snake head with a diameter of at least 30 centimeters. Evolved beast, this is definitely a genuine evolved beast. Chapter 14. Xiang Qian was not calm when he saw the evolution beasts. He did not expect to encounter evolution beasts in the early stage of the apocalypse. In his memory, evolution beasts only began to appear in the 8th month of the apocalypse. At this time, the evolution beasts were basically evolving. Either they were hiding in the deep mountains and forests, or they were freezing to death due to lack of food. It can be said that the chance of seeing an evolution beast at this time is about the same as winning the lottery. Especially this kind of first-generation evolution beast, he had never seen it in his previous life. At this time, the mysterious substance had just begun to affect everything, and human evolutionists had already appeared in large numbers, but evolutionary beasts had not yet evolved successfully. This does not mean that humans are stronger than animals and plants, but that humans can accelerate the evolution process by supplementing nutrition. Animals and plants are different. When they were affected by the mysterious substance and began to evolve, it happened to be when the global temperature dropped, and many animals and plants that had not yet evolved successfully died in large numbers. In this situation of lack of food and fusion of living environment, there are very few animals and plants that can successfully evolve. The later evolutionary beasts are all descendants of these first-generation evolutionary beasts. The evolutionary beasts at that time were not afraid of low temperatures, had very strong adaptability, and had strong attack power. If it was just rare, Xiang Qian would not be so excited. The reason for his excitement was that the blood and flesh of the evolutionary beasts could be used to extract the gene nuclear power liquid. Now Xiang Qian lacks gene nuclear power, otherwise he would not always default on Lung Ning's orders. As a result, when he saw an evolutionary beast at this time, Xiang Qian was so excited that he almost went crazy. Everyone, don't move. It won't be able to get in for a while. Zhang Lei stood in front of everyone and said seriously. Everyone nodded. They were also frightened by the snake's eyes. After all, no one had ever seen such a big snake. Xiang Qian calmed down and immediately ran to the storage room to find a lot of materials. Then a blueprint appeared in his hand, and the next second the blueprint disappeared. The materials on the table also began to decompose. As the genetic nuclear force disappeared, a sci-fi style weapon slowly formed. 3 minutes later, Xiang Qian appeared in front of everyone with a more than 1 meter long electromagnetic rail gun. At this time, the snake's head was about to get into the gate, so Xiang Qian didn't waste any words, directly turned on the laser sight, and shot at the snake's head. Whoosh! The steel core marble instantly penetrated the snake's head, and even a hole was punched in the iron door behind it. Fuck! Zhao Ming screamed, staring at Xiang Qian with his mouth wide open, his eyes almost shining as he looked at the electromagnetic rail gun. Xiang Qian threw the gun to Zhao Ming and hurried to the gate. He wanted to extract the genetic nuclear power liquid before the giant python cells died. After the first level evolution beast died, the genetic nuclear power would gradually dissipate, and he could not delay. When he arrived at the door, Xiang Qian found that the snake head of the giant python was stuck in the doorway, and he really couldn't get it out by himself. He quickly called Zhang Lei and Zhao Ming for help, but the three of them tried a few times and found that they couldn't get it out at all. With no other choice, Xiang Qian had to shoot a few more shots at the head, smashing the entire head before dragging the entire giant python's body back to the studio. The entire giant python was 12 meters long, and it was very difficult for 3 people to drag it. Brother Lei Xiaoming, you two pull the snake's skin, I will cut it. Xiang Qian instructed the two to grab the snake's skin, and he picked up the electric saw and started cutting. After cutting, he went to the storage room to get some raw materials, activated the ability of the black technology controller to design a blueprint, and then started to manufacture equipment. Xiang Qian did not think about keeping it secret when he used the ability of the equipment maker, so when Zhao Ming and the others watched a pile of materials slowly turn into a large cylindrical device, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. In less than a minute, the equipment was finished, and Xiang Qian began to cut the snake meat again, cutting it piece by piece and throwing it all into the equipment he had just made. Then he closed the lid and pressed the start switch, and only then did Xiang Qian breathe a sigh of relief. What are you looking at? Xiang Qian then realized that everyone in the room was looking at him in surprise, as if they were looking at God. Coin, when did you get this ability? Did you create something out of nothing or create something out of nothing just now? It's so cool. And is that snake a monster, or did it eat some natural treasure? Are you going to make an elixir now? Zhao Ming asked excitedly. I don't know if I thought he had the abilities, he said. No, this ability is real. It only appears after the meteorite rain. Because the meteorite contains a mysterious substance that will make the human body parameters evolve. The ability I used just now is... Xiang Qian's face was full of black lines. He could only patiently explain to everyone what the black technology controller, equipment manufacturer and scientific predictor are. Then can I have such an ability? I don't ask for 2 abilities, just anyone will do. After listening to Xiang Qian's explanation, Zhao Ming asked expectantly. You don't have to think about it. Evolution is not that easy. Didn't you see the report on TV that about 300 million people in the country are infected with a disease? Those who are still lying in the hospital are all brain dead after the evolution failed. The remaining 30 million who have evolved successfully all meet the requirements. For example, if you want to become a master of black technology, you must have a certain amount of scientific knowledge, as well as a rich imagination and simple hands-on ability. It's easier to become an equipment maker. There is only one requirement, strong hands-on ability. According to the standard of fitter, at least level 4 is required. The most difficult one is to become a scientific prophet. You must have very professional scientific knowledge, and an IQ of more than 150. Think about which of these you have achieved. It's your luck that you were not affected by the mysterious substance. If you were really selected, you would definitely be lying on the hospital bed now. Xiang Qian said slowly. These are the experiences that people slowly summed up decades after the end of the world. Then has your hands-on ability reached the level of a 4th level fitter? How come I don't know? Can assembling those toy electromagnetic guns be considered as the standard of a 4th level fitter? Jiao Ming said unhappily. Who knows? Maybe God appreciates me more. Although Xiang Qian didn't know how he could have 2 abilities in this evolution, according to his guess, the ability of the black technology controller was brought over from his previous life. And the ability of the equipment maker was because he had done it many times in his previous life, and he got it from this evolution, but of course he couldn't say these. The group chatted for a while. Although they couldn't become an evolver, they were very happy that Xiang Qian could become one. After everyone left, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. You are lying. I'm really curious. How do you know that 300 million people in the country have evolved? The TV didn't say the specific number. And you even know the number of people who have evolved successfully. This may not even be known by the country. How do you know? Lung Ning stared at Xiang Qian and said, Ahem. Sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. Xiang Qian knew that he had said too much. What they said was common sense in the future, but now it was beyond the scope of normal people's understanding. Why are you so excited when you see this giant python? What is this used for now? Lung Ning did not continue to ask, but pointed at the large cylindrical device that Xiang Qian had just made. How can I not be excited? You force me to work for you every day, either making this device or that device. My genetic nuclear power is not enough. This giant python is an evolved beast, and its body has genetic nuclear power in its flesh and blood. This device is a large juicer. It will extract the genetic nuclear force from the blood and flesh tissues, and then after purification and reprocessing, it can produce genetic nuclear force liquid. With the genetic nuclear force liquid, we can replenish the genetic nuclear force in the body, and then there will be no problem in manufacturing equipment. Xiang Qian said happily. Really? That's great. Boss, are you going to pay my salary? You said you would give me 10 bottles of genetic nuclear force liquid every month. Lung Ning also said happily. Xiang Qian collapsed now. 10 bottles? This giant python can only extract 5 bottles at most. Where can he get 10 bottles for her? Your salary is owed first. I give you 1 bottle this time, and the rest will be made up later. Xiang Qian said with a dark face. Stingy. Lung Ning muttered and left happily. In her heart, she was thinking about which topic she should study first with the gene nuclear power liquid, so entangled. It would be great if there were 10 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid. Xiang Qian was really stingy. I wonder if Xiang Qian would vomit blood if he knew what Lung Ning was thinking. Chapter 15. After more than an hour of extraction, Xiang Qian finally turned the giant python's body into 5 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid. Unfortunately, the purity of these 5 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid was only about 80%. 1 bottle of genetic nuclear power liquid could only replenish 80% of Lung Ning's genetic nuclear power. As for Xiang Qian himself, if he drank all 5 bottles, he could only replenish 4/5 of his genetic nuclear power. No matter how small a fly's leg is, it is still meat. Xiang Qian did not despise it and drank 4 bottles directly, leaving 1 bottle for Lung Ning. Feeling the boiling gene nuclear force in his body, Xiang Qian finally felt a little confident. The early days of the apocalypse were the most difficult for the evolvers. Without the replenishment of gene nuclear force, they were no different from ordinary people. Xiang Qian was tired after working all night, and went to bed directly after taking a shower. The temperature continued to drop at night, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Compared with Xiang Qian and his people in other places were having a harder time, especially in the south, where residential buildings generally had no insulation walls or heating, and the air conditioner could not provide much warmth even if it was turned to the maximum. Those with air conditioners are still okay. In the areas without power, people are freezing to death. Although the country is doing its best to help, it will take more than a day or 2 to repair the power grid. In addition, in rural areas, people can only burn firewood to keep warm at night, resulting in frequent carbon monoxide poisoning. In a small house in Liuhe village, 2 brothers were warming themselves by the fire, looking at the heavy snow outside with worried faces, but after a while, the younger brother spoke up. Brother, how can we live like this? We have almost run out of food. In a few days, we won't even have food to eat. This is also my fault. If I hadn't come back late from work at the construction site, I would have been able to grab some food, but now, alas, this is not your fault. Who knew the world would turn out like this? The food now is enough for a few days. When it's really gone, we can only think of other ways. The eldest brother said in a low voice. By the way, eldest brother, I heard from Chang Jin that Liu Fu's gang is going to cause trouble in the city, and wants to grab houses in the city. Do you think this can work? Otherwise, we will go with them, and maybe we can get a house to live in. Bullshit. I'm telling you, don't get involved with that group of people. It's a matter of losing your head. The eldest brother said sternly. Why lose your head? It's already this time, either starving to death or freezing to death. It's better to give it a try. The younger brother said disdainfully. The eldest brother didn't say anything, and only the sound of burning wood in the fire could be heard in the room. After a while, the eldest brother said, I heard from the third brother that he took a job in Jiangpu to build a wall for a group of rich people. He said that in that rich family, there were tons of rice and other food enough for dozens of people to eat for more than half a year. I think if we really have no food to eat, we can go to the rich family to rob. Although this is also illegal, it is more reliable than robbing a house in the city. If it doesn't work, at most you will be beaten, but your life will be saved. Really? Then don't wait, brother. The road is not easy to walk now. Let's go tomorrow. I can't find the place. We have to contact the third brother. Without him to lead the way, none of us can find it. Then let's go to the third brother now, to ask what he means. His family doesn't have much food. Okay, put out the fire, we go now. The two brothers put on their cotton-padded jackets, put out the fire, left the room, and walked towards the east end of the village. The next morning, John Lay's comrades in arms arrived here with their families. In fact, when John Lay called them before the end of the world, they were not ready to come here. It was not until the meteor shower came that they knew that things were really as John Lay said, so they hurriedly contacted John Lay to say that they would rush over. For this matter, John Lay was very embarrassed when he asked Xiang Qian for the second time if he needed people. After all, they said they couldn't come when he asked them the first time, but they only thought of coming when the meteor shower came, which made John Lay very embarrassed. Xiang Qian didn't feel anything about this. After all, this was normal. Before the end of the world, if you told people that the world was about to end, few people would believe it. And they were not alone. They basically had families with them, and they couldn't make any decisions on their own. So Xiang Qian didn't have any aversion, and when he heard that they agreed to come, he agreed immediately. After all, the end of the world was not something he could handle alone, and a hero needed 3 helpers. Zhang Lei's comrades came in total, namely Wu Wei, Yan Guang and Li Cheng. They were all retired from the same special forces as Zhang Lei, and their combat effectiveness was absolutely unquestionable. Xiang Qian received the 3 of them very politely. After all, they were all his future base. However, after they came, a problem also arose. Xiang Qian's house was not big enough to accommodate them. The 3-story building has only 12 rooms in total, not counting the studio and attic occupied by Xiang Qian. Now living here are Xiang Qian's family of 3, Zhao Ming's family of 3 plus his grandmother, Zhang Lei, and his old mother, and a dozen orphans from the orphanage plus Lang Ning and Grandma Wang. So many of them have filled up all the rooms. Finally, with no other options, the orphans in the orphanage had to sleep in the living room, freeing up a room for the 3 families. Zhang Lei and his comrades did not say anything about this. This was not the time to worry about living conditions. It was good enough that they could take you in. They did not care about these things at all. It was already noon when everything was arranged. The parents of Wu Wei and the other 3 took the initiative to help cook and quickly prepared a sumptuous lunch. Xiao Qian, I'm sorry, the 3 of us. After dinner, Xiang Qian, Zhang Lei, and the other 2 went outside to smoke. Yang Guang suddenly spoke, but before he could finish, Xiang Qian interrupted him. Brother Yang, don't say that. I understand. After all, you are also responsible for your family, and this matter cannot be decided on a whim. Anyway, now that you are here, don't say those unnecessary things. I have always regarded Brother Lei as my elder brother. You are all Brother Lei's brothers, and you are also my elder brothers. The world is in chaos now, and it may get even more chaotic in the future. I can rest assured after you come. After all, I can't even protect myself without some strength, let alone my family. This will be our home in the future. If anyone wants to do something bad to our home, I don't think you will let them go, Brother Yang. Xiang Qian said with a smile, but his meaning was very clear. Xiao Qian, don't worry, we brothers will definitely protect the safety here when we get here. We don't have any other skills, but this little thing is no problem. Wu Wei immediately patted his chest and said, with strong confidence in his tone, and the other 2 also looked confident. Well, I know Brother Lei's skills. You and Brother Lei are from the same place, so there is no doubt about it. By the way, what weapons do you usually use? Do you have any special requirements? After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he remembered that he had not yet equipped Zhang Lei and others with weapons, so he asked hurriedly. Wu Wei and the other two were stunned for a moment and didn't react. Only Zhang Lei knew what was going on, so he had to explain it to the three of them. That was great. People from their place would definitely love guns. After hearing that Xiang Qian could make them, they all expressed their requirements. But at this moment, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from the gate of the yard, and it wasn't just one car, but at least 3 or 4. The 4 of Zhang Lei looked at each other, and then cast their eyes on Xiang Qian, meaning that they were waiting for Xiang Qian to make a decision. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Open the door quickly. The sound of iron rods knocking on the door was heard, followed by the shouts of several people, but from the sound, it was clear that these people were not here to visit, but to cause trouble. Chapter 16. What do you want? Xiang Qian shouted at the door, then turned and whispered to Zhang Lei, Brother Lei, where is the electromagnetic rail gun on the table in my studio? Zhang Lei nodded, then winked at Wu Wei and the other 3, and ran into the room. At this time, everyone in the room heard a knock on the door and came out. We want to buy some food and pork. Let's see how much we want to buy. You open the door first. An impatient voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked unhappy when they heard the people outside talking like that. They were not here to buy food, but to rob it. If you don't sell it, you can go back to where you came from. Xiang Qian said disdainfully. These rabble also wanted to rob his food. It was simply an international joke. However, he was not prepared to take action right away. He had seen many such things, but others had not seen the cruelty of the early days of the end of the world. Today was a good opportunity for them to see it. Damn it, open the door quickly, why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't think you're safe if you don't open the door. I'm driving a dump truck today, don't force me to bang the door. The person outside said arrogantly. At this time, Zhang Lei had already taken Xiang Qian's electromagnetic rail gun. Xiang Qian took it and said to Zhang Lei, Brother Lei, open the door, I want to see what they are going to do. Okay, but you have to stand back. Zhang Lei has seen the power of the electromagnetic rail gun, and he is not afraid of any danger to Xiang Qian and others. As for him, Wu Wei and the other 4, they didn't take the people outside the door seriously at all. As long as they didn't have guns, they wouldn't pose any threat to them. Zhang Lei and the other 4 walked to the door and opened it, then stepped back without taking action directly. Bang! The people outside the door heard the sound of the door opening and kicked it with a loud noise. The one walking in front was a middle-aged man, with a full beard and a scar at the corner of his eye. He had nothing in his hand, a cigarette in his mouth, his hands in his pockets, and walked in arrogantly. There were 17 or 18 people behind him, each holding a stick or other weapon in his hand. Brother, it's really warm in here. Rich people know how to enjoy themselves. As soon as they entered the yard, a man next to the middle-aged man in the lead rubbed his hands and said, Nonsense, if I had money, I would enjoy myself more than them. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Qian and the others, but when he saw Wu Wei and the other 4, his eyes narrowed because he felt danger. But when he thought of the dozen people behind him, he didn't take them seriously. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jean Lin. People in the underworld call me Brother Lin. I came here today to buy some food, but your attitude just now made me very upset, so I want your place. Since you have prepared such a good place for me to live, each of you can take as much food as you can. Don't say I am not moral. Who do you think you are? I have never heard of such a person in the underworld. You are a bunch of bad people, and you still want to take advantage of us. I think you are tired of living. Zhao Ming started to mock them directly, because he didn't see these people had guns, so he was not afraid at all. Let alone the real guns of Xiang Qianshou. If Zhang Lei wanted to kill them, he could handle them alone. Now there were 3 comrades of Zhang Lei. Zhao Ming was not afraid at all, and he spoke arrogantly. Shut up. My friend, it's not easy to live in this world. We can't give up the place. There are so many of us, and we need to eat, but it's not good to let you go back empty-handed after coming here. So I give you 10 bags of rice, just as a friendship, and I hope this friend will give me some face. Just after Zhao Ming finished speaking, he was patted by his father, and then he spoke to Jean Lin and the others. Zhao Ming's father is a real businessman, who believes in making money through harmony. Although he knows that Xiang Qian has weapons, he would rather avoid fighting in the end. That's why he spoke up. Anyway, 10 bags of rice are not a big number for them, so they can just consider it as a loss to avoid disaster. Xiang Qian didn't say anything, and his father Xiang Junyi didn't say anything either. Xiang Qian didn't say anything because he wanted to let the gangsters have a good time, and let his parents see the darkness of the end of the world. Xiang Junyi didn't say anything because it was difficult to refute Zhao Ming's father's opinion, and at the same time, he didn't object to this method of handling. Because they are both businessmen, it is better not to take action if it is possible, although he is sure that Zhang Lei and others can kill all these people. Haha. I am dying of laughter. Who do you think you are? I am giving you face. 10 bags of rice. You are just treating beggars like that. Get out of here right now. This is my territory from now on. I count to 3. If you keep hesitating, don't blame my brothers behind me for not agreeing. They have bad tempers. Jinlin laughed. Zhang Lei, do it. Xiang Junyi couldn't help it, and said directly. He knew that the other party was determined to deal with them, so there was nothing to say. Yes, do it. Zhang Lei yelled at the 3 people, and then rushed up quickly. Wu Wei and the other 2 did the same thing. Fuck, you guys, it hurts me so much. Jinlin was knocked down by Zhang Lei before he could finish cursing, and fell to the ground groaning. The rest of the people were the same. Although they were holding sticks, it was the same as not holding any for Zhang Lei and his people. After a confrontation, in less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen people were all lying on the ground groaning, and this was the reason why Zhang Lei and his people did not kill them. How did you know there was food here? Xiang Qian saw that the battle was over and walked up to ask. Humph. You dare to hit me. Do you know who my uncle is? Oh, stop hitting me, I'm telling you. The 3rd brother brought us here, he built a wall for you, saw you pulling in cartloads of food, so he came to me, and said he was here to steal the food. Jinlin was very arrogant at first, but after being kicked a few times by Xiang Qian, he became obedient, and then pointed at a person lying on the ground next to him and groaned. Xiang Qian didn't think it was because of this, he thought it was because the insulation film he made was too conspicuous. After all this time, it was because of the wall. Now we have to kill them. Xiang Qian walked towards the 3rd brother, who was also regretting. When he saw Xiang Qian coming, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, I was wrong, but I didn't want to steal food. At first, I found a few people to help you and build the unfinished wall for you. You just need to give us a meal. But I didn't expect that the news was known by Jinlin, and he forced me to lead the way. I had no choice but to bring them here. I really didn't want to steal food. Please let us go. We asked the 3rd brother to work for you. We just needed to be fed. But later Jinlin forced us to come here, so we followed him. At this time, a pair of brothers next to him also knelt down and said. Xiang Qian looked at them, and suddenly turned to his father and said, Dad, Uncle Zhao, tell me what to do. Brothers, please let us go. Jinlin forced us to come here. This matter has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, everyone except Jinlin knelt on the ground and spoke loudly, and some began to kowtow. Xiang Junyi discussed with Zhao Ming's father for a while before speaking to everyone. You all go. If it happens again, it will not be so easy. Zhang Lei, break one of Jinlin's legs and throw him out. You dare, my uncle is Before Jinlin finished speaking, Zhang Lei broke one of his legs. He screamed and fainted. Thank you, brother. We won't do it again. The others shuddered when they saw Jinlin's miserable appearance and said hurriedly. Okay, carry him away too. A group of people carried Jinlin into the car, and then drove away quickly, leaving only a pool of blood and messy tire marks on the snow in front of the door. After everyone entered the house, Zhang Lei and the others closed the door, and were pulled into the studio by Xiang Qian, who began to make weapons for them. Brother, are you okay? We go to the hospital now. Just hold on. The people in the car said immediately, when they saw Jinlin wake up. Fuck, it hurts so much. I will never let them go. You, hit! The people in several cars lost consciousness at the same time. Without the overriding control of the people, the vehicles were quickly parked on the roadside. In fact, when Xiang Qian walked up to them, he let the nanomechanical bugs enter their bodies. When they left, he gave the nanomechanical bugs an order to destroy the brain nerves. After the timing was right, this scene appeared. Xiang Qian disagreed with Xiang Junyi and Zhao Ming's decision. Their idea was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. But now is the end of the world. When they can't even eat, how can they expect them not to tell others the secrets of their family? If they let these people go back today, they will be in trouble. In the future, at least a dozen waves of people will come to them to rob food. Although those people will not cause any harm to Xiang Qian next time, he is too lazy to make trouble, so he just dealt with them directly. As for the concept of my father and others, they can only change little by little in the future. It is good enough to be able to do this today. In the next few days, Xiang Qian was either making equipment or staying with his family. It is only the beginning of the apocalypse. His gene nuclear power is not enough, and many things have not appeared yet, so Xiang Qian has quite a lot of free time. But after Xiang Qian saw the news on TV, he remembered that the first turmoil after the apocalypse is coming. Chapter 17. At present, we have collected all the grain from the surrounding major grain warehouses and non-staple food processing plants, and are now storing them in the military warehouse. However, according to statistics, this grain is only enough for us to consume for 1 year. If there is no replenishment after 1 year, we will fall into a food crisis. This year, the grain production in the entire area north of the Yangtze River has decreased, and the grain base in the northeast has not harvested a single grain. Only the south has a little production, but the grain is not enough to be distributed, and the higher-ups cannot give us any support. At the same time, there are more and more cases of animals attacking people. According to the analysis report of the Research Institute, all animals and plants have undergone some kind of mutation, and the reasons for these animal and plant mutations are still unknown. In addition, the urban-rural fringe is becoming more and more chaotic. People in the countryside can no longer survive, and are rushing to the city. There have been 3 large-scale armed fights in Taishan New District. The original residents of Taishan New District have basically been driven out. Now there are thousands of villagers from several villages in Liuhe who clashed with employees of a large factory yesterday. Yesterday, the power grid notified us that the power grid in JS province has been overloaded for nearly a month, and many places have already hit problems. At the same time, the coal in several major power plants is almost used up. Now the heavy snow has covered all the main lines in JS province and AH province, and coal from outside cannot be transported in at all. If we don't reduce the use of electricity, there will be no electricity available in a week at most. The heavy snow for 7 consecutive days has collapsed many buildings, and the on-duty personnel in various urban areas have found that there are more and more gangsters. In the large multifunctional conference room of the NJ military region, a group of leaders from the NJ military region, JS province, and NJ city gathered here for a meeting, and a staff officer reported the current situation. However, as the staff officer reported, the faces of the big men became longer and longer. After nearly an hour of reporting, there was no good news. It's all a mess, and some problems are simply beyond our ability to solve. Xiao Zhang, is there no good news at all? The commander of the NJ military region cursed, and then asked the staff officer who had just made the report with expectation. Reporting to the chief, there is some good news, but... Staff officer Zhang said with a weird look on his face. What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and tell me. It's better to have good news than nothing. It makes me feel better. The day before yesterday, the Meteorological Bureau and the Environmental Protection Bureau reported that we don't have to worry about global warming from now on. At the same time, the PM 2.5 level in NJ City has exceeded the best level in history, and set a new record. Staff Officer Zhang had no choice but to bite the bullet, and said with a weird look on his face. Poof! The secretary of the JS Provincial Party Committee, who was drinking water, sprayed directly, and the leaders of NJ City all changed their faces, hating the 2 stupid directors in their hearts. It's already dozens of degrees below zero. Of course there is no need to worry about global warming, that's for sure. And that other idiot, your family has been snowing for 7 consecutive days, the factory has stopped working, and there are no vehicles on the road, so PM 2.5 will definitely drop. Haha. It's really good news. The commander of the NJ military region ignored the ugly faces of the big guys in JS province and grinned twice. Commander Huang, can you send some soldiers from the NJ military region to patrol? The city can't be in chaos. The secretary of the JS Provincial Party Committee said. Patrol? How can we patrol in this weather? The snow on the road is as high as a person. The soldiers patrolling outside are eating and sleeping in the homes of ordinary people. They can't go back to the camp. How can you send people? Commander Huang shook his head. Can you send some people to repair the power grid? We can't have a power outage now. If we do, people will freeze to death. Secretary Liu, it's not that I, Huang, don't want to help. We have a long history. But think about it. Sending people up the mountain at this time, is that to repair the power grid? That's sending people to die. Commander Huang continued to shake his head. Alas! What can we do? If there is a power outage, how many people will freeze to death in such cold weather without air conditioning? Secretary Liu's brows were almost wrinkled together. Others also racked their brains to think of a solution, but under the current conditions, it seemed that there was no way to solve these problems. Bang bang bang. Report. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Report to the commander. The company guarding the Yangtze River Bridge reports that tens of thousands of people are crossing the bridge from Jianbei, and they have stopped them. Those people are residents of Taishan New District and Dacheng. They said they were driven out of their homes, and now have nothing to eat. They crossed the bridge to the city to seek an explanation from the leaders. They have no place to live, and no food to eat. The soldier who came in reported loudly. Okay, you go out. Xiao Zhang, go contact the armed police force under the bridge, and ask them to be on standby at any time. At the same time, notify the soldiers guarding the bridge not to clash with the people. If they can't stop them, let them cross the bridge. Commander Huang thought for a moment and said, No, we can't let them enter the city, that would be a big deal. Secretary Liu immediately retorted. If we don't let them enter the city, will we let them freeze to death on the Yangtze River Bridge? The dozens of soldiers on the bridge can't hold on at all. They only have 30 bullets in their hands, and can't stop tens of thousands of people at all. Besides, even if I could stop them, I would not give the order. My soldiers would never point their guns at civilians. Commander Huang was also angry, slamming the table and standing up and shouting. If you let them into the city, do you know how many casualties will be caused? They will have food and a place to sleep in the city, but they will still go to rob. You are indulging them by doing this. If a mass incident occurs, you will be fully responsible. Secretary Liu also stood up and shouted. That's your problem. If you have arranged it well, they won't make trouble. Xiao Zhang, what are you still doing there? Didn't you hear what I said? Commander Huang didn't want to continue arguing with Secretary Liu, so he spoke directly to Staff Officer Zhang. Yes, Chief, I notify you right away. Staff Officer Zhang immediately responded. Bang. You're making a fuss. Humph. Secretary Liu had no choice but to slam the table and sit down again, sulking there. After all, he couldn't command the army. At this time, Political Commissar Yin, who was sitting next to Commander Huang, saw the two people quarreling like this, and hurriedly said, Secretary Liu, in fact, those people can be arranged, and it's easy to solve the problem of food. Just give them 3 bowls of porridge and some pickles every day. There is no problem with living. Although there are no residential buildings for them to live in, Nanjing has subways and air raid shelters. These 2 places can easily accommodate more than 100,000 people. It's just that the location is a little worse, but these 2 places are definitely warm. With a thick quilt, people will definitely not freeze to death. This saves electricity and solves the problem. Our military region also knows that you are under a lot of pressure, but we hope you will also understand us. Our duty as soldiers is to protect the people. It is impossible to watch so many people freeze to death there, and it is even more impossible to point guns at ordinary people. This is a matter of principle. Food is easy to talk about, but where can we find people to cook for them? If we give them food, they will eat it up in 2 days, and then they will not give it to you again. Secretary Liu spoke after a long while, and his tone was still very unhappy. This is easy to solve. Our military region can solve it. We can send a few field cooking trucks. Food will be distributed according to the number of people. There will be people standing guard nearby, so we are not afraid of them causing trouble. Political Commissar Yin continued, not caring about Secretary Liu's tone at all. Then the atmosphere finally eased, and they began to discuss solutions to other problems. At night, those people were also arranged to go to the subway station. Anyway, the subway was stopped now, and they would not affect traffic if they moved in. When the big guys were preparing to rest, they received another notification document from above. When they saw this document, they were all scared and sweated. Especially Secretary Liu, he was now glad that Commander Huang did not choose to suppress those people. Because according to the central government's documents, more than 100 counties and cities across the country had the same situation as NJ, and dozens of counties and cities chose to suppress by force. As a result, all the main leaders of these counties and cities were arrested and charged with treason. However, even so, the death toll in the country reached 100,000 in 3 days. This was also the first turmoil after the beginning of the end of the world. Although it was handled quickly, it also laid the groundwork for the outbreak of the next bigger problem. Chapter 18. Son, can the seeds adjusted by the gene modifier mentioned in the news really adapt to such low temperatures? It would be great if it really works, then people wouldn't starve to death. Xiang Jinyi said with emotion after reading the news. How is it possible? Black technology is not magic. Changing the genes of seeds can improve cold resistance. But that can't fundamentally solve the problem. Plant growth does not depend entirely on the environment. Factors such as sunshine time, soil fertility, pests and diseases must also be considered. If you ask me, As long as the seeds of these experiments are planted, there will definitely be problems within half a month. Xiang Qian said disdainfully. He knew that in the early days of the end of the world, the top leaders of various countries regarded the abilities of the evolvers as omnipotent. Just as the news just said, the temperature is low now, and crops are not cold resistant, so let the black technology master design a device that can change plant genes, and then let the equipment manufacturer manufacture it. Wouldn't it solve the problem? But the funny thing is that these products that are taken for granted, without exception, have failed due to various problems. Just like the seeds nowadays, they can survive in an environment below 100 degrees below zero after being planted, but the problem is that the ability of these seeds to resist pests and diseases has been greatly reduced. As a result, in less than a month, all of them were eaten by insects. The funnier things are still to come. For some people, they are not afraid of insects, just spray pesticides. It's okay that the pesticides before the end of the world are useless against the evolved insects. Just let the black technology controller design a new pesticide chemical molecular formula drawing and then manufacture it. But the result is that the insects are killed, and the crops grown cannot be eaten. The toxicity contained in the crops is too high, and basically 1 grain of food can kill an elephant. What's the point of growing such crops? Let's euthanize them together. No way. How can you be so sure that these seeds will have problems? Xiang Juni asked, puzzled. Obviously, they use black technology in the wrong direction. If they use black technology to make some weapons and equipment, it's okay. At least there are some data and targets for reference. There is nothing wrong with this gene modifier itself, but genes can be messed up. The difference between human genes and other animal genes is only a few %, but I don't need to tell you how big the difference is between humans and animals. It is useless to adjust the cold resistance gene of a seed very strongly. Each gene chain does not exist alone, and changing one will cause a chain reaction. Just like now, if the gene chain of human muscle tissue is modified, people can lift 10,000 tons of things. Muscle tissue can burst out such a strong force, but can bones and internal organs bear it? They definitely can't bear it. What is the result of not being able to bear it? That is, the muscle tissue will burst out with power instantly, directly killing humans. Now this gene modifier is such a thing, which can modify cold resistance genes, growth genes, and nutrient absorption genes separately. In this way, plants grow faster, but I don't need to tell you the result. Xiang Qian explained patiently. After Xiang Qian said this, everyone understood. However, Zhao Ming suddenly said, "You are so good, but I haven't seen you make anything." Now the country's super fighter jets, laser weapons, and dozens of nuclear power plants that have just been put into use, aren't these all black technologies? I haven't seen you make these things, and I don't know what you are doing all day long. Anyway, apart from heating, everyone has nothing to gain. Xiang Qian's face was dark, and he said to Zhao Ming speechlessly, "It took hundreds of people to make it together. If you ask me to make a nuclear power unit alone, the genetic nuclear power is not enough. As for the fighter you mentioned, the junk that claims to be able to fly out of the atmosphere, do you believe that I can shoot it down with one shot? Just brag, your broken gun can only shoot birds, you can dream of shooting down a plane," Zhao Ming said with contempt. Xiang Qian was completely speechless this time. It was a cannon. It was only in its initial form, so it looked like a gun. He was too lazy to argue with Zhao Ming. Would he shoot down a plane just to argue about right and wrong? He was not stupid. If he didn't prove it with facts, he couldn't explain it to others, because people didn't understand the theory. He couldn't say the level of the black technology weapons. Those things were too advanced, and people now had no idea about them. So Xiang Qian simply shut up and said nothing. The electromagnetic railgun he made was a first-level 5-star equipment, while the super fighter shown on TV was only a first-level 3-star equipment. In terms of level, the broken plane was 2 stars behind his electromagnetic railgun, and there was no comparison at all. You have to know that the difference of 1 star is basically 100 years of technology, and the difference of 2 stars can imagine how much difference in technology content there is. After watching the news, the men played cards and the women played mahjong. Now we can't go out, and there are no entertainment facilities. If we don't find something to do at home every day, we will go crazy sooner or later. Xiang Qian didn't participate. He returned to the laboratory to continue designing the radar. This time, he didn't use the ability of the black technology controller. He relied entirely on the knowledge in his mind, and assembled it bit by bit with nanomechanical insects. Because the radar he designed this time did not belong to the first-level civilization technology at all, so with his current ability, as a first-level black technology controller, he could not form a blueprint of the radar at all. so he could only do it himself, assembling it bit by bit. As a result, as soon as Xiang Qian entered the studio, he saw Lung Ning frowning and looking at the cell reaction data on the screen, muttering something. Xiang Qian couldn't understand what Lung Ning was researching at all. The knowledge in his mind was basically related to weapons, and he had never studied genetic technology. He walked over and took a casual look, and found that Lung Ning didn't notice his existence at all, so he could only shrug and leave. Can you make a device that can display the changes of gene chains in real time, or when cells divide? Lung Ning suddenly asked. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment. His mind couldn't keep up with Lung Ning's rhythm, and asked curiously, gene chains change in real time? Look, this is a protein composed of 191 amino acid residues that I produced using DNA recombination technology. It can activate and repair aging cells. But look here, have you found anything? Lung Ning pointed at the screen and said. Xiang Qian looked at the pile of soap bubbles on the screen and couldn't see what was wrong with them. Why are the colors of these bubbles different, and they look so weird, so ugly? Xiang Qian looked at it for a while and said with a sneer, soap bubbles. This is a schematic diagram of the spatial structure of protein molecules. Lung Ning was speechless. He really wanted to say that your bubbles look like this, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He rolled his eyes and continued, during cell division, one of the steps is to redistribute the copied DNA into 2 equal copies of DNA. This process is controlled by a special protein called cyclin-dependent kinase. At this time, cyclin-dependent kinase phosphorylates a mitochondrial protein TOM6, which means that this kinase modifies TOM6 and activates it. TOM6 is a component of the mitochondrial protein entrance valve. It is responsible for importing all proteins that function in mitochondria. Xiang Qian interrupted Lung Ning's endless speech and said speechlessly, "Speak human language." Lung Ning was very unhappy to be interrupted by Xiang Qian, but when she saw his depressed eyes, she knew that she had said too much and Xiang Qian didn't understand at all. She had no choice but to speak in simple language. The special protein I produce is defective, which causes the mitochondria to absorb and release energy faster when the cells divide. Although the cells seem to divide quickly and are full of vitality, it won't take long for the divided cells to divide again. The number of times human cells divide is limited, because each time a cell divides, the chromosomes become shorter. So my approach seems to make people younger, but in fact it is burning up vitality. Now I want to find all the changes in cells when they divide, see if I can find the specific reasons, and then use the ability of a scientific predictor to deduce a solution. Xiang Qian understood now. He knew that Lung Ning was making the famous cell division potion. That potion could divide cells without damage, would not cause any impact on the human body, and could extend human life. But he knew that Lung Ning could not succeed now. Although he did not understand the issue of genes and NDA, he knew. To make this potion, a special substance in the body of the evolved beast must be used. And the higher the level of the evolved beast, the higher the level of the extracted substance, and the longer the lifespan that can be extended by the longevity potion. This is also the reason why advanced evolutionary beasts are so valuable in the future. However, at this time, evolutionary beasts have not appeared on a large scale. Without the special substances in the evolutionary beasts, condensation cannot be successfully studied. It is no problem to manufacture the thing, but it is not possible now because the genetic nuclear power is not enough. According to you, the technological content of that equipment is too high. You also know that the more technology exceeds the current technological level of human beings, the more genetic nuclear power is consumed. Do you think that with my current genetic nuclear power reserves, I can manufacture such a device? Xiang Qian said tactfully. He didn't want to hit Lung Ning. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the country. There are so many evolvers in the country, they will definitely be able to make the equipment I want. I have to wait here, it's really depressing. Lung Ning looked at Xiang Qian disappointedly and muttered. Xiang Qian retreated, he was speechless. He was hit twice in one night. Fortunately, he had a good psychological quality, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. Turning around and leaving the studio, Xiang Qian was no longer in the mood to continue working on the radar, and prepared to go back to sleep. At the same time, he made up his mind that when the evolved beasts appeared in large numbers, he must stock up more gene nuclear power liquid. And it must be the concentrated type. A bottle of 100 milliliters concentrated liquid is equivalent to 10 bottles of 500 milliliters gene nuclear power liquid now. When the time comes, he will be crazy about manufacturing equipment. Xiang Qian thought about the scene of drinking gene nuclear power liquid in his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was about to go to bed when his cell phone rang. Chapter 19. Xiang Qian took a look and found that it was a call from Boss Li. Hello, Boss Xiang. I am Old Li who built the wall for you. I wonder if you still remember me. Boss Li's polite voice came from the phone. As soon as Xiang Qian heard the attitude of the voice, he knew that the other party wanted to ask him for help, otherwise he would not be so polite. But now that the call has been answered, let's listen to what it is. If it is a small problem, I will help, but if it is a troublesome problem, forget it. It's Boss Li, I remember. I wonder if Boss Li has anything to do. Just call me Lao Li. I'm not a boss now. Today I called Boss Xiang with a thick face to trouble him. I was really desperate, so I wanted to ask him for help. This is what happened. Boss Li said that Xiang Qian knew what was going on, so it wasn't a big deal to help. Originally, after Boss Li left halfway through the project, he took the money to buy food. But where could he buy food at that time? In the end, he used his connections to spend more than 1 million yuan to buy a meal of food. After the end of the world, although there were no vegetables to eat, they would not starve if they had food. But Boss Li did not expect that too much food would also be a disaster. The day before yesterday, a gangster ran to his house with a large group of people and wanted to rob food. Fortunately, they had a large family. At that time, Boss Li's 3 brothers and 5 young men in their 20s blocked the door with knives and prevented the gangsters from taking the food. But after those gangsters went back, they also gathered people. These people were several times theirs, so they had the advantage even if they blocked the door. It can be said that they fought with the gangsters and both sides were injured. More than a dozen people were stabbed, and several people on their side were also stabbed. Although the gangsters were beaten back, they would not be able to resist if someone came next time. With no other choice, Boss Li and his brothers began to look for a way out, but when they heard about the situation, who dared to help, even though Boss Li and his brothers said that as long as they could take them away, they would not want any of the remaining food, and they just needed to order porridge from them every day so that they would not starve to death. But they didn't dare to look for Boss Li, who was powerful, in case they got into the wolf's mouth after not escaping from the tiger's mouth. And the less powerful didn't dare to take in Boss Li and his family. As a result, they made countless calls in a day, but Boss Li still couldn't find anyone. If the matter dragged on, their lives would be in danger, so Boss Li had no choice but to call Xiang Qian. He promised that as long as Xiang Qian didn't take them away, he would give all the food to Xiang Qian and give them a meal. At the same time, after their family members recovered from their injuries, they continued to build the wall of Xiang Qian's yard. Boss Li, it's no problem to take you here, and I don't need the food, but the problem is that I have no place to live here. You also know that my family only has one house, and the rest is the simple house left behind by you when you were working on the wall. Can you live there? Xiang Qian told the truth that it was no problem to take a few people back. Anyway, he was going to recruit people in another year. And Boss Li and his people had food. It was just a trip, and it was a good opportunity to go out for a walk. Okay, no problem, as long as it's habitable. Boss Li said excitedly after hearing this. At this time, it's good to have a place to live. Besides, as long as the simple house is modified, some pipes are added, and a small boiler is burned, it won't freeze people to death. Okay, tell me the address, and I bring people to pick you up tomorrow morning. By the way, how many people are there in total? How many cars do you have? And are there enough seats? We have 2 cars, enough seats for people, but Boss Xiang needs to bring a car to transport the food. Boss Li said embarrassedly. It's okay, I drive a big car there. Xiang Qian said indifferently. Thank you, Boss Xiang. I send the address to your phone right away. Okay, I contact you tomorrow. I'm hanging up. Xiang Qian hung up the phone, threw it away, and went to sleep. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, after Xiang Qian finished his meal, he found Yang Guang and asked him to go out with him. Qianbi, where are you going? Take me with you. It's too boring at home. Zhao Ming heard that Xiang Qian was going out, and immediately ran over to say it. Xiang Qian looked at Zhao Ming's eager look, and agreed without thinking. Anyway, he was just going to pick up a few people, and it didn't matter if Zhao Ming followed him. Brother Yang, take your weapons, we are going to get food. Xiang Qian looked at the 2 of them with empty hands, and said immediately, Okay. Yang Guang nodded seriously after listening. He knew what food meant at this time, and also knew the danger, so he was not surprised at all that Xiang Qian asked him to take weapons. Bring your weapons, I go get them too. Zhao Ming also joined in the fun, and ran back to the room to get his weapons. Xiang Qian shook his head helplessly. too lazy to bother with this guy. After arriving at the door and opening the door, Xiang Qian found that the snow at the door was more than 1 meter thick. How could he drive out? Use super snow melting agent to melt all the snow on the main road, and there is still this little road missing. It's speechless. Xiang Qian looked at the snow at the door helplessly, and then he remembered that his home was a bit remote. J City used the super snow melting agent designed by the Black Technology Master to melt all the snow on the main road, but no one cared about the small road in front of his house. Since he had promised others, it was not easy to break the contract. He was a man of integrity. There was no choice but to modify the vehicle. It happened that the container truck also needed to be modified, and it was not convenient to drive it directly. At the same time, a conveyor belt was added. He didn't want to move the food by himself. The ability of the equipment manufacturer was activated, and the container truck began to be modified. The vehicle was modified very quickly. The whole vehicle was not modified much, except that the container trailer at the back was reduced in size. The remaining container part was only about 3 meters long, and some mechanical arms and automatic conveyor belts were installed inside. The biggest change was in the front part. In order to clear the snow, 2 telescopic vertical spiral blades were installed under the front part. When in use, they will be extended, and the spiral blades will rotate rapidly to clear the snow in front of the car. At the same time, the power of the car was also enhanced by Xiang Qian, and the tires were enlarged to become solid explosion-proof tires, and the adhesion coefficient increased exponentially, so it will not slip on the snow. Xiang Qian looked at it with satisfaction, and sat in the driver's seat, starting the car and waiting for Zhao Ming and Yang Guang. Modifying equipment with the same technological level as now does not consume much genetic nuclear power at all. Moreover, modification is inherently easier than manufacturing, and it also saves genetic nuclear power than manufacturing. Otherwise, Xiang Qian might not waste genetic nuclear power just to pick up people. He can't get genetic nuclear power liquid now. Zhao Ming and Yang Guang also came out with their equipment. When they saw the 2 vertical blades in front of the car, they were stunned. It was only when Xiang Qian honked that the 2 of them reacted. Coins? Can you make a transformer for me to ride in the future? Zhao Ming asked Xiang Qian, with a sly expression after getting in the car. You are dreaming, Transformers. It's good to have this car to ride in. Xiang Qian said unhappily. Buzz, after the 2 got in the car, Xiang Qian started the blades in front, and the rapidly rotating blades made a buzzing sound. The car rushed out of the gate, and Xiang Qian didn't feel any resistance at all, but the snowflakes brought by the blades blocked his sight a little, which made people very unhappy. After getting on the main road and retracting the spiral blades, outsiders could not tell that the car was modified. The commander felt that the tires of the car were 1 size larger, and there was nothing else. This was also the effect Xiang Qian wanted. He did not want to be discovered by the country so early. You know, the country is vigorously looking for evolvers at this time. He did not want to be found, and then the future plan would be ruined. When he was about to take Boss Li's house, Xiang Qian called him, but no one answered. Feeling that something had changed, he immediately accelerated the speed. Come out, or I throw the explosives in. As soon as he arrived at the door of Boss Li's house, Xiang Qian saw a large group of people blocking the way, all holding machetes and sticks. One of them held a bundle of explosives and shouted into the room. When the group saw Xiang Qian's car, they immediately blocked the road. Can you drive? You almost hit me. Come down quickly and compensate me for mental damages. When Xiang Qian saw the gangsters blocking the road, he did not slow down at all, but accelerated forward, and did not brake until he was less than half a meter in front of the gangsters, so he scared the gangsters who blocked the road. A group of gangsters surrounded the cab with machetes, and the threat was obvious. Chapter 20. Brother Yang, I leave them to you. It's okay to shoot when necessary. Your guns are electromagnetic weapons, and won't make a loud noise. Xiang Qian said coldly. Don't worry, there's no need to use guns on these bastards. Yang Guang slightly opened the car door, and kicked it. The gangster standing in front of the car door saw Yang Guang opening the door, and wanted to go forward to open it, but the car door hit him in the face, and he fainted on the spot. Other gangsters saw this, and rushed up with machetes. Yang Guang snatched the machete from the thug in front, and the result was needless to say. In less than a minute, all the thugs who were showing off their power just now fell to the ground. Don't come over here. If you come over here, I will light the explosives, and you won't be able to run away then. The last thug with the explosives threatened Yang Guang with the explosives, and the lighter in his hand was a little unstable. Yang Guang was not threatened at all and continued to walk towards him. If you come over again, I will really light it. Then we will die together. The gangster saw that Yang Guang was almost in front of him, so he gritted his teeth and lit the explosives. The knife flashed, and the fuse of the hat spark had already fallen to the ground. Seeing this, the gangster was stunned. When he wanted to continue to light the explosives, he suddenly blacked out and lost consciousness. Seeing that everything was settled, Xiang Qian got out of the car and walked to the door of Boss Li's house, shouting inside, "Boss Li, everything is settled. Are you okay? If you are okay, then prepare to move." "It's okay, thank you, Boss Xiang. If you hadn't come in time, our family would have been in real danger." Just now in the house, Boss Li and his friends had seen Yang Guang's performance. But they didn't know who Yang Guang was, and they didn't dare to go out. At the same time, in their opinion, Yang Guang's threat was greater than those gangsters. If Yang Guang wanted to break into the house, they couldn't stop him. Until Xiang Qian came over, they were relieved, knowing that Yang Guang would not harm them. But at the same time, another worry surged. Looking at Yang Guang's fighting ability, they knew that their family was no match for him even if they were tied together. If they went to Xiang Qian, if something happened, they probably couldn't run away even if they wanted to. But now is not the time to hesitate. If we tell Xiang Qian that we are not going, you can go back. We probably don't need those gangsters to deal with them. Yang Guang alone is enough. So Boss Li came to Xiang Qian with a smile on his face and thanked him respectfully. "No need to thank me. Everything is ready. Although I am not afraid of those people, I am too lazy to make trouble, so I will leave as soon as I pack up to avoid trouble later." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "It's ready. Just load the food on the car, and you can go," Boss Li said quickly. Boss Li went back to prepare the moving things, and Xiang Qian returned to the door. The gangsters who were lying on the ground and groaning just now had all gotten up, but they didn't dare to go there. They squatted on the ground honestly, not daring to make a sound. "How do you know that Boss Li has food at home?" Xiang Qian asked. "We don't know either. The boss told us to come here." A gangster immediately answered. "Then how did your boss know?" "I don't know, and we don't dare to ask the boss. I do whatever they tell us to do. If we don't listen, we won't have food to eat. Take the fainted man away, get out of here." Xiang Qian was too lazy to bother with these hooligans. He couldn't get anything out of them. But the fact that these hooligans could find Boss Li here meant that someone must have tipped them off. It could be the person who sold Boss Li grain, or the driver who helped Boss Li transport grain, or it could be other reasons. After these hooligans left, Xiang Qian controlled the container to open, lowered the conveyor belt, and prepared to load the grain. But after a while, Boss Li still hadn't come out, and Xiang Qian was a little speechless. "Didn't you say everything was ready? Why are you taking so long? Dad, let's go. Don't take your junk with you. If you like it, I come back and bring it to you when I have time. Don't waste time now." As soon as Xiang Qian entered, he heard Boss Li's voice. He looked inside, and found an old man holding a large cabinet tightly. No matter how others pulled, he couldn't open it. Everyone was afraid of hurting the old man, so they didn't dare to use force, and the situation became stalemate. "Don't try to fool me. I don't know you yet. If I don't take these things with me today, you won't give them to me. Anyway, if you want me to leave, I must take these things with me. Otherwise, you can go by yourself and I will stay here," the old man said stubbornly. When Boss Li saw Xiang Qian, he immediately ran over and said, "Boss Xiang, I'm sorry, my father has a bit of Alzheimer's disease, and he insisted on taking his pile of broken things with him." Looking at the embarrassed Boss Li, Xiang Qian asked curiously, "Isn't it said that people with Alzheimer's disease are the easiest to deceive? Why do I feel that your old man doesn't have Alzheimer's disease at all? What is in the cabinet he grabbed? Just take the things out and leave the cabinet behind." "Hee. It's not Alzheimer's disease, just a bit of feudal superstition. That cabinet is full of books, but they are all books about fortune-telling, feng shui, physiognomy, etc. Actually, my father was not like this before, but for some reason, he started to believe in these things after retirement. No matter how we persuaded him, he still said we were uneducated. My mother died early, and we 3 brothers were all raised by our father, so he liked to study, and we just let him do it. Who would have thought? I'm really sorry, I go over and persuade him again," Boss Li said embarrassedly. "Don't worry, people may be like this when they get old, I go and persuade you. If it doesn't work, take the books away, there's really no place to put them in the cabinet." Xiang Qian shook his head and said, he knew that people like to believe in these things when they get old, and it's normal to treat those books as treasures. Xiang Qian walked to the old man, and Boss Li's brothers also stopped and looked at Xiang Qian awkwardly. Old man, we really have no place to put this cabinet, but we can take the books inside. Do you think this is okay? Xiang Qian said with a smile. Don't lie to me. As soon as I let go, you will pull me away. I won't be fooled. The old man looked at Xiang Qian and shook his head. Xiang Qian was speechless. People always say that old children become more and more like children as they get older. This is the one in front of him. Once he makes up his mind, even 10 cows can't pull him back. Dad, do you know how dangerous it is here? If Boss Xiang hadn't saved us just now, our whole family might have died. We were all raised by you. If you don't leave, we won't leave either. Xiaohu and the others are our sons, and they won't leave either. Everyone stay, and when those hooligans come again, our family will die together. Are you satisfied with this result? If there are antiques in this cabinet, it doesn't matter if it's something commemorative. Why do you treat that pile of broken feudal and superstitious books as treasures? Are the lives of our entire family not worth this pile of broken books? Boss Li said seriously. After hearing this, the old man reluctantly let go of his hand, but the light in his eyes dimmed. Let's go, we don't want it anymore. We don't want it anymore. The things left by our ancestors were lost in this way. Otherwise, even if our country had a weak foundation, it would not have been unable to catch up with country A for decades. Look at the technological level of country A, and then look at the technological level of our country, alas. After the old man finished speaking, he sat down on the ground dejectedly. Dad, although I haven't read much, I know that the level of science and technology can only be improved by scientists' research, not by studying feudal superstitions. You are uneducated, so you are uneducated. You can say whatever you want. Maybe it will take hundreds of years for people to know that what our ancestors left behind is the real profound science. The old man shook his head and was too lazy to argue with him. He said one sentence and stopped talking. But when Xiang Qian heard this, his head buzzed, and the look he gave the old man was different. Because he thought of one thing, that is, there was also a famous scientific prophet in later generations, an old man who was called a master of magic, who said something similar to the old man in front of him. So Xiang Qian felt that the old man in front of him seemed to be no ordinary person, but this gray-haired, skinny old man really couldn't be combined with the figure of the master of magic he had seen. And he hadn't heard that the master of magic had several sons, but he had 2 grandsons. Boss Li, is your father an evolver? Xiang Qian asked while pulling Boss Li. No, actually my father fainted at the beginning, and we were very worried at that time. He stayed in the hospital for half a month before he recovered. People from the government also came to ask about it, but my father didn't have the physique of an evolver. He has been home for such a long time, but his body is still not well, and he is getting weaker and weaker. Boss Li shook his head and said, What is the old man's name? Xiang Qian had a guess in his mind, but he still asked for his name. My father's name is Li Chunfeng. Boss Li said strangely. He really didn't know why Xiang Qian asked his father's name. That's right, Li Chunfeng, known as the Master of Magic, a well-known scientific prophet, and one of the 2 most accomplished people in the quantum mechanics faction. His favorite thing in life is to study the feng shui secrets left by his ancestors, and he often says that feng shui secrets are the advanced application of quantum mechanics. Although many people disagree with his statement, no one can deny his attainments in quantum mechanics, which is why he is called the Master of Magic. Knowing the old man's identity, Xiang Qian certainly would not think that the old man was a stubborn old man as he did just now. Old man, I want to know the relationship between feng shui secrets and quantum mechanics. I wonder if you can tell me about it. Xiang Qian squatted down with a smile and said to the old man, Humph, what is there to say? That's all feudal superstition. You will laugh at me if I say it out loud. The old man said unhappily. No, I didn't say it was feudal superstition. That's what your son said. In my opinion, the quality of feng shui depends on the aura, and quantum mechanics also has quantum field theory. Feng shui is related to people, and also involves quantum entanglement theory. The retribution of good and evil mentioned by our ancestors is related to the core issue of quantum mechanics, causality. So many connections, so much may be accidental, there must be a relationship. So feng shui is certainly not feudal superstition. Whoever says feng shui is feudal superstition, I will be the first to not forgive him. Xiang Qian sold Boss Li without any moral integrity. Sure enough, after listening to Xiang Qian's words, the old man's eyes lit up again. Chapter 21. At this time, everyone around was dumbfounded, staring at Xiang Qian, especially Boss Li, who was completely confused about this sudden change. Young man, you know a lot. Are you interested in being my student? Old Man Li became excited. In his eyes, Xiang Qian was his soulmate. He didn't want this good seedling to be wasted. Even though it was the end of the world, he wanted to pass on everything he had learned to Xiang Qian. Hello, teacher. I will be your student from now on. But let's leave now. I will learn from you when we get home. Xiang Qian agreed immediately. Where can you find such a good thing? Okay, let's leave here quickly and take these treasures with you. Old Man Li said very straightforwardly after getting Xiang Qian's promise. Boss Li and his brothers quickly pulled up the old man, and Xiang Qian also went up to help him walk out. After Old Man Li got on the car, Boss Li smiled and said, Boss Xiang, you still have a way. This is really not good without education. What do you mean I have a way? What I said is the truth. The teacher is really talented and knowledgeable. Do you think I am fooling him? Xiang Qian knew that Boss Li wanted to quit as soon as he saw his expression. Boss Xiang you? Boss Li was confused and couldn't speak clearly. He stood there, not knowing what to say. Brother Li, don't call me Boss Xiang anymore. I am the old man's student now. You can just call me Xiao Qian. Now let's take the old man's books. Those books are really treasures. Xiang Qian said with a smile. If it were before, he would not treat Boss Li like this, but now it is different. The son of the charlatan master, this identity is enough. Besides, he would never let Old Man Li leave, so he would definitely spend a long time with Boss Li's family in the future. Boss Li's family might not have much status now, and they were polite to him, but what about in the future? He couldn't always treat Boss Li's family like this. After all, Old Man Li was there, and he couldn't treat them as workers. Then I'd be generous and call you Xiao Qian. Boss Li looked at Xiang Qian's serious expression, and felt that Xiang Qian was not joking, so he hesitated and called him Xiao Qian. Xiang Qian said with a smile, Why are you so arrogant? Brother Li, you are much older than me, so it's only right for you to call me Xiao Qian. Let's go and move the books. Okay, Boss Li said with a silly smile. Anyone who is not a fool will know that their family is lucky. Although he couldn't understand why Xiang Qian valued the old man so much, it was obviously a good thing. So why think so much? Soon, everything was ready, and many things that were originally going to be thrown away were loaded on Xiang Qian's container truck. Xiang Qian drove in the lead, followed by 2 cars from Boss Li's family, and the 3 cars left quickly. Half an hour after Xiang Qian and his team left, several military vehicles stopped at the door of Boss Li's house. More than a dozen people got off the car, one of whom was Director Zhang, whom Xiang Qian knew. What happened? Why did the people disappear? Director Zhang looked at the ground with bloodstains and weapons, and the room that looked like it had been visited by robbers, and said gloomily, Boss, this bloodstain is no more than an hour old. A man squatted on the ground, looked at the bloodstains and said, Ask around and see what happened here. Director Zhang frowned and said, Yes. Director Zhang looked at the missing things in the room, and his anxious mood calmed down a little. After all, from the things that disappeared in the room, it can be seen that Old Man Li and his family were not kidnapped, but left on their own. However, the bloodstains on the ground made her a little confused. If they left voluntarily, how could there be those bloodstains and weapons? After a while, the people below reported what had just happened to Director Zhang. After learning that the bloodstains were from gangsters, and that Old Man Li and his family were taken away by friends, Director Zhang was relieved. Then he immediately ordered people to find all the interpersonal relationships of Old Man Li's family, and the relatives and friends with power were the key search areas. Boss, is this Professor Li really an evolver? Didn't someone check last time and say he wasn't? How many of those people below are reliable? Professor Li is a professor in the Department of High Energy Physics at Nanjing University. After retirement, he stayed at home to do his own research. If people like him can't become evolvers, then what kind of people can become evolvers? It's just that Professor Li's evolution is very special, and there are only a few in the country. Although evolvers like them can't make things or design blueprints, their value is greater than those evolvers. And based on the research on those special evolvers, a rule has been summarized above. Evolvers, like them, can only be produced among people with professional knowledge above the doctoral level. Professor Li fully meets the requirements of all special evolvers, but the people below don't know that there are such special evolvers, so they regard Professor Li's evolution as an old man's illness. Director Zhang said seriously, she wanted to beat up all those people who were doing the job. But what made Director Zhang collapse was that she had been looking for several days with people, and he had almost found all the connections of Professor Li's family, but still couldn't find Professor Li's family. Then she used the police's electronic police, and found that there were not many cameras in Jiangpu. Only 2 cars of Professor Li's family were seen at an intersection. At the next place with cameras, Xiang Qian's container truck and Professor Li's 2 cars never appeared again. After that, she started to look for information about the container truck there, but she couldn't find any. The manufacturer said they had never produced such a car. Without a license plate and a manufacturer, it was difficult to find out. When she wanted to use satellites to find the unlicensed container truck, all the satellite communication equipment on the Earth was destroyed by the super large-scale solar sunspot eruption. Not to mention using satellites to observe the ground, even mobile phones and televisions were useless. Great disaster. The Dharma ending age. Old Manly stood outside the yard holding a compass, looking at the spinning needle on the compass, muttering in a weird way. Old Manly, can you tell me when I will have a romantic relationship? Except for Zhao Ming, there is no one else who can say such shameless words. He stood next to Old Manly with a mean smile on his face. Ever since Old Manly told Zhao Ming's father about some feng shui issues a few days ago, Zhao Ming insisted on worshipping Old Manly as his teacher and learning feng shui. As a result, he was dismissed by Old Manly for not having enough scientific and cultural knowledge, but this guy was thicker than a city wall and didn't care at all. He continued to follow Old Manly, begging to become his disciple. Anyway, the yard was so small, and Old Manly couldn't leave, so Zhao Ming couldn't follow him. I don't understand those things. I'm a scientist, not a charlatan, Old Manly said unhappily. In his opinion, Zhao Ming was even more of a charlatan than him. He was studying the scientific culture left by his ancestors, but Zhao Ming treated those things as magic, asking about this today and that tomorrow, as if he knew everything. How could you not understand? You see, all the electronic equipment in the world is broken now. With you here, even sunspots dare not come. Although the computer can only play single-player games, it is better than nothing. Zhao Ming continued to say with a smile. That is the nanofilm made by Xiao Qian that blocks the invasion of charged ions. What does it have to do with me being here? I am standing outside the yard now. Don't you see that the magnetic field is disordered? I am useless. Old Manly was speechless. He had seen people who were uneducated, but he had never seen such an uneducated and shameless person. You said it has nothing to do with you. I can't feel the magnetic field, but you can. Although Qianbi is a double evolver, he is definitely not as powerful as you. I don't believe it. You can feel it with this. Don't follow me. Old Manly almost vomited blood in anger. Can people feel the magnetic field? He threw the compass to Zhao Ming, turned around and walked away. After walking 2 steps, he didn't forget to say something. The impact of sunspots on the Earth is not only what people can see. There are more invisible impacts that are also affecting and subtly changing the familiar Earth in the past. When people are still struggling with communication, they don't know what is happening in that uninhabited place. Xiang Qian, the only one who knows all this, is looking at the light blue potion in his hand with a smile on his face. Chapter 22. Xiao Qian, you really won't get sick after injecting this medicine. Lin Ling looked at the light blue medicine in Xiang Qian's hand and asked curiously. Others also pricked up their ears to listen, because Xiang Qian called everyone together and said that he would inject antiviral immunity medicine to prevent everyone from getting sick. Mom, it can't be said that you will never get sick, it just temporarily increases the body's immunity, so that you won't get sick during this period. Xiang Qian said in plain words. The light blue medicine in his hand was actually a super nutrient solution diluted thousands of times, but it contained tens of thousands of nanomechanical insects. After these nano-machine bugs enter their bodies, they will start to clean up all kinds of harmful bacteria in their bodies and detect their physical condition at the same time. If there is any emergency, Xiang Qian will get the news immediately. Is that so? Will something happen during this period? Lin Ling nodded in confusion, but caught the key point of Xiang Qian's words. Yes, yesterday's super large-scale sunspot eruption will have a great impact on the Earth. We have protective equipment above our heads, so you may not feel it. But now, the outside world is already in chaos. This solar sunspot outbreak is different from previous periodic outbreaks. This time it is a combination of super sunspots plus super strong solar wind plus solar magnetic storms. Now satellite communications and radio have been interrupted. Various electronic components and magnetic energy components have been affected by this solar combination package. Most of them have been damaged. Even high-voltage wires have been scrapped due to the instantaneous ultra-high voltage. These are all visible to the naked eye. Things like bacteria and viruses will also multiply in large numbers when solar sunspots erupt. In addition, due to the influence of mysterious substances in the air, Various viruses will also begin to mutate when they reproduce. Although the temperature outside is very low now, the virus will basically not spread, but no one can be sure whether there is a mutated virus. So everyone should inject this medicine to ensure safety. After all, there have been many large-scale influenza outbreaks during the historical sunspot eruptions. According to the scale of this outbreak, the probability of virus mutation is very high, otherwise I would not call everyone here. Xiang Qian organized his words and said. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, although everyone didn't quite understand what sunspots were, they also knew that injecting this medicine would be good for them. So they didn't ask any more questions and started to let Xiang Qian inject the medicine. After all the injections were completed, only Xiang Qian, Leng Ning and Li Chunfeng, the old man, had not been injected in the whole yard. Because no matter what the virus mutates into, it will not have any effect on the evolvers, so Xiang Qian doesn't need to waste the nanomechanical bugs. Besides, even if the nanomachine bugs entered their bodies, it would be impossible to detect them. You have to know that the genetic nuclear force in the bodies of the evolvers is no joke. As long as these 10,000 nanomachine bugs enter their bodies, they will be instantly wiped out by the genetic nuclear force, and at the same time, unnecessary misunderstandings will be caused. Back in the studio, Xiang Qian started the manufacturing work of the second-level technology radar. After all, this is the time when countries have the lowest control over their countries. Satellite networks cannot be used, missiles and planes cannot fly, and even if something happens, it cannot be transmitted to them. So Xiang Qian planned to manufacture this radar, so that he could take advantage of it. He knew that this shop would be gone after he came here. After the solar sunspot explosion, which was equivalent to a super large-scale EMP bomb, was over, he would have no chance to take advantage of it. Fortunately, the manufacture of this radar began half a month ago, and it has entered the final stage. Xiang Qian estimated that he could finish this radar with just one all-nighter tonight. Now, he was full of energy, controlling the nanomachine worms to assemble bit by bit. Can you give me the medicine that temporarily improves the body's immunity for research? This is what Leng Ning said as he walked to Xiang Qian. That's not a medicine. It's just a super nutrient solution diluted thousands of times, and 10,000 nanomechanical insects. You know the contribution of super nutrient solution. Ordinary people can't use it. They can only dilute it, but after injection, the human body will feel full of strength. The main role is played by the nanomechanical insects. After entering the human body, they will start to clean up the pathogenic viruses in the human body and detect the human body's condition. If there is any problem, I can know it at the first time. So I was just lying to them. It wasn't an immunization drug at all. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, then told the truth. Then why did you do this? Could it be that some special virus really appeared? I know that when sunspots erupt, the genetic factors in the virus cells mutate and undergo mutational inheritance, producing a subtype of influenza virus that is highly infectious, but the human body is immune to it. But the outdoor temperature now does not meet the conditions for virus transmission at all. Leng Ning thought for a moment and said, if it was before, there really was no condition for the virus to spread. But don't forget that now, under the influence of the mysterious substance in the meteorite, the human body has evolved, and so have plants and animals. Then do you think the virus won't evolve? The mysterious substance plus sunspots will not stop the evolution of the virus, but will accelerate. Don't bring the thoughts before the catastrophe to the present. The era we live in is the end of the world. Although I have prepared before, everyone is living well now, but this does not mean that we are not in danger. In the end of the world, it is dangerous at any time. If you want to survive these dangers, you must prepare early. If I hadn't prepared so much food before the end of the world, we would still be eating tree bark. If I hadn't prepared before the sunspot eruption, we wouldn't even be able to use computers now. So in the end of the world, a temporary stability doesn't mean you can live well in the end of the world. Only by preparing for the next disaster at all times can you live well. What you need to do now is to analyze the mutation of the outdoor virus immediately, and then develop a drug to eliminate the mutated virus, instead of asking me here about the possibility of a disaster. Xiang Qian stopped and said to Leng Ning seriously. He had not cared about what Leng Ning was researching before, because he had always been influenced by the brilliance of Leng Ning's previous life, so he had never guided her research. But today Xiang Qian discovered that even if Leng Ning was the greatest scientific prophet of mankind in the future, her thoughts had not changed yet. It might be that the comfortable life made Leng Ning unable to change for a while, or it might be other problems. But now Xiang Qian had to remind Leng Ning to make her realize that the world they lived in had changed, and now it was the end of the world. I know. Lung Ning stared at Xiang Qian blankly for a long time, then nodded and turned and ran away. Xiang Qian was speechless. Why did you run away? He didn't know what Lung Ning was thinking just now, nor did he know if she listened to what he said. But now that the person had run away, he couldn't pull her back to educate her, so Xiang Qian shook his head, and could only wait for the next time. The night passed quickly. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Xiang Qian finally finished making the radar. Turning on the radar switch, a three-dimensional graphic instantly appeared on the tablet screen. The three-dimensional graphic on the screen was exactly centered on Xiang Qian, and all the scenes within a radius of 20 kilometers, including the scenes in the house and the mountain. Xiang Qian looked at the three-dimensional map on the screen, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. This radar is not black technology, but a real technology product of the second-level civilization level. Although his current black technology controller and equipment manufacturer level are both level 1, and he can only manufacture technology items of the first-level civilization level, this does not mean that he cannot use pure manual methods to manufacture technology items that exceed the first-level civilization level. The current technological level of the Earth limits the level of their evolutionists, preventing Xiang Qian from breaking through the second level. But the nanomechanical bugs are a true second-level civilization-level technological product, and they are also manufacturing products. With the nanomechanical bugs, plus the knowledge in Xiang Qian's mind, it is not difficult for Xiang Qian to make a second-level civilization-level radar. The technological crushing of the second-level civilization level is Xiang Qian's biggest asset at present. With this radar, he can do things well. Xiang Qian looked at the huge war preparation base in the Laozhan mountain shown on the screen, and his eyes almost glowed. Chapter 23. After breakfast, Xiang Qian stopped Zhao Ming and said, "Do you want to go hunting?" "Hunting? How can we go hunting on this day? Not to mention whether there are prey for you to hunt. The snow is so thick that you can't go up the mountain even if you want to." Zhao Ming asked in confusion. "Who told you that you have to go up the mountain to hunt? Don't waste time, just say it or not." Xiang Qian said with an uneducated look. "Go, why not go? It's so boring to stay at home." Zhao Ming nodded immediately. "Then where are you going right now?" "We set off now." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he went to the studio to pick up the electromagnetic railgun and radar, and also took 3 bottles of super nutrient solution, and then walked out. At this time, Lung Ning suddenly pushed the door in. Xiang Qian was in a hurry, and didn't pay attention. The two of them bumped into each other in an instant. "Are you okay?" Xiang Qian saw Lung Ning lying on the ground with a puffy face, and asked immediately. "I'm fine." After Lung Ning finished speaking angrily, he got up and walked into the studio by himself, ignoring Xiang Qian. "It's just a bump. Why would you be angry?" "That's strange." Xiang Qian muttered to himself. He didn't notice Lung Ning's face was a little red, nor did he notice where his right hand had just touched. "By the way, Lung Ning, help me get a few bottles of anesthetics before tonight, preferably the kind that can anesthetize an elephant with 1 milligram. I need it at night." Xiang Qian said this before leaving. "Got it," Lung Ning said lightly. After getting Lung Ning's answer, Xiang Qian strode towards the door. At this time, Zhao Ming had already got his equipment, and was waiting for him at the door. However, Zhao Ming's outfit did not look like he was going hunting, but rather like he was going to rob a bank, because no one who went hunting would wear a bulletproof helmet. Xiang Qian was also stunned when he saw Zhao Ming's outfit, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, this guy was already stupid to a certain extent, and wearing a bulletproof helmet was normal. Even if Zhao Ming carried a pot lid, he would not be surprised. Driving a modified container truck, Xiang Qian cleared the snow in front of him and opened a road to the Yangtze River Dam. "What is this, a satellite map? Didn't they say that all the satellites were broken? How can you still use it?" Zhao Ming saw the map displayed on the tablet, and looked at the radar with flashing lights, and asked curiously. "That's about right. Anyway, with your IQ, I hate to explain the principle of this thing to you," Xiang Qian said with contempt. "Damn, you act like you know a lot, but you didn't make this up. You don't even understand the specific principle, and you still look down on me," Zhao Ming said with disdain. The two of them were arguing and soon arrived at the Yangtze River Dam. The Yangtze River had already frozen at this time, and there was thick snow on the ice, reflecting the sunlight very brightly. "Ah, Northland." Zhao Ming was inspired to recite a poem Kinyuank in snow when he saw such a scene, but he was interrupted by Xiang Qian just after he pronounced 2 words. "Don't shout, get to work now. When you see a red dot later, remind me immediately." Xiang Qian pressed a few times on the tablet, then threw the computer to Zhao Ming, and drove the car to the frozen surface of the Yangtze River. The container truck modified by Xiang Qian was absolutely powerful. It did not slip at all on the ice of the Yangtze River covered with ice and snow. The blades on the front of the truck spun rapidly, clearing the snow in front of the truck. A container truck was driving on the ice of the Yangtze River in such a strange way. After a while, Zhao Ming suddenly shouted, "Got it! There is a red dot in front." Xiang Qian stopped the car immediately, looked at the red dot on the screen, and clicked on the display icon of the three-dimensional imaging. Immediately, the image of a big fish appeared on the screen vividly. Damn, such a big fish, could it be a spirit? Zhao Ming looked at the fish on the screen and shouted in surprise. It was no wonder Zhao Ming was surprised, because the fish on the screen was about 6 meters long and at least 70 centimeters wide, with scales that looked like they were made of steel, flashing a cold light. Its gills could bring up sand and stones from the bottom of the river when it breathed, and the fish's tail would move at will, and the whole fish would shoot out like a sharp arrow. It's not a spirit, but it is 100% an evolved beast, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Don't tell me that you are going to hunt for evolutionary beasts. How can you get such a big fish out? Don't say you are going to fish. I think it is more likely that you are feeding the fish. Zhao Ming said speechlessly. You are going to fish. Such a big fish is an evolutionary beast. What can you use to fish it? Not to mention whether the fishhook will be eaten directly by it. Even the fishing line can't withstand its power, unless you use a steel wire rope. But this fish has a higher IQ than you, so it won't touch the wire rope. Xiang Qian said unhappily, and casually looked down on Zhao Ming. Then what are you going to do? Don't tell me it will run out by itself, unless the fish's IQ is about the same as yours. Zhao Ming immediately counterattacked. You know, in a moment. Xiang Qian ignored Zhao Ming and started driving immediately. He drove until he was less than 100 meters away from the fish, then stopped the car, and got out with the electromagnetic railgun and tablet computer. In order to prevent the tablet from being affected by the sunspot eruption, Xiang Qian specially modified it last night. Otherwise, it would have been scrapped long ago after being out for so long. This ice layer is 2 meters thick. How are you going to break it? Don't tell me you're going to use explosives to blow it up. Zhao Ming patted the ice layer and said to Xiang Qian, It's not 2 meters, but it's definitely 1.5 meters. Explosives are unrealistic, but I prepared for it. This time I let you open your eyes. Don't say that what I make is garbage. Xiang Qian said, and pressed a button on the electromagnetic railgun. Click, click, click. The next second, the electromagnetic railgun, which was only more than 1 meter long, instantly became more than 2 meters long, and the caliber also changed from 15 millimeters to 50 millimeters. The appearance has also changed. It used to be streamlined and looked very sci-fi. Now it has metal sheets turned outward, and complex parts are assembled together. It feels a bit like a transformer, and it looks domineering. Then Xiang Qian ran into the container again and pulled out a few steel bars. The equipment maker's ability was activated, and soon several long steel bars turned into a drill bit more than 2 meters long and several centimeters wide. Xiang Qian put the tail of the drill bit into the electromagnetic rail gun, then adjusted the energy output of the electromagnetic rail gun to the lowest, and shot it straight at the ice surface. Qiandi, don't tell me that you are only going to drill such a big hole. Then, let alone fish, people can't get in. How can you get that fish out? Zhao Ming looked at the drill bit stuck in the ice, and said mockingly, It's not finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry? After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the equipment maker's ability was activated again, and the pattern of the drill disappeared instantly, replaced by a completely serrated ultra-small mace. Then Xiang Qian removed the rotating blade in front of the car, and connected the ultra-small mace inserted in the ice to the connecting rod of the blade. Starting the motor, you can see that as the connecting rod moves, a large circular hole with a diameter of 2 meters is scratched on the ice. Okay, it's done. Just wait for the fish to bite. Xiang Qian looked at the slightly sunken circular ice surface and said with a smile, That's it. How do you deal with such a big piece of ice? Zhao Ming pointed at the slightly sunken circular ice surface and said, Don't worry about it. This little piece of ice can't stop the fish. Let's get in the car first and clear the snow around, otherwise it will block the view. Xiang Qian shook his head and got in the car. Next, Xiang Qian cleared all the snow on the ice surface within 50 meters around, and then parked it 50 meters away. He ran to the middle with a bottle of super nutrient solution, poured half of it on the ice, and then poured half of it into the water. What are you doing? What's in that bottle? Don't tell me you're going to use that to fish. Zhao Ming saw Xiang Qian running back quickly, holding the computer and ignoring him, so he could only ask. Yes, I'm going to fish like this. The bottle contains a super nutrient solution, which is also a tonic for evolved beasts. I'm not afraid that it won't take the bait. As long as it rushes out of the river, it will be its death. No more talking, it's coming. Xiang Qian stared at the screen, and saw that the fish really started to move towards that direction, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Zhao Ming stopped talking at this time, and also stared at the big fish on the screen, watching it swim towards the cave entrance. Soon the big fish swam under the ice at the cave entrance, opening and closing its mouth, swallowing river water. But soon it began to spin, as if something disappeared. But not long after, it began to hit the ice above the cave entrance with its head. A large amount of river water began to gush out, but its impact force became stronger and stronger. The ice layer was knocked out more than 1 meter high by it, but it was getting more and more anxious. It started to sink after another collision, as if it was not going to hit again. Coin, it's going to run away. Zhao Ming shouted immediately when he saw the big fish sinking. But at this time Xiang Qian put down the computer, picked up the electromagnetic rail gun, turned on the infrared sight, and stared at the river surface closely. The next second, when the big fish sank to a certain distance, it swung its tail hard and rushed to the ice surface quickly. Bang! The 2-meter diameter circular ice layer was knocked up by the big fish and fell on the river's surface 3 meters away. The big fish was not feeling well, but without the barrier of the ice layer, it jumped out of the river and landed on the ice surface. The big fish slid more than 8 meters away. At this time, it felt something was wrong and wanted to rush to the hole, but it had no chance. Xiang Qian pulled the trigger continuously at the fish head until the whole fish head was smashed, and then he stopped. Damn! My fish head, if you don't hit it a few times less, it will die. It's so rotten, how can I eat it? Zhao Ming looked at the fish head smashed by Xiang Qian and shouted immediately. I didn't plan to eat it in the first place, I have a use for it. Xiang Qian put down the electromagnetic railgun and said happily. Such a big fish can completely extract about 8 bottles of genetic nuclear power original liquid, so tonight's action is more certain. Chapter 24. Using a mechanical arm to load the big fish into a container, Xiang Qian drove back home quickly, and then hurriedly dragged the big fish to the studio to start extracting the gene nuclear power liquid. He worked until lunchtime, and finally turned a big fish into 8 500 milliliters bottles of gene nuclear power liquid. Lung Ning and Old Manly, who heard the news, stared at the bottles of gene nuclear power liquid with shining eyes, but this time Xiang Qian held his bottom line and refused to give them anything. After all, the action at night needed the support of these gene nuclear power liquids. However, Xiang Qian also promised that when they go fishing again tomorrow, the extracted gene nuclear power liquid will be divided equally between the two of them, and he doesn't want a single bottle. After lunch, Xiang Qian went back to his room to sleep. He was a little tired after working all night. He had to conserve his energy to do something big at night, otherwise if something went wrong, it would be a disaster. Are the things ready? After Xiang Qian woke up, he looked at the time and hurried to find Lung Ning to see if her anesthetic was ready. The effect is not up to your expectations, but if you want to anesthetize someone, only 3 milliliters is enough. Here is 1000 milliliters, which should be enough for you. Lung Ning took out a glass bottle, and said coldly to Xiang Qian. Enough, absolutely enough. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes, and said, he didn't pay attention to Lung Ning's tone at all. Xiang Qian put the anesthetic on his desk, and then went to get some metal materials. The ability of the equipment maker was activated, and the anesthetic and metal on the table, including the glass bottle, disappeared, and were replaced by 200 special bullets. This kind of knowledge was specially prepared by Xiang Qian for tonight's operation. It can't kill people, but it will make people sleep for a few hours. The metal in front of the bullet will split after it is fired, revealing the wrap needle. The middle part of the bullet is hollow like a syringe, and there is a metal recoil at the tail. After hitting the human body, it will use inertia to inject anesthetics into the human body, paralyzing the person instantly, and then fainting. After all, he went to rob the War Reserve material warehouse at night, and the guards there were all soldiers, and he didn't want to kill people. In his previous life, he had a good impression of soldiers. If it weren't for the 2 million soldiers fighting desperately after the apocalypse, he would have died countless times. Especially after leaving the Earth, many times when they encountered danger, it was the soldiers who covered the rear and let them leave on the mothership. That's why he asked Lung Ning to make anesthetics, just to avoid killing people. After getting the bullets, Xiang Qian controlled the nanomechanical worms to start making individual combat armor. It sounds awesome, but the technological content is not high at all. With enough nano-mechanical worms, a set of tight nano-protective suits, like Spider-Man, is formed soon, and then combat unit pendants and important parts of armor are formed outside the protective suit. In less than 10 minutes, the single-soldier combat armor was completed. The armor is black in color, with blue fluorescent stripes in some places. The tactical helmet is also shiny black, and the frame of the goggles has a streamlined blue light display light, which gives people a very sci-fi feeling. At this time, Xiang Qian looked like a future warrior in a sci-fi blockbuster, holding an electromagnetic railgun, and the overall shape was awesome. The only thing that made Xiang Qian depressed was that there was no intelligent system in the tactical helmet. He wanted to switch functions, but he could only do it manually, not voice control. It's not that the hardware is not good, but the software is not up to standard. Xiang Qian can write some simple software, but complex programming like artificial intelligence is harder for Xiang Qian than climbing to the sky. So all the things he makes now are beautiful in appearance, and have great functions, but they are all manually controlled. When the Beast Tide appears next year, he must recruit some programmers, otherwise many things he makes will not work as expected. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiang Qian took his equipment and drove to Laozhan Reservoir alone, ready to fight against the local tyrants. Compared with the resources owned by the country, he is no different from a local thief, so this robbery was named Anti-Tyrant Operation by him. This War Reserve material warehouse is above the Laozhan Reservoir, and the overall area inside the mountain is very large. After all, this warehouse is to supply more than a dozen armored infantry divisions, dozens of tank battalions, and some aviation regiments in the NJ military region. However, most of the storage inside is bullets, artillery shells and rockets, and there are very few missiles, at most a few hundred, and they are all surface-to-air missiles. Xiang Qian knew about this War Reserve warehouse because when the Beast Tide happened in his previous life, many survivors took refuge in this warehouse. He was also here at that time. There was not a single person on the road at 10 o'clock in the evening. The temperature was more than 60 degrees below zero. Even cars could easily have problems, let alone people. Affected by sunspots, the street lights had disappeared. At night, there was no light except the moonlight reflected on the snow. When passing by several university campuses, they were all quiet, and the gates were covered with ice and snow. Many of the big trees on the roadside had been crushed by the snow, and they fell in all directions on the snow. The most frightening thing was that the roof of a gas station had collapsed. In less than 10 minutes, Xiang Qian had already driven to the top of the Laozhan Reservoir. According to the radar, there was no one in the communication station outside the war preparation warehouse. The communication station, which was originally guarded by 2 squads, was now empty. There were more than 30 people in the war preparation warehouse, but everyone was gathered together, and there was no one on duty at the door. Seeing this, Xiang Qian drove the car directly to the gate of the War Reserve warehouse. Anyway, no one was on duty at this time, and the probe outside had been damaged by the magnetic storm caused by sunspots, so he was not afraid of being discovered. He directly used the welding function of the robotic arm to cut open the camouflage telescopic door outside and rushed in very violently. After driving 50 meters in, Xiang Qian got out of the car when he reached the internal defense gate. Fortunately, the gate in front of him was open. If it was closed, he would have to spend some effort to open it, and it would also alarm the guards inside. Xiang Qian was wearing a sci-fi outfit, but the shoulder bag he was carrying was a bit of a spoiler. But the bag was filled with genetic nuclear power fluid, so he couldn't leave it in the car, so he had to carry it on his back. According to the map, Xiang Qian easily found the room where the group of soldiers were. Through the crack in the door, Xiang Qian saw more than 30 people gathered around a few electric heaters, some playing cards, some chatting, and they didn't know that he, an uninvited guest, had arrived. It's not their fault. After all, in this weather, who would have thought that someone would come here? Even their supplies had not been delivered for many days. If there were no canned food in the warehouse, they would have starved to death long ago. They would never have thought that someone would come to rob the War Reserve warehouse. Xiang Qian did not hesitate, opened the door, and fired at the room, directly confusing the other party. After all, a person wearing sci-fi armor and holding sci-fi weapons suddenly opened the door and fired at the room, which would confuse everyone, especially the electromagnetic railgun firing was silent, and a group of people could not react immediately even if they wanted to. It was not until almost half of the people fell to the ground that the others reacted and wanted to fight back. But they had no weapons at all. After all, who would carry a submachine gun when they were warming themselves by the fire or playing cards in the room, especially in a War Reserve warehouse? So in less than a few seconds, more than 30 people all fell to the ground. This was because Xiang Qian was afraid that too many bullets would hit one person. Otherwise, he would have solved it long ago by just shooting. Xiang Qian walked into the room and confirmed whether everyone was shot and unconscious. Then he lifted everyone together, put a quilt on the ground, and placed the electric heater around everyone. He left the room only after finishing all this, and when he left a small gap in the door, fearing that the people in the room would be deprived of oxygen. The operation had gone smoothly so far, but Xiang Qian was not careless. After leaving the room, he immediately ran to the central control hall of the entire base to control the supercomputer of the base. Only after controlling the supercomputer, the operation tonight would be safe. Chapter 25. There are many cameras along the way, and Xiang Qian doesn't know if these cameras are broken. After all, there is a mountain barrier, and the solar sunspot eruption may not necessarily destroy all the electronic equipment here. But even if these cameras are good, now that all his actions have been recorded, he is not afraid. After all, Xiang Qian is now dressed like a future warrior, and there is no feature that can prove that what happened tonight is related to him. As long as the supercomputer that assists the operation of the entire War Reserve Warehouse equipment is controlled later, it doesn't matter even if the record of the action just now is left. Soon, Xiang Qian arrived at the door of the control center, but before he could forcefully open the door, he heard mechanical sounds behind him. Caw-caw. Bang bang bang. A 6-barreled Gatling electric Vulcan machine gun extended from the ceiling and fired wildly at Xiang Qian. Oh my god. Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise I would have been beaten into a honeycomb coal. Xiang Qian was knocked to the ground by the kinetic energy of the bullet, but he was not hurt at all. But he could not stand up before the bullet was gone. Xiang Qian was being hit by bullets continuously, just like being hit by a high-pressure water gun. He just felt a little pressure on his chest, and there was no other feeling. 30 seconds later, the barrel of the Gatling gun was still spinning rapidly, but no bullets were fired. Bang! Xiang Qian blew up the Gatling gun on the ceiling with one shot, so that there would be no automatic loading system to reload bullets, which would be a bummer. The door of the control center was made of titanium alloy. According to the general process, this kind of door cannot be opened unless there are 3 keys and the correct secret. Xiang Qian had no key and no secrets, but he had more violent means. He adjusted the power of the electromagnetic railgun to level 2 and fired a shot at the titanium alloy door. As a result, the marble dented the door and got stuck inside it, but did not penetrate it. Xiang Qian looked at the dent, which was about 13 millimeters, and then adjusted the power to level 4 and fired another shot. This time the marble penetrated the door, but did not damage the things inside, because Xiang Qian did not see any obvious damage inside through the hole made by the marble. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bangs sounded, and Xiang Qian punched a circle of circular bullet holes in the door. The maximum distance between the bullet holes was only 10 millimeters, and the shortest distance was only about 2 millimeters. Seeing his masterpiece, Xiang Qian was very satisfied, which proved that his shooting skills had not regressed. But it was not over yet. After all, the door in front of him was not made of paper. Even if there were circular bullet holes, Xiang Qian could not kick it open with one foot. Once again, the electromagnetic railgun was transformed into the artillery mode, replaced with large bullets, and the power was adjusted to the first gear. The muzzle was pointed diagonally downward at the inside of the circular bullet hole, and the trigger was pulled. Bang! Even in the first gear of the artillery mode, it directly penetrated the titanium alloy door and punched a big hole in the ground of the control center. However, Xiang Qian achieved his goal, because the titanium alloy between the bullet holes had been broken, and the surrounding titanium alloy was also pulled into a wire shape. Following a few more shots, the titanium alloy door completely became a decoration, and Xiang Qian bent down and walked into the control center. The control center was not like the one in science fiction movies, where there were screens everywhere, a talking smart computer, and all the equipment was voice-controlled. Anyway, with the level of this War Reserve Warehouse, it is impossible to have such a configuration. The control center only uses rows of cabinet-type equipment, and there is a display screen in the middle of each cabinet, just like the connection between train berths. There is a large display in the middle that shows the operation status of the overall equipment in the warehouse. But at this time many places on the display are red, which means that the equipment in those places has been damaged. Xiang Qian found out as soon as he looked at the screen that many of the various equipment in the entire War Reserve Warehouse had stopped working. Especially the defense system, 80% of it has been damaged, Otherwise it would not be one machine gun that attacked him just now, but 4 machine guns. Coming to the supercomputer room, Xiang Qian smiled as he looked at the rows of supercomputers that were built like bookshelves. It's not that he can't make supercomputers, he can make supercomputers within the level of first-level civilization technology, but he can't make supercomputer systems. The supercomputer in front of Xiang Qian now has a military system. As long as he redesigns this supercomputer with the ability of a black technology controller, and then transforms it with the ability of an equipment manufacturer, it will be able to exert a computing power that is billions of times more powerful than it is now, and the military system will also be preserved. In this way, Xiang Qian doesn't need to build the system himself, and the highest authority of the system will be his. He is not afraid that the military will use the loopholes of this system to attack the system and regain control of the system. Even if the hacker skills are high, it will not work, because it involves the ability of the evolver, so there is no solution. Now only Xiang Qian knows the trick of using the ability of the evolver, which is also the main purpose of his robbing the War Reserve warehouse. The ability of the black technology controller is activated, and after consuming 80% of Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear power, a blueprint appears in Xiang Qian's hand. Although the blueprints were out, Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear power was also exhausted. He quickly drank 5 bottles of 500 milliliters of genetic nuclear power liquid, which made Xiang Qian want to vomit, before he replenished all the genetic nuclear power. Fortunately, the genetic nuclear power liquid was not water, and it would be directly absorbed by the body after drinking it. Otherwise, Xiang Qian would not be able to drink 2,500 milliliters of water at all. After replenishing the genetic nuclear power, Xiang Qian held the blueprint in one hand and pointed at the supercomputer with the other hand, activating the ability of the equipment maker. The next second, all the equipment in the computer room vaporized and gathered in front of Xiang Qian like a cloud of mist, and then condensed into a new supercomputer bit by bit, but the technological gap between them was a world of difference. Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear power was consumed again by 80%, and the supercomputer was finally successfully manufactured. There were 9 stars under the supercomputer host that was half the size of a container, which meant that this supercomputer was a first-level 9-star equipment, and it was also the most advanced technological equipment under the first-level civilization technology level. After finishing all this, Xiang Qian sat down on the ground. He was about to collapse. Although he still had genetic nuclear power, his spirit had reached the limit. At this time, his eyes were a little blurry, and his head was even more dizzy. There was nothing he could do about it. Although his total genetic nuclear power was 5 times that of others, the overall genetic nuclear power of an ordinary evolver was only 1/5 of Xiang Qian's. In order to build this supercomputer, Xiang Qian used the entire genetic nuclear power equivalent to 8 ordinary evolvers. You have to know that it is just the beginning of evolution. Everyone is at the beginning of the first-level evolution, and the total amount of genetic nuclear power possessed by the peak of the first-level evolution is equivalent to 80% of Xiang Qian. That is to say, the first-level 9-star equipment must be manufactured by the peak of the first-level evolution, because equipment manufacturing can be made by several people working together to make a blueprint, but the black technology controller cannot design a blueprint with several people working together. Moreover, when using the ability, it cannot be interrupted, and it cannot be temporarily drunk when the genetic nuclear power is gone. That is impossible. Pa. Huh? Xiang Qian lit a cigarette and started smoking. He didn't have the energy to do anything else now. He had to rest for a while. After all, being out of energy is more terrible than being out of energy. His head was buzzing. He wanted to do something, but his hands and feet just couldn't move. After resting for an hour, Xiang Qian's energy was restored. He patted his butt and stood up, ready to turn the missiles stored in the missile warehouse into raw materials, pack them up and take them away, and then see if there is anything worth taking away from other places. Chapter 26. Xiang Qian restarted the supercomputer first, connected to the network of the War Reserve warehouse, and then walked out of the computer room and returned to the control center. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten to load the voice control system into the system. Slapping his head, Xiang Qian had to manually operate and let the host open all the doors in the War Reserve warehouse. Otherwise, when he arrived at the warehouse door, he would have to force the door open, which would be a pitfall. Don't think that he has the highest authority of this supercomputer, and the door will open automatically when he walks to the warehouse door. The computing power of the current supercomputer has reached, but there is no corresponding program, and it can't reach the semi-intelligent state at all. In addition, there is no language control system, so unless you force the door open, you can't get in. Xiang Qian first went to the ordinary ammunition depot for a look. The bullets and shells inside were useless, so he just took a look and left. Next is the warehouse where rockets are stored. These rockets are somewhat useful, but the current rockets are too big and inconvenient to use. He plans to restore these rockets to materials and then make rockets the size of a flashlight, which will be convenient to use. It was not until he arrived at the special warehouse and saw the ground-to-ground missiles stored inside that Xiang Qian smiled. Rows of domestic ground-to-ground missiles marked with SY-400 and BP-12A were neatly placed inside. At a glance, there were about 300 missiles. Xiang Qian did not expect that there were so many stored here. If there were people who knew the goods here, they would know that these ground-to-ground missiles, with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters and a length of more than 4 meters, were the latest ground-to-ground missiles newly equipped this year. But in Xiang Qian's view, they are just a pile of materials. They are clumsy, big, and have a short range. They need a special missile launcher to launch them. It is useless to carry them back directly. However, the rare metals contained in these missiles are what Xiang Qian needs, because he can't get many things at all, and can only get them by decomposing missiles. Like bullets and shells, except for copper and gunpowder, nothing can be decomposed, so they are useless. After drinking 4 bottles of Gene nuclear power liquid again, Xiang Qian started to work. Missiles turned into piles of raw materials under the ability of equipment manufacturers. Fortunately, the use of this decomposition ability does not consume much energy, as long as the genetic nuclear power is sufficient. Otherwise, the decomposition of these hundreds of missiles will definitely exhaust Xiang Qian to death. An hour later, there was no missile left in the warehouse, only raw materials on the ground. At this time, Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear power was still 30%. He went to the warehouse where rockets were stored and decomposed dozens of rockets. Then he used the small cart in the War Reserve warehouse to transport the raw materials obtained from decomposing the rockets to the special warehouse, gathered all the raw materials together, and took them away directly later. After finishing all this, Xiang Qian did not leave directly, but went to other warehouses to look around, just in case there were any good things in them. If he didn't take everything away this time, there would be no next time. If it weren't for the sunspot explosion today, all satellites would be scrapped. Xiang Qian would not dare to come here to rob things. It would be no different from pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. When everyone is equipped with various equipment that is not afraid of electromagnetic interference in the future, if Xiang Qian wants to do this again, it will be a death wish. He will definitely be discovered at the first time, and then crushed into slag by the power of the country. Think about the countries that now control tens of millions of evolvers. Many equipment that cannot be produced in theory or due to material problems have become physical objects one by one under the hands of black technology masters and equipment manufacturers. You can imagine how powerful the current national power is. Now Xiang Qian can only use his memory to seek some benefits for himself. Only when all countries build spacecraft to leave the Earth and encounter dangers in the universe, they are almost exterminated. Only then can Xiang Qian use his means to control the dominance of mankind and then change the fate of mankind. Let mankind no longer leave the Earth on a spacecraft, but take the Earth out of the solar system. Otherwise, a civilization that relies on spacecraft cannot control the fate of the entire civilization, and can only become a stepping stone for other civilizations, and ultimately cannot escape the fate of destruction. Xiang Qian drove a small electric car around in the war preparation warehouse. If conditions did not allow it, he really wanted to move all the supplies in the entire war preparation warehouse back. Soon the car drove to the innermost part of the War Reserve warehouse. It was supposed to be an open space, but now it was full of various vehicles. Command vehicles, radar vehicles, chemical defense vehicles, and other military vehicles, and 2 5-meter-high bridge-building vehicles were parked in the innermost part. Xiang Qian looked at the bridge-building vehicles weighing dozens of tons, the tires that were nearly as high as a person, and the floating bridges stacked up behind them, and immediately came up with a bad idea. Hee. After laughing twice, Xiang Qian drove the small battery car to the gate. After changing to a container truck, he drove directly into the War Reserve warehouse, controlled the mechanical arm to load the supercomputer and the decomposed raw materials, and then came to the innermost parking area. He connected the bridge-building vehicle with a hard traction, released the handbrake of the bridge-building vehicle, stepped on the accelerator, and pulled the bridge-building vehicle out of the War Reserve warehouse. The container truck modified by Xiang Qian was not at all strenuous to tow the bridge-building vehicle weighing dozens of tons. Even the uphill mountain road was no problem at all. In this way, 5 minutes later, the 2 vehicles arrived on the main road. At this time, Xiang Qian stopped the car. He got out of the car and looked at the deep wheel marks on the mountain road left by the bridge-building vehicle, with a sly smile on his face. Then he came to the front of the bridge-building vehicle and activated the ability of the equipment maker. Soon, the bridge-building vehicle, which was only a few meters long, became more than 20 meters long. The floating bridge became the body of the vehicle, and the 8 solid large tires became more than 30 hollow small tires. Xiang Qian dragged the transformed bridge-building vehicle all the way again. When he reached the junction of the main road and the path home, Xiang Qian got out of the car, turned the bridge-building vehicle into an ordinary bulldozer, and then towed the bulldozer home. Along the way, the bulldozer's tracks destroyed all the tire marks, and the big shovel in front also widened the snow on both sides. The road was also pressed by the tracks to form a layer of snow, which looked like a newly opened road. After returning home, Xiang Qian parked the container truck in the yard, drove the bulldozer to widen the road to the Riverside Dam yesterday, and then returned to the yard. The next day, Xiang Qian slept until 8 o'clock and was woken up by Zhao Ming. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Xiang Qian said unhappily. "Qianbi, where did you go last night? Why did you drive back a bulldozer?" Zhao Ming asked curiously. "I tell you when I wake up. Let me sleep a little longer," Xiang Qian said with narrowed eyes, then turned his head and covered himself with a quilt to go back to sleep. "Hey, don't sleep. I didn't mean to call you. It was the beautiful Lung Ning who wanted to see you. She said the virus had mutated and asked you to go over and take a look." Zhao Ming saw Xiang Qian was going to sleep again, so he said hurriedly, "What? The virus mutated so quickly?" Xiang Qian woke up immediately and sat up. "I don't know. Anyway, it was the beautiful Lung Ning who told me to come and call you. It's up to you whether you go or not." Zhao Ming had a strange expression on his face, as if he was hinting at something. Xiang Qian didn't bother to pay attention to Zhao Ming, but he had to figure out the problem of the virus mutation, so he had to get up. Chapter 27. Xiang Qian got up, washed up, and rushed to the studio without even having breakfast. "Have you found the virus mutation?" Xiang Qian saw Lung Ning and said hurriedly. "Well, this is a brand new mutation. Look at the core of this mutant virus. Its RNA has 9 segments. Do you know what this means? This is a new type of virus. It does not belong to the traditional influenza viruses such as type A, type B, and type C. Because its RNA has 1 more segment than the RNA of influenza A and type B viruses, and 2 more segments than the RNA of influenza C virus. The first, second, and third segments encode RNA polymerase. The fourth segment encodes hemagglutinin. The fifth segment encodes nucleoprotein. The sixth segment encodes neuraminidase. The seventh segment encodes matrix protein. The eighth segment encodes a non-structural protein that can splice RNA. And the ninth segment encodes a completely new code that has never been discovered before. I found that its function is evolution, allowing the entire virus to continue to evolve. After the virus invades the human body, it will mutate according to each person's immune system. In other words, after being infected with this virus, the virus in each person's body is different, and it is impossible to produce a vaccine based on the original virus. Ling Ning pointed to the virus on the screen that looked like a sea urchin. "How long is the self-replication cycle of this virus?" Xiang Qian glanced at the screen and spoke. "I don't know, I'm still observing, but it will definitely not exceed 8 hours. Lung Ning said seriously. "Let's check everyone later to see if anyone is infected with this virus. If someone is infected, then you will handle it. Can you cure them within 1 day?" Xiang Qian stared at Lung Ning and said, "Impossible, 1 day is simply not enough." Lung Ning stared at Xiang Qian like a madman and said loudly, but Xiang Qian interrupted her before she finished. "Don't say it's impossible. You are a scientific prophet now. Using your ability, it's a piece of cake to kill this virus. If you can't solve it within 1 day, then I will solve it. However, from now on, your gene nuclear power potion will be reduced by half, because it would be a waste to give it to you. What if I am also infected with this virus? Besides, how do you deal with this virus? Can you make a device to destroy the virus? If so, why do you need me to find a solution?" Ling Ning said puzzledly. "Hee. You can even say that you can make a device to destroy the virus. Are you still a scientist? Destroy the virus? What kind of virus? Any form of virus? If it is possible, what kind of device is it? A causal device? Give an order to kill the virus, and the virus will be killed. No need to consider scientific principles, no need to know the treatment process, just want to do something, give an order, and it will happen. Do you think such a device exists? Let me tell you, the master of black technology is not omnipotent. If I want to make such a device, I can indeed make it, But the device made can not only kill viruses, but also ordinary cells in the human body. By then, the virus will be eliminated and people can die. As for the problem of virus infection, I can tell you clearly that it is impossible for an evolver to get sick. The genetic nuclear force in our body will eliminate any harmful substances that invade our body, so this virus is ineffective against us. Don't think of using genetic nuclear force to eliminate the virus. It can be eliminated, but it has nothing to do with your ability. What you need to do now is to use your brain that surpasses ordinary people, and the ability of a scientific predictor to create a drug that kills the virus and eliminate the virus fundamentally. Xiangqian said disdainfully. After the outbreak of the flu virus, a black technology master designed a machine to kill the virus, but people who were treated with that machine did not live more than 3 months. Because while killing the virus, the human body will also be irreparably damaged. Just like chemotherapy for cancer now, while killing cancer cells, the body's ordinary cells will also be killed. The final result is that the cancer cells are not dead yet, but the person dies first. One day at a time, make me some syringes now. I want to draw blood from everyone. Aren't you also going to use genetic nuclear force to kill the virus? What's so great about it? If you can't do it with other methods, you will blame others. Ling Ning said unhappily. Hee. Who told you that I will use genetic nuclear force to kill the virus? If you don't have the ability, don't blame others. Xiangqian looked at Ling Ning's frustrated look and couldn't help laughing. Who doesn't have the ability? Then tell me how to kill these viruses. If you can kill these viruses without genetic nuclear force, I don't need my genetic nuclear force liquid anymore. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Ling Ning was furious. Xiangqian was too contemptuous. Really? Let's make a bet. If I can kill the virus, you will warm my bed at night. If I can't kill the virus, I will give you all my gene nuclear power liquid in the future, and I guarantee 10 bottles a day. How about that? Xiangqian said with a wicked smile. Okay, but you can't use abilities related to gene nuclear power. Ling Ning said viciously. After hearing this, Xiangqian took out the virus culture tank under the electron microscope, let the nanomachine worm enter it, and put the virus culture tank back under the electron microscope. Ling Ning looked at Xiangqian's movements, thinking that he was observing the virus, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I thought, you really think your eyes are microscopes, you can see the virus. Watch carefully, I'm going to start destroying the virus, don't wait for you to deny it. Xiangqian pointed at the screen of the electron microscope and said, Humph. Ling Ning didn't say anything, but just snorted disdainfully. But as soon as Ling Ning finished humming, he saw a lot of small bugs appear on the screen, which were much smaller than the virus. According to the diameter of the virus, which is about 80 to 120 nanometers, the size of these bugs is only 1 nanometer, which is too exaggerated. Ling Ning had never heard of such small bugs. She had read a report before, saying that there were mysterious creatures about the same size as viruses. The size of that creature was also dozens of nanometers, and now she saw this kind of bugs, all of which were 1 nanometer in size, which was not scientific at all. Then these bugs, which were smaller than the virus, began to surround the virus, and then used 2 large pincers to violently demolish the virus. The protruding spines on the virus, like those on a sea urchin, were cut off directly by the nanomechanical worms with 2 large pincers. Then the sharp spines on the tail pierced the virus's envelope, and the 2 large pincers pulled hard along the pierced part, tearing the virus's envelope apart, revealing the global matrix protein structure inside. In less than a minute, the virus was torn into pieces by thousands of nanomechanical worms. The largest fragment was less than 1/10 of a nanometer, and it was basically dead. Well, you should accept the loss. Xiangqian turned his head and said with a smile. At this time, Ling Ning was stunned, with expressions of disbelief, surprise, etc., and her face kept changing, showing that she was not calm inside. What is that thing? After a while, Ling Ning spoke. Nanomechanical insects can replicate themselves, split infinitely, and combine into various electronic components and mechanical equipment. At the same time, they can enter the body to clean up various garbage. Xiangqian said calmly. You are cheating. This must be made by you using the gene nuclear force. The bet is void. I will go to check their bodies. Ling Ning said with a red face, turned around and ran out of the studio. Xiangqian shrugged and smiled helplessly. He didn't really let Ling Ning fulfill the bet. It was nice to tease her. Who asked her to disturb his sleep so early in the morning? However, this supervirus outbreak will indeed kill many people. Even if he is reborn, there is no way to stop it. Genetic nuclear force can indeed destroy these viruses, But now the evolution beasts have not appeared on a large scale. Where can we get so much genetic fluid? Nanomechanical insects can also destroy viruses, but the number of nanomechanical insects is limited, and they can't save so many people at all. As for handing over the manufacturing method of nanomechanical insects to the government, he never thought about it. Because even the government can't produce so many nanomechanical insects, and who will control those nanomechanical insects? You know, nanomechanical insects can not only cure diseases, but also kill people. As long as the nanomachine bugs invade, the person who controls the nanomachine bugs can control the life and death of others. So Xiang Qian never thought of using nanomachine bugs to stop the outbreak of the virus. He didn't believe that the person who controlled the life and death of hundreds of millions of people would have no ambition. He would never believe it. The darkness of the end of the world has not yet arrived. Wait until a few months later. Hee. Xiang Qian laughed at himself and left the studio. It was too late last night. He still had some finishing work to do. Now he had to fill these loopholes. Otherwise, if he was really caught, it would be a pitfall. When Xiang Qian went to change the tire pattern of the container truck, the guards, who were knocked unconscious by him in the War Reserve warehouse last night, woke up one by one. Chapter 28. My head hurts. Squad leader, you're pressing on me. No, last night. Squad leader, wake up. Squad leader, wake up. Everyone get up. Among the group of people who were knocked unconscious by Xiang Qian in the War Reserve warehouse, one person woke up in a daze. Seeing that they were all lying together, he suddenly remembered what happened last night, that they were attacked by someone. He remembered that after he was shot, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. So he immediately shook the squad leader beside him, then stood up and started calling others. Sichuan, what are you yelling for? So early in the morning. Squad leader, you're awake, we were attacked last night. The squad leader was stunned, then immediately realized what was happening. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, get up, everyone get up. The 30 or so people got up in a daze, but after looking at the surrounding situation, their faces changed color immediately like the squad leader. At the same time, they began to touch the part where they were shot last night. It would have been better if they hadn't touched it, but they gritted their teeth every time they touched it because it hurt. After taking off the clothes, they could still see the black and purple marks made by the special bullets. At the same time, the special bullets were also discovered by everyone. Looking at the glass part in the middle of the special bullets, and thinking about the current situation, they all knew that the special bullets should contain anesthetics or something like that. First squad leader, take your squad to check the warehouse immediately, and see what is going on in the warehouse. Second squad leader, take people to get weapons, and stand guard at the gate. Don't destroy the scene. Third squad leader, take people and follow me to the control center, hurry up. After checking the special bullets, the platoon leader stood up with a livid face, and said loudly to everyone, yes. The 3 squad leaders answered at the same time. A group of people hurriedly left the room. When the platoon leader led the 3rd squad to the door of the control center, they were stunned and several people swallowed their saliva at the same time. Platoon leader, isn't this door known to be able to withstand the frontal attack of a rocket launcher? How come such a big hole was punched out? The 3rd squad leader said stutteringly. The platoon leader didn't say anything. He graduated from a serious military academy, and knew how powerful weapons were needed to break the door like this. Let alone a rocket launcher, even if you stick hundreds of kilograms of C4 on the gate, you can't blow it open. But now the gate is obviously hit by bullets, how can he not be surprised? Walking into the control center, looking at the bullet holes on the ground, the platoon leader's clothes are wet. Fortunately, the man didn't use such weapons to deal with them last night, otherwise, he would have been beaten into honeycomb coals, and it would be difficult to leave a whole body. Picking up a broken marble, the platoon leader was sure that the electromagnetic weapon broke the gate. After all, the penetrating power of gunpowder can't break the 60 mm thick titanium alloy gate. But with such powerful weapons, why would you rob the war warehouse? There is nothing good in it. The only good things are those ground-to-ground missiles. But just for those missiles, you don't have to rob the war warehouse. If you are caught, you will face the full force of the army. Just think about how terrible it is to face the army of a country. If you are not afraid of being hunted by the army, why bother to rob the war warehouse? There are many more valuable places in NJ than here. Platoon leader, the mainframe is gone. Someone else has taken it. When the platoon leader heard someone shouting, he stopped worrying about the problem and immediately ran to the mainframe room. Sure enough, the supercomputer components that should have been placed in the mainframe room had all disappeared, leaving only an empty computer room and an air conditioner that had long been out of service. The platoon leader was even more speechless when he saw the supercomputer disappear. He thought, coming to the War Reserve warehouse to grab a supercomputer? This is a mental illness. How many scientific research institutes in NJ City don't want to grab it, but they have to grab it from the War Reserve warehouse? This is really a suicidal idea. At this time, a squad leader rushed in and said, "Platoon leader, there are 10 boxes of rockets missing from warehouse number 12, and all the missiles in warehouse number 1 have disappeared. Let's go and take a look," the platoon leader said immediately. A group of people rushed to warehouse number 12 and saw broken wooden boxes all over the floor at the door. These boxes were scattered on the ground, and all the rockets in the boxes were gone. But the boxes next to them were intact and neatly placed there. The platoon leader turned around, frowned and said nothing, but he felt even more strange in his heart. The boxes that packed the rockets were opened and still on the ground, but the rockets in them disappeared. What kind of trick is this? Did they prepare their own packaging boxes after robbing rockets? Did they think the military packaging was ugly? Unable to figure out the relationship, the platoon leader temporarily put aside his doubts, turned around and left warehouse number 12, and walked towards warehouse number 1. When he saw that warehouse number 1 was clean and tidy, like a newly renovated room, the platoon leader was even more confused. It would be fine if they took the boxes of rockets apart and took away the rockets separately, which could be explained as disliking the boxes taking up space. But the racks for missiles were also taken away, which was a bit puzzling. It was normal to take away the missiles, but why take away the missile racks? They couldn't eat them. Report to the platoon leader, another bridge-laying vehicle has been driven away from the garage. At this time, a soldier ran in and said, "Is only one bridge-laying vehicle missing? What about the other vehicles? Didn't the missile launcher vehicle get driven away?" The platoon leader asked. "No, only one bridge-laying vehicle is missing, and all the other vehicles are intact." After hearing the soldier's affirmative answer, the platoon leader no longer considered why so many valuable vehicles were not driven away, but only one bridge-laying vehicle. He knew that the person who came to rob the War Reserve warehouse last night, or a certain force, could never be judged by normal people's thinking. First squad leader, go to the garage and fill up a warrior right now. Drive to the gate and wait for me, we're going to the military area. Second squad leader and third squad leader, take everyone with you. Guard this place with guns, don't touch anything, including the room we stayed in last night. The platoon leader took a deep breath and began to give orders. Yes. The War Reserve warehouse was robbed, and a supercomputer, 10 boxes of rockets, hundreds of the latest ground-to-ground missiles, and a bridge-laying vehicle were lost. Such a huge loss. They should take full responsibility, especially since they made a fatal mistake. That is, they did not leave any personnel on duty, and all of them stayed in a room to warm themselves and were wiped out. Otherwise, even if they could not resist, they could send an alarm to the military district through the control center, so that the military district would know that the War Reserve warehouse was robbed at the first time. It would not be like this now, where almost 10 hours have passed, and the military district still does not know the situation here. Now that the supercomputer has been stolen, they can't contact the military district directly at all, and can only drive to report the news. The platoon leader walked to the gate, and passed by the room where they had been warming themselves last night. He looked inside, and found that the room was in a mess. Abandoning his post without permission and not guarding according to regulations, resulting in heavy losses, can be brought to a military court. Let's go! Drive to the military district as fast as possible while ensuring safety. The platoon leader got in the car and said, "Okay." The squad leader drove very fast along the way. The Warrior all-terrain off-road vehicle specially configured by the Field Army was very stable even on ice and snow-covered roads. After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge and entering the city, the number of cars on the road suddenly increased. Don't squeeze, there is no room inside, wait in the car first. The car passed by a small clinic, and a doctor in a white coat at the door of the clinic said loudly to a group of people, "Doctor, please check my child first. She has a fever of 41 degrees. If it continues like this, the child will not be able to bear it." A man was holding a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, shouting and squeezing in. "Doctor, please let my wife in. She's pregnant. These are 2 lives. Doctor, look at my wife." No one in the group gave way to the other. After all, they were all trying to save lives. If they gave way, their families would die. It's not that I don't want you to go ahead. There's no place to stay inside. It's useless for you to go in. This is a small clinic. If you have the time, you might as well go to a big hospital. The medical conditions there are much better than here. The doctor said with sweat on his forehead. Doctor, there are more people in the big hospital than here, and we can't accommodate them at all. Please be kind, and let us see first. Even if we don't go in, we will stay here and let us see. Yes, doctor, please. Doctor, we beg you. The squad leader drove slowly past the small clinic and increased the speed again. But before driving far, the road ahead was blocked again. This time it was not a clinic, but a large pharmacy with many cars parked in front of it. Platoon leader, what do you think is going on? It seems that many people are sick. It's not another SARS. The squad leader couldn't help but say something when he saw this situation. I don't know. Nothing is strange in this world. Finally, when the car arrived at the entrance of Hauseman Community Hospital, it could no longer move. Because the road in front of the community hospital was completely blocked by vehicles. Fortunately, it was only a few hundred meters away from the south gate of the NJ military region. So the platoon leader took the squad leader and ran directly to the NJ military region. Chapter 29. Currently, the number of people infected with this new virus has reached more than 300,000. All hospitals in the city are overcrowded, but there are still a steady stream of patients going to major hospitals. Due to the damage of various medical equipment, the current treatment is slow. Bang bang. There was a sudden knock at the door of the large conference room of the NJ military region, directly interrupting the ongoing report. Come in. A captain pushed the door open, walked to the side of the commander of the NJ military region, and whispered something in Commander Huang's ear. What? Are you sure? Commander Huang's face changed immediately after hearing this, and he asked loudly. Yes, Chief, they are in the duty room now. The captain answered affirmatively. Secretary Liu, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to deal with. Old Yen, I leave this to you. If our military region has the conditions to help with the government's difficulties, we will help. After all, it's not easy for everyone now. After hearing the captain's affirmative answer, Commander Huang stood up solemnly, spoke to Secretary Liu of the Provincial Party Committee and Political Commissar Yen, and left. However, when he spoke to Political Commissar Yen, he emphasized the word conditionally, and the meaning was very clear. That is, they would help with small problems, but forget about big problems. After all, they had no conditions. After Commander Huang left, the following meeting became an endless wrangling, with everyone talking about their own difficulties and having no way to prevent the virus. The final result of the negotiation was to set aside an area in Heshi as an isolation area for patients infected with the virus, and then the government would draw personnel to concentrate on the research of the virus, and the guarding of the isolation area would be handed over to the military region. However, they all knew that there was no way to control the virus with the power of NJ City. They could only wait for the central government to develop a method to deal with the virus. Now the main thing was to prevent the spread of the virus. Xiang Qian finished all the finishing work and sat in the car with a tablet to check the movement of the War Reserve warehouse. As a result, he found that the soldiers who were knocked unconscious by him last night had woken up. All of them stood guard at the door with guns, and their faces were not very good. The two people who disappeared should have gone to report the news. I just don't know what the reaction of the NJ military region will be after knowing that the War Reserve warehouse was robbed. Furious and humiliated, he conducted a blanket investigation, and would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. It should be impossible. After all, the communication had not been restored at this time, the weather was bad, and with the outbreak of the virus, the NJ military region should not have time to deal with the robbery of the War Reserve warehouse. Even if he wanted to investigate, he could not search door to door. The chance of finding him was about the same as winning the first prize in the lottery. Moreover, the virus had just begun to break out, and it had not caused too much panic. After a few days, when 30% of the people in the country were infected with the virus, the matter would become serious. At that time, let alone the War Reserve warehouse being robbed, even if it was bombed, the NJ military region would not have the time to investigate the cause. After a while, 2 black spots suddenly appeared on the screen. Xiang Qian quickly enlarged the image ratio, and then he saw that the 2 black spots were actually 2 helicopters. However, these 2 helicopters are different from most helicopters now. These 2 helicopters have no propellers and tail wings. Xiang Qian laughed when he saw this kind of helicopter, because these 2 helicopters have no propellers and look like the Scorpion in the movie Avatar. The helicopters of similar style to the armed helicopters were designed by the war maniac Yao Hao, who was a famous black technology master in later generations, and was known as the God of Machines. So as a top black technology master at the same level as Yao Hao, Xiang Qian could tell at a glance that these two helicopters were the Golden Eagle vertical duct lift fan armed helicopters that Yao Hao later collected in his exhibition hall. This Golden Eagle armed helicopter was completely designed by Yao Hao with reference to the Scorpion armed helicopter in the Avatar movie, but its firepower is better than the Scorpion. The armed helicopter is even more abnormal. Two MG-62 machine guns are built under the nose, firing depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets. There is a rack on each side of the nose, which can be equipped with 8-unit Hellfire air-to-ground missiles. Two brackets are hung diagonally at the rear of the cabin, equipped with 10 35-unit 180mm rocket nests, and 6 air-to-air missiles are equipped at the tail end of each bracket on both sides. This configuration basically maximizes the firepower, and can fly during the solar sunspot eruption. These two Golden Eagles must have installed a large number of protection filters to form electromagnetic shielding to protect electronic components from damage. Two Golden Eagles stopped at the open space at the entrance of the communication center. The second squad leader, who was guarding the entrance of the War Reserve warehouse, immediately ran to the front of the helicopter, saluted the people coming down, and then said something unknown. 6 people came down from the two Golden Eagles, and the first one was Commander Huang, who left in the middle of the meeting. Without staying at the entrance for a long time, Commander Huang led the people into the War Reserve warehouse. The second squad leader led them to the main computer room first, then to the special warehouse number 1 that had been robbed, and finally returned to the control center. Then a group of people were discussing something inside. They just watched Commander Huang gesticulating and talking with a very bad face. The people around him nodded from time to time. Since this radar can only detect images, Xiang Qian didn't know what they were discussing inside, but he knew it must be related to him. After a while, except for Commander Huang, everyone else left the control center and wandered around in the War Reserve warehouse. No one knew what they were doing. Half an hour later, 7 military vehicles carrying personnel and equipment finally arrived at the door of the War Reserve warehouse. After a group of people came down, they took samples of the wheel marks and footprints of individual combat armor on the ground outside the war preparation warehouse, and carefully searched for something around. Then they entered the war preparation warehouse and analyzed everything Xiang Qian had touched. In particular, they carefully analyzed the marbles that Xiang Qian had used to penetrate the titanium alloy door of the control center, and found all the marbles. They worked so hard for 2 hours, and during this time, they even let a Golden Eagle take off and fly a circle along the route that Xiang Qian circled last night. Even the top of Xiang Qian's yard was not spared, and was also visited. But Xiang Qian was not nervous at all. He knew that these people would not be able to find any useful clues even if they worked themselves to death. Sure enough, 3 hours later, a group of people gathered together again to start a summary meeting. Although Xiang Qian could not hear the sound, he knew from the faces of the people on the screen that they had found nothing. Director Ma, after a morning of investigation, I wonder if you have come to any conclusions? Commander Huang asked calmly, but his tone showed that he was in a very bad mood. Commander, we have almost sorted out the whole incident. Here is the report. Please take a look. Director Ma of the Intelligence Department of the NJ Military Region Military Intelligence Bureau, who was in his early 30s, said immediately, but his mood was obviously not as calm as his expression, which could be seen from his slightly flustered eyes. I go back and take a look later. Please tell me the general situation first. Commander Huang took the report and said directly without even looking at it. Okay, Chief. According to our analysis, this is what happened. At about 10:15 last night, the group that robbed the war warehouse drove a truck and came here under the cover of night. According to our judgment, there should be 5 to 7 people at the time, and all of them were revolvers. One of them first knocked out all the guards with a tranquilizer gun, and then let the others wear the soldier's shoes and enter the war warehouse, deliberately creating the illusion that one person had invaded the war warehouse. Then one person came to the control center, broke the door with electromagnetic weapons, and disassembled the supercomputer in the computer room into raw materials. Another 4 or 5 people entered the special warehouse number 1 and began to disassemble the ground-to-ground missiles in the warehouse. After all the ground-to-ground missiles in the special warehouse number 1 were disassembled, the genetic nuclear power of 2 people should not have been consumed. So these 2 people ran to warehouse number 12 and disassembled 10 boxes of rockets. Finally, the person who had not taken action drove a car to pull up all the raw materials, and ran to the garage to take away a bridge-laying vehicle. The reason for pulling away the bridge-building vehicle is that the bridge-building vehicle itself has enough materials, and can be converted into many equipment. After leaving the mountain road, they modified the bridge-building vehicle and deliberately circled around the surrounding villages to try to interfere with our site. Then they drove the vehicle to the Yangtze River. When entering the small road beside the Yangtze River, they turned the bridge-building vehicle into a bulldozer and used the tracks to cover the wheel marks. After reaching the ice surface of the Yangtze River, they turned the bulldozer into an air-cushioned boat and carried them away from the ice surface of the Yangtze River. While talking, Director Ma controlled the computer to make a PPT explanation on the big screen. As a result, Xiang Qian's solo action was described as a gang crime by him. Even the way he left was very bizarre. Even Xiang Qian didn't think about it in this way. I have to admire the intelligence brain. Once the brain is open, the whole operation is made up as if they have seen it with their own eyes. So where are those people now? Is there a plan to capture them? Commander Huang asked calmly without any emotional fluctuations after listening. He had heard too many reports like this. Sometimes, no matter how good the report was, it was useless. It was all just talk. Catching people was a skill. According to our calculations, they must have landed before 6 o'clock this morning. After all, many people started to catch fish in the big holes on the Yangtze River. They didn't dare to act in broad daylight. They must be hiding somewhere at this time. We analyzed that the most likely places were Ma'anshan, Wuhu and Zhenjiang, because the Yangtze River flows through these three places when leaving NJ, and they are not far from NJ. They won't drive too fast at night, so we think they are hiding in the barren mountains around the three cities. They may leave again at night. If we don't catch them tonight and let them run away, it will be difficult to catch them in the future. So we think we should send out helicopters to search the mountains around the Yangtze River in the three cities before tonight. If we don't find them, we will park the helicopter over the Yangtze River tonight and wait for them. Director Ma said confidently. Well, I will arrange for the Army Aviation Corps to search for the target later, and you can go with me. Commander Huang nodded after listening, and the serious expression on his face finally eased. After all, this inference is still very logical, and seems to be very reliable. Yes, Chief. Director Ma answered loudly. Xiang Qian saw that the helicopter and the convoy had left the War Reserve warehouse, and he knew that nothing was wrong, and he could go fishing boldly. The calmer he behaved now, the less people would suspect him. Besides, it was normal to go out fishing at this time, and hiding at home would cause problems. Chapter 30. Days passed by, and the Chinese New Year was getting closer and closer. But at this time, there was no Chinese New Year atmosphere at all. The super virus named NS is raging all over the world. At present, more than 1.27 million variants of this super virus have been found, and as the number of infected people increases, new variants of the virus are also gradually increasing. If the World Health Organization was still there at this time, it would probably be a headache how to grade this virus, and what level of warning to issue. Unfortunately, the world's communications have basically been interrupted. Although the sunspot eruption has passed, the damage to electronic equipment cannot be restored in a day or two. Except for the big countries that immediately launched satellites to restore communications after the sunspot eruption ended, many countries are still stuck in the quagmire of war and chaos, not to mention resuming production. It's still good in China. The supervirus has not been solved, but a way to suppress the supervirus has been found. Although it cannot be cured, at least it can save lives. As for the production problem, there is no need to worry about it. Never underestimate a country with a population of more than 1 billion, especially in this special period. All materials are under central control, and the number of domestic evolvers is the largest in the world, so its explosive power is very terrifying. In less than a month and a half, major domestic pharmaceutical factories began to resume production, finally punching a few big holes in the dark cloud that was shrouded by the super virus over the heads of the people across the country, allowing a ray of light to shine on everyone, relieving the nerves that were about to break. Xiang Qian was honest and didn't go anywhere during this period. He went out fishing every morning and went home to extract the gene nuclear power liquid in the afternoon. As for the War Reserve warehouse, the NJ military region had not caught anyone after so many days, and there was no useful clue. Half a month ago, the whole army had stopped spending energy to investigate this matter. Only Director Ma was left with his men, going out early and returning late every day to look for clues. But he didn't know that the young man who greeted him on the ice of the Yangtze River was the person he was looking for. Anyway, Xiang Qian's robbery of the war warehouse has finally come to an end. During this period, due to the sufficient supply of genetic nuclear power liquid, Lung Ning has begun to study cell-strengthening drugs according to Xiang Qian's suggestion. As for the super virus that everyone in the yard was infected with, it had long been eliminated by the special killing drug developed by Lung Ning, which was targeted at each person's virus variant, without Xiang Qian's action. And those orphans with congenital diseases were also cured by Lung Ning during this period. Although this treatment will have some sequelae, it is the best way at present. Sequelae can be solved after the technology level is improved. Uncle Li has not been idle during this period. After becoming a scientific prophet, Uncle Li's physical function has recovered to the level of more than 40 years old, and his brain, which has a little Alzheimer's disease, has also returned to its peak state. The ability of a scientific prophet, a young body, and a wise brain, plus Uncle Li's own decades of experience, the three together are not just a simple qualitative change. In just 1.5 months, Uncle Li proposed various theories that Xiang Qian was familiar with in the future. Although this was nothing to Xiang Qian, at present, Uncle Li's level was definitely among the top 3 in the quantum physics community on Earth. As for who was better or worse between him and the other 2 foreign scientific predictors, Xiang Qian didn't know. But Xiang Qian's inclination was similar. After all, in the future, none of the 3 could convince each other, and everyone had his own classic theory. However, due to the lack of technology at that time to produce equipment to verify their theories, Xiang Qian did not know who was right and who was wrong among the 3 of them. Coins, it's time to eat. Your Iron Man suit is not finished yet, Zhao Ming said with a smile, as he watched Xiang Qian still fiddling with the metal skeleton. Xiang Qian raised his head and looked at Zhao Ming with a smirk on his face. He really wanted to stuff Tai into the centrifuge to separate out his slutty genes. However, Xiang Qian knew that was impossible, and could only ignore Zhao Ming's harassment. Since he started making exoskeleton power armor a month ago, and Zhao Ming mistook it for Iron Man, Zhao Ming would pester him every day to ask if the exoskeleton power armor was finished. Because when this guy thought of Iron Man's showy appearance, he began to drool and pestered him for an Iron Man suit. Even though Xiang Qian explained countless times that what he made was not an Iron Man suit, but just an ordinary exoskeleton power armor, Zhao Ming just didn't believe it. So now when Xiang Qian saw Zhao Ming's face full of smirk, he wanted to kick him. It was really annoying. It's already finished. Do you want to try it? But before the test, you have to write a suicide note. Because I haven't solved the problem of high-speed impact overload and vibration causing harm to the human body. So if you teleport this suit, there is an 80% chance that you will become a vegetable, and a 50% chance that the shock wave caused by the impact will impact the internal organs and cause massive bleeding and death. Xiang Qian said calmly. Come on, I don't know, you are scaring me. In the movie, Iron Man was hit by a missile and nothing happened. Even if the crappy thing you made is not as awesome as that suit, you can't pretend to be dead by hitting a wall. Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately and said with sudden enlightenment. This time it was Xiang Qian's turn to be speechless. He really wanted to open Zhao Ming's head and take a good look. He knew it was a movie, but he still took it seriously. Not to mention whether a person can withstand the shock wave when being hit by a missile, and the acceleration overload of being blown away instantly. Even if a few 100 kilograms of objects fall from the sky to the ground, the impact of gravity acceleration is not something that current technology can solve. Unless you can determine the location where you were shot down every time and prepare a safety cushion there in advance, otherwise you will be smashed into a pulp. Now Xiang Qian uses this exoskeleton power armor made of nanomechanical insects, but this problem has not been solved. This is why he has improved the exoskeleton structure countless times in the past month. According to his idea, after wearing the nano-inner anti-gravity suit, taking the cell-strengthening agent developed by condensation, and wearing the exoskeleton power armor, at least it can be guaranteed that it will not be injured in the frontal saturation attack of the 35-mounted 180mm rocket nest. This requires considering the force structure of the exoskeleton. If the outer part is too hard, it will not absorb kinetic energy at all, causing all the kinetic energy to be transmitted to the inside. If the inner anti-gravity suit cannot offset all the kinetic energy, then the human body will be injured. But it is not good if it is too soft. It can absorb kinetic energy, but the auxiliary power is another problem. After all, the exoskeleton exists to improve mobility. But in the end, it is like wearing an oversized bulletproof vest. There is no auxiliary power at all. Isn't it a rip-off? So when he can't use the black technology controller ability, this exoskeleton power armor is also a challenge for him. But no matter how difficult it is, Xiang Qian has to make this exoskeleton power armor, otherwise many of the subsequent plans cannot be implemented. The current technological level of the Earth is at the late stage of the first-level civilization, and all the equipment that the evolvers can make now is within the scope of the first-level civilization, so Xiang Qian's manufacturing of weapons of the first-level civilization does not have much advantage over the current Earth. Xiang Qian cannot manufacture weapons of the second-level civilization technology level yet. After all, before the Earth became a second-level civilization, the ability level of all evolvers was limited to the first level, and it was impossible to manufacture equipment of the second-level civilization. Xiang Qian also had no way to use the ability of the Black Technology Controller to design the structure of the exoskeleton. He could only simulate it bit by bit through his knowledge and supercomputers, and then improve it bit by bit. It can be said that Xiang Qian was able to produce an exoskeleton power armor within a month, which was already a remarkable thing. As for using a particle accelerator to accelerate neutrons to irradiate palladium elements, like Iron Man, forming new radioactive elements outside the periodic table as a power source, Xiang Qian has never thought about it now. In theory, it is feasible, but the actual operation requires too many devices, and the overload problem is still unsolved. Even if there is a small nuclear fusion device as a power source, Xiang Qian will not use it, because before the energy absorption problem is solved, the stronger the power, the faster the death. So it is more practical to honestly use super batteries as a power source and solve the energy absorption problem. Okay, you can wear it and play with it when I'm done, and you know when the time comes. Let's go and have dinner. Xiang Qian didn't plan to talk to Zhao Ming anymore. He knew it would be useless to say more. After dinner, when Xiang Qian was about to return to the studio to continue designing the exoskeleton, he was stopped by Old Manly. Chapter 31. Teacher, what's the matter? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Xiao Qian, can you build me an electron-positron collider? I have a new idea recently, and need to verify it. Old Manly said a little embarrassedly. Well, teacher, the small place we live in now can't accommodate an electron-positron collider. Besides, even if I want to help you build it, there are not so many materials. Xiang Qian was speechless. Oldly had never asked him to build anything for such a long time. He only used the resources of the supercomputer for pure theoretical research every day. Who would have thought that he would come up with such a big idea? You can build a positron-electron collider just by wanting to. Sight, materials, and genetic nuclear force are all indispensable. Now, except for the genetic nuclear force, none of the other conditions for building a positron-electron collider have been met. In fact, even if it can be built, Xiang Qian will not build it for Mr. Li. After all, that thing is too conspicuous. When it is placed in the yard, you can tell at a glance that there are evolvers living in the yard, and there are more than one. And they won't live here for long. They will definitely leave after May next year, and they will have to dismantle it by then. Alas. I know that, but... Forget it, let's talk about it later. Old Manly said helplessly. For a scientist, it is very uncomfortable to find a problem, but have no way to prove it. Master, don't worry, I will definitely build you a positron-electron collider by the end of next year. By then, even if you need a large hadron collider, I can build one for you. I promise. Xiang Qian patted his chest and said, Really, you didn't lie to me. You can also build a large hadron collider for me. Old Manly was immediately excited. He knew better than anyone what a large hadron collider was. Currently, there was only one in the world, and it was built by more than 8,000 physicists from universities and research institutions in 85 countries. If Old Manly had one, he could use it however he wanted, and he would wake up laughing in his dreams at night. Really, you know the ability of an evolver. As long as there are enough materials and enough space, a large hadron collider is nothing to me. Xiang Qian said confidently that although his strength was weapons manufacturing, with the ability of a black technology master, designing a large hadron collider was nothing. Okay, then I go back and perfect my theoretical research. After saying this, Old Manly turned around and went upstairs with a red face. Xiang Qian watched Old Manly leave, smiled helplessly, and began to think about what was going to happen recently. It is now the end of January, and there is still more than half a month before the Chinese New Year. The past half-month has been relatively calm, and nothing major has happened. However, there will be several large earthquakes in the first month of the lunar year, and NJ will also be affected, so you need to reinforce your house before the Chinese New Year. After the big earthquake, the evolution beasts will appear in large numbers, and at that time, a large amount of genetic nuclear power liquid will be stored. Although the evolution beasts sound powerful, they are not vulnerable to human technological weapons. So the beast tide will come and go quickly, and it will not be so easy to kill the evolution beasts and extract the genetic nuclear power liquid in the future. Moreover, not only humans lack food, but also the evolved beasts lack food. Otherwise, there would be no beast tide. It is because they have no food that they attack humans. But after most of the evolved beasts were killed, it was very difficult to find evolved beasts again. At that time, hunting evolved beasts was not as simple as fishing now. Yes, at that time, most of the evolved beasts on land were not killed, but there were many evolved beasts in the sea, so you could go fishing. Yes, you can go fishing, but you must be prepared to die. Because at that time, once you get into the sea, you will find all kinds of marine creatures that you have never seen before. And these marine creatures have very strong attack power, and ordinary missiles cannot kill them. Even if they are killed, when you want to drag them back to the shore, you will find that you have been surrounded by countless marine evolutionary beasts. So after the end of the world, the ocean is a forbidden area for humans. Even if everyone knows that there are rich resources in the ocean, they cannot be mined. Because you never know what kind of monster will appear in the sea in the next second, and whether the evolved beast will take your life. After the beast tide passes, the tornado will hit. That time will be around June of next year. Just when the earth begins to approach the sun, the temperature rises rapidly, and the cold and hot air convect. The whole earth is under the ravages of the tornado. After June, we have to leave here. Because the last summer of the earth is very short, only a little over a month, after which the earth will leave the orbit around the sun and move towards the outside of the solar system. When the earth moves away from the sun, the temperature of the earth will become colder and colder, and then the ice age will appear. So we only have more than a month to leave NJ City. Otherwise, when the ice age comes, staying in NJ City is just waiting for death. It can be said that as long as you stay on the surface, you are waiting for death. At that time, the temperature of the earth at night will drop to minus 130 degrees, and the seawater will freeze. At the same time, because the temperature of the earth drops, the pressure in the earth's core will be too high, and major volcanoes around the world will erupt at that time. Among the erupting volcanoes was the Yellowstone volcano in Country A. Anyone who has checked the encyclopedia knows that the power of the Yellowstone volcano's eruption is absolutely world-destroying, not to mention that there were also major volcanoes erupting at the same time around the world. At that time, living on the ground was completely a death wish. The air was poisonous, and the water could not be drunk directly. The sulfate aerosol in the sky would block the already insufficient sunlight, making the earth dead silent. So at that time, there had to be an underground base, otherwise it would be impossible to survive. Now Xiang Qian is considering where to build a base. It's not that he can't find a good location, but there are too many places to choose from, but each place has its shortcomings, and he can't make a decision. As for recruiting talents, it is definitely best to build a base near Qinghai Lake, where there are abundant water resources, and there are also several large national strategic defense bases around. When the city is evacuated next year, these bases will be overcrowded. If the base is built there, it will be very convenient to recruit talents. But there are disadvantages, that is, all the surrounding resources are monopolized by the state, and it is very difficult to get any. If you choose a place with abundant materials, you must choose Sanya, which is close to the sea, with abundant natural and aquatic resources. No matter how much you mine, it is yours, and no one will rob you. But it was completely frozen during the Ice Age, and there were no war bases around, so it was very difficult to recruit talents. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian has not made up his mind yet. There are pros and cons in choosing any place, and you can't have the best of both worlds, but these two are indispensable, making it difficult to choose. After a while, Xiang Qian sighed and stopped thinking about this problem. He turned back to the studio and continued to develop exoskeleton power armor. Time passed bit by bit, and soon half a month passed. February 18th, the Lunar New Year. On this day, no matter what the world becomes, every household in the country takes out the few remaining supplies to let the elderly and children have a full meal. Xiang Qian and his friends also gathered together to have a New Year's Eve dinner together. But at 12 o'clock in the evening, there were no flashing fireworks in the night sky, and there were no firecrackers around as in previous years. This made everyone feel bad. Even though their current lives were not much different from before the end of the world, it could not change the fact that it was the end of the world. Except Xiang Qian, everyone was thinking, can everyone still eat these meals during the Spring Festival next year? Can they still get together? Brother Yang, Brother Zhang, can you play mahjong? Today is the New Year, we have to stay up all night, let's play mahjong. At this time, Zhao Ming said heartlessly, I can play, but I haven't played for a long time, so my skills are not good enough. Zhang Lei spoke up immediately. It's okay, coins, I feel like making a set of mahjong. Xiang Qian's face was dark, using genetic nuclear power to make mahjong, so extravagant. But today is the New Year, and he also understands what Zhao Ming means. He doesn't want to make everyone feel depressed, so he did this. In this case, he He will follow his willfulness for once. After making a set of mahjong for Zhao Ming, he also stopped Condensation, who was about to go to the studio to study the cell-strengthening potion, and asked her not to work. Didn't you say that the cell-strengthening potion is very important? Is time precious right now? Why are you holding me back again? Ling Ning was held back by Xiang Qian, and said expressionlessly, "Today is Chinese New Year, let's take a day off. Can you play cards? Let's play cards, and the loser has to agree to a condition with the winner, how about that? You said you wanted revenge, but I'm giving you a chance." Xiang Qian said with a smile. I don't know how to play cards, I only know how to play golden hook fishing. Ling Ning said in a low voice. Okay, golden hook fishing is golden hook fishing, who's afraid of who? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment. Looking at Ling Ning, who was embarrassed, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He really wondered if Ling Ning's IQ was over 100, there were still people who couldn't play cards. Humph, I must take revenge today. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, Ling Ning's embarrassed expression immediately disappeared without a trace, and he said excitedly, I was fooled. This was Xiang Qian's first reaction, but looking at Ling Ning with a smirk, he would not back down. Fishing with a golden hook is so simple, as long as you remember the order of the cards, and then play a little trick, it's easy to win. As a result, after starting, Xiang Qian knew what it meant that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Chapter 32. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Xiang Qian led a large group of people to work in the yard. Reinforce the building, the wall, take down the chandeliers on the ceiling of the room, and take down all the decorations on the wall. Tomorrow is the day when the big earthquake happened in Xiang Qian's memory. If these things are not finished today, then tomorrow, he will have to sleep in the yard. You should know that NJ City itself belongs to the North China earthquake zone. Although the epicenter of tomorrow's big earthquake is not in JS province, the vibration transmitted from it also caused NJ City to erupt with an earthquake equivalent to 6.7 magnitude. So the house must be reinforced today, otherwise something terrible will happen. With the ability of the equipment manufacturer, one steel bar after another was integrated into the wall to reinforce the reinforced concrete pillars, so that the strength of the entire house can reach the standard of being able to withstand an 8-magnitude earthquake. Ling Ning was not idle either. She took the older children to clean the room. Otherwise, if there was an earthquake tomorrow, all the dust on the roof would fall down, which would not look good. Everyone worked hard for a whole day to finish everything. At this time, Xiang Qian had to go back to the studio to sort out various equipment. He would not let others do it. Now, only Ling Ning, Zhao Ming, and Old Man Li can enter the studio. Apart from the three of them, Xiang Qian did not give anyone else permission to enter the studio, not even his parents. Now the door of the studio is not the original broken wooden door, but the electronic induction door he reinstalled. Iris scanning is required to enter the studio. If you want to open the door without permission, Xiang Qian will know it at the first time. It's not his fault that he was too cautious. Besides, if someone saw the things in the studio, it would be too scary. Not to mention the core supercomputer, the cell-strengthening project of condensation research alone cannot be known to others. There are also various experimental equipment, hundreds of bottles of gene nuclear power liquid, all of which are treasures. In addition, if the nuclear fusion battery buried in the basement of the studio is stolen, then all of them will be starving. Now the power supply of the entire yard comes from this nuclear fusion battery. When leaving NJ City in the future, this nuclear fusion battery will also be the most important energy source. If it was stolen, Xiang Qian would have no place to cry. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is a standard level 2 civilization technology. Although it is a primary level 2 civilization technology, it is also an important technology to break the barriers of level 2 civilization. Now that he has lost the M3A biochemical mother machine, he cannot make a nuclear fusion battery even if he has the raw materials. After packing up everything, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiang Qian did not continue to develop the exoskeleton power armor, but turned around and left the studio. Bang bang. Xiang Qian had just returned to the room and hadn't sat down when he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw that it was Ling Ning. What's the matter? Xiang Qian asked curiously. You know, it was the first time Ling Ning had knocked on his door in such a long time. Well, are we going to talk here? Ling Ning nodded. Oh, please come in, let's talk inside. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said. Ling Ning's face started to turn red when she entered the room, because there was no place for her to sit in Xiang Qian's room. In the whole room, There was only a bed except for the wardrobe, and there was not even a chair. Sit down. If you want something to drink, I get it for you. Xiang Qian said directly before he realized that there was no chair in his room. No need. I just want to ask you something. Ling Ning said quickly. Well, go ahead. I go get a chair. At this time, Xiang Qian realized and immediately went to the living room to get a chair. Ling Ning felt better. Ling Ning looked at Xiang Qian, who was sitting on the bed and staring at her. Her mood, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate again. It was the first time for her to be alone in a room with a man, and Xiang Qian kept staring at her, making her forget the purpose of coming to Xiang Qian. By the way, if you have anything to ask me, ask it. Xiang Qian looked at Ling Ning for a long time without saying anything and then asked. There is something. I just want to ask if there is going to be an earthquake. Ling Ning heard what Xiang Qian said and exclaimed in surprise, and then spoke. Yes, that's right, there is going to be an earthquake. Xiang Qian nodded and said he didn't want to hide it from Ling Ning. Why did you know that there was going to be an earthquake? It seems that from the beginning, you can always know what is going to happen in advance. Ling Ning looked at Xiang Qian seriously. She was entangled for a long time before she made up her mind to ask Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian looked at Ling Ning, but he was thinking about how to tell her. After a while, Xiang Qian opened his mouth and said slowly, How should I put it? Many things are not known by the group, but this is not a prophecy, and I can't calculate it. These are all calculated by me according to the current changes and scientific theories. Everyone knows that the Earth's orbit has shifted, but have you ever thought about why it has shifted? Before Ling Ning spoke, Xiang Qian continued, You may have thought about it, or you may not have thought about it, but the mainstream view now is that the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way has been destroyed. After the entire Milky Way lost the gravitational bondage of the central black hole, the major planets started a gravitational war. The solar system was also affected by this, and the Earth also began to deviate from its orbit due to gravity. No one knows the truth now, but according to this statement, what will the Earth face in the future? Just think about it. After listening, Ling Ning frowned and began to think about what will happen after the Earth deviates from its orbit. Even people who don't know much about astronomy can say one or two things. But she didn't think Xiang Qian would ask her for no reason. There must be a deep meaning behind this question. She is now thinking about what this deep meaning is. Will the Earth collide with the Sun, or fly out of its orbit? Ling Ning said hesitantly. Her knowledge of biological genes could not help her solve the problem asked by Xiang Qian. Yes, there are these two possibilities. However, if you can calculate the Earth's orbital speed, you will know that the Earth cannot collide with the Sun. Instead, it will directly escape the Sun's gravity and fly out of the solar system. You see, you don't even know the general knowledge of astronomy, but you can think of these two results. If you know a little bit of this knowledge, you can rule out the possibility of the Earth colliding with the Sun, and then you can predict that the Earth will escape the Sun's gravity and fly out of the solar system. Then tell me, is this considered as foresight? This is just an answer that can be known based on simple scientific knowledge. If people know more, can they predict more accurate things? Xiang Qian took a big detour and confused Ling Ning. But earthquakes have nothing to do with scientific knowledge. Even if it is a specialized geological researcher, they may not be able to predict earthquakes with the help of equipment. Although Ling Ning felt that what Xiang Qian said made sense, she was not so easy to fool. Haha, you don't need to know geology to know this, just think about it. A satellite as small as the moon can cause tidal movement on the Earth, not to mention a star as massive as the Sun. The moon causes tides, so what does the Sun cause? Of course, it is geological changes. And what will happen when there are geological changes? Of course, it will be earthquakes. Is there anything you don't understand when you think about it this way? Xiang Qian continued to deceive. Why didn't you reinforce it before but now? Does it mean that an earthquake will happen soon? If so, how do you know the time of the earthquake? Even if the gravity of the Sun will cause geological changes, you should not know the time of the earthquake. Because the Earth is about to get closer to the Sun again, the Earth is now at the farthest point in its orbit. When the Earth starts to get closer to the Sun, the gravity it receives will increase, and the probability of an earthquake will rise. And now the Earth is moving much faster than before, so I think there will be an earthquake recently. Xiang Qian said without missing a word. Then what will happen in the future? You predict it now. Ling Ning's pitiful knowledge of astronomy and physics could not refute Xiang Qian's statement at all, so he could only change the subject. In the future, of course, many things will happen. But this time I won't predict it, you predict it. You know what happens when a pressure cooker is heated, the internal temperature and pressure rise, And you pour a basin of cold water on it. Do you know? Xiang Qian's eyes turned and he spoke. The vent hole on the top of the pressure cooker will instantly discharge the air in the pressure cooker and reduce the internal pressure. Ling Ning said directly that she had done this before. Many times when she didn't want to wait for the pressure cooker to slowly release the air, she would flush the pressure cooker with cold water. In that case, she could open the pressure cooker immediately without worrying about the internal pressure being too high, causing the water in the book to overflow. It's easy to deal with if you know this. Then imagine the Earth as a heated pressure cooker. Now the temperature of the Earth suddenly drops. Imagine what will happen. The pressure cooker will exhaust gas. The Earth will erupt volcanically. The way to reduce the pressure inside the Earth is to erupt volcanically. You mean there will be a large-scale volcanic eruption in the future? Ling Ning said in surprise. This is not what I said, but what you said. You predicted that there would be a volcanic eruption, so now think about which is the most famous volcano in the world. Xiang Qian guided Ling Ning step by step, and said the answer he wanted to say. The most famous volcano in the world is the Yellowstone volcano in Country A. Oh my god, the Yellowstone volcano erupted. The consequences would be too terrible. Ling Ning's forehead was sweating, and she scared herself. But according to the calculation, this possibility is very high. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, the eruption of Yellowstone volcano is a foregone conclusion. This is why I say it is the end of the world now. We are facing this danger every moment. But you don't have to worry so much. Don't forget that we are all evolvers. If it doesn't work, I will build a spaceship and we will leave the Earth. Anyway, we can survive, so you don't have to worry so much. Xiang Qian stood up and said slowly. Well, I understand. Then I go back first. Sorry for disturbing you. Ling Ning was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses, then stood up and left. After Xiang Qian watched Ling Ning leave, he washed up and went to bed. He slept well, but Ling Ning was thinking about future problems all night, and the more he thought, the heavier his mood became, and as a result, he didn't sleep all night. At 8:10, the next morning, everyone who was eating suddenly felt the ground shaking under their feet, and everyone put down their bowls, and ran out of the room quickly, and came to the middle of the yard. At this time, everyone was still in shock, and no one noticed that Xiang Qian kept muttering, "The time is wrong. It shouldn't be 10:30. Why is it early?" Chapter 33. Xiang Qian was very sure that the earthquake in his memory happened at around 10 o'clock, but now it was only around 8 o'clock, and the earthquake happened. What does this mean? This means that the memory in his mind is no longer completely accurate. There may be no change in the general direction, but the details are not necessarily the same. And he is not sure whether this change will become bigger until it deviates from the original trajectory. However, this incident also sounded a wake-up call for Xiang Qian. In the future, everything must be arranged in advance. It is not possible to start reinforcing the house the day before the earthquake like this time. What if the earthquake is not 2 hours in advance, but a day in advance? In less than a minute, the ground stopped shaking, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qianbi, why do you look so bad? Are you scared? Zhao patted Xiang Qian on the shoulder and said. Xiang Qian looked at Zhao unhappily, but said nothing. Even if he said he was not scared, no one would believe him. But being scared in advance and being scared by the earthquake are two completely different things. But this cannot be said yet, so Xiang Qian can only keep silent. Back in the house, since the chandelier on the ceiling and the decorations on the wall have been removed, the house has not become a mess because of the earthquake. However, the restaurant was in a mess, and much of the food on the table had fallen to the ground. It can't be eaten, make it again. Xiao Qian, go around and see if there are any collapsed houses around. If there are, help save people. Xiang Qian's father took a look and turned to Xiang Qian and the others. Xiang Qian and the others nodded, but still left Zhang Lei at home just in case. Xiang Qian drove away with Zhao Ming, Yang Guang and the other four. There was an earthquake during the new year. Fortunately, we are in the countryside. I don't know how chaotic the city is at this time. I just don't know if the Zifeng building has collapsed. If it has, it will be lively. Zhao Ming got in the car and leaned back in his seat. Do you think the Zifeng building is made of mud and can collapse at any time? The epicenter of this earthquake is not in NJ City. It cannot be said that there is no loss in the entire NJ City, but it is definitely not serious. Xiang Qian said. This earthquake reminds me of Wenchuan. At that time, several of us participated in the rescue. At that time, the entire Wenchuan was a ruin. But at that time, we could still rescue. In this weather, let alone rescue, Even if the people who escaped, because there is no food and a place to live, aren't they waiting to die? Yang Guang in the back seat suddenly said. Brother Yang, don't be so pessimistic. I don't know what's happening in other places, but the people affected in NJ City will definitely not die. Xiang Qian said with certainty. He knew that the refugees would be placed in the subway and live with those who couldn't make a living in the surrounding areas of NJ City. Soon Xiang Qian and his friends drove around the area and saw several houses with cracks on the walls, but they didn't see any houses that started to collapse. Just now I felt that the ground was shaking a lot, but why didn't any houses collapse? Could it be that I felt it wrong? After walking around, Zhao Ming said in confusion. You still want all the houses around to collapse? This is a rural area, and most of the houses are built by my family. They use good materials, and the workmanship is fine. There is no shoddy construction at all. The earthquake just now, which lasted less than a minute, wants to collapse these houses. Then all the houses in the city will collapse. Xiang Qian looked at Zhao Ming with contempt. In fact, even if his house was not reinforced, it would not be a big deal. Then according to what you said, Xingfu New Village over at the water plant will suffer. Their houses are not built by their own family, but moved there after demolition. Let's go and take a look. You might be right. Xiang Qian was stunned and immediately turned around and drove toward Xingfu New Village. The water plant was next to where Xiang Qian lived. When the land was requisitioned, his house was not included in the scope of the land requisition because it was too close to the Yangtze River Dam. Xingfu New Village was on the other side of the water plant. Their village was originally the current water plant, but because of the overall planning, they had to move away from there. Xiang Qian's elders used to be members of the village. Just after passing the water plant, Xiang Qian saw the half-collapsed building. The 5-story building originally had 3 units, but now only 1.5 units were left. When they arrived at the scene, Zhao Ming was stunned by the scene in front of him. After Yang Guang and others got off the car, they also looked at the people fighting in front of them stupidly. No one rescued, no one cried, only a group of people were snatching supplies from the ruins, and dozens of people were fighting there. As long as someone dug out food from the ruins, even a bag of rice or a piece of bread, it would be snatched away. This scene was too horrible. Zhao Ming and the others didn't react at all, and they couldn't understand why there were so many people, but they didn't save people. At this time, only Xiang Qian looked at the group of people in front of him coldly. He had seen such scenes before, and he had seen more cruel scenes than this. Originally, he was thinking that if someone organized a rescue here, he would help, provide food for the people who came out, and then send them to the city. But now it seems unnecessary. There are people like this around, and what will the people buried under the ruins look like? Just think about it. Get in the car, let's go. Xiang Qian looked at the stunned people and said coldly, Are you not going to save people? Zhao Ming said stupidly. He hadn't reacted yet. Birds of a feather flock together. The people who survived are like this, so what can the people buried under the rubble be like? They are all from the same village, so it's impossible that they have no relatives. But what did you see just now? Do I need to tell you more? After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he got in the car. Zhao Ming and the other 4 were stunned for a moment before they reacted and got in the car. After they got in the car, Xiang Qian turned around and left without hesitation. On the way home, the atmosphere in the car was very dull. Even Zhao Ming lowered his head and didn't say anything. Just sat quietly on the chair and went home without saying a word. After getting off the car, Xiang Qian didn't say much to them. Many things needed them to adapt to themselves. Because they are living well now, they don't know what the outside world is like. After this experience, I think they will cherish the life in front of them more. Son, what's wrong? What happened to you? I saw Zhao Ming went in just now. Why did he look a little lost, is that right? Xiang Qian's father pulled Xiang Qian and said, Dad, it's nothing. It's just that the scene they saw this time was a little scary, and they are not suitable. Xiang Qian said a few perfunctory words and turned away. He knew that the scene he saw just now would definitely be told by Zhao Ming, so he didn't need to waste his words. As a result, many people were absent-minded during lunch. Xiang Qian knew what was going on at a glance, but he didn't say anything or enlighten everyone. After dinner, he returned to the studio to continue developing exoskeleton power armor. Qianbi, how many people do you think will die in this earthquake? Will such a disaster happen again in the future? In the afternoon, Zhao Ming ran to the studio and said to Xiang Qian, It should be. I don't know exactly how many people will die. Anyway, I know that as long as the end of the world is not over, disasters will accompany us. Xiang Qian glanced at Zhao Ming and said calmly, When you reinforced the house before, did you know that an earthquake would happen? Why didn't you spread the news? I know if you want to spread the news, you will definitely find a way. Zhao Ming looked at Xiang Qian seriously. Do you think I am the only one who knows? The country doesn't know, or no one in the country knows. Why didn't any news spread before the earthquake? Do you know? Xiang Qian stopped his work and looked at Zhao Ming calmly. I only know that many people died. If we had known this news in advance, we wouldn't have died so many people. Zhao Ming said stubbornly. Maybe, but if I had told this news, we would definitely be among the dead now. Now tell me, if you know this news, will you tell others? Xiang Qian continued to speak calmly, not excited at all. But... Zhao Ming held back for a long time, but didn't say a word. Okay, go back and think about it. Some people are worth saving, but some are not. But no matter whether they are worth saving, before you save them, you must think about the consequences of saving them. I also want to save people. If possible, I want no one to die. But unfortunately, I don't have the ability now. When I have the ability, I will do it. Xiang Qian stood up and patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder. I understand, Money, I'm wrong. Okay, go back and have a good sleep, don't think too much. After Zhao Ming left, Xiang Qian shook his head and continued to work. Chapter 34. After dinner the next morning, Xiang Qian looked at Zhao Ming with a panda eye and knew that he must not have slept well last night. Are you going fishing with me, or going back to sleep? After dinner, Xiang Qian said to Zhao Ming with a smile. Don't do your thing today. Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment and said strangely. Take a rest. It has been improved almost. After Lung Ning develops the cell-strengthening agent, we can try the actual effect. If there are any problems, we can improve it later. Okay, I go fishing with you, since I can't sleep anyway. The two walked to the yard, and at this time Wu Wei, Yang Guang and Li Cheng had already got in the car and were ready to go. Brother Wu, wait a minute, we're going fishing today too. Xiang Qian hurriedly called him. For more than a month, Zhang Lei and the other four took turns to go fishing. Each time 3 of them went out fishing, and 1 stayed at home. Zhao Ming sometimes went with them to join in the fun, but Xiang Qian had never been there once, and was only responsible for extracting the genetic nuclear power fluid. Okay, then Yang Guang and I will stay and let Li Cheng drive. Wu Wei nodded and pulled Yang Guang out of the car. After all, the cab can only accommodate 3 people, and it would be a bit crowded if all 5 of them sat in it. Okay, I heard that Brother Li's driving skills are very good, so today is a good time to see it. Xiang Qian smiled, and got in the car with Zhao Ming. Since the container truck is still loaded with materials decomposed from the War Reserve warehouse, they now go fishing in a Hummer every day. In fact, even if the container truck can be used, Xiang Qian is not going to use it, because driving a container truck on the ice of the Yangtze River is too weird. The Hummer is different. It has good off-road performance. It is normal to drive this car at this time. At the same time, fishing does not use super nutrient solution to raise fish, but normal fish food, but the fish food used to catch evolved beasts must be added with shredded meat. Brother Li, you haven't had any conflicts with others recently. Leaving the yard, Xiang Qian said to Li Cheng. No, now everyone digs holes, and fishes by themselves. Unless someone is not here, no one will cross the line. After all, the people who come here to fish every day are familiar faces. They know that they are not easy to mess with each other, so no one will cause trouble. Anyway, the river is very big. If you want to fish, you can just go and dig holes yourself. There is no need to fight for territory. Li Cheng said indifferently. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, but said nothing. He was not afraid that Li Cheng and his men would suffer. With their skills, as long as they were not surrounded by a large group of people with guns. Even if there were a few guns, they didn't care. Nano-bulletproof vests were no joke. Besides, they had weapons in their hands, plus the bulletproof Hummer, there would be no danger. He was mainly worried that someone would shoot a cold gun from behind. With the character of Li Cheng and his men, even if they were to teach someone a lesson, they would not kill them. If you hate someone, you may be retaliated. This is what Xiang Qian is worried about. After all, it is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Now that Li Cheng said that he had no conflict with others, it was fine. Soon, the car drove to the Yangtze River Dam. But when they got on the dam, Xiang Qian and the other 3 immediately found that something was wrong on the Yangtze River. At this time, 2 groups of people were looking at each other on the ice of the Yangtze River. The group with more people was shouting loudly, while the group with fewer people had weapons in their hands. Brotherly, go down and take a look. Xiang Qian said to Li Cheng. He was very curious about what the group of people were going to do. I go down by myself, you stay in the car. Those people have weapons in their hands. It's very dangerous if they open fire. Li Cheng didn't want the two of them to take risks. It's okay, we won't get out of the car later. With their firepower, they can't penetrate the car window at all, it's okay. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Okay, then you must not get out of the car later. Li Cheng thought so too. The Hummer modified by Xiang Qian, let alone the guns in the hands of those people. Even if they carried rocket launchers, they couldn't penetrate the defense of the Hummer. Li Cheng drove directly behind the group of people. The group was not surprised to see the Hummer. They were all fishermen here. Although they did not communicate with Li Cheng and his group, they also knew the Hummer. What are those people doing? Are they here to grab the territory? After getting off the car, Li Cheng asked the group of people. Brother, you are here. That group of people is not here to grab the territory. There is such a big place around, so there is no need to grab the territory. They are here to grab the fish, and they ask us to pay them a protection fee of 1 fish every day. This is a joke. We work hard every day, and can only catch 1 or 2 fish. Sometimes we can't catch any fish at all. If we give them 1 fish every day, we will be starving. A man wrapped in a military coat said. Xiang Qian heard it clearly in the car. He didn't expect that someone would come up with this idea so soon. Shut up, everyone. Now go fishing. If you don't catch any fish today, don't think about leaving alive. The other boss said, and pointed at everyone with a gun in his hand. The threat was obvious. Don't think you're great just because you have robbed us. Although we only have 2 muskets, we can still kill you. If you have the ability, go fishing by yourself. If you want us to fish for you, forget it. We can just break up and stop fishing. That's right. Although the musket in my hand is not accurate, I can shoot all of you with 1 shot. If you don't believe me, try it. Yes, don't be afraid of birds. They will die anyway if they are shot. We will take someone with us when we die. After the 2 people holding muskets in front of them said this, the people behind them also shouted. With your 2 broken guns, it's questionable whether you can kill people. I have an AK-47 in my hand, a submachine gun, and a volley of bullets can kill all of you. If you are not afraid of death, try it and see who dies first. The other party's boss said impatiently. Li Cheng was speechless immediately. That was a shitty AK-47, and that was obviously a domestic 81-1. Brotherly, show us your weapons. At this time, Xiang Qian said to Li Cheng. He didn't want to waste time with the other party. Anyway, it seemed that the other party was also afraid of death. After Li Cheng showed his weapon, he shouldn't be able to fight. After hearing this, Li Cheng walked to the front without saying anything, took out a submachine gun from the inside of his coat, and said to the other group of people, Let's try it. Let's see whether you kill us first or we kill you first. Sure enough, when the other group saw Li Cheng took out the submachine gun, their faces changed immediately. They didn't care about the muskets. After all, it was so cold, they were wearing 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and it was a question whether the steel balls shot by the muskets could penetrate their clothes. But the submachine guns were different. They were not comparable to the muskets. If they were really swept by a volley of bullets, they would be disabled if not dead. Okay, you have guts, but don't regret it, let's go. The other boss weighed the pros and cons, and found that they could not gain any advantage, so there was no need to continue, so he evacuated decisively. But before leaving, he stared at Li Cheng gloomily, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. After the other party retreated, a group of people immediately surrounded Li Cheng and began to flatter him. Even Xiang Qian and Zhao Ming, who were sitting in the car, were surrounded by people. Several people took out cigarettes, and asked them to get off to smoke. After talking with a group of people for a while, Xiang Qian and his group did not fish and left directly. Damn, now the robbers are using submachine guns, so do we have to resist rocket launchers? Zhao Ming said speechlessly. If the rocket launcher is blown up, you will be the first to suffer. Xiang Qian looked at Zhao Ming, and said with a curled lip. Xiao Qian, I saw the look in their eyes when they left. They will definitely come back to trouble us. Do you want me to kill them directly? Li Cheng said. He would not be soft-hearted when it comes to killing such scum. No, that won't solve the fundamental problem. Brotherly, you should see what kind of guns they have. Do you think those people can get those guns? Xiang Qian shook his head. Impossible, the military doesn't need to do anything. Li Cheng immediately said excitedly. Brotherly, you misunderstood. I didn't say they were instructed by the military, but can you guarantee that everyone in the military is fine? It's normal for a few bad guys to appear anywhere. Besides, The gun management at this time is definitely not as strict as before. In order to deal with emergencies, all the guns can't be placed in the gun warehouse. If some people use their power to get a few, that's not normal, not to mention bullets, which are simply incalculable. So if you want to solve the problem, you have to start from the root. Even if you kill those people, it's useless. When they die, others will naturally appear to replace them. Xiang Qian said coldly. That's right, Qinbi, I support you. Just make a missile and blow up those who dare to give weapons to those scumbags. Zhao Ming said beside him. Brother Li, go home. You don't have to do this. I have my own way. Xiang Qian ignored Zhao Ming and said to Li Cheng. Okay. Boss, we just left like this without taking any fish back. How are we going to explain to Mr. Zhou? Pa. Who the hell told you we just left like this? I wait until they catch the fish and then snatch them. Who's going to fish now, if they're fighting to the death with them? When they finish fishing and want to go home, we stop them halfway. By then, they won't be together. The boss slapped the younger brother and said unhappily. Yes, boss is wise. But that guy with the gun is not easy to deal with. They came in a Hummer, maybe he has a background. The younger brother nodded immediately. Humph, no matter how powerful his background is, can it be greater than that of Mr. Zhou? Now is the end of the world. Only with a gun can you have strength. Even if he is the son of the provincial party secretary, we don't have to be afraid. Let's go back and have a nap, and come back in the afternoon. They didn't know at all that while they were calculating others, there was also someone calculating them. Chapter 35. Xiang Qian returned home, took out an iron box from the container truck, and then went into the studio to get busy. He certainly couldn't take direct action against those people, and the people behind them, as that would very likely expose him. When facing the entire NJ military region, he wasn't sure he could escape. So this matter could only be outsmarted, not forced. So Xiang Qian prepared to make a remote-controlled bomb, and let those scumbags bring the bomb directly to their lair. As long as the people behind them showed up, they would be sent directly to see God. However, the other parts of this remote-controlled bomb are easy to deal with. The main thing is how to determine whether the person behind them appears, which requires eavesdropping equipment. Don't detonate the bomb directly when you see someone contacting them through the visual radar. What if the contact person is a mistress? That would be a big surprise. At the same time, the coverage of the visual radar may not be able to radiate to their nest at home, so you need to follow them. Fortunately, you don't need to follow too close, as long as you can cover them within the field of view of the visual radar. After thinking about the functions required for the remote-controlled bomb, Xiang Qian began to activate the ability of the Black Technology Controller. After all, this bomb belongs to the category of first-level civilization technology, and there is no need to use nanomechanical insects to make it, which is really a waste. Soon, a blueprint appeared in Xiang Qian's hand. If he didn't know that the design on the blueprint was a bomb, he would never have thought that a small machine with tracks, and like a tank model, would be a remote-controlled bomb. There is a reason for installing tracks, because Xiang Qian doesn't know which road those people will take, so he can only put this remote-controlled bomb near the road they may pass by. If they find that their route is different from the ambush route, they can make timely adjustments and let the remote-controlled bomb go directly. Otherwise, they will have to drive to pick up the remote-controlled bomb and then run in front of those people to ambush. It will be tiring and easy to be exposed. After the remote-controlled bomb was made, Xiang Qian began to make a signal-receiving device to receive the sound from the sound collector in the remote-controlled bomb, which is also the terminal for detonation. This thing cannot be designed by the ability of the Black Technology Controller. Who knows if there is a signal jammer in their nest? In order to reduce the chance of exposure, the signal transmission frequency of the remote-controlled bomb is very low. In order to receive the signal well and detonate the bomb at any time, the technological content of this information receiving terminal must exceed the current technological level. The safest way is to use nanomechanical insects to manufacture quasi-second-level civilization technology equipment. Such equipment is easy to manufacture and powerful, and is definitely a must-have equipment for this kind of murder. When everything was done, it was already noon. Xiang Qian experimented with the remote-controlled bomb and found no problems. The signal transmission was also very stable. Even slight electromagnetic interference would not cause signal transmission interruption. Xiang Qian was relieved because he knew that even military signal jammers could not reach the level of small electromagnetic bombs, so he was not afraid of signal interruption. After lunch, Xiang Qian called Li Cheng and Zhao Ming and asked them to be ready in the afternoon, as they might have to go to the city at any time. After that, Xiang Qian used the visual radar to find the location of the group of people, But he did not take action at this time because the group of people would never give up, so he just had to wait at home. Sure enough, at 2:30 in the afternoon, the group finally set out. At the same time, Xiang Qian also got in the car with a remote-controlled bomb, ready to go at any time. Are you sure they all go back at this time? So early, and so late to fish for a while. The boss sitting in the car said to a younger brother. Boss, it's true. I have observed for several days that they go back at this time every day. In fact, they can't catch many fish in a day. The most I have seen is that someone only caught 3 fish. Basically, there is only 1 fish. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you can't catch anything. The younger brother said immediately. Humph, who cares if they are lucky or not? Anyway, all the fish today are ours. The Yangtze River is so big. If they don't fish today, we will go somewhere else. As long as there are fish, we will have food, weapons, and women. If we can't get fish, Mr. Zhou will definitely not let me go, and I will definitely not let you go. Tomorrow, you guys go find a few cars, and go to other places to scout. These people were robbed by us today, and I guess they won't come tomorrow. We have to go to other places to fish. We must ensure that we have a harvest every day, understand? The boss snorted coldly. Yes, boss. The younger brothers nodded in response. Soon, they drove a pickup truck to stop a vehicle that was about to leave after fishing. Get out of the car, and move the fish to our car. Humph, you really think I can't deal with you after I left in the morning, and now you are in my hands? The boss got out of the car, and said arrogantly to the people in the car. Hurry up and get out of the car, or I will shoot you if you make us wait anxiously. Hurry up, why are you dragging your feet when moving a fish? Faced with 6 guns, the fishermen could only move the fish they had worked so hard to catch today onto the pickup truck, and they felt so frustrated. Let's go, find the next target. After the robbery was completed, the boss got in the car and said happily. Xiang Qian saw all this clearly, and he sentenced them to death in his heart. But now is not the time to kill them. They are hateful, but the people behind them are even more hateful. If you want to cut the grass, you must get rid of it at the root. After an hour, the group robbed 5 waves of people, snatched 7 fish, and killed 3 people in one of the robberies. Finally, when they felt that it was almost time, they turned around and prepared to go back. At this time, Xiang Qian quickly calculated which roads they would take to go back, and which road had the highest probability. Finally, Xiang Qian judged that it was the widest road. After making the judgment, Xiang Qian did not hesitate, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car quickly to take the shortcut and rush towards that road. When the group of people were still 10 minutes away from the road, Xiang Qian had already reached the road. He wrapped a remote-controlled bomb in a tattered plastic bag and placed it in the middle of the road. It looked like a garbage bag and would not attract attention at all. Moreover, people would subconsciously avoid unknown objects on the road when driving. Even if it was a plastic bag, no one would deliberately press on it. This not only ensured the safety of the remote-controlled bomb, but also allowed the remote-controlled bomb to quickly stick to the chassis of the car when the car was driving over it. After placing the remote-controlled bomb, Xiang Qian quickly evacuated. 10 minutes later, the pickup truck was passed, but the plastic bag on the road disappeared. Xiang Qian looked at the remote-controlled bomb tightly attached to the chassis of the pickup truck on the screen. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then drove home. Where have you been? Didn't you agree to go into the city? Why did you run away alone? I thought you went alone and forgot about the 2 of us. Zhao Ming stood at the door and complained immediately when he saw Xiang Qian driving back. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Brotherly, you drive? We're going to Xiaoguan Wholesale Market. Xiang Qian gave the driving position to Li Cheng, sat in the back seat, and started to operate the signal receiver. What is this, a robot? Zhao Ming looked at the remote-controlled bomb on the screen and asked curiously. I tell you later, just watch it now. Xiang Qian ignored Zhao Ming and began to concentrate on operating the remote-controlled bomb. He wanted to make a hole in the chassis of the pickup truck for the remote-controlled bomb, and the hole should be under the seat, so that he could hear them talking and ensure that the remote-controlled bomb would not be discovered. Soon, 2 vehicles, 5 kilometers apart, came to the Yangtze River Bridge. However, the pickup truck drove towards Hunan Road, while the Hummer drove towards Xiaoguan. In this way, no matter what happened later, no one would associate it with Xiang Qian and his team. When Xiang Qian saw that the pickup truck drove smoothly all the way to the JS Provincial Military Region, he knew that this matter could be solved at one time. Chapter 36. The pickup truck stopped at the door of a warehouse in the JS Provincial Military District. We have brought back Mr. Zhou's stuff. Brother Liu, please open the door. The boss no longer looked as arrogant as before. Instead, he bowed and nodded like a grandson to an officer standing at the door of the warehouse. Well, you guys put the stuff into the metal box later. After you're done, wait inside. Don't make loud noises, understand? The officer surnamed Liu stared at the boss and said, then open the door of the warehouse and let the pickup truck in. Yes, Brother Liu, don't worry, we will definitely get it done. The boss waved to the pickup truck and asked them to enter the warehouse, and then he followed in. There were dozens of silver-white metal boxes in the warehouse, which looked a bit like the boxes for corpses in the morgue. Boss, why is this place a bit eerie? After a little brother came, he looked at the dim lights on the roof and the neatly arranged metal boxes, and couldn't help shuddering. I heard that the military's garrisons are all places where people have died in the past, and most of them are mass graves. It's normal to be a bit eerie. Another younger brother followed suit. Stop talking nonsense, work quickly. If young Master Zhou comes next year and sees that we haven't finished yet, you will be in trouble. Don't expect me to save you. The boss turned his head and said in a low voice. Yes, boss. Several younger brothers immediately opened the back compartment of the pickup truck, and several people carried the fish into the box. At this time, the door of the warehouse was closed, and the light in the entire warehouse became dimmer. After a while, a small door in the warehouse opened, and a young man in a suit walked in, followed by 5 soldiers with guns. The boss ran over excitedly when he saw the young man. But before he ran halfway, he was pointed at by 5 soldiers, who were about to shoot him if he took another step forward. Don't shoot, he's one of us. One of us. The boss stopped immediately, raised his hands high, and said loudly, Okay, go ahead and grab it. Guzi, how was your catch today? Zhou Xiao waved his hand, and said to the boss, Zhou Xiao, we caught 7 fish today, each weighing more than 80 kilograms, and the largest one weighed more than 100 kilograms. The boss was not angry at all for Zhou Xiao calling him by his nickname, but if someone in the underworld dared to call him that, he would definitely shoot him. Really? Let me see, I've never seen such a big fish. Zhou Xiao nodded and said, Hurry up and open the box, let Zhou Xiao see the goods. The boss turned around and said to the group of brothers, because he was too excited, he directly said the jargon. Zhou Xiao frowned when he heard this, but soon relaxed. Anyway, he didn't plan to use these people for a long time. At most, they would be useless in half a month. Now the NJ military region is discussing the plan of sending out troops to capture evolutionary beasts. The official notice will come in half a month at the latest. By that time, all evolutionary beasts captured by private individuals must be handed over to the military, but the military will not take them for free. They will give corresponding food according to the weight of the evolutionary beasts. However, the issue of how much food to compensate and whether to allow civilians to own guns is still under discussion. This is why Zhou Xiao asked these people to get more evolutionary beasts before things were settled. Now the country has known that evolutionary beasts can extract genetic nuclear power fluid. For the equipment damaged by the sunspot eruption, it is unknown when it will be restored if it is reproduced. However, as long as the equipment manufacturers have genetic nuclear power, it is easy to repair those equipment. Before, it was not known that evolutionary beasts could extract genetic nuclear power fluid. All evolutionists had no way to replenish genetic nuclear power, and the country could only use these people in high-end fields. Now that there are enough evolutionary beasts, all evolutionists can participate in the maintenance of ordinary equipment. As for why Zhou Xiao needed an evolution beast, it was also for the gene nuclear force liquid. You know, as long as the equipment manufacturer is given enough materials and gene nuclear force liquid, plus a blueprint, it is easy to make a nuclear warhead. With this idea, who wouldn't have some tricks? But the use of the Army's gene nuclear force liquid is recorded, who used how many bottles of gene nuclear force liquid, and what equipment was made after taking the gene nuclear force liquid, all of which are clearly recorded. Even if it was young Master Zhou's father, it would be impossible for him to use the genetic nuclear power liquid privately. If some madman could make a 10,000-ton nuclear bomb, then everyone would be finished. All the controls in this regard are stricter than anything else. But nothing is perfect. The military's genetic nuclear power liquid cannot be used, but if you have your own genetic nuclear power liquid, it is still okay to let the equipment manufacturer do some private work. As long as you don't let them make nuclear weapons and biological weapons, other things are still fine. Even if the higher-ups know, they won't investigate. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. That's right, take your people to get the supplies later, but don't make it public, otherwise you know the consequences. Zhou Xiao looked at the 7 fish and smiled. Although he didn't know how much genetic nuclear power fluid could be extracted from these fish, it shouldn't be a small amount. However, seeing the dog next to him squinting and grinning, he couldn't help but say a few more words. If this matter was spread out, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. At that time, it would be a question whether his father could keep his current position. Young Master Zhou, don't worry, we will never mess around. The boss immediately patted his chest and replied. That's good to know. Close the box and leave here. After saying that, young Master Zhou turned around and prepared to leave, but before he took 2 steps, the entire warehouse exploded. The huge explosion shook the entire NJ city, and even Xiang Qian and others who were far away in Xiaoguan heard it. After a while, people throughout the entire NJ city could see a small mushroom cloud floating over the city. Let's go down and have a look, see if there are any good things. Xiang Qian said to Zhao Ming, who was still looking at the screen stupidly beside him. This, you explode? Zhao Ming pointed at Xiang Qian, squeaked and whined for a long time, but didn't say a complete sentence. Some things are not something I have to do, but I have to do it. Let's go down and have a look. Xiang Qian looked at Zhao Ming, who was so surprised that he couldn't speak, explained, and pushed open the car door, and got out. After a while, Zhao Ming recovered and said, It's really exciting. Chapter 37. Before the end of the world, Xiaoguan Farmers Market was the largest farmers market in the entire NJ city. There was an endless stream of vendors coming here for wholesale every day. Many old men and women also liked to come here to buy things. After all, the things here are sold at wholesale prices, which are very cheap. Although there were not as many people outside the farmers market as before the end of the world, there were still quite a few people. Most people looked up at the mushroom cloud floating over Hunan Road, and were talking about something in surprise. Damn, there are still so many people at this time. Are there still vegetables for sale? Zhao Ming looked at the people hanging around at the entrance of the farmer's market and said in surprise. Nonsense, there must be people here. If there is no one, why would I come here? But there are no vegetables for sale now. You will know what they are selling later. Remember, don't be surprised by what you see later, don't talk nonsense, and don't run around. Xiang Qian said mysteriously. Oh my god, it's like an underground black market transaction. I want to see what's in it. Do you think I was scared? Zhao Ming said with disdain, completely forgetting who was sitting in the car just now, and it took him a long time to recover. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said nothing, thinking that this is a black market, and it is also the most formal black market in the entire NJ city. But he didn't expect that the Xiaoguan black market had developed to this extent at this time. But it's better this way, the larger the scale, the more benefits he can get. As the 3 people approached, the group of people who were discussing what the mushroom cloud was just now surrounded them immediately, after seeing the arrival of the 3 people. Brother, what do you want to buy? Tell me, old Huang. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. A sly-looking man ran up to Xiang Qian and said. Xiang Qian didn't say anything and walked forward on his own. Li Cheng and Zhao Meng were also startled by the crowd. But seeing that these people were all smiling, they didn't panic and take out their weapons. Brother, do you want a big one? I have the best one here. If you don't believe me, come with me to have a look. If you're not satisfied, I do whatever you want. 1-to-4, as long as I have the goods, I give you a 1-to-4 ratio, how about that? Don't listen to them, I have the most complete stuff here, as long as they can get it, I have it all. I have the most realistic prices here, if you don't believe me, just ask them. A group of people were talking at once, but after the last strongman spoke, everyone else shut up. Xiang Qian knew at a glance that the strongman who spoke last had the strongest background in the entire black market, and he was exactly the kind of person he was looking for. Really? Then take me over to see the goods. Xiang Qian said calmly. Okay, brother, you are a smart man, follow me. The big man laughed immediately after hearing this, and took Xiang Qian to the farmer's market. After entering the farmer's market, Zhao Ming found that the stalls that used to display various vegetables and fruits were now displaying rice, instant noodles, biscuits, and other foods. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ming was a little disdainful, thinking that it was nothing, it was just selling grain. But less than a minute later, when he reached the middle, Zhao Ming was stunned. Because what was displayed here was no longer food, but weapons. Although these weapons were all pistols, muskets, and hunting rifles, when did such a powerful black market appear in China, daring to openly set up stalls to sell guns here? When he reached the big man's shop, Zhao Ming was completely stunned. What was displayed on the counter was not muskets and hunting rifles, but submachine guns and machine guns, as well as magazines and bullets full of bullets, and a few grenades at the edge. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Ding, and my name is Dingwen. You can just call me Old Ding. May I ask what your last name is? The big man looked at Xiao Ming's surprised eyes, and felt very proud. But when he saw Xiang Qian's calm eyes, he was a little unsure about Xiang Qian's background, so he spoke a little politely. No need to call me Xiang, my first name is Qian, and you can just call me Xiao Qian. Looking at what Brother Ding has here, I think Brother Ding has a great background. Xiang Qian said with a smile. It doesn't matter if it's big or small. Anyone who can do business here has some background. It's just to make a living. Brother Xiang, just tell me what you like. I give you a 20% discount. Dingwen said generously, and then said to the younger brother, who was watching the store, Xiao Duan, go make tea quickly. Can't you see I'm entertaining guests? Xiang Qian didn't answer immediately, but walked around the room for a while, and then said, I don't know how the price here is calculated, Brother Ding. 1 pound for 30 bullets, 10 pounds for a submachine gun, 50 pounds for a machine gun, and 100 pounds for a free grenade, and 100 bullets. Come, Brother Xiang, have some tea first. Tea is a good thing these days. Dingwen said confidently. His price was not the cheapest in the black market, but rather a bit expensive. However, the things he had were the best in the black market. After seeing the things he had, basically no one would be interested in the junk outside. The price is fine, but it's useless to buy this little thing back. I wonder if Brother Ding can get this thing. Xiang Qian made a RPG firing gesture, and said with a smile. But at the same time, he was also shocked. The arms business is really violent. 100 kilograms of evolved beast meat is enough to extract 5 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid, and 1 bottle of gene nuclear power liquid can completely make all the weapons in this room now. But here, 100 kilograms of evolved beast meat can only be exchanged for 10 submachine guns, 100 bullets, and a grenade. Is there anything darker than this? Since Brother Xiang asked, I won't hide it. I have that thing, but it's a bit expensive. 300 gene for 1, no bargaining, 30 gene for 1 rocket. Dingwen looked at Xiang Qian and said, he knew he had found a good guy. He hadn't sold a single rocket launcher since he opened the shop. Because his asking price was too high, the previous few times someone asked, they were scared away by his price. So he carefully observed Xiang Qian's expression. If Xiang Qian hesitated, he would immediately lower the price. After all, only things that can be exchanged for the meat of evolved beasts are useful. Otherwise, even if a nuclear bomb is placed here, it will be useless. Hee hee. Brother Ding, this price is too high. I don't know where Brother Ding got the goods, but I know there is a place where 300 kilograms can be exchanged for 50 bodies and rockets are given. If Brother Ding wants to buy goods, as long as there is the meat of evolved beasts, as much as you want is fine. Xiang Qian said indifferently. After hearing this, the smile on Dingwen's face disappeared immediately. He stared at Xiang Qian and said, if Brother Xiang comes to buy things, I absolutely welcome you. But if you think that I, Dingwen, am easy to bully, and come to mess up the place, don't blame me for being rude. After Dingwen finished speaking, the younger brother, who had just poured tea immediately took out a gun. Although he didn't aim it at Xiang Qian and the others, he would definitely shoot the next second if Xiang Qian made any excessive movements. Li Cheng saw this situation, and on the surface, he didn't move at all, but the hand in his pocket had already aimed the gun at the younger brother holding the gun. If the other party dared to point the gun at Xiang Qian, he would shoot him immediately. Don't get me wrong, Brother Ding, I'm here to do business, not to mess things up. It's just that the business approach needs to be changed. I will sell things, and Brother Ding, or the person behind Brother Ding will buy things. As long as you can afford the price, I can also sell you a spaceship. Xiang Qian was unmoved and continued to smile. Humph, you are so arrogant. I want a spaceship. What's the price? Boss Ding snorted coldly. 100,000 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid. Xiang Qian said an astronomical figure. Dingwen was shocked. The reason for his shock was not that Xiang Qian's offer was too high, but that Xiang Qian actually mentioned the gene nuclear power liquid. You know, there are very few people who know about this thing now. If his cousin hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known what it was. Although everyone in the black market buys the meat of evolved beasts every day, there are definitely no more than 3 people in the black market who know about the genetic nuclear power liquid. Now even he couldn't figure out Xiang Qian's old ways, because people who know about the genetic nuclear power liquid should know who is behind him, so it is impossible, and dare not come here to cause trouble. Brother Xiang, the price is a bit high. I need to call and ask. You can drink tea here first. Xiaoduan, treat Brother Xiang and his friends well. If I come back and see that you have offended them, and let the 3 guests go, I will not forgive you. Dingwen left in a hurry after saying this. No problem. We are free, Xiang Qian said indifferently, and then started drinking tea. Chapter 38. Cooperation. Dingwen walked to a deserted place and took out a communication device that looked like an old-fashioned mobile phone. It didn't even have a number key, only a few buttons. Pulling out the antenna and pressing the call key, Dingwen began to wait. Although this phone didn't even have a screen, it was a great thing to have such a remote communicator in the end times when satellites were broken and mobile phones were scrap metal. After a long time, a voice finally came from the communicator. Xiaowen, what's the matter? Dingwen heard the voice and immediately said, Cousin, I have a strange guest here. He said he would provide us with weapons, even spaceships. No, I'm not stupid. At first, I thought he was a liar, but he knew about the genetic nuclear power agent. That's right, I didn't tell him. How could I tell him about such a thing? Okay, I know, I go back and tell him now. After hanging up the phone, Dingwen put the communicator back in his pocket and ran back in a hurry. At this time, Xiang Qian was still sitting in the store, drinking tea leisurely, without any anxious expression. Instead, Zhao Ming next to him was a little fidgety, as if there were thorns on the chair. But the more he was like this, the more Xiaoduan, who stayed to guard the 3 of them, stared at him, fearing that he would do something, which made Zhao Ming even more uncomfortable. Qianbi, when are we going back? Zhao Ming couldn't help it and asked. Don't worry, the matter hasn't been discussed yet. What are you going back for? After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he gave Zhao Ming a calming look, then squinted his eyes, and continued to drink tea. Zhao Ming was discouraged when he heard Xiang Qian's words, and he raised the collar of his coat, put his hands in his pockets, and squinted. Sorry, Brother Xiang, I kept you waiting for a long time. I just talked to the boss, and the boss told me to treat Brother Xiang well, and he will come over soon. Dingwen ran in from outside and said with a smile. It's okay, it's a good time to relax and drink tea here with Brother Ding. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Brother Xiang likes to drink tea, that's great. Xiaoduan, go get my 2 boxes of good tea and let Brother Xiang taste it. By the way, the water in the kettle is a little cold, go boil another kettle, hurry up. The reason why Dingwen did this was because his cousin said that Xiang Qian might be an evolver. At this time, evolvers are basically treasures. All the evolvers discovered now are under the control of the country. Even his cousin has no evolvers under his command. If the person in front of him is really an evolver, then he is very valuable. Dingwen knows better than anyone what an evolver that a country has not discovered represents, so he is so enthusiastic to entertain Xiang Qian. Even if Xiang Qian is not an evolver, there must be evolvers among his subordinates or relatives. In any case, they are the ones they need to win over. Brother Xiang, try this tea, this year's Longjing. It is said to be before Qingming Festival. Many people say it tastes good. I am a rough man, and I don't know how to taste tea. If you like it, take it away, and treat it as a gift from you. Dingwen made tea, and said to Xiang Qian. Well, good tea? Fortunately, this tea is not afraid of freezing. If it were a carbonated drink, it would be gone by now. Xiang Qian picked up the cup and smelled it, then took a sip and said. He was not afraid that the tea was poisonous. Anyway, as long as it was not something like sulfuric acid and mustard gas, even if he drank pesticides, it would be eliminated by the genetic nuclear force in his body. To a certain extent, the evolvers were no longer afraid of pesticides. Even if they ate dishes made with dichlorovos every day, it would be fine. This was why Xiang Qian dared to drink tea so boldly. The 2 of them drank tea and talked about unnecessary things, and no one talked about buying things. Dingwen was also very happy that Xiang Qian cooperated so well. Anyway, when his cousin came, he would have nothing to do. If Xiang Qian asked questions now, he would not be able to answer, which would be more troublesome. In this way, about 40 minutes later, 5 military vehicles came to the gate of the farmer's market, including 2 military warrior off-road vehicles in the front and back, and the one in the middle was an extended off-road vehicle that no one had ever seen before. It looked very domineering, and a bit like an armored vehicle. 15 soldiers with guns got out of the 4 cars in front and behind. After getting out of the cars, they quickly guarded the surroundings, and then the door of the middle car was opened. A young man wearing a long windbreaker and a military uniform got out of the middle car. Compared with the thick coats worn by the people around him, his windbreaker was obviously a bit thin. But judging from his movements and demeanor, He obviously didn't feel cold. Xiao Wang, the rest of you stay here, and the rest of you follow me in, the young man in the windbreaker said to the soldier who got off the first car. Yes, Commander. Xiao Wang answered immediately. The young man nodded and began to walk into the farmer's market. Following his steps, the soldiers on guard around him also moved forward at the same pace. The bosses standing at the door had already scattered by now. They didn't dare to block the road. It was not impossible for them to be shot to death. At this time, no one would avenge you. If you die, it's your own fault. You can't pull such a person. Cousin, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Xiang Qian. Brother Xiang, this is my cousin Huang Cheng, who is also the boss here. Dingwen, who was facing the outside, stood up immediately when he saw Huang Cheng. Xiang Qian also stood up, and was surprised when he turned around and saw Huang Cheng. In fact, Xiang Qian also knew Huang Cheng. He had been in the NJ military region in his previous life, so how could he not know the son of the commander of the NJ military region? But what surprised him was that the boss behind the store was Huang Cheng, which was beyond his expectation. When Xiang Qian showed a surprised expression, Huang Cheng was also surprised. He was sure that he didn't know Xiang Qian, nor had he heard of him. But Xiang Qian looked at him as if he knew him, which made him very strange. Although he was also a celebrity, he was also famous in the second-generation circle of the entire JS province. But he basically knew everyone who could recognize him, and even if he didn't know them, he had heard of their names. As for the name Xiang Qian, he had never heard of it. Brother Xiang, have we met before? I think you look familiar. Huang Cheng stretched out his hand and spoke first. Brother Huang, we have met before, but we only met from a distance. It was a friend of mine who told me about it. Maybe it's because I look ordinary. Everyone looks like they have seen me before. Xiang Qian shook hands with Huang Cheng and said with a smile. That's not ordinary, that's called a friendly face. It doesn't matter if we haven't met before. Today we officially know each other. Brother Wen, take out the 2 boxes of tea you took from me. Huang Cheng nodded after listening to this. He thought Xiang Qian heard it from his friends, so it was not surprising that he could recognize him. Cousin, I took out the 2 boxes of tea. Brother Xiang is much better at drinking tea than I am. I was going to give these 2 boxes of tea to Brother Xiang. After all, it would be a waste to keep them with me. Dingwen said with a smile. That's right. Okay, Brother Wen, take my car out for a ride. I know you've been eyeing it for a long time. I talked to Brother Xiang about the rest myself. Xiaoli, you go out and guard, clear out the people around. Huang Cheng smiled, then instructed everyone. Hee, cousin, you really understand me, Brother Xiang, I go out first, you guys chat slowly. Dingwen said, and left with Xiao Duan. Soon the surroundings were cleared, and more than a dozen soldiers were guarding around the store. They talked in the store, so it wasn't too loud, and no one outside could hear it. At this time, only Xiang Qian and the other 3, Huang Cheng, and the 3 soldiers behind him were left in the store. Xiang Qian knew that it was time to talk business next. Brother Xiang, since you know my identity, let's be frank. I want to ask, are you an evolver? Huang Cheng stared at Xiang Qian after he finished speaking. That's right. I didn't expect Brother Huang to guess it right away. I am indeed an evolver. At the same time, I have a sister who is also an evolver, and our abilities complement each other. Xiang Qian ignored the surprised Huang Cheng after he finished speaking, picked up the tea and started drinking. Xiang Qian said this to increase his bargaining chips. There are only 3 types of evolvers, and scientific predictors are not complementary to black technology controllers and equipment manufacturers. The power generated by the combination of black technology masters and equipment manufacturers is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Even now, the country dare not let black technology masters and equipment manufacturers contact each other. After all, as long as there are materials and genetic nuclear power fluid, it is easy for 2 people to make nuclear warheads together. Sure enough, after hearing Xiang Qian's words, Huang Cheng took a breath. Originally, he wanted to recruit Xiang Qian, but now it seems that he can only cooperate. If Xiang Qian was just a black technology master or an equipment manufacturer, he would not give up. The key is that he has a sister, and then things will be serious. As for kidnapping, he had never thought about it. Since Xiang Qian dared to come to him, he must have a trump card, and was not afraid of him at all. If he did that, he would definitely make things worse. It would be better to talk about cooperation directly. Brother Xiang is really lucky. Since Brother Xiang came to me today, he must have some ideas, so why not say it directly? Huang Cheng was really envious, but after saying that, He quickly adjusted his mood and began to inquire about Xiang Qian's purpose of coming here. This was not the time for him to take the initiative. He could only adapt to Xiang Qian's requirements. Brother Huang, I came to you today with all my heart to cooperate with you. After all, you know how strict the country's control over evolvers is. I have been open with you, and told you that I am really looking for cooperation with you. My request is not much. I have no shortage of gene nuclear power liquid. If Brother Huang needs to make anything, just tell me directly. But my brother is also short of a lot of things. First, there is no material, and then, there is no food, and third, there is no manpower. Without these things, even if we are evolvers, we can't make anything. So I want to cooperate with Brother Huang. You provide the raw materials, and I will make equipment for you. At the same time, I hope you can help us buy some food. After all, without food, our family will starve to death. And we also need some manpower, not those who can fight. What I need is research talents. After all, some things still need them to do. Xiang Qian directly told the plan he had thought of. In fact, what he mainly lacked was talent. The other two requirements were put forward to reassure Huang Cheng. After all, you have no shortage of genetic nuclear power fluid, raw materials, and food, but only lack of talents. How can you control him? Although it is not necessarily to control him, if you don't have a handle on him, he will not feel at ease to cooperate with you. So it is better to put forward all these requirements, which can not only give practical benefits, but also reassure others. Isn't this good for you, me, and everyone? Huang Cheng did not answer immediately after listening, but was thinking about the pros and cons in his heart. Xiang Qian was obviously uncontrollable, and it was definitely impossible to let him work for him. Then the best way is to contain him and make him work for you. Now it seems that it is still possible to contain Xiang Qian. Raw materials can be given, but not too much. Food cannot be given too much. Just send as much food as you bring back. I think Xiang Qian should understand. As for manpower, we can give more. Now we are short of everything except people. Sending more people can increase his burden and make him more dependent on me. Brother Xiang, there is absolutely no problem with your request. If you want me to get more gene nuclear power liquid, I really don't have that ability. But when it comes to raw materials, food and talents, there is no problem. However, the control of raw materials is relatively strict, and I can't get much at one time. The same is true for food. Now everyone is watching the food. You said that it's okay to lose 1,800 kilograms at a time, but if it's a few tons or tens of tons at a time, it will be a problem. But don't worry, Brother Xiang, no matter what, your needs will definitely be met by you. How can you let your brother go hungry? That's not a joke. As for the talent problem, it is not a problem at all. I will find you the talent you need and the education you require. NJ City has a lot of talent, but at least it should be no problem to meet your needs. Huang Cheng said seriously, as if it was really difficult to do these things. It's okay, I understand this. As long as I have a meal, I don't think about anything else. Now we fish and eat meat every day, not to mention the waste. We are almost vomiting after eating so much. Xiang Qian pretended to be disappointed, but he was very happy in his heart. It was indeed a timely rain, and what he thought came true. That's good, then, Brother Xiang, we have a deal. I will ask my cousin Ding when to go with you to your place to get acquainted with you, and then tomorrow I will ask him to prepare everything you need and bring it all to you. It's not that fast for people, but I guarantee that there will be 50 people in place within 5 days. Huang Cheng was very happy when he saw Xiang Qian agreed. Okay, then I won't waste Brother Huang's time, and I will discuss the rest with Brother Ding. Xiang Qian also said very straightforwardly. Chapter 39. Time flies by, and it is already mid-March. Xiang Qian and Huang Cheng have been working together for a month, and Xiang Qian's residence has undergone earth-shaking changes in this month. The empty space inside the wall has now been replaced by a group of simple houses, and all the simple houses are full of people. Xiang Qian now has more than 500 people working for him. Among these 500 people, except for 130, who are real scientific researchers, the others are the families of these scientific researchers. When Xiang Qian proposed to take the families of these researchers over, Huang Cheng was very surprised. He didn't understand why Xiang Qian did such a thankless job. But Huang Cheng didn't say much. The more burden Xiang Qian brought, the better. This way, he was needed more. If Xiang Qian didn't obey one day, he would suffer from the lack of food, so Huang Cheng happily took the families of these researchers over. For this obviously unprofitable business, only Xiang Qian knew it in his heart. He was the one who made a lot of money. As long as these researchers and their families are here, they are bound here. If the families of these researchers are not here, Xiang Qian really doesn't dare to use them. Who knows when they will be betrayed, or a backdoor will be installed in the system they are researching. Now that their families are here, even if they want to betray him, they have to think about it. If not for themselves, they have to think about their families. Xingkong, notify Zhao Ming, Zhang Lei, Wu Wei, Yang Guang and Li Cheng to come to the studio. Xiang Qian sat on a chair in the studio and said to the computer screen, "Receive the command, the information has been transmitted." The computer immediately issued a mechanical synthesized sound. Xiang Qian nodded with satisfaction. With this semi-intelligent system, many things are much more convenient. Starry Sky is the name of this semi-intelligent system. It is called semi-intelligent, but in fact it is based on the computing power of a supercomputer. The complex instructions are set in advance, and the computing speed of the supercomputer is used to reach the current level. It's like a joke. It's very difficult for the Pesticide Research Institute to develop a highly lethal and low-toxic pesticide, but it's very easy for them to develop a highly lethal and highly toxic pesticide. Now this semi-intelligent system is such a product. In addition to using supercomputers, it can be used on computers. Even if no program is installed, just running this system is enough to crash the computer. Coins, what's the matter? We still have to go out hunting. Zhao Ming was the first to enter the studio. When he saw Xiang Qian, he shouted loudly. How is it? The exoskeleton power armor is good, isn't it? Xiang Qian saw that several people were wearing nano-inner anti-gravity suits, and knew that they were going to hunt in Laozhan again. That's quite good. Yesterday, there was another group of fearless people who wanted to rob our prey, but we shot them all. Their bullets hit us, but we didn't feel anything. Zhao Ming looked awesome. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said nothing. He remembered that when Zhao Ming killed someone for the first time half a month ago, he vomited directly in the exoskeleton, which almost suffocated him to death. After he came back, he took a full week to recover. Who would have thought that after he recovered, he would go hunting again, which made everyone worried for a week. Half a month ago, the country began to adjust its doomsday strategy, first allowing civilians to own guns, and then resuming production. The market economy disappeared, and all materials were allocated by the state, including food, weapons, equipment, and raw materials. The soft sister currency is almost like waste paper, and it is too hard to wipe your butt with it. Now the hard currency is food stamps, yes, food stamps. It can be said that after 30 years of reform and opening up, we have returned to the pre-liberation era. If ordinary people want to make a living, they can either hunt for food, which is the fastest way, but it is very dangerous. Or they can go to the countryside to mine, work on construction sites, or work in factories, which is not dangerous, but can only provide food and clothing. For example, online shopping companies have long disappeared, the express delivery industry has also disappeared, and various industries such as advertising media, network operations, interior decoration, etc. have all disappeared. Now everyone is working like crazy. The people of the whole country are ensuring industrial production and stepping up grain planting. The country just needs to give them food to eat. By the way, I called you here today to give you something good. Xiang Qian took out a bottle of medicine and began to shake it in front of the few people. What is this? Is it the cell-strengthening medicine type 2? Zhao Ming looked at the green medicine and said puzzledly. The cell-strengthening medicine they injected last time was this color, but Xiang Qian said that the cell-strengthening medicine type 2 would take a long time to study, so how come it was developed so quickly? No, the strength of cells is limited. Don't think about injecting them again in the short term. This potion is not for improving your physical fitness. To be precise, it should be called an awakening auxiliary potion. After injecting this potion, you may become an evolver. Before Xiang Qian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhao Ming. What? Evolver. Coin, you didn't lie to me. Although I didn't read much, don't lie to me. This potion can make ordinary people become evolvers. That's too incredible. Zhao Ming said loudly. Listen to me, this potion can make you an evolver, but you don't have the ability of an evolver. To be precise, you only have a chance to have genetic nuclear power, but your genetic nuclear power cannot exert the ability of an evolver. Damn, what's the use of that? It's the same whether you have genetic nuclear power or not. What kind of evolver is that? Fuck you, listen to me. If you interrupt again, you won't get this potion. Xiang Qian was interrupted again, and was very unhappy. He shouted angrily, and then continued, You all know that the evolvers have genetic nuclear power, but the genetic nuclear power is not what you think. It can only exert special abilities. The Black Technology Controller is a kind of evolver. The ability is to design black technology blueprints. But have you ever thought about why it is called a Black Technology Controller, not a Black Technology Blueprint Designer, or a Black Technology Inventor? That's because another ability of the Black Technology Controller is reflected in the two words control. Any blueprint designed by the Black Technology Controller, after being manufactured, as long as the Black Technology Controller uses it, then this equipment can play 150% of the theoretical usage value. For example, the theoretical maximum speed of a car is 100 km per hour. Then under normal circumstances, this car can only drive to 80 km per hour or 90 km per hour. No matter how the driver drives, even if he steps on the accelerator into the fuel tank, the speed of this car cannot reach the theoretical speed of 100 km per hour. Even if this car is designed by the Black Technology Master and manufactured by the equipment manufacturer, the actual effect is the same, and it will definitely not reach the theoretical maximum speed. But if this car is driven by the Black Technology Master, it can reach a speed of 150 km per hour, easily reaching 150% of the theoretical value. And the Black Technology Master needs genetic nuclear force to use this ability. After using genetic nuclear force, equipment manufacturers and scientific predictors can also make the equipment manufactured by equipment manufacturers reach the theoretical value. This is another application of genetic nuclear force. If you inject this medicine, you will have the opportunity to become an evolver with genetic nuclear power. Although you don't have the ability of an evolver, you can use genetic nuclear power to exert the power of this weapon to the theoretical upper limit. Why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? Inject it to me quickly. Zhao Ming was immediately excited after hearing this. Injection is fine, but you have to think about it. After injecting this medicine, you will never be able to become an evolver again. Xiang Qian said seriously that this matter should be discussed in advance to avoid problems later. You mean there are still people who can become evolvers? Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment and said, if that's the case, then you have to think about it carefully. After all, who wants to be a semi-finished product when they can become evolvers? Yes, I don't know why evolvers are produced, but after a while, there will still be evolvers. Xiang Qian said affirmatively. He knew that the continuous production of evolvers was due to the mysterious substance in the meteorite, and it has been more than 4 months since the first meteorite hit the Earth. It's not that there weren't meteorites hitting the Earth during this period, but all of them burned up in the atmosphere. However, the mysterious substances in the meteorites were preserved and accumulated bit by bit. When these mysterious substances reached a qualitative change, a group of evolvers would be produced. It is now mid-March, and by the end of March or the beginning of April, the second group of evolvers will awaken on a large scale. Unlike the first awakening, the evolvers awakened this time will no longer be in a coma. That is to say, who becomes an evolver, only he knows it. Xiang Qian also knows that when the second batch of evolvers appears, the country's control will begin to decline. Just like why he dares to cooperate with Huang Cheng, it is because he has a trump card. If the NJ military region sends troops to deal with him, then he has the ability to drag the entire NJ city to perish with him. With this trump card, who dares to touch him, and the country dare not give such an order. Other evolvers may not be able to get the raw materials for nuclear weapons, but bombs that surpass TNT are still easy to make. As long as there are a large number, anyone will be afraid to use them. As long as they are not found by the country in the first place, a Black Technology Master and an equipment manufacturer will not be touched casually by the country. As long as they do not dominate, who has the leisure to care about those small things? In addition, the beast tide is coming in April, and the country has even less time to care about these things. Now the country is still preparing for the upcoming disaster. It is a foregone conclusion that the Earth will escape the gravity of the Sun. With the current technological strength, it is impossible to prevent this from happening, so escaping from the Earth has become the only option. To build enough spaceships, we need the help of evolvers, so the more evolvers the better. The country also knows that a few evolvers can't affect the overall situation. Anyway, as long as these evolvers don't betray the country and oppose humanity, they can just occupy the mountains and be kings. When they leave the Earth, they still have to return to the embrace of the motherland. Unless they don't leave, as long as they leave the Earth, a small spaceship can't survive independently in the universe. So no matter how smart a person's calculations are, they can't beat the country. But no one can predict how much change Xiang Qian, who has been reborn, will bring. Chapter 40. Can the injection of this medicine prevent brain death caused by unsuccessful awakening? Wu Wei thought for a while, and suddenly said excitedly, this time, there will be no brain death problem. If the awakening fails, it will become what I just said, with genetic nuclear power, but without the ability of an evolver. You use this medicine to increase the chance of awakening. Otherwise, it is not easy to have genetic nuclear power. Xiang Qian knew what Wu Wei was worried about. He was worried about his family. However, except for the first awakening, there would be no brain death in the future. After all this time of injecting this medicine, it can only be a semi-finished product. Zhao Ming said with a grin after hearing this. Xiang Qian's face was full of black lines. Although this is true, there is no need to say it so harshly. You know, people with genetic nuclear power are all trump cards in the later stage, and they are often used as trump cards in interstellar combat. Their status is second only to that of the evolvers, and their benefits are the best. But in Zhao Ming's mouth, how can it become a semi-finished product? Xiao Qian, give me the injection. At this time, Zhang Lei rolled up his sleeves and walked in front of Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Lei with a serious expression and said with a smile, "Okay, Brother Lei, I will give you the injection now." After Zhang Lei was injected, Zhao Ming and the others followed suit. I don't feel anything. It's not as good as the cell-strengthening agent. After Zhao Ming was injected, he moved his hands and feet, and found that he could not feel any obvious changes. How can it be so fast? Besides, this agent is just a seed. Whether it can sprout depends on your luck. You don't really know how to use it normally. Just treat it as if you haven't injected it. You know whether it works or not by the beginning of next month. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes at Zhao Ming, and said helplessly, "Is that so? Then we go hunting. We found a giant python in Laozhan yesterday. It's bigger than the one that crawled to our house. But it was too dark yesterday, and we couldn't find it. We must catch it today." Zhao Ming said excitedly, and then he pulled Zhang Lei and the others away. After they left, Xiang Qian began to observe the situation in the entire yard through the camera. When he saw the Li brothers, Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that he had wasted his talents. The grandchildren of Old Man Li have been here for a long time, but he has been busy during this period, and has not taken care of them at all. However, with the relationship of Old Man Li, the brothers of the Li family can definitely be trusted. According to the length of time they have lived here, they can be regarded as veterans, and belong to the first group of people who follow him. But Xiang Qian had always forgotten to arrange for them. Now the brothers either help with work or clean up every day. They are definitely hard-working people. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian prepared to arrange for the brothers to do something. This would strengthen the strength of his subordinates, and increase their sense of belonging. "Boss, Chu Tianqing has something to talk to you about. He is now outside the studio." This was Shinkong's voice, interrupting Xiang Qian's thoughts. "Turn off the surveillance screen, then open the door and let him in." Xiang Qian leaned back on his chair and said to Shinkong, "Receive the order, executed." The door of the studio opened, and a very thin young man with hair like a bird's nest, pale face, and thick glasses walked in. "Boss, I have thought of a new code. This code can improve Shinkong's facial recognition ability. As long as the camera is modified, the time for iris verification can be saved. In this way, when entering the laboratory door every day, there is no need to lower your head for iris verification." After Chu Tianqing came in, he spoke directly to Xiang Qian without any nonsense. Even when he was talking, his eyes seemed to be distracted, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. "Okay, you add the new code here." Xiang Qian made room. Chu Tianqing hummed, sat down on Xiang Qian's chair, and started typing code on the computer. Xiang Qian saw Chu Tianqing like this, and scratched his head speechlessly. He was too ignorant of the ways of the world. Although Chu Tianqing is a complete otaku, he is still very capable. Shinkong's semi-intelligent program was built entirely by him, and the later code additions were also completed by him alone. Other programmers developed various codes according to his ideas. It can be said that Shinkong was able to appear so quickly because of Chu Tianqing. At the same time, Chu Tianqing is also a hacker. He said that he actually didn't want to be a hacker, but he changed more than a dozen jobs, and was fired within 3 months. Finally, he had no choice but to become a hacker, and make some money online. At first, Xiang Qian was surprised that Chu Tianqing couldn't find a job with his ability. Later, he found out that this guy's emotional intelligence was basically zero, and he didn't know how to communicate with others. Even though Xiang Qian was his breadwinner, Chu Tianqing would immediately confront Xiang Qian if Xiang Qian told him what to do when he was working. "Boss, it's done. Now we can test the operation of Shinkong. You give the order, and I see if there's anything wrong." Chu Tianqing raised his head, and said to Xiang Qian, without any intention of giving up the chair to Xiang Qian, "Shinkong, Turn on the facial recognition system. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes and said to the computer. Accepting the command, facial recognition system turned on, initialization turned on. Device synchronization. Device module missing. Fuzzy recognition turned on. Scanning. Database establishment. Database establishment completed. Facial recognition system working normally. On the screen, each face was scanned into the database by Shinkong, which felt similar to scanning a QR code. Boss, I will test it again after you modify the camera's appearance and add the scanning module, but it seems to be basically fine now. Boss, if you are fine, I will leave first. Chu Tianqing said, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Tianqing, have you finished the Integrated Combat Assessment Command System I asked you to do last time? Have you finished the Weapon Automatic Control Module? Xiang Qian stopped Chu Tianqing and said helplessly. If you don't ask about the progress of the work, he will never report to you. Unless he finishes it and adds code to Shinkong, he will tell you that he has finished it. Even if he has developed 99% of it, he won't tell you in advance. Just like today, when he thought of a new code, he ran to the studio to install it. The Integrated Combat Command Platform is only halfway done, and the Weapon Automatic Control System is almost done. It will be almost done after 2 more all-nighters. Chu Tianqing thought for a while, and said, while maintaining his dreamy expression. Don't be too tired. Don't stay up all night often for no reason. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. Well, I'm not tired. I'm used to it. I go back first if I'm fine. Okay, you go back. After Chu Tianqing left, Xiang Qian covered his forehead, his head hurting a little. He felt too tired to talk to Chu Tianqing, as if the two of them were not in the same dimension at all. Shaking his head, Xiang Qian began to make laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons. These things were used to prevent the beast tide. If there were no heavy weapons at that time, the walls alone would not be able to stop those crazy evolved beasts. Chapter 41. This is the manual shooting button. After pressing this button, you can operate manually. But in general, the fire control system automatically aims and fires. You just need to watch here. Unless there are special circumstances, manual operation is basically not used. Xiang Qian explained the various operating systems in the bunkers to the Li brothers in the bunkers at the 4 corners of the wall. The bunkers at the 4 corners of the wall were built by Xiang Qian the day before yesterday. They are called bunkers, but they should be called fire points. The bunkers at the 4 corners are equipped with laser anti-aircraft weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and high-energy bombs. And it uses the fire control system automatic aiming and shooting system. Basically no manual operation is needed. Xiang Qian arranged for the Li brothers to live here, just to let them adapt to this combat mode first, and at the same time improve their welfare. This bunker is much more comfortable than the simple house they live in now. It not only has a single bed, shower and toilet, but also the 155-inch super widescreen monitor, which is enough to watch movies. Boss, is the simulated combat system you mentioned the same as CS? Li Hu, the son of Boss Li's eldest brother, and the eldest son and grandson of the Li family, said excitedly. CS is different, but it is similar to a previous game called Beach Landing, because you can only control the bunker to turn and shoot, but you can't move. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile. Then can I try it first? What if we don't know how to operate it manually? Li Hu continued. Okay, in fact, you can conduct simulated battles at any time. Just submit it to the system. Li Hu, you sit on it first, and I will show you how to operate it. Starry Sky, start the simulated combat system. Xiang Qian asked Li Hu to sit down, and then said, the simulated combat system starts. Please select the difficulty. Simple, normal, difficult, nightmare. Simple mode. Accept the command. Simple mode starts. Please be ready for battle. As Starry Sky starts the simulated combat mode, the 155-inch widescreen monitor begins to show the evolution beasts appearing one by one, and a crosshair appears in the middle of the screen. The lower left corner of the screen shows the current weapon in use, and the lower right corner shows the amount of ammunition for the weapon, which looks like playing a game. At this time, Li Hu grabbed the joystick, and the crosshairs on the screen began to move with the joystick. When the crosshairs moved, the screen's field of view also began to move with it, with no blind spots at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The electromagnetic weapon began to attack, and the Starry Sky completely simulated the real scene of the battle. Even the sound of the weapon firing was exactly the same. However, the electromagnetic weapon scared Li Hu as soon as it was launched. The electromagnetic weapon on the bunker was designed by Xiang Qian according to the Metal Storm weapon, and the number of projectiles fired per minute was between 11,000 and 16,000. Just now, Li Hu just lightly pressed the launch button, and hundreds of projectiles were fired, directly beating the evolved beast he was aiming at into a pulp. Switch to laser weapons. Use laser weapons against single targets and aerial targets. When large-scale monsters attack, use electromagnetic weapons to sweep, and if there are too many monsters, just launch high-energy bombs. Xiang Qian said to Li Hu. Okay. After switching the weapons to laser weapons, there will no longer be the situation of beating the evolved beasts into meat paste. After more than 10 minutes, under Xiang Qian's command, Li Hu used all 3 weapons and ended this simulated battle. Okay, go experiment when you get to your own territory. This bunker is for Xiaoyang, and you guys can go to the other 3 bunkers. If you have anything, just use the internal communication device to contact us. Let's go! Xiang Qian walked out of the bunker after he finished speaking, and Li Hu and the others followed him. After they left, Li Liang closed the bunker's explosion-proof door. After arranging the Li brothers, Xiang Qian walked out of the yard and looked up at the sun with his eyes squinting. The sun's halo was more than twice as big as before, and it looked like there was an extra halo. The sky was cloudless, and the air quality was better than ever before. There were bursts of gunfire from the Yangtze River in the distance, and those were fishermen killing big fish. Now, as long as you work hard, you can basically hunt down an evolved beast, except for those who are unlucky. Then you can exchange the evolved beast for food and weapons from the country, and you can live a decent life. At this time, a super cool extended SUV drove from a distance, followed by several obviously modified trailers. Xiang Qian knew at a glance that it was Dingwen. Brother Xiang, how come you feel like coming out to bask in the sun today? Dingwen said as he got out of the car. Come out to supplement calcium. It's not a good idea to stay in the house every day. Brother Ding is here to pick up the goods again. You always run back and forth. Didn't Brother Huang give you some benefits? Xiang Qian said with a smile. Hee, how can we do it without benefits? I blackmailed this car. Dingwen also said with a smile. Brother Ding, you're at a loss. If you want a good car, just come to me. Whatever you want, you can get it. Really? Alas, why didn't I think of it at the beginning? After chatting with Dingwen for a while, Xiang Qian took Dingwen to see the goods when all the trailers entered the yard. It was like this every time. Dingwen handed the materials to Xiang Qian and asked him to leave with the things Xiang Qian made. Xiang Qian took Dingwen to the gate of the garage, where 5 vehicles that looked like armored vehicles were parked. However, these vehicles had no fronts. The entire front of the car body was a huge revolving bayonet. The diameter of the entire bayonet was more than 1 meter, and it looked like a cannon barrel retracted inside. Brother Ding, everything is ready. You can just load it and take it away. Is the next batch still 5? Xiang Qian took Dingwen around for a while, and then said to Dingwen, Yes, it's still 5, but can you be faster this time? There is a big shortage of this kind of excavator now. If you can make more, you will definitely benefit from it in the future. Dingwen said mysteriously. At most 1 day in advance, I can't do anything faster. After all, I have to make other things. Xiang Qian said with a smile. He would not be deceived by Dingwen. Huang Cheng wanted this special excavator for digging underground bases. Now the country has already calculated that the Earth will fly out of its orbit, and also knows that if the Earth's temperature continues to drop, it will definitely cause the pressure in the Earth's core to increase, leading to volcanic eruptions. At that time, living on the ground would be a death wish, so now they are digging underground bases with all their strength. With the war reserve bases that the country has now, it is simply not enough to accommodate everyone, so they can only quickly dig new underground bases. Even if it is the existing war base, we have to continue digging down. This is why Huang Cheng doesn't want anything else, just this special excavator that can dig holes directly underground. As for the benefits mentioned by Dingwen, it must be that he can bring people into Huang Cheng's underground base in the future and provide him with better benefits. Xiang Qian doesn't care about these things at all, because he has never thought about entering the country's war base, so this has no appeal to him at all. Then I trouble you, Brother Xiang. By the way, I brought a lot of tea, cigarettes, and alcohol this time. Dingwen was obviously a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face, and said with a smile. Really, that's great. I was thinking of buying a batch later. Brother Ding is really a timely help. The two chatted for a while, and when the excavators were loaded, Dingwen said goodbye to Xiang Qian and left. Xiang Qian squinted his eyes, and watched the convoy leave. He knew that such a transaction would not be carried out many times. When the Evolvers awaken again in 2 days, Huang Cheng will definitely be able to recruit Evolvers with his ability, and then his role will be less significant. However, this has no effect on Xiang Qian, as he has recruited the talents he should recruit, and whether the transaction continues or not has no effect on him at all. 2 days later, the Earth once again overlapped with the comet's orbit, and hundreds of thousands of meteorites once again rushed towards the Earth. Chapter 42. That night, after dinner, Xiang Qian called all his family members to the living room. "Son, why did you call us all here? Did something happen?" Xiang Qian's father asked curiously. If something serious happened, Xiang Qian would not have a smile on his face. But if it was something good, why couldn't he tell everyone during dinner? Why did he have to call everyone together? "Dad, nothing happened. I called everyone here to let you watch a good show. Starry sky, turn on the TV and connect the space telescope." Xiang Qian didn't explain too much, and directly gave orders to the starry sky. Accepted the order, executed. The TV was turned on, and the screen was first dark, and then gradually turned into a starry sky. "Qianbi, what are you doing? You asked us to come and see the stars," Jiao Ming said unhappily. He was going to play games, but was dragged to the living room by Xiang Qian. He was unhappy. "You will know later," Xiang Qian said with a smile. Soon the starry sky on the screen began to become farther away, and the stars displayed on the screen began to increase. Suddenly, a huge moon appeared on the screen. "Oh my God! This is the moon!" Jiao Ming said in surprise when he saw the moon on the screen. It's no wonder Jiao Ming was surprised. The moon on the screen was too big. The entire screen only showed a part of the moon, not a full view. At the same time, the surface of the moon was clearly displayed, and they could see the craters. Yes, this is the moon. What is displayed on the screen now is the image observed by the optical space telescope. Don't be too surprised. The scene later will be even more exciting than this. Xiang Qian didn't care about their doubts after he finished speaking, and he shut up. He had prepared for this evening for a whole day. The optical space telescope outside the gate, which was larger than a ballistic missile launcher, was his masterpiece. When they left the moon, they found something wrong, because a clear meteorite belt appeared in space. As the screen zoomed in, rotating meteorites appeared on the screen. "Son, are you watching a movie? How come there are so many meteorites outside the Earth?" Xiang Qian's father said in shock. "Of course not. This is a real-time picture. The Earth is overlapping with the orbit of the comet, and these meteorites are the tail of the comet. But don't worry, the Earth will not move along the orbit of the comet. It is just temporarily overlapping with the orbit of the comet. It will be fine once it breaks out of this meteorite belt. These are all small scenes," Xiang Qian said calmly. Compared with the meteorite belt in the star-shattering zone, the meteorites on the comet's orbit are simply child's play. When the Earth hits the star-shattering zone, the scene will be spectacular. "So many meteorites, they won't destroy the Earth, right?" Jiao Ming said worriedly. "It's possible. You know in a moment. Even though there are so many meteorites, less than half of them can reach the Earth's atmosphere. Even if they enter the Earth's atmosphere, 99% of them will burn up, and only 1 in 10,000 will hit the ground, which is not as many as the meteorites that hit the ground last time," Xiang Qian said affirmatively. Then Xiang Qian asked the optical telescope to expand the viewing distance, and the meteorites became small dots the size of sesame seeds. At this time, the screen suddenly showed a number of ballistic missiles rushing out of the atmosphere. After these ballistic missiles rushed out of the atmosphere, their speed increased wildly, and soon accelerated to the second cosmic speed, breaking away from the Earth's gravity and rushing towards the meteorites. Thousands of ballistic missiles loaded with nuclear warheads rushed towards the huge meteorites in the meteorite belt like sharp arrows. A minute later, a white light appeared on the screen, and thousands of nuclear bombs exploded. The energy of the explosion actually formed a small sun within a period of time. Even Xiang Qian and his companions could feel the sky outside suddenly brighten through the window in the room. A few seconds later, the light began to fade, and the screen showed the scene in space again. "Too awesome." Jiao Ming stared at the screen with his eyes wide open, and said blankly. The dense group of meteorites was shattered by the energy of the explosion just now, and those huge meteorites disappeared. But even so, there were still hundreds of thousands of meteorites rushing towards the Earth. At this time, a space plane appeared on the screen. This is a real space plane. The huge acute triangle nose connected to the Yangtze River Delta streamlined fuselage, and the 4 circular nozzles on the back all showed that this sci-fi aircraft is the legendary space plane, which is not comparable to the X-37B parallel import space plane of Country A. Oh my God! That's a 5-pointed star. Am I seeing it wrong? That's right. Don't forget the ability of the Black Technology Controller. As long as it does not exceed the limit of the first-level civilization technology, the Black Technology Controller can design the blueprint. The aerospace plane sounds awesome, but it is also within the scope of the first-level civilization technology. Why is it surprising that it was brought out by the Supreme? Although Xiang Qian said so, he also saw that this aerospace plane was definitely a technological product of the top level of the first-level civilization. This shows that there is a Black Technology Master in the country, who has reached the peak of the first-level Black Technology Master. As long as the Earth enters the second-level civilization, that Black Technology Master can become a second-level Black Technology Master at any time. With the appearance of the first domestic aerospace plane, aerospace planes from other countries have appeared one after another. Among them, the aerospace plane of Country A, which is an overall shape of two ellipses staggered and superimposed, with a small semicircular arc of wings, and the aerospace plane of the Polar Bear, which is a rocket with three triangular wings, are the most eye-catching. Of course, the aerospace planes of other major countries are not bad either. It can be said that the countries that can send aerospace planes here to intercept meteorites represent the countries with the highest military power on the Earth. Compared with the hundreds of thousands of meteorites, a dozen aerospace planes are nothing at all. But when the weapon bays of these aerospace planes were opened, revealing dense missiles, everyone thought otherwise. I saw a dozen aerospace planes launching missiles, like helicopters launching rocket nests, and the scene was very spectacular. These missiles are very small. Since they don't need to consume fuel to break through the atmosphere, they don't need to carry so much fuel. Each missile loaded with a nuclear warhead is only 15 centimeters in diameter. Compared with the space planes that are dozens of meters wide, each space plane is not enough to carry hundreds of missiles. After launching the missiles, these space planes quickly evacuated. After a few dozen seconds, there was another flash of white light. After the explosion, there were no larger meteorites at all, and only countless small meteorites rushed to the Earth. However, these small meteorites pose no threat to the Earth at all. After entering the atmosphere, they will definitely burn up. Only a few small meteorites will pass through the atmosphere and hit the ground because the angle of entry into the atmosphere is suitable. Other meteorites are just beautiful fireworks. Let's go out and watch the largest meteor shower in history. It's absolutely spectacular. When Xiang Qian saw this, he knew that the show tonight was over, and he could go to watch the fireworks. A group of people all put on their coats, walked outside the yard, and looked up at the starry sky. Soon, white light streaked across the sky, making the dark night sky extremely bright. Xiang Qian looked at the meteor shower and silently made a wish, hoping that God would let a few real evolvers appear among the hundreds of people under their command, and it would be even better if dozens of them appeared. Countless meteorites burned up in the atmosphere, but the mysterious substances in them were preserved and slowly fell like dust. Chapter 43. How did I fall asleep? Chu Tianqing raised his head, looked at the water stains on the keyboard, and quickly wiped them with his sleeve. Drowsily looking out the window, he found that it was already dawn outside. Looking at the unfinished code on the screen, Chu Tianqing rubbed his face hard, trying to cheer himself up and continue working. Gulp. Shinkong, how long did I sleep? 7 hours, 21 minutes and 18 seconds. Slept for more than 7 hours. No wonder I was hungry. Chu Tianqing left the computer and ran to the bedside table to find something to eat. The small bedside table was filled with instant noodles, compressed biscuits, ham sausage, canned food and other snacks. These were all rewards given to him by Xiang Qian for his special contribution. He could go to the cafeteria to eat, but the food in the cafeteria could only keep people from starving to death, and it was really difficult to eat enough. However, according to the progress of the work, Xiang Qian would reward some food for the researchers. The researchers could eat these foods themselves, or exchange them for rice, cigarettes and alcohol for their families. Xiang Qian didn't care about these. Why so many methods are used? It is all to improve the enthusiasm of scientific researchers. Chu Tianqing, the main developer of the Starry Sky system, received more than this reward last night. Most of it was left by Chu Tianqing to his parents. He only left food for staying up late at night. Chu Tianqing felt comfortable after eating 2 buckets of instant noodles and 4 sausages in one breath. After walking around the room for a few times, getting a cup of boiled water and making coffee, Chu Tianqing sat in front of the computer again to continue working. He knew that he could have such a good living environment now, all because of his hard work. If he hadn't made achievements, he wouldn't have it all now. He didn't want to live like the past few months, eating porridge every day, having stomachache all day, and not having a computer. Crackling. The sound of typing on the keyboard sounded again, but within 2 seconds, The sound suddenly disappeared. Chu Tianqing stared blankly at the computer screen, looking at the new code he typed. Did I type this? How could it be so accurate? Chu Tianqing flipped through the code frantically, starting from the first line and gradually scrolling down. Garbage. Smelly and long. Logical errors. What kind of shit is this? Chu Tianqing became more and more angry as he read, and directly deleted all the source code of the integrated command platform that Xian Quan had worked hard on for 3 days and 3 nights. Crackling. Chu Tianqing's hands danced out after images, and the keyboard made a sound like a storm. At this time, his hand speed was already superb. 5 minutes later, the original 630 kilobyte source code was simplified to 157 kilobytes. Chu Tianqing moved his hands and began to check whether there were any logical errors in the new source code. However, when he was thinking about the first line of code, a strange feeling suddenly came to his mind. This code had no logical errors, but it could be shortened further. He deleted the first code and typed out the code that appeared in his mind. The already concise code was shortened by 1/3 again, and there were no logical errors. After deleting and patching, the 157 kilobyte source code finally became 102 kilobytes. How is this possible? When did my ability reach this level? At this time, Chu Tianqing looked at the refined code on the screen in shock and muttered to himself. In order to test whether he suddenly got enlightened overnight, Chu Tianqing saved the source code and opened the core code file of Xingkong, which was a huge core code of 7.2 gigabytes. Shit! What garbage is this? Chu Tianqing cursed as he read, completely forgetting that this was his masterpiece of a month. After reading the core code of the Starry Sky, Chu Tianqing knew that his programming level suddenly increased dozens of times after a good night's sleep. At the same time, after reading the core code of the Starry Sky, his mind kept turning over sections of code, and he had a feeling. As long as the sections of code in his mind were written out, a real semi-intelligent system would appear. Turning off the core code of the Starry Sky in front of him, there was no need to modify this code at all. No matter how beautiful the house built with yellow mud is, it is not as strong and durable as a house with reinforced concrete structure. Crackling. Chu Tianqing was typing excitedly, sometimes stopping to think for a while, and in less than 2 minutes, he was typing excitedly. Coins, why did you ask me to come? I still have to go hunting. Zhao Ming walked into the studio unhappily, and said to Xiang Qian, Don't even think about hunting today. I have an important task for you. Take this special radar and find someone. As long as the radar shows a red person, you bring him to me. Xiang Qian tossed Zhao Ming a pocket watch-like radar. Hey, Coin, isn't this a Dragon Ball radar? You asked me to find the Dragon Balls. Zhao Ming took the radar and looked at it, then looked up at Xiang Qian and said, It's to find someone. Where are the Dragon Balls for you to find? This thing will only react when it is within 10 meters of someone, so take this radar and scan everyone in the yard. As long as the radar shows that the person is red, you bring him over. Xiang Qian said with a dark face. Okay, I get it. It's just finding someone. Easy. Zhao Ming said, and then left the studio. Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair, waiting for Zhao Ming to find someone. In less than a minute, Zhao Ming came back with 3 people. Qianbi, is this radar broken? Why do I, Wu Ge, Lei Ge, and Yang Ge all show red on the radar when I turn it on? Zhao Ming walked in with Wu Wei and the other 2 and said, You should show red on the radar. This radar is used to detect genetic nuclear power. You all have genetic nuclear power, so of course it should show red on the radar. Don't forget the awakening potion you injected before. Now you are already evolvers. Xiang Qian explained angrily. After saying this, Zhao Ming and the others realized that this was the case. After that, Zhao Ming complained to Xiang Qian unreasonably and left. Xiang Qian watched the 4 people leave with a smile on his face. It was obviously him who ran away before listening to the end, but he still blamed him. This is only Zhao Ming. If it was someone else, Xiang Qian would have beaten him long ago. Zhao Ming walked back and forth in the yard with a radar, and whenever he saw someone, he would go up and say hello to them. Anyway, he is a celebrity here, and there is no one who doesn't know him. So although they don't understand what medicine Zhao Ming took today, since Zhao Ming greeted them, everyone was very polite, and said a few words to Zhao Ming. But what is strange is that when he greeted them from a distance, Zhao Ming was very enthusiastic. But when he approached, he left with a little disappointment after a few words, which made everyone look at Zhao Ming's expression as if he was a mental patient. If they knew what Zhao Ming was thinking, they would be even more speechless. Damn. I wasted my expression. I searched for a long time, but didn't find an evolver. Zhao Ming turned around disappointedly, not caring about the people behind him who were excited and flattering him. During lunch, Zhao Ming walked around the cafeteria with a radar, and later simply blocked the door. Anyone who came would be scanned by the radar. Unfortunately, he finished lunch and didn't find an evolver. Beep. Zhao Ming was walking back disappointedly, when suddenly a red dot appeared on the radar, and a prompt sounded. Looking in the direction of the red dot on the radar, Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment, and said speechlessly, "Oh my god! Isn't this Chu Shainan's room?" Chapter 44. Xiang Qian was a little stunned when he saw Zhao Ming bringing Chu Tianqing to the studio. When Chu Tianqing told Xiang Qian about his changes this morning, Xiang Qian was completely confused. Scientific predictor, what's going on? There may not be dozens of scientific predictors among all the evolvers in the country, but he has 3. The probability is even higher than winning the first prize in the lottery 10 times in a row. Tianqing, you are already an evolver, and a very rare scientific predictor among evolvers. Xiang Qian explained to Chu Tianqing in detail what an evolver and a scientific prophet were, and then gave Chu Tianqing 20 bottles of genetic nuclear power fluid, asking him to study the semi-artificial intelligence system. After Chu Tianqing and Zhao Ming left, Xiang Qian felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, he realized that he had never heard of Chu Tianqing in his previous life. It doesn't matter how much the ability of a scientific prophet contributes to the progress of the entire civilization. As long as he is a scientific prophet, he will be protected by all countries. Even the scientific prophets who died unexpectedly were recorded, but Xiang Qian had never heard of the name Chu Tianqing. If Chu Tianqing was from the Middle East, Africa, or those chaotic countries, it would be fine. He might have died just after becoming a scientific prophet. But in China, and he was the second batch of awakened scientific prophets, it was impossible for him to die for no reason. As long as he discovered his own abilities, even if he found a force to join, Chu Tianqing would not die. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Qian finally came up with a fairly reliable answer. That is, in his previous life, Chu Tianqing died before the second batch of awakenings, so he had never heard of it. In this life, Chu Tianqing was sent here 2 months ago, and he was well fed and alive, and waited until the time of the second batch of awakenings, and finally became a scientific prophet. Although this answer is very dramatic, it is the most acceptable to Xiang Qian. With Chu Tianqing, a scientific prophet, and a scientific prophet in artificial intelligence, he doesn't have to worry about all the systems in the future. Xiang Qian, in a better mood, hummed a song and started working. He wanted to design a weapon that could use genetic nuclear power for Zhao Ming and others, referred to as a customized version. 3 days later, Chu Tianqing came to Xiang Qian with a source code of a semi-intelligent system to upgrade the Starry Sky. After the Starry Sky was loaded with the new system, the resource occupancy rate was reduced to 8.5%, but the operation speed of the entire system increased by more than 260%, and it was more intelligent and had some simple logical judgment capabilities. 2 days later, Chu Tianqing connected the integrated command and combat platform to the Starry Sky system and optimized the fire control system, radar system, scanning system, and other major subsystems. These systems were all designed and encrypted by Chu Tianqing himself, so it was not easy for even the world's top hackers to invade. After finishing all this, Chu Tianqing began to study new computer languages and supercomputer architectures. Anyway, the 5 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid he took from Xiang Qian every day would be drunk by him cleanly, and there would be no left. One afternoon, Xiang Qian was discussing quantum communication with Old Manly, and the communicator suddenly rang. "Zhao Ming, what's the matter? Didn't you go hunting?" Xiang Qian said in confusion. "Hurry up and support us. I don't know what medicine the evolved beasts took today. They are rushing forward desperately. Hurry up, we will die." Zhao Ming died after he finished speaking. Xiang Qian immediately stood up and said to the Starry Sky, "Starry Sky, show the image of Zhao Ming's location." "Okay, boss." A gentle female voice sounded. The big screen immediately showed the situation around Zhao Ming and his friends. Only through the screen did Xiang Qian know how big a gain Zhao Ming and his friends were having. Originally, they went to the old mountain to hunt every day, but they didn't expect that they would go to the mountains deep in the Ningyi Expressway to hunt today. At this time, they were surrounded by all kinds of evolved beasts, including wolves, snakes, foxes, hedgehogs, etc. These evolved beasts were generally 3 times larger. The largest snake was more than 30 meters long, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Its 2 eyes were like car lights, which was extremely scary. Zhao Ming, Wu Wei, and Li Cheng were now in danger, with countless evolved beasts rushing towards them desperately. Fortunately, they were wearing exoskeleton power armor. After starting the power-assisted system, they ran madly down the mountain at a speed of 15 meters per second. However, since the road on the mountain was really bad, the speed of the exoskeleton power armor could not be fully utilized, otherwise they would have escaped. While running, they threw grenades behind them, and fired electromagnetic guns at the front from time to time. But no matter how many companions died, these evolutionary beasts would chase them relentlessly, and suddenly rush over to bite them when they had the chance. Xiang Qian looked very unhappy when he saw this situation, because he knew that the largest snake was already a mid-level evolutionary beast, and the reason why these evolutionary beasts chased them was that the beast tide was about to break out. Shinkong, contact the three of them, and prepare missiles at the same time, ready to launch at any time. Xiang Qian said coldly. Okay, the communication connection is successful. Coins, is there any way? These beasts are too crazy. Okay, listen to me. You are wearing exoskeleton power armor. As long as you are not entangled by the largest snake, your life will not be in danger. Now run straight ahead, don't change your speed. I will launch a missile immediately, and it will reach you in 1 minute. The attack location of the missile will be displayed on your tactical glasses. As long as you are beyond the attack range of the missile, you will be fine. But don't run too fast, otherwise these evolved beasts will follow you closely, and also get out of the missile range, which will be useless. Do you understand? Xiang Qian said to the three people. Understood. Qianbi, you have to hit the target accurately, don't hit us. Xiang Qian ignored Zhao Ming and said to Shinkong, Shinkong, calculate the missile landing point based on their current forward speed and missile flight time. Then launch 3 missiles in batches, with an interval of 5 seconds between each launch. Understood, the missile landing point calculation is completed, and the missile is launched. At this time, the large screen shows the flight trajectory of the missile, and the forward trajectory of Zhao Ming and the other 3. Now the landing point of the first missile is still in front of the 3 of them, 870 meters away from them. At their speed, it would take about 58 seconds to reach there, and the missile would hit there in 61 seconds, which means they would have to run 30 meters within 3 seconds to escape the missile's killing radius. Calculated in this way, the time they can really delay is only 1 second, and if it exceeds 1 second, they will be covered in the missile's killing range. Damn! Qianbi, you are forcing us to risk our lives. Zhao Ming shouted after seeing the missile landing point on the tactical helmet. Don't talk nonsense, keep the current speed. You have exoskeleton power armor. Even if you are hit head-on, you will only suffer some internal injuries, but you won't die. There are 30 seconds before the missile arrives. Please maintain a forward speed of 15 meters per second. Starry Sky reminded them. It has been calculating and correcting the trajectory of the missile. If they really encounter an accident and fail to arrive before the missile lands, Starry Sky will also adjust the attack point of the missile, and will definitely not hit Zhao Ming and his group. Xiang Qian was very happy to see Starry Sky's ability to execute orders. If it were the previous Starry Sky, it would never be able to do this. The attack location and flight time of the missile were set, and they would never change, because Shinkong at that time had no judgment ability. The missile would hit the predetermined location in 61 seconds, and would never hit in 62 seconds, even if Zhao Ming and his group were within the attack range of the missile. But now Shinkong could adjust the missile according to Xiang Qian's orders, while ensuring the safety of Zhao Ming and his group. This was his judgment of Xiang Qian's orders, and he understood that Xiang Qian was not trying to kill Zhao Ming and his group, but to save people. The judgment centered on saving people cannot have the situation where missiles attack people. This kind of judgment can also go wrong, that is, the judgment command is wrong. At this time, Xiang Qian can change the command at any time to ensure that the command is correct. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Hit the herd, no casualties. The next missile reaches the countdown 3, 2, 1. Hit the herd again, the third missile reaches the countdown 3, 2, 1. The herd disappears. 3 consecutive missiles directly killed a herd of beasts chasing Zhao Ming and his men, but Xiang Qian looked at the screen carefully and found that the first-level mid-level evolutionary beast was not dead. After it was hit by the first missile, it ran directly into the woods and escaped. Xiang Qian had no regrets about this, anyway, he just wanted to save people, not to kill the evolution beast. Besides, a mid-level evolution beast cannot be dealt with by a missile, because its scales can effectively resist the shock wave of the missile explosion, so it is normal that it is only injured but not dead. Oh my god! I am so tired, it was so exciting just now, I can feel the shock wave behind us forcing us to rush forward. Zhao Ming said with a heavy breath. Come back quickly. If you keep wasting time, more evolved beasts will be attracted by the noise of the missile explosion, and I won't be able to save you then. Xiang Qian said unhappily. No way, let's go now. Xiang Qian was relieved when he saw the three people coming down the mountain and getting in the car. The car was modified, and the evolved beasts couldn't catch up at all. There were also micro-rockets in the car, so it was no problem to protect their safety. Alas! Is this world still letting people live? The snakes are almost becoming spirits. Old Manly didn't say anything just now. He waited until Xiang Qian turned off the big screen before he spoke. That's not a spirit, it's a mid-level evolutionary beast. When the evolutionary beast is upgraded again, it will become bigger. Teacher, I don't have time to discuss with you today. I have to arrange the evolutionary beast's attack. I will discuss it with you when I have time. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, Well, go and do your thing. Old Manly waved his hand and said. Xiang Qian left Old Manly's room and walked towards the bunkers around. He had to tell the Li brothers to prepare for the battle. The beast tide was coming. Chapter 45. Xiao Yang, don't be afraid when the time comes. Even the biggest monster can't break this bunker. As long as you stay inside and don't come out, you will never get hurt. Xiang Qian went around the 4 bunkers and finally came to the bunker where Li Liang was, and gave detailed instructions. Compared to the other brothers of the Li family, who are already in their 20s, Li Liang is just a child in the first year of high school, so Xiang Qian was afraid that something might go wrong, so he could only repeatedly remind him. In fact, anyone can take care of this bunker, but for the purpose of training, Li Liang can only be arranged in it. Brother Qian, don't worry, I'm very good at playing games. Li Liang didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he was a little excited when he heard that he was about to start a real battle. Xiang Qian nodded helplessly, hoping that Li Liang would be consistent in his words and deeds. After leaving Li Liang, he saw Zhao Ming and his friends driving back. When Xiang Qian saw them, he immediately walked over with a dark face. How does it feel to be beaten up by a group of people? Xiang Qian said to them with a sneer. Hee. It's okay. I don't know what's wrong with those beasts today. They're like crazy. Zhao Ming laughed and said embarrassedly. Let's see if you dare to go to the deep mountains next time. Go and wash yourself. There will be good things for you later. But if you go to the deep mountains again next time, you won't get any good things in the future. Xiang Qian couldn't do anything about Zhao Ming, so he could only say harsh words. Next time, unless you let me drive a spaceship, I won't go. Zhao Ming nodded fiercely. He was also frightened today. Next time, even if he was asked to go, he would not go. When they finished their shower and came to the studio, they saw 5 very cool weapons on the table. This is the weapon I tailored for you, the X-01 multifunctional submachine gun. For normal shooting, 11mm electromagnetic projectiles are used. In addition, there is an 8,000-watt laser weapon and an 18mm grenade launcher, with an effective range of 5 kilometers and a maximum range of 8 kilometers. Equipped with polymer lithium battery, it can use laser weapons 50 times. At the same time, this gun can also be connected to your exoskeleton power armor, and use the power of the exoskeleton power armor. Now each of you drips a drop of blood on the raised groove. Okay, in the future, you will input genetic nuclear power into this gun, and then this gun will be able to burst out 100% of its power. Xiang Qian said to several people. After dripping blood, several people picked up their weapons, and fiddled with them. Coins, how do you input genetic nuclear power? Where do you input it? Zhao Ming picked it up and fiddled with it for a long time, but he didn't see the place marked to input genetic nuclear power. Anywhere, as long as you can touch the gun. When you input genetic nuclear power, the indicator light on the trigger will show the percentage of energy charged. It is difficult to charge the energy to 100% with your genetic nuclear power. At most, it is 30%, and the genetic nuclear power in your body will be exhausted. There is one thing you have to remember, that is, once it is charged, before the indicator light shows that the genetic nuclear power has not been consumed, each attack will consume the genetic nuclear power until it is consumed. So you better think carefully before using it, and don't charge all the genetic nuclear power at once. Is that so? Wait, that's not right, Qianbi. You said that the engine may not be able to reach the theoretical upper limit of speed. I believe it, but it's different from a car. The theoretical shooting distance is 5 kilometers, so the actual shooting distance cannot be only 4 kilometers. What is the use of the genetic nuclear force? Can it be used to shoot 10 kilometers? Zhao Ming nodded, but suddenly thought of this question and asked immediately. While Zhao Ming was asking the question, Zhang Lei and the others were also curiously looking at Xiang Qian, waiting for his answer. Haha, that won't happen. Even if you input the genetic nuclear force, the effective shooting distance of this gun is still 5 kilometers, not a meter more. But there is a hidden attribute in it, that is power. For example, if you use laser, the power of the laser fired by this gun is 8,000 watts. But if you use the genetic nuclear force, and then fire the laser, the power of the laser will become 10,000 watts. You should know how big the difference is. This is equivalent to adding 2,000 watts of power out of thin air. Don't ask me why. I don't know why this is the case. Why can genetic nuclear power increase the power of black technology weapons, but not the power of industrially produced weapons? Xiang Qian spread his hands after speaking, indicating that if you don't ask him, he doesn't know. Zhao Ming and others were too lazy to consider such brain-intensive things. Xiang Qian said he didn't know, and he definitely didn't know. Besides, since there are evolvers, what science can we talk about? Black technology weapons are unscientific. Xiang Qian really didn't know. Even though many people in his previous life were studying it, they just couldn't figure it out. Even if there were two identical weapons, the same in terms of composition, function, quality, etc., one was a black technology weapon and the other was industrially produced, but genetic nuclear force had no effect on industrially produced weapons. Coins. Can the weapons we use before use genetic nuclear force? No, because it is not bound to your DNA, so even if you input the gene nuclear force, it will be useless. Okay, you can use your weapons to play, but a large number of evolutionary beasts will appear in the next few days, maybe tonight or tomorrow, so you should not go out tomorrow, and you must be ready for battle at any time. After several people left, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to change the external scanning mode to thermal imaging scanning. In this weather, it is dozens of degrees below zero outside, and the body temperature of the evolutionary beasts is definitely not below zero. Then once the evolutionary beasts appeared, they would be no different from light bulbs under the scanning of the thermal imaging system, and would definitely not escape the scanning of Shinkong. Before going to bed at night, Xiang Qian used the raw materials looted from the War Reserve Warehouse to make hundreds of high-energy bombs. This was to be a backup method to quickly kill groups of evolutionary beasts in case of problems with electromagnetic weapons and laser weapons. After doing all this, he asked Shinkong to report the surrounding situation again. After confirming that there was no problem, Xiang Qian went to bed. On a cold night, in a snow-covered forest, a giant python's body was being torn apart by a dozen giant wolves. Each of these giant wolves was nearly 1 meter tall, with hair at least 5 centimeters long, and the most frightening thing was their long teeth. Under the giant wolf's teeth, the python's scales were as fragile as plastic foam. A trace of charring and cracks could be seen on the scales of the giant python's body, as if it had been bombed. The dozen giant wolves had no interest in the charred area. In less than half an hour, the giant python that was more than 10 meters long was gnawed to a pile of bones, but judging from the appearance of the dozen wolves, it seemed that they were not full yet. Roar! At this time, a roar of beasts came from the depths of the mountain. After hearing the roar, the dozen giant wolves immediately ran out of the mountain. There were more than a dozen giant wolves in the deep mountains that ran out of the evolved beasts. Bears, rabbits, snakes, weasels, etc. all ran out of the mountain. Some of these animals were natural enemies in the past, but at this time, they all ran out madly, and there was no attack on each other. When these evolved beasts ran out of the deep mountains, and came to a small village, they all rushed towards each household like crazy. Ah! Help! Go to hell, beast! Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, screams and gunshots intertwined, but not long after, only the sound of animals eating remained. Chapter 46. Beep! Beep! At around 4 in the morning, Xiang Qian was awakened by Shinkong's alert. Shinkong, what happened? Xiang Qian sat up and asked in a daze. A large-scale battle occurred 5 kilometers away. It was determined to be an attack by evolved beasts. A warning was issued according to the first preparatory order. After hearing Shinkong's words, Xiang Qian immediately woke up. The first preparatory order was set by him. As long as more than 100 evolved beasts appeared, he would be notified immediately. After putting on clothes and going downstairs to the studio, the big screen showed the battle scene 5 kilometers away. Hundreds of people were shooting at the evolved beasts with submachine guns, and many people were driving cars to move things, mainly food. Women and children were already in the car, and as long as the food was delivered, these people could evacuate. Xiang Qian knew that the beast tide was coming as soon as he saw this situation. This was only the first wave. He did not see the first level mid-level of all beasts on the screen, otherwise these people would not have been there at all. As long as the eyes and other vital parts of the level 1 mid-stage evolutionary beasts are not hit, they are basically immune to bullet attacks. As for the scale-armored evolutionary beasts, even anti-material sniper rifles cannot penetrate their scales, not to mention the Type 81 rifles in the hands of these people. As the evolutionary beasts advance rapidly, hundreds of people who have not received professional training will soon lose their defense line. In the absence of any other options, regardless of the remaining food at home, they can only get in the car and leave. However, there are only a few vehicles that can be driven, and at least 2/3 of the people have no way to evacuate. How could 2 legs outrun 4 legs? The only consequence of being pounced on by an evolutionary beast is to become a pile of bones. Xiang Qian didn't think about saving people. He couldn't save them at all. Without a shelter, even if he was wearing an exoskeleton power armor, he would be overwhelmed by the endless evolutionary beasts. As for launching missiles, he didn't have enough ammunition. Starry Sky, sound the alarm and notify all researchers to stand by. The wire grid is powered on, with an initial voltage of 2000 volts, and the warning lights and lighting are turned on. Xiang Qian looked at it for a while, then gave an order to Shinkong. Immediately, the whole yard sounded an alarm, and all the researchers' communicators showed instructions to stand by at any time. Countless electric sparks appeared on the iron wire grid, crackling non-stop, and all foreign objects that fell on the iron wire grid were burned by the high-voltage electricity. Although the iron wire grid fused with tungsten metal does not have a melting point as high as 3,800 degrees, it is really impossible to fuse it at a high temperature below 2,500 degrees. The whole courtyard was in chaos under Xiang Qian's command, but with Shinkong's reminder, everyone knew that danger was coming, and no one ran around or took advantage of the situation. Everyone stayed together according to Shinkong's instructions. Xiang Qian was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. If anyone dared to make trouble at this time, he would definitely not show mercy. If there was one, he would kill one, and if there were 2, he would kill a pair. If these people could not be calmed down, there would be real chaos. Fortunately, none of the backup measures he prepared were used. Son, what happened? Why are you sounding the alarm in the middle of the night? Xiang Qian's father's voice came from outside the door. Dad, it's nothing, you guys go back to sleep. It's enough for me, Zhao Ming, Brother Lei, and Li to stay here. Xiang Qian opened the door and saw a large group of people, including his parents, Zhao Ming's parents, Leng Ning, Zhao Ming, Zhang Lei, etc., standing outside the door, and said hurriedly, It's really nothing. Don't look down on your dad, think about the past. Why do you still talk about the past when you are old? Don't cause trouble for your son, come back with me. Xiang Qian's stepmother interrupted his father, and dragged him away. Zhao Ming also persuaded his father to leave, and soon only the young people were left outside the studio. Don't stand here, come in. Leng Ning, why don't you go back to rest? I don't need your help tonight. Xiang Qian saw Leng Ning also walking in, and hurriedly said, You made me sleepless late at night, I have to sleep. Leng Ning rolled his eyes at Xiang Qian and walked in. Xiang Qian smiled helplessly. Come on, it's nothing shameful anyway. What are you standing there for? Come on, sit down. The screen now shows the situation at the East Gate. According to the speed of the evolution beasts, even if there are people to resist, these evolution beasts will reach us in an hour at most. Xiang Qian looked at the few people staring at the screen blankly, and said with a smile, Are these evolution beasts crazy? Why are they attacking the city? Are the evolution beasts going crazy? Leng Ning said in surprise. I don't know if they are crazy, but they must be starving. Didn't you see that as long as there is food, they would rather die than rush to take a bite? This is too incredible. While they were talking, the evolution beasts were almost rushing to the Jiangpu district government. All the living people along the way were found by the evolution beasts no matter where they hid. There were evolution beasts everywhere on the streets and roofs. According to Shinkong's statistics, there were 37,000 evolution beasts so far. Xiang Qian saw more than a dozen level 1 mid-level evolutionary beasts, most of which were snakes, and the scariest one was a bear. I don't know where this bear lived before, and no one has found it. Now it has become a level 1 mid-level evolutionary beast, and it can flatten a car with one slap. Brother Lei, Brotherly, you guys go get ready, put on your exoskeleton power armor, and go to the yard. Each person is responsible for one side of the fence. If an evolutionary beast climbs up, just shoot it. Zhao Ming, you are in charge of the gate. If I open the door and let people in, you must collect all their weapons immediately. Xiang Qian felt that it was almost time, so he asked them to prepare. Okay. Several people replied. After they left, only Xiang Qian and Ling Ning were left in the studio. Xiang Qian looked at Ling Ning at this time, and found that her face was already pale. He shook his head and said, "If you can't stand it, don't look at it. Go back to sleep." "Humph! Who said I can't stand it? I'm just a little cold," Ling Ning said stubbornly. How could it be cold in the room at 24 degrees? Xiang Qian thought speechlessly, but did not expose it. Half an hour later, tens of thousands of evolved beasts split into two parts. One rushed to the village on the left side of the national highway, and the other rushed to the right side of the national highway, which was where Xiang Qian and his men were. "Xiaoyang, Xiaohu, you don't have to operate, unless there is a problem with the automatic control system, then you can switch to manual operation, understand?" Xiang Qian said to the Li brothers. "Understood, Brother Qian." Soon after the evolution beasts passed Xingfu New Village, they were about to reach them, less than 400 meters away in a straight line. Xingkong, start attacking. Xiang Qian saw that the fastest evolution beast was less than 300 meters away from the courtyard wall, and immediately ordered an attack. Accepting the order, fire control system turned on. Laser weapons charged. Start attacking. A red and white light shot out from the bunker, and the evolution beast 300 meters away disappeared directly, without even leaving a corpse. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he immediately said, "Xingkong, adjust the power of the laser weapon to 30%, and the maximum output shall not exceed 20,000 watts. Accept the command, adjust the laser weapon's emission power, adjustment completed, continue to attack." This time it was much better, at least the entire evolved beast was not evaporated, only the head was gone. Seeing the intensity of this attack, Xiang Qian nodded. If it was as strong as the first attack, he would not only not get a bottle of gene nuclear power liquid after the beast died, but also lose some, which would be a big loss. The people in the yard didn't know what was going on outside. They could only see the bunkers in the four corners. The lasers of 3 of the bunkers were firing crazily. The whole yard seemed to be illuminated by hundreds of flashlights. At this time, Xiang Qian suddenly saw a huge bear appear on the screen. "Ling Ning, do you want to eat bear paws?" Xiang Qian said with a smile. Chapter 47. A huge black bear that is 4 meters tall, with a paw as big as a pot lid, is delicious food in Xiang Qian's eyes. In fact, not only giant bears, but any of all beasts are a source of food and genetic nuclear power in the eyes of humans. Except for this beast tide, evolved beasts will not pose any threat to humans in the future. Of course, except for the evolved beasts in the waves. Why do these evolved beasts grow bigger? The stronger the evolved beast, the bigger its body will become. Ling Ning ignored Xiang Qian. She looked at the evolutionary beast on the screen, frowned and talked to herself. Xiang Qian was bored and didn't say anything. He knew why the evolutionary beasts grew bigger, but before the second-level evolutionary beasts appeared, no one could guess the secret, so he certainly wouldn't say it. On the one hand, no one believed it, and even if people believed it, with his pitiful knowledge of biology, he couldn't explain it clearly. Starry Sky, laser weapons at 50% power, attacked the head of the giant bear. A laser beam that was obviously much thicker instantly hit the giant bear's head, directly blowing it up. The giant bear's body ran forward 2 steps, and fell to the ground with a bang. The death of the giant bear obviously stimulated the evolutionary beasts that were charging towards the yard. Many evolutionary beasts made a move to escape at the moment of the giant bear's death. But at this time, another giant python let out a roar, and those evolutionary beasts that were about to escape once again rushed up without fear of death. It's unscientific. How can snakes command these animals? How can many animals that were originally natural enemies obey the command of snakes? Ling Ning was confused again when he saw the scene. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said nothing, thinking that the biological weapon crystal giant scorpion you made could also fly in space and fire lasers in the future. Laser weapon overheated, request to switch to electromagnetic weapon attack. At this time, the starry sky showed that the temperature of the laser weapon launcher had exceeded 300 degrees. If it continued to work, the internal electronic components would be very likely to be damaged. Agree to switch to electromagnetic weapons. Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Although the firing speed of electromagnetic weapons is not as scary as the legendary Metal Storm weapons, the firing speed of more than 11,000 rounds per minute is enough to block the 50 by 300 meter range in front. Compared to laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons are much more ugly after hitting the evolution beasts. Even if Xingkong is controlling the weapon system, some evolution beasts are inevitably turned into meat paste. In less than half a minute, the pungent smell of blood came from the air. After the violent attack of electromagnetic weapons, none of the evolution beasts still in the distance dared to continue to rush forward, and all fled in all directions. No matter how those evolution beasts in the middle stage of the first level were driven away, they just wouldn't rush to the yard. Although these evolutionary beasts were starving, they were not stupid. Ordinary animals know how to avoid danger and seek good fortune, let alone evolutionary beasts. Shinkong used laser weapons to kill all those level 1 evolutionary beasts. Xiang Qian saw that without the charge of cannon fodder, those level 1 evolutionary beasts also wanted to run, so he immediately gave the order. After a few lasers were fired, the world was quiet. In less than 5 minutes, more than 4,000 of the more than 6,000 evolutionary beasts that came to attack the yard died, and several level 1 evolutionary beasts were completely wiped out. Shinkong, open the gate, and all the young and strong men go outside the yard to collect the bodies of the evolved beasts. At the same time, pay attention to the surroundings. If an evolved beast appears, kill it directly without authorization. After Xiang Qian finished speaking to Shinkong, he said to Leng Ning, "You watch here, I'm going out for a while." What are you going out for at this time?" Leng Ning said in surprise. "Of course, it's for the bodies of the evolved beasts. While these evolved beasts haven't been dead for a long time, we can extract more genetic nuclear power liquid. Otherwise, the gene nuclear force will dissipate over time, so it can't be wasted," Xiang Qian explained as he walked outside. "There's no need to pick up corpses. Why not go out hunting? You think the evolutionary beasts are leaks? They can grow again after being cut. So many evolutionary beasts died today. How many evolutionary beasts do you think there are in the mountains? If you don't reserve more gene nuclear force liquid now, I wonder what you will do when you run out of it in the future." Xiang Qian left the studio after saying that. At this time, Shinkong had already passed on his order, the gate of the yard had been opened, and all the young people had run out to collect the bodies of the evolutionary beasts. Xiang Qian went directly to the warehouse and luxuriously used a container of raw materials to make 10 sets of large-scale primary gene nuclear force extraction equipment. As long as the primary extraction is done, the gene nuclear force in the cells of these evolutionary beasts will no longer dissipate. As long as it is well preserved, there will be no problem with further processing and purification in the future. After the manufacturing, these 10 sets of equipment were pulled to the gate, and everyone put the collected evolutionary beast bodies directly into the equipment. After a set of equipment is loaded, work will start immediately. Qianbi, make a set of traction equipment for the car quickly, otherwise the bear's body cannot be brought in, and can only be towed by the car. At this time, Xiaoming drove to Xiang Qian and said, "Don't drive the off-road vehicle, you have to go out later. I'm going to modify a truck now, you wait here first." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he ran back to the warehouse and modified a truck. The modified truck is the same as the first modified container truck, with a large sealed container behind it, and there are automatic robotic arms and conveyor belts in the container. Xiang Qian drove the car with Zhao Ming and ran outside to load all the corpses of the first-level mid-level evolutionary beasts into the container. "Xiao Ming, use your gun to cut off the bear's paws for tomorrow's snack. Then cut the whole bear in half, otherwise it won't fit in." The giant bear was too big, and if it wasn't cut, it couldn't fit into the extraction equipment at all. Xiang Qian could only let Zhao Ming be the butcher for a while. "How can I cut it with a gun?" Xiao Ming was stunned. "Adjust the laser emission power to 2000 watts, and then switch to cutting mode, and then you can cut it however you want." "Oh my god, this gun is multifunctional. Interesting, it turns out it can be used like this." According to Xiang Qian's instructions, Zhao Ming switched the laser transmitter to cutting mode, and a continuous stream of laser beams was continuously emitted. Zhao Ming held the laser beam and began to cut the giant bear's body up and down, left and right, and occasionally wrote 2 words with the laser. Xiang Qian covered his forehead, very speechless. Humans could no longer stop this guy from being stupid. After Zhao Ming cut up all the bodies of the first-level mid-level of all beasts, and put them in the extraction equipment, Xiang Qian asked Zhang Lei and others to look after the house, and took Xiao Ming to Jiangpu Street to collect the monster bodies. At this time, the streets of Jiangpu were like a Shura field, with corpses of evolved beasts and human bones, and the road surface was stained red with blood. The low temperature of dozens of degrees below zero made the blood quickly condense into ice, which also caused various blood stains on the walls of the shops on both sides of the street. Even the most terrifying movies in human history are not as terrifying as the scene in front of them. This is beyond the limit of what humans can bear. Xiang Qian's face was not good. Even though he had experienced all kinds of things in the future, the scene in front of him could not keep him calm. This is the end of the world. Even if he has the memory of his previous life and has made all kinds of preparations, he dare not say that he can escape the last disaster of his previous life. Compared with the disaster at that time, the current beast tide is just a group of slimes coming to give experience. Retracting his thoughts and looking at Zhao Ming, he was still surprised that Zhao Ming did not say he was afraid. As a result, when Xiang Qian saw the red light displayed on Zhao Ming's tactical helmet, he was speechless, because Zhao Ming had changed the night vision mode to black and white mode, so the effect was of course different. Coins, there are planes in the sky. Zhao Ming suddenly pointed to the sky and said, Chapter 48. According to the real-time images from the starry sky, Xiang Qian saw the plane that Zhao Ming mentioned, which was a toy helicopter to be more precise. A toy helicopter that could fly at such a low temperature must have been modified. But the strange thing was that the modification of this helicopter was quite ugly, and the camera looked like it was welded on, and the overall appearance was not aesthetic at all. Should we shoot it down? Zhao Ming picked up the gun and prepared to fire. No, maybe we can get something big tonight. Don't worry about it, let's finish the work first. Xiang Qian immediately stopped Zhao Ming's action, as if he had thought of something, and said with a smile. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Zhao Ming no longer cared about the toy helicopter. Anyway, the results of the starry sky scan showed that it was not loaded with any weapons, and could not pose any threat to them at all. Xiang Qian opened the container, and the mechanical arm, with a maximum extension of 20 meters, began to work. The bodies of the monsters killed on the street were grabbed by the mechanical arm and put into the container. The car drove slowly, and the mechanical arm collected all the bodies of the evolved beasts along the way. The toy helicopter above their heads followed them all the way. It stopped when the car stopped, and it flew along when the car moved. After Xiang Qian and his team collected all the bodies of the evolved beasts and drove home for a whole hour, the toy helicopter still followed them. Is it really okay to let it follow? Zhao Ming said doubtfully. It's okay. You have to let the line run long to catch big fish. You won't catch big fish if you are so anxious, Xiang Qian said with a smile. After such a long period of observation, Xiang Qian has confirmed that this toy helicopter must have been modified by the equipment manufacturer. Because it can last for such a long time, and is not afraid of such low temperatures, only equipment manufacturers can modify this kind of toy. Things designed by the state cannot be so ugly. So Xiang Qian is sure that the person who modified this toy helicopter must be an equipment manufacturer who has just awakened and has not been discovered by the state. If this equipment manufacturer is not fooled, it would be a shame to the people. When Xiang Qian drove the car into the yard, he specifically told Shinkong not to close the door first. If you want to fish, you have to put the hook first, and there must be fish food on the hook. The toy helicopter hovered outside for a while, circled around the wall of the yard for a group, and then flew away. At this time, Xiang Qian was already sitting in a chair in the studio, watching the toy helicopter fly away. Coin, you made it too fake, just let it go like this. Can't the person controlling it see those bunkers? Won't people be suspicious? Zhao Ming looked at the screen and said very speechlessly. You've watched too many movies. This is a rural area, not a military base. The bunker exposed outside is just a firing point. It's so dark at night, who can notice a toy helicopter in the sky? Xiang Qian said confidently. It's obvious that there is no expert guidance to modify a toy helicopter into such a mess. The aerodynamic shape is not up to standard. If it weren't for the strong horsepower and strong materials, it would be a question whether it can fly. How could such a person think so much? He would never think that the toy helicopter he controlled was under the surveillance of others from beginning to end. The toy helicopter flew onto a metal roof. Yes, a metal roof. The place where it landed was not only made of metal, but the entire house was made of metal. There were no windows or doors. It sounded good to call it a house, but strictly speaking, it was just an oversized metal box. Crack. There was a sudden crackling sound where the toy helicopter landed, and then the entire helicopter began to sink, just like an elevator. Everyone go back to sleep. I use the remote-controlled helicopter to observe tomorrow morning. If the people there are doing well, we go over there. A middle-aged man in his 50s, sitting in a wheelchair, picked up the toy helicopter and said to the people in the room, Dad, do we really want to go there? Isn't it better to go to the city? It's better to go to the country than to a private person. A young man in his early 20s said, Bullshit, have you forgotten how my legs were broken? I would rather starve to death than go to the city. If you want to go, go ahead. I won't stop you. The middle-aged man roared. Dad, don't be angry. I don't mean that. I haven't forgotten what happened in the past. If it were in the past, I wouldn't say that. Now it's this time. Who dares to harm an evolver? Even if his father is the provincial party committee, it's impossible. Haven't you heard on the news how well the country treats evolvers? If we go to the city, they will definitely not dare to do anything to us. Maybe we can even take revenge. The young man explained immediately. What you said is all bullshit. You think they can let me live after knowing that I have become an evolver? That is impossible. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the wheelchair turned into a bed. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, and obviously did not want to talk anymore. Dad? The young man did not want to give up, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the middle-aged woman next to him. Son, stop talking and go to sleep. When Xiang Qian first saw the metal house, he immediately felt unwell. But when he saw the elevator, his eyes lit up, and then he asked Shinkong to scan the entire metal house, and then he was stunned. The whole house looks like a metal box, but in the wall, dense gears, various levers, chains, metal wires and other parts are all cleverly connected together. The elevator under the toy helicopter is purely mechanically powered, without even an electric switch. Xiang Qian studied mechanical engineering and mechanical automation, and he knew how difficult such a design is. The total number of parts in the walls around this room is estimated to be hundreds of thousands, not to mention how to use these parts to design mechanisms. Even if these parts are assembled completely, it will be exhausting. For such a great man, Xiang Qian has decided that he will tie him up even if he has to. If a mechanical master like this sets up defenses for the base, even without bullets, it is not something that ordinary people can break in. The complex mechanism alone can kill many people. After a while, Xiang Qian calmed down and thought of another question, that is, he had never heard of this master. Although equipment manufacturers are not as easy to become famous as black technology masters and scientific predictors, it is impossible for this master of mechanical dynamics to be unknown. Is it really such a coincidence that Chu Tianqing is like this, and this master is also like this? They should have died in their previous lives, but because of this variable, they did not die. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Qian couldn't figure it out. There are too many issues involved, and many of them cannot be explained at all. He also didn't know what effect would be produced if these people who should have died survived, nor how big the butterfly effect would be if they gathered together. He only knew that with the help of so many people, he could save the Earth. Instead of leaving the Earth in a spaceship, becoming a wanderer civilization, living at the bottom of the universe, being used as cannon fodder to block the eyes at any time, or being destroyed by an evolutionary civilization. Only by saving the Earth and leaving the solar system with the mother planet Earth can we become an evolutionary civilization. Only the evolutionary civilization has the potential to advance step by step in the struggle of many civilizations in the universe, and eventually become a ninth-level civilization. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian no longer considered whether the future would change because of his existence. No matter how big the change, it would not stop him. Anyone who blocked his plan and blocked the race of human beings from moving towards advanced civilization would all die. In this life, the Earth civilization would no longer be cannon fodder, but would become the master of the 23 fugitive civilizations in the entire Milky Way, leading the fugitive civilizations in the Milky Way to compete for the throne of the highest civilization in the universe. Chapter 49. The next morning, the toy helicopter flew out of the yard again and began to circle around the yard. Xiang Qian got the news when it just took off. He even watched the Li brothers to make sure they didn't shoot down the toy helicopter, and pretended not to see it. Sure enough, after circling for more than half an hour, it flew back. At the same time, 3 people came out of the metal house and drove away. Xiang Qian locked his eyes on their family. After seeing that the 3 people were driving towards him, the smile on his face never disappeared. You and your mother sit in the car, don't turn off the car, if we can't reach an agreement, we will leave. The middle-aged man opened the car door after he finished speaking. After the door was opened, 2 mechanical arms stretched out from under the seat and lifted the wheelchair the middle-aged man was sitting on. The middle-aged man rocked the wheelchair with his hands and drove towards the gate of the yard. But before he could knock on the door, the gate of the yard slowly opened. Seeing the gate open, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Xiang Qian standing behind the door, he immediately reacted and said, "Hello, young man, I wonder if you can take in our family here. I know it's a bit abrupt for me to say this, but I am a disabled person." "No problem, of course I take you in, uncle, come in." Xiang Qian interrupted the middle-aged man and said with a smile, Do you have any requirements here, such as going out hunting or doing some work every day? The middle-aged man was stunned, feeling that something was wrong. This was too easy to talk to. Are all the people inside lay foam? It's unscientific. There are no requirements. We provide food and accommodation here, and there is fruit supply 3 times a day. In addition, there are other benefits for evolvers, such as supplying genetic nuclear power liquid or something. In short, there are many benefits, so come as soon as possible, because if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Xiang Qian continued to say with a smile. Now that you have discovered it, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man was stunned for a long time before he reacted and said vigilantly. I don't want anything, just like I said just now. If you don't believe it, you can come in and take a look. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time. We will never stop you. Okay, then I will go in and take a look. Since it's like this, let's go in and take a look. Anyway, you are already on the chopping board. The middle-aged man thought with regret that he should have come to see it first, and let his wife and son wait at home. Uncle, let the cars outside come in. Don't worry, I will never stop you if you want to leave. If I want to stop you, you can't leave. That bunker is equipped with laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons with a range of 5 kilometers. It is controlled by a computer to hit wherever it is pointed. Xiang Qian pointed to the bunker that was turning around and said, Son, drive in. The middle-aged man said to the clothes, then raised his head, stared at Xiang Qian's eyes, and said, I can work for you, but you have to ensure that my family is safe, otherwise Uncle, you misunderstood again. I didn't threaten you. I sincerely hope you will join us. You will know what life is like inside when you go in. I can't explain it clearly, and you won't believe it. Why don't you just go and take your family to see for yourself? If you feel good, stay. If you feel bad, I won't stop you from leaving. Xiang Qian said sincerely. He was very confident that he could keep people here. Of course, even if they didn't want to stay, there was a way. But before that step, there was no need to use the trump card. Soon the car drove to the gate, and the 2 people in the car got out and stood closely beside the middle-aged man. They were really scared just now. The weapons of the 2 bunkers suddenly moved and aimed at their car. If they hadn't heard the middle-aged man's voice, they would have thought that the other party would open fire. Let's go in and take a look. Xiang Qian led the 3 people to walk around in the yard. These simple houses are where people live. You should have noticed that the temperature in the yard is very warm. It's not cold living in a simple house. The temperature is over 20 degrees. You won't feel cold even if you don't cover yourself with a blanket at night. This is the scientific research building. Of course, it is very simple now, but a real scientific research center will be built in the future. This is the cafeteria. Everyone eats here every day. Let's go and see the food now. Xiang Qian led the 3 people along the way and explained along the way. The attitudes of the 3 people also changed from fear at the beginning to doubt now. At the same time, Xiang Qian also knew the situation of the 3 people. The middle-aged man was called Kai Guqiang, his wife was called Liu, and his son was called Kai Yonghao. The 3 of them opened a grain and oil store in Jiangpu before the end of the world. At that time, everyone was frantically buying grain. Although they did not believe it, they still left a lot of grain. After the end of the world, these grains became their life-saving straw, allowing them to persist until now. Kai Guqiang awakened a few days ago. They also heard about the evolutionists, so they never revealed their abilities in front of outsiders. And the metal house full of mechanisms is the ancestral craftsmanship of their Kai family. Legend has it that their ancestors were disciples of the Maha's school, and later built mausoleums for emperors of all generations. The tradition was almost cut off several times, but later one of their ancestors left behind a group of people to teach them, and stopped building mausoleums for the emperors. This is how the tradition was passed down from generation to generation. Of course, this cannot be verified. Aren't you government officials? Then how could the country allow you to exist? Master Kai asked. Do you think we are government officials? As for why the country doesn't care about us, it's because the country doesn't have the energy to care about us. We are not trying to grab land and challenge the authority of the state. We are just doing things on our own land. Why should the state care about us? Besides, the evolver is a soft persimmon. Everyone has a backup plan. At worst, we will die together. Forcing us is not good for the country, so why waste time on us? Xiang Qian said with a smile. Master Kai frowned and said nothing. It is not easy to flatten this place with the power of the country. I really don't know where their confidence comes from. Xiang Qian also saw Master Kai's expression, and knew that he didn't believe it, but it didn't matter. Some things didn't need to be said. Then he took them to the place where the researchers worked and explained the benefits of the researchers. After a round, it was noon. Xiang Qian invited them to have dinner. Of course, they didn't go to the cafeteria, but to his small courtyard. Master Kai, let me introduce you. This is my master, a retired professor from Nanjing University, and an evolver like us. This is Lung Ning, a doctor of biology, and also an evolver. By the way, Lung Ning is very knowledgeable about cells and genes. You can ask her to help with your leg injury, maybe it can get better. Before Xiang Qian finished speaking, Master Kai was excited. Really, my legs can get better. Sorry, I'm not doubting Dr. Lung. I really mean it. Master Kai said excitedly. Master Kai, your legs have not been amputated, and there is a high possibility of recovery. Don't get excited yet. The specific situation needs to be checked before I can make a judgment. Let's eat first, or the food will get cold. Ling Ning comforted Master Kai and rolled his eyes at Xiang Qian, which meant that he wanted me to do hard labor again. Xiang Qian saw this and smiled. Ling Ning was his trump card. Any disabled person wanted to recover, and Master Kai was no exception. As long as he told Master Kai that his legs could recover, he would not stay. After a meal, Master Kai and his family officially moved into the compound, and Xiang Qian finally had an equipment evolver. In the future, he won't need to make anything by himself. He even has to make a mechanical arm by himself. It's really too cheap. After settling Master Kai's family, Xiang Qian went to purify the gene nuclear power liquid in the afternoon. Now 500 milliliters of gene nuclear power liquid is too much to drink. He plans to purify the gene nuclear power liquid extracted from the evolution beast to 200 milliliters, and one bottle is equivalent to 2 bottles before. At the same time, he refined some powder and stored it, and when he uses it, he can just add physiological saline. While Xiang Qian was happily purifying the gene nuclear power fluid, the countries around the Golden Triangle were not having a good time. There were all primitive deep forests there, and the outbreak of the beast tide directly affected the entire country. It was not hundreds of thousands or millions of evolved beasts, but tens of millions of evolved beasts. At the same time, the evolutionary conditions there were unique, and the number of first-level mid-level evolved beasts accounted for almost 1% of the entire beast tide. The countries around the Golden Triangle invested very little in education, and the proportion of illiterate people could account for almost 70% of the total population. The level of education and population limit the number of evolvers born in these countries. Maybe the number of evolvers in the 3 countries combined is not as many as the number of evolvers in one province of China. Now the 3 countries are basically unable to deal with the evolved beasts. They can only defend a few large cities from being breached. Even so, they can't hold on any longer. When conventional weapons cannot kill many evolved beasts, a nuclear bomb with a yield of 10 million tons is launched. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. Chapter 50. Guanteng looked at the missile launch trajectory on the screen, clenched his hands tightly, and didn't even notice his nails digging into his palms. Dropping a nuclear bomb on the territory of his own country, even if it was a last resort, made Guanteng very sad. If there is a future, his name will be firmly nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the country, and it will never be washed away. Warlord separatism, food shortages, and viruses are rampant. This is the current situation of Country T. The population of the entire country is 6,500, but now only 24 million are left. After the virus broke out, countless people died, including the king. Guanteng was in control of the entire country at that time. Now he controls a population of 16 million, and it was for these 16 million people that he issued the order to use nuclear bombs. General, it's bad. Dozens of countries including China, Country A, Polar Bear, Eagle Country, etc. have sent us notifications, asking us to self-destruct our nuclear weapons, otherwise we will face nuclear attacks. General, what should we do? At this time, a man ran to Guanteng and said breathlessly, "Tell them that nuclear bombs will not fall on their territory. How to use nuclear bombs on our territory is our problem." Guanteng was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, General." Guanteng looked at the screen, which showed that the nuclear bomb would reach its destination in just 5 minutes. As long as the problem of the evolved beasts is solved, everything else will be easy. Which country doesn't have nuclear weapons now? As long as there are evolvers, they can make nuclear weapons. The only difference is that some countries can intercept nuclear weapons, while some countries can only launch nuclear weapons, but cannot intercept them. If they dare to retaliate against us, we will use people to carry the nuclear weapons over, and at worst we will perish together. Guanteng was thinking about it, when the nuclear warhead signal on the screen suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Where are our nuclear bombs? Why did the signal disappear? Guantung yelled. General, the nuclear bomb may have been hit. It has been confirmed that the nuclear bomb has been blown up. Continue to launch immediately, and launch 2 this time. Guantung yelled angrily, then turned to another person and said, prepare all the nuclear materials and start making nuclear weapons immediately, the kind with multiple warheads. Yes, General. Guantung stared at the screen fiercely. He had decided that if anyone dared to stop him again, he would retaliate. Thinking of this, he felt that he had to arrange a retreat first, at least to prepare the most elite troops, and if that didn't work, he would let them take the scientists and evolvers away first through the secret passage. After all, once he started nuclear retaliation, a stronger attack would follow. But before he could give the order, the 2 nuclear bombs that had just been launched were blown up. At this time, the nuclear bomb was heading straight for the atmosphere, only 12,000 meters from the ground. It was blown up before it entered the planned orbit. The impact on the ground can be imagined. 2 suns appeared in the sky, accompanied by various radiations. The shock wave rushed directly to the ground, because there was no obstacle. Launch. Launch all nuclear warheads for me, the target is random. Evacuate immediately after the launch. Notify everyone in the base to evacuate from channels 1, 3, and 5 immediately, hurry up. It was not until the shock wave arrived that Guantung reacted and roared with red eyes. But he lost consciousness before he finished speaking. After the first nuclear weapon was detonated, more than a dozen satellites in the geosynchronous orbit began to change orbits at the same time, and all of them were targeting Country T. When the satellites finished changing orbits, it was just when Guantung ordered the launch of 2 nuclear bombs. The result confirmed the saying that if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. The 2 nuclear bombs were directly detonated in midair, and then more than a dozen satellites simultaneously attacked the base where Guantung was. Made of tungsten, titanium, or uranium metal, with a diameter of 50 centimeters, a length of 8 meters, and a weight of 1,800 kilograms, the ultra-high-density metal rod was launched from more than a dozen satellites. Under the acceleration of the booster rocket, the ultra-high-density metal rod rushed into the atmosphere at a speed of 15 kilometers per second. After passing through the atmosphere, the speed of the metal rod slowed down, but it could still rush to the target at a speed of 4.7 kilometers per second. How powerful can a 1,800 kilogram ultra-high-density metal rod be when it falls in space at 5,000 kilometers? If it is converted into TNT equivalent, it will definitely have the power of a 1,500-ton TNT equivalent bomb explosion, and this power is still erupting from underground to the ground. More than a dozen metal rods of different sizes rushed into the ground, and then exploded with overwhelming force, and the ground within dozens of kilometers around them collapsed. The target location was hit, and the entire mountain range disappeared directly, and was replaced by a deep pit hundreds of meters deep. Even Xiang Qian, who was far away in NJ, could feel a slight vibration, so you can imagine how powerful these space-based kinetic weapons are. After the attack, leaders of various countries met together. The discussion was about the management of nuclear weapons. It was okay for major countries. Although the country was unstable, it was generally under the control of the country, and there would definitely be no situation where nuclear weapons were flying all over the sky. But it's hard to say about those small countries, especially in the Middle East and Africa. In peacetime, the anti-government and armed forces are rampant, not to mention this time. Even if country A wants to eliminate these organizations with evolvers, it is very difficult. After all, everyone's technical strength is the same, and there is no such situation as before where you can only hit me, but I can't hit you. In this case, as long as you provoke those organizations, they don't care about the Earth. They will definitely throw nuclear weapons directly. Faced with all kinds of tough situations, leaders of various countries have stated that as long as a ballistic missile is discovered, no matter which country it is from or the purpose of the launch, it will be destroyed immediately, including the launch base. Anyway, several major countries have space-based weapons, and as long as a ballistic missile is launched, it can be intercepted immediately. But now a new problem has arisen, that is, the problem of space-based weapons. What if other organizations launch space-based weapons in the future? That thing is much more threatening than a nuclear bomb, and it really cannot be intercepted. After a long discussion, countries began to count how many space-based weapons they have, and each country had to mark its own space-based weapons. If they didn't mark them, sorry, they would be destroyed without negotiation. The statistical results shocked the leaders of various countries. There are 231 satellites in the entire space that can launch space-based kinetic weapons, and 89 satellites that can launch lasers. These are all controlled by various countries. There are 32 satellites that are not under the control of various countries. With this result, the leaders of all countries gave orders to destroy those satellites without hesitation. Finally, the world leaders made a unified televised speech, calling on all organizations and countries not to use nuclear weapons. Any organization or country that uses nuclear weapons will be jointly attacked by all countries in the world. At the same time, no country or organization is allowed to launch space-based weapons. If they are found, they will be directly destroyed. At the same time, countries and organizations that launch space-based weapons will also be jointly attacked by the world. Not long after the TV talk, countries received countless nuclear blackmail warnings, but with the efforts of all major powers, they finally reached an agreement with those organizations. As long as they do not use nuclear weapons or launch space-based weapons, countries will recognize the existence of those organizations and will not attack them. Both sides are equal, can engage in free trade, cooperate together, and contribute their own strength to fly away from the Earth to ensure the continuation of mankind. As for those extreme terrorist organizations that will not listen even if they are beaten to death and think that they can walk sideways with nuclear weapons in their hands. Basically, in less than 2 days, they were completely wiped out by major countries and organizations around the world. At this point, major organizations around the world began to surface. As long as they did not cause high damage, everyone would compete fairly for resources. Of course, this competition still relies on force, but not nuclear weapons and space-based weapons. No one can touch these two things casually. If anyone dares to touch them, the whole world will kill you together. But the 5 major countries are still the 5 major countries. Their domestic resources are theirs. The resources for fair competition are of course the resources in Africa and Australia. If anyone dares to go to their country to compete fairly, they will directly destroy you without any discussion. Chapter 51. In mid-April, the temperature of the earth began to rise, and everything revived. Many trees on the mountain have shown a hint of green, but the overall appearance is still withered and yellow. Those yellow trees did not survive the severe winter, and can no longer be rejuvenated. In the depths of the mountains at this season, various animals should be very active, but affected by the beast tide half a month ago, the entire mountain is silent. Except for the increase in insects, not even a rabbit can be seen. Occasionally, an evolved beast would appear, and after a quick look around the territory, it would immediately go back into its den and not show its head for a long time. This also led to the loss of food sources for those who had escaped the beast tide and wanted to continue to make a living by hunting. However, these did not affect the overall situation. The current technological level of the Earth was at least a few hundred years higher than before the end of the world, and the Earth had really become a global village. Various large aircraft took off and landed 24 hours a day, and countless engineering vehicles mined or day and night in major or producing areas around the world, and the entire Earth showed a deformed prosperity. But none of this has anything to do with Xiang Qian. He is content to stay in his own little piece of land. It's not that he doesn't want to go to Africa to grab resources, but he knows his own limitations. With his limited strength, if he wants to compete with countries around the world, major organizations, and chaebol groups, it would definitely be like an old man eating arsenic and getting tired of living. Although it's easy for him to kill those forces, it's also easy for those forces to kill him. If they fight, both sides will definitely suffer. So Xiang Qian didn't think about competing with them for the resources on Earth. After all, countries around the world are going crazy to get enough resources to build spacecraft. If he ran over to compete with them for resources at this time, he would be walking into a trap. Besides, Xiang Qian didn't need to build many spaceships and warships for the sake of his people and subordinates like governments and major organizations. With only a few hundred people in their yard, one spaceship was enough to send them all into space. If they built a few more spaceships, there wouldn't be enough manpower to operate them, so there was no need to fight for resources. Xiang Qian had a very comfortable life in the past half-month. He had enough raw materials, genetic nuclear power fluid, and food. Even though Huang Cheng's transactions with him became less after he recruited the evolution, he still lived a very good life. Compared to the previous transaction of physical items with Huang Cheng, now he only trades blueprints, so he has less things to do. Xiang Qian used the freed-up time to make vehicles for their migration. It is already mid-April, and there is only half a month left before the tornado. He must dare to take everyone away and move to Sanya when the tornado breaks out. Originally, he wanted to wait until the tornado was over before moving, But thinking of the time when the Yellowstone volcano erupted, Xiang Qian decided to move forward the time of the transfer. If it is a month later, the construction time of the base will be a bit rushed. If something unexpected happens, the base will not be built before the Yellowstone volcano erupts, and it will collapse. Shinkong, notify everyone not to leave the cafeteria after lunch. I have something to announce at that time. After Xiang Qian finished making a batch of missiles in the garage, he suddenly said to Shinkong, accept the order has been issued. Well, install these missiles on vehicle number 2, start the vehicle self-check after the installation, and send me the results. Xiang Qian sat on the box and told Shinkong, accept the order and start executing. After Shinkong finished speaking, several mechanical arms extended from the roof, fixed the missiles, and began to load vehicle number 2. As Shinkong's database became more and more complete, his ability to judge commands became stronger and stronger. Sometimes Xiang Qian joked with him, and Shinkong could tell. This was impossible before. Xiang Qian sat on the box, watching the mechanical arms loading vehicle number 2, but in his mind, he was thinking if there was anything else he needed to install on the migration vehicle. Basically, everything is ready, and there seems to be nothing forgotten. Soon, it was noon, and Xiang Qian did not eat at home for the first time, but went to the cafeteria to have a meal with everyone. After the meal, everyone put away the tables and chairs, and turned the cafeteria into a temporary meeting room. I asked everyone to stay today because I have something to tell you. What I am going to say may be scary, but please wait until I finish speaking. If you have any questions, ask them first, and try not to interrupt me. Starry Sky, play the video. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the large LCD screen behind him lit up. The screen showed the orbital diagram of the 9 planets in the solar system. Everyone was confused when they saw this, and didn't know why Xiang Qian played this. Stop! What you just saw was the orbital diagram of the 9 planets in the solar system, but what was played just now was the orbital orbit before the end of the world, that is, before October 21st last year. What you will see next is the orbital trajectory from October last year to April this year. Following Xiang Qian's words, all 9 planets on the screen began to deviate from their orbits. No one cared about the other planets, but the changes in the Earth shocked everyone. Although last year, the internet said that the Earth was going to deviate from its orbit, and that time was about to end, and everyone rushed to buy food. But few people knew what the Earth's orbit would look like. But after looking at the Earth on the screen, everyone knew what the Earth's orbit had become. The orbit that was circular before has now become elliptical. Stop! You see, this is the current orbit of the Earth. Maybe you think it's nothing, it's just a little colder, the house will be warmer, and life will go on as usual after installing heating. Then everyone will know what will happen to the Earth next. The video continues to play, and the Earth continues to move forward on the elliptical orbit, but when it reaches the apex on the other side of the elliptical orbit, it flies out directly. Ah! Oh my god! Suck! Everyone exclaimed when they saw this, and all looked at the screen in disbelief, and then looked at Xiang Qian, hoping that he would give everyone an explanation. Surprised, right? This is not a joke, but something that is about to happen. The current position of the Earth is here, which means that the Earth is currently heading towards the apex that is flying away from the Sun. This is not something I discovered, but it has been simulated by a supercomputer, and it is impossible for humans to stop it. In fact, with the current technology on Earth, humans can survive even without the Sun, but the most terrible things are still to come. Xiang Qian shrugged and waved his hand, and the video continued to play. After the Earth escaped from the gravity of the Sun, it quickly moved toward the outer solar system, but it would soon enter the range of the asteroid belt. From the screen, we can see how many densely packed asteroids there are. You should know that asteroids are not meteorites. More than 90% of meteorites will burn up in the atmosphere, but asteroids are different. Larger asteroids can directly hit the Earth and explode. Everyone knows this, right? If the Earth hits the asteroid belt directly, there will be no Earth anymore. The reason why I want to tell you this today is because it is basically no longer a secret. All countries in the world are preparing to build spaceships and leave the Earth. Then let's do it. One person asked immediately. Don't worry, don't forget, we also have evolvers. If we compete with productivity, we can't build a spaceship even if we work ourselves to death, but we have evolvers. As long as there are enough raw materials, everything will be fine. So I decided to move in half a month. We will leave NJ City and go to Sanya to build a spaceship there. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Why don't we take the country's spaceship? A person asked in a low voice. If you want to go, you can, but what kind of room do you think you can be allocated with so many people in the country? Maybe there is no room at all, and you can sleep directly in the sleeper berth on the train. But if we build a spaceship with more than 500 people, we may not have a room for each person, but it is still okay for 2 people to share a room. We will bring all the supplies for the rest. Do you think you will be more comfortable on the country's spaceship or on the spaceship we built ourselves? Everyone was silent after hearing this. The problem Xiang Qian said was very realistic. They are not evolvers. There are hundreds of millions of people like them in the country. What good living conditions do they want? That is simply a dream. But here in Xiang Qian, a spaceship can carry all of them, which is not easy, and the food may be better. Besides, after such a long time of getting along, they also think Xiang Qian is a good person. At least he treats them well. Just now, I subconsciously thought of the country, which is still an instinctive and deep-rooted idea. But if you think about it, it may be better to go to the country than to Xiang Qian. Boss, we all listen to you, we will do whatever you say, and we will absolutely obey. Yes, listen to the boss. That's right. Hearing what everyone said, Xiang Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have arranged everything later. Today I just came to inform everyone to let everyone feel at ease. If there is nothing wrong, then disperse. I still have to prepare supplies." Chapter 52. After appeasing everyone, Xiang Qian felt relieved. When the migration started in half a month, there was no need to worry about anyone making trouble. After returning to the garage, Xiang Qian started to manufacture the migration vehicle again. However, Xiang Qian's manufacturing method was very strange. Unlike before, he first used the ability of the Black Technology Controller to directly design the blueprint of the whole vehicle, and then used the ability of the equipment manufacturer to manufacture the vehicle. Instead, he divided the whole vehicle into countless parts, and designed the blueprint and manufactured each part separately. Originally, this was nothing, but Xiang Qian took this splitting to the extreme. Even for the 2 headlights on the front of the car, he had to design 2 drawings and manufacture them twice. Just for the parts of a car, Xiang Qian made thousands of drawings separately, and then assembled the whole. Xiang Qian did this entirely to improve his evolution level. Although his gene nuclear power reserve is 5 times that of an ordinary evolver, and he can also manufacture equipment equivalent to the peak of the first-level civilization, his level is still the first-level early Black Technology Controller and equipment manufacturer. In order to quickly improve the evolution level, Xiang Qian could only make a simple thing extremely complicated, repeatedly using the ability of the evolver to improve the evolver level. After all, there is no other shortcut to improve the level of the evolver except repeatedly using the ability. Huh? Xiang Qian suddenly exhaled, with a happy expression on his face. Finally broke through. Having 2 abilities is not without disadvantages. The level is really too slow. Xiang Qian sat on the ground and talked to himself. He checked the genetic nuclear power reserve in his body, and found that his genetic nuclear power reserve had doubled at this time, which was still 5 times more than that of the evolvers of the same level. Generally, the reserve of genetic nuclear power is based on source energy. The total genetic nuclear power of the first-level early evolver is 1 unit of source energy. When the evolver is upgraded to the middle stage of the first level, the genetic nuclear power reserve in the body is equivalent to 2 units of source energy. Xiang Qian had 5 units of source energy when he was at the beginning of level 1. Now that he has broken through to the middle level of level 1, the source energy reserve in his body has become 10 units of source energy. Under normal circumstances, even a peak level 1 evolver cannot have 10 units of source energy. The most he has is only 6 units of source energy, which is still a very small number. Normally, he has 5 units of source energy. Only when he becomes a level 2 evolver can the units of source energy become double digits. The level of the evolver is also linked to the level of the equipment that can be manufactured. For example, a level 1 evolver can only manufacture equipment at the level of the beginning of level 1 civilization, and absolutely cannot manufacture equipment at the level of the middle level of level 1 civilization. It's not the limit of the evolutionary ability, but the limit of the gene nuclear force, which can't be manufactured at all. When the evolutionary uses the ability, the gene nuclear force can't be replenished at all. If the gene nuclear force is not enough, the Black Technology Master can't generate the blueprint. Even if there are many ideas in the mind, when the blueprint is halfway generated, the gene nuclear force is consumed and the blueprint will disappear directly. The same is true for equipment manufacturers. The consumption of gene nuclear force is related to the size of the manufactured equipment and the level of technology. The larger the equipment is, the more genetic nuclear power it consumes. The higher the technological level of the equipment is, the more genetic nuclear power it consumes. However, there is one advantage of equipment manufacturers, that is, multiple people can use their abilities at the same time to make a blueprint. For example, if a piece of equipment is to be completely manufactured, it will consume 5 units of source energy. Then you can find 3 equipment manufacturers with 2 units of source energy, and use their abilities to manufacture the equipment at the same time. Of course, this is not without disadvantages. It is possible that a 5-star equipment can only reach 4 stars under the manufacture of multiple people. Except for a few equipment manufacturers who cooperate well and can keep the equipment level from dropping when multiple people work together to make equipment, the level of most equipment made by multiple people will drop. It can be said that at the same level, whoever has more genetic nuclear power reserves will have an advantage. And Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear power reserves are 5 times that of others, which is why he can make the peak equipment of the first level civilization at the beginning of the first level. After a rest, Xiang Qian started to make parts again. If you look closely, you will find that the parts made by Xiang Qian, even a headlight, are all 9-star equipment. Fortunately, no one saw it. If the country knew about it, even if Xiang Qian was destroyed, they would not let them form their own forces. The star rating of equipment is related to many aspects such as the technological level of the equipment, the manufacturing level, and the rationality. For example, an early-stage evolver at the first level can only produce 3-star blueprints and 3-star equipment at most, which is affected by the technological level. At the beginning of the level of technology in the first level civilization, the highest equipment level can only reach 3 stars. The evolvers in the middle of the first level can only produce 6-star equipment at most, which is also due to the technology level limit. The evolvers in the late stage of the first level can theoretically produce 9-star equipment, because there is no technology level limit for the evolvers in the late stage of the first level. All technological items of the first level civilization level can be produced, but basically no one can produce 9-star equipment. Only the evolvers at the peak of the first level can produce 9-star equipment, which is also the origin of the level of the peak evolvers at the first level. If you want to make 9-star equipment, there must be a prerequisite, that is, you must have 9-star black technology drawings, otherwise the equipment manufacturer will not be able to make 9-star equipment even if he is exhausted. Of course, even if you have 9-star black technology drawings, you can't make 9-star equipment without a peak level equipment manufacturer. As for the use of 9-star equipment, it is very useful. For the same specification gun, the shooting distance of industrial production is 100 meters, the shooting distance of 1-star equipment can reach 110 meters, 2-star is 120 meters, and so on, then 8-star equipment is 180 meters, and 9-star equipment is 200 meters. That's not all. 9-star equipment also has hidden properties that are not visible, such as anti-wear, long service life, low failure rate, etc. Only after using 9-star equipment can you discover the benefits. Now 9-star equipment is still easy to manufacture. After all, the level 1 civilization technology is not too unfamiliar to people. After the Earth is promoted to the level 2 civilization, 9-star equipment is already rare. Those who can manufacture 9-star equipment are all leaders in various fields. After the Earth is promoted to the level 3 civilization, 9-star equipment has become a legend. Even Xiang Qian at that time could only design 8-star black technology drawings. Even so, he was still the top black technology master among humans at that time. Black technology masters, like him, could only design 8-star black technology blueprints. Without 9-star blueprints, no matter how powerful the equipment manufacturer is, he cannot produce 9-star equipment. There is no other way. If you ask a computer hardware expert to design the engine of a space shuttle, even if he has the ability of a black technology master, he does not understand the working principle of the engine in his mind, and the blueprint he designs cannot be perfect. But if he is asked to design a supercomputer, then the 9-star blueprint can be easily produced. When humans entered the 3rd level civilization, many technologies were still at the 2nd level civilization stage, and technological upgrading is not a one-way street. The wooden barrel theory restricts the development of technology. As long as there are shortcomings, the overall technological level cannot be improved. The special ability of the evolver can avoid this shortcoming, but if the overall human technology cannot break through, the evolver will be restricted and unable to break through. After 2.5 hours, Xiang Qian finally stopped. The upgrade is too slow. If an ordinary evolver had made such 9-star equipment, he would have reached the peak of level 1 long ago. Xiang Qian leaned on the box, feeling the genetic nuclear force in his body, and shook his head speechlessly. However, there is a reward for every effort. After making all the parts of a car, there is only one car left for the next upgrade. When all the migration vehicles are made, the evolver level will definitely reach the peak of level 1. Starry sky, assemble car number 3. Accept the command and start assembling. This time, there were not just a few robotic arms on the roof, but 20. These robotic arms grabbed the parts made by Xiang Qian and began to assemble them according to the drawings input by the matter. The robotic arms simply put these parts together like building blocks. There were no rivets or welding. All the parts were pre-installed by Xiang Qian according to the sockets. As long as they were aligned and installed, all the parts would be fastened together by themselves and would never fall off. In less than an hour, a Super RV with a height of 3.9 meters, a width of 3 meters, and a length of 15 meters was assembled. This car was specially made by Xiang Qian to carry the migration of personnel. The interior of the car is designed according to the soft sleeper of the high-speed rail. It is very comfortable to sleep, and you can take a shower. At the same time, it is also equipped with a lot of weapons, enough to protect the safety of the team. Originally, it was unnecessary to be so troublesome. The entire highway from Injay City to Sanya is only 2,300 kilometers. If you make a bus with a faster speed, you can reach the destination in 1 day and 1 night. But Xiang Qian thought about it and decided not to do that. If you can't make a car well, how can you increase the confidence of your subordinates? It just so happened that he also needed to improve the level of the Evolver, so he made this luxury RV. Chapter 53. On May 1st, the sky was clear and cloudless, a good day for traveling. In the yard, 2 armored vehicles, 5 Super RVs, 4 large container trucks, and a ballistic missile launcher were parked neatly in the middle. Except for Xiang Qian's old house, all the buildings in the yard were demolished. As early as 2 days ago, everyone began to enter the Super RV in batches. All the necessary things were also loaded into the container truck. After 2 days of busy work, everything was finally packed today, and it was time to set off. Brotherly, you guys go. Go directly to the 3rd bridge, and take the Shanghai-Nanjing Expressway from the Ring Road. Don't go through the city. Xiang Qian sat in RV number 1, and said to Zhang Lei, Li Cheng and others who were driving the armored vehicle. Got it. The 2 immediately replied, and then the 2 armored vehicles started and drove out of the yard. In order, the RV follows the armored vehicle, the container truck follows the RV, and the ballistic launch vehicle follows the container truck. When you get to the main road, Brotherly, you drive the armored vehicle and line up last. Xiang Qian said to the drivers of the other vehicles. Got it. Everyone answered. These were all arranged before. Xiang Qian had not planned to make a ballistic missile launcher. But without any deterrent weapons, their fleet might be a fat piece of meat in the eyes of some people. In order to reduce trouble, Xiang Qian specially made this ballistic missile launcher, but the ballistic missile installed on the vehicle was a fake, at most equivalent to a large sky rocket, which was scary. The real killer is the nuclear fusion battery installed in the number 1 RV where Xiang Qian is sitting. If someone really wants to kill them all, then the nuclear fusion battery will become a real killer. The convoy arrived at Sanxiao smoothly. Even if they encountered some cars along the way, they all pulled over and made way for the convoy after seeing such a cool convoy. Although the convoy did not show any weapons on the surface, as long as you see the ballistic launcher behind it, you will know that this convoy is definitely not simple. Not seeing other weapons does not mean there are no weapons. How can a convoy with nuclear weapons not have conventional weapons? That's a joke. There is no order in the wild now. Even if there is order, if you are killed by this convoy, you can only blame your bad luck. No one will avenge you, and the country will not deal with this convoy for 1 or 2 unlucky people. When the convoy drove onto the 3rd bridge, the NJ military district had already discovered this special convoy. After all, the ballistic launch vehicle was too conspicuous. Even if you don't know what it is, you can recognize the nuclear weapon icon painted on the outside of the car by Xiang Qian, and there are 4 Chinese characters marked below. Be careful of radiation. It's like this, who can't see it except a blind person? After receiving this news, the NJ military region immediately reported it. This is not a problem they can handle. If a nuclear bomb explodes in NJ, it will be a big deal. The speed of the convoy is not fast, and the overall speed has been maintained at 100 kilometers per hour. At this speed, if nothing serious happens on the road, in 25 hours, they can reach Sanya. But Xiang Qian didn't ask for it to be that fast. As long as they could reach Sanya within 2 days, it would be fine. There was no need to rush. Boss, there is a communication request. Do you want to access it? Shinkong's virtual image appeared on the screen and said to Xiang Qian. Access it. Xiang Qian knew what was going on as soon as he thought about it. Soon, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform appeared on the screen. The current communication means have made visual communication a normal state, and voice communication alone has basically been eliminated. Hello, I am Defense Minister Hong Jie. I have some questions about your convoy's movements and need to ask you. Hong Jie said seriously, without any threats or commanding tone, but it still put a lot of pressure on Xiang Qian. Hello, Minister Hong, I am Xiang Qian, the leader of this convoy. You can call me Xiao Qian. I don't know what Minister Hong wants to know. I will definitely answer. Xiang Qian also said formally. This is the first time he has a conversation with an official, and he can't be frivolous and let the country think they are a group of makeshift teams. Okay, then I call you Xiao Qian. I want to know the purpose of your convoy, Xiao Qian, whether there is a nuclear bomb in the ballistic launch vehicle, and what is the equivalent of the nuclear bomb. Minister Hong listened to Xiang Qian's words, and his serious expression relaxed a little, but he still said very seriously. Minister Hong, the destination of our convoy is Sanya, and the Earth is about to leave the orbit of the solar system. The ice age is about to come, and the pressure of the Earth's core will increase due to the low temperature. All major volcanoes in the world will erupt. At that time, the ground will no longer be suitable for human habitation. We are going to build an underground base in Sanya, and then build a spacecraft, so that we can leave the Earth before the Earth hits the asteroid belt. The ballistic launch vehicle in our fleet does have a nuclear bomb, and it is an explosive equivalent to 5 million tons of TNT. Xiang Qian said lightly, as if the TNT in his mouth was a tea egg. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Minister Hong knew that Xiang Qian was not simple. Now many civilian evolutionists only know how to build their own forces and become the king of the mountain in their own small piece of land, and they don't think so much at all. Moreover, the news of the eruption of the major volcanoes on Earth had not spread to the public at all. Only those major forces and organizations knew about it. He did not expect Xiang Qian to know so clearly. According to the intelligence, NJ City had no forces to join a large international organization. So either the intelligence was wrong, or these things were deduced by Xiang Qian and his team. It was okay if the intelligence was wrong. After all, those who worked on intelligence were not omniscient. But if he could figure it out by himself, it would be terrible. That means Xiang Qian's organization must have at least one supercomputer, and there are many scientists and very good programmers simulating the changes of the Earth in the supercomputer. And there is a nuclear bomb in the ballistic launch vehicle, whether it is 5 million tons of TNT equivalent. It also means that this organization has the means to protect itself. After all, in China, the government cannot risk the risk of nuclear bombs being detonated to deal with them. Xiao Qian, I want to ask, have you joined an international organization? Minister Hong thought for a moment and said, Minister Hong, rest assured, I am from China and will never join any other organization. If I wanted to join an organization, I would have joined the military long ago. It's just that I am used to being lazy and I am afraid that I can't stand the constraints, so I found a group of like-minded friends to make a living together in the end times. Okay, Xiao Qian, I hope you can remember what you said today. Otherwise, even if you have nuclear weapons, the country will not allow you to exist. Minister Hong said very seriously. But after he finished speaking, the expression on his face relaxed, and he was no longer stern. Instead, he smiled and said, We have finished discussing the business. I still have something personal to ask you. I wonder if you are busy, Xiao Qian. No, Minister Hong, please ask. Xiang Qian also said with a smile. Well, I asked. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. I want to know how many evolvers there are in your organization. Minister Hong asked a very difficult question. Chapter 54. Xiang Qian thought that Minister Hong was going to tell him about the country and the nation, and wanted to appease him, but he didn't expect it to be this question. The number of evolvers is definitely a very sensitive issue, but it doesn't matter to Xiang Qian at all. Even if he told Minister Hong, what would happen? Do they dare to arrest him? But he must not tell the truth. Just 3 scientific predictors are enough for the country to make up its mind to deal with him. What can't be said? We have a total of 5 evolvers here, 1 black technology controller, 1 scientific predictor, 2 equipment manufacturers, and 1 evolver who only has genetic nuclear power but no ability. Xiang Qian thought for a moment, and said a number that he felt would attract the attention of the country, but would not make the country have any ideas. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Minister Hong was also shocked. Scientific predictors are the rarest evolvers, and Xiang Qian also had one. Xiao Qian, what subject is your scientific predictor in? Minister Hong asked anxiously. Biological genetics. Her name is Lung Ning. She is my girlfriend. They originally came back to visit their relatives, but they encountered the end of the world, and she was in a coma in the hospital. She had congenital heart disease, and coupled with the malnutrition when she woke up, we all thought she would not survive. Who would have thought that after she was taken out of the hospital, she recovered after half a month. Even the congenital heart disease was cured. Xiang Qian said with a look of relief. Shit luck. This is absolutely shit luck. Minister Hong thought in his heart, but said, Xiao Qian, in fact, you don't have to go to Sanya to build a spacecraft alone. The country can give you resources to let you build a spacecraft, and at the same time I promise you that I will never interfere with your development. Even if you leave the Earth in the future, your spaceship will still belong to you, and we will never send anyone to control your spaceship. If you have any other requests, you can ask for them. We are about to leave the Earth, and we must unite together to exert greater strength. What can you do with a spaceship? In the vast universe, without communicating with others, can you survive the long interstellar journey with only the supplies carried by your spaceship? Haha, we talk about that later. If we find it's impossible to do it in Sanya, I will take people with me to join the country. After all, it's everyone's wish to build our own spacecraft, and I can't make a decision alone. Xiang Qian started to practice Tai Chi. Okay, then you can try it first. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Minister Hong knew that the time was not right yet, so he didn't continue. Thank you, Minister Hong, I'm really sorry. By the way, Minister Hong, I have some news here. I don't know if it is useful to the country. That is the basis of our speculation. There will be tornadoes in the next few days, and they are all super tornadoes. Useful, very useful. Thank you, Xiao Qian. If nothing happens, I will report it. I will contact you when I have time. Okay, Minister Hong, you are busy. I won't bother you. After hanging up the call, Minister Hong frowned and sat there. After 2 minutes, he stood up and said to the staff officer who did not appear on the screen next to him, Prepare the car, I want to go to the number 1 leader. Yes, Minister. The staff officer answered straightforwardly. Minister Hong came out of the office, which was a command hall, and then out of the command hall was a long corridor. The core institutions of the country had long been moved to the nuclear defense base. Sitting on the battery car, Minister Hong was thinking about how to report. If he said that Xiang Qian had not been discovered before, it would be the intelligence agency's dereliction of duty. But if he was discovered, why didn't he deal with it? It would be the dereliction of duty of the special brigade. In any case, the responsibility for dereliction of duty cannot be avoided. Compared to the entanglement of Minister Hong, Xiang Qian was very happy. Now their road to Sanya should be much easier. At least the country will not make things difficult for them. As for those small domestic organizations, Xiang Qian did not take them seriously at all. If they dared to block his way, he would just crush them. 2.5 hours later, they arrived at the Magic City. They did not enter the city, but directly took the Shanghai-Kunming Expressway outside. Xiang Qian planned to spend a day passing through Jiangxi and find a place to rest in Guangzhou at night. As a result, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it suddenly rained heavily. The wipers on the car were completely useless, because they were covered by raindrops just after they wiped, so Xiang Qian could only let Xingkong turn on automatic driving. With Xingkong's intelligence, it is still no problem to control the vehicle to drive on the highway. But their fleet is fine, but other people's fleets are. In such heavy rain, many vehicles carrying supplies stopped on the road. There are also some drivers who don't believe in evil and continue to drive in the heavy rain. The result is obvious, they crash directly. There are many mountains in Jiangxi, so the highway is not very wide. There are only 2 lanes and an emergency parking lane, which is not comparable to the 4-lane highway like the Shanghai-Nanjing Expressway. After the accident, all the cars were stuck on the highway and could not leave. According to the radar, the traffic jam was 3 kilometers long, and it was impossible to clear it. And there were no exits around, so it was impossible to go down and get on the highway. Don't even think about rushing out of the guardrail directly. As long as you can't fly, you will fall headfirst after rushing out of the guardrail. With no other options, Xiang Qian and his team could only park the car on the highway and put up warning signs 300 meters in front and behind to prevent other vehicles from approaching. Brother Lee, don't get out of the car. I let Xingkong use a robotic arm to deliver dinner to you. Just drive the car to the vicinity of RV number 3, facing the leeward direction, and open the back door. Xiang Qian looked at the heavy rain and knew that if he ran outside, he would definitely be soaked, so he said to the people in the 2 cars before dinner started. Got it. After dinner, the heavy rain still showed no sign of stopping. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian announced helplessly that they could only spend the night here. But if they were to set up camp, They couldn't just leave the vehicles there randomly. Xiang Qian knew that tornadoes could form anytime and anywhere during this period. If the vehicles were left there randomly, there would definitely be problems. 5 RVs and ballistic missile launchers were inside, parked diagonally on the highway, with the front of the car facing outward and the parking space facing the middle isolation belt, so that they would not be afraid of the car rushing on the highway next to them directly hitting the front of the car. 4 large container trucks were parked outside the RV, with the same orientation as the RV, and 2 armored vehicles were in front of the RV. With this arrangement, there is no need to worry about tornadoes. Before going to bed at night, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky, "If a tornado forms at night, even if it is a small tornado, you must put down the ground nails as soon as possible and notify me." "Okay, boss." The virtual image of the starry sky nodded and replied. At 12:30 in the evening, the temperature dropped rapidly, and the torrential rain turned into hail. Fortunately, the Super RV has good sound insulation. The hail hit the body of the car like a laser gun bullet, and no one inside could hear it. Chapter 55. The next morning, Xiang Qian woke up and rubbed his eyes at the sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains. "Shinkong, nothing happened last night, right?" Xiang Qian asked while lying on the bed. At 12:30 a.m. last night, the heavy rain turned into hail, which lasted for an hour and then stopped. Nothing happened afterwards. Shinkong's voice sounded. Xiang Qian nodded without saying anything, got up and started to wash. After leaving the room, Xiang Qian found that everyone had already started to eat breakfast. After taking a bowl of porridge and sitting at the table, Xiang Qian found that today's breakfast was particularly rich. There were 4 or 5 side dishes alone. What surprised him most was that there were boiled eggs on the table. What day is today? Why are there so many dishes prepared? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Damn, you even forgot this. Today is my birthday. As soon as Xiang Qian finished speaking, Zhao Ming said unhappily. Xiang Qian really forgot. Hundreds of years have passed. How could he still remember everyone's birthday? He couldn't even remember his own birthday, let alone others. But he had to be careful in the future. It was okay for him to forget Zhao Ming's birthday, but it would be bad if he forgot his parents' birthdays. Happy birthday, Xiang Qian said dryly, and then started eating. Damn. Zhao Ming rolled his eyes at Xiang Qian, but didn't say anything. After breakfast, Xiang Qian came to the temporary command room behind the cab and looked at the road conditions displayed on the screen. It was already 8:30 in the morning, and no one had come to rescue the section of the road where the accident occurred. However, Xiang Qian discovered through radar that a small convoy was heading here in the opposite direction. There was a large crane in the convoy, and it was probably coming for rescue. 15 minutes later, the rescue convoy arrived. However, even if they started the rescue now, it would take until noon to get back on the road after dealing with the 2 large trailers that had accidents. Xiang Qian had no intention of wasting time in the command room, so after seeing the rescue start, he returned to the bedroom and began to frantically design various drawings. After manufacturing these vehicles, his evolution level has reached the late stage of level 1, and there is still a little gap from the peak. He plans to upgrade his evolution level to the maximum before arriving in Sanya. When the base is built, the technology equipment of level 2 civilization will be used to dig the base. Otherwise, it is unknown how long it will take to dig a base 200 meters underground with an area of at least 100,000 square meters with only the excavator of level 1 civilization. If the Earth breaks through the level 1 civilization, then he can directly manufacture the technology equipment of the peak level 2 civilization, and digging a base will not be a simple matter. As for whether the Earth can break through the first level civilization barrier and reach the second level civilization, Xiang Qian has never worried about it. Countries do not know how to break through the civilization barrier now. If they knew, they would have broken through half a month ago, and would not have waited until now. To break through the civilization barrier, we must work hard in 2 aspects. One is scientific theory, and the other is industrial foundation. There is no need to worry about scientific theory. The Earth is still very good in this regard. The Grand Unified Theory is enough for the Earth to use before the 4th level civilization. That is to say, before the 4th level of civilization, the Earth does not have to worry about the constraints of scientific theories. This has been proven in the previous life, and the Grand Unified Theory is completely feasible. The current industrial base has also reached the standard, and it is completely possible to be promoted to the 2nd level of civilization. But why has the Earth not yet broken through the technological barriers? That is because the Earth has not yet used industrial equipment to produce any technological items at the 2nd level of civilization. Why do I say this? Because all the super weapons and super high-tech items on Earth are designed by black technology masters and produced by equipment manufacturers. There is no pure handmade thing at all. This is not to blame the leaders of various countries. Think about it. If an aerospace plane uses machine tools to produce its engine and fuselage, and then each factory produces other parts. Even if the current industrial machine tools are designed by black technology masters, the precision and automation have reached the peak of the first-level civilization. But if you want to produce an aerospace plane, it will take at least a month. But if it is replaced by equipment manufacturers, it will be produced in less than 10 minutes. Then, when there is enough genetic nuclear power fluid, who would choose to use industrial machine tools for production? That would be looking for trouble. So until now, the Earth is still stuck at the peak of the first-level civilization, and has not broken through the second-level civilization. But for Xiang Qian, breaking through the barrier of civilization level, and breaking through the second-level civilization, its difficulty is basically the same as breaking through the membrane of a girl. As long as a little force is applied, it will break. Because after the two conditions are met, even if Xiang Qian makes a flashlight of the second-level civilization by hand, the level of the entire Earth civilization will enter the second level. At that time, all the evolvers, as long as they reach the peak of the first level, will directly break through the second level and become the early stage evolvers of the second level. But Xiang Qian has not yet reached the top of his evolutionary level, so he will not break the barrier of civilization. He will not do things that will make wedding clothes for others. After working for a whole morning, Xiang Qian designed the drawings of various light bulbs in the base. All the light bulbs with waterproof, high temperature resistance, pressure resistance, and other purposes have been designed. As for the main equipment, Xiang Qian will not design it now. Those can be designed after breaking through the second-level civilization. Otherwise, the things made now will be outdated in the future, which is a waste of genetic nuclear power. During lunch, Xiang Qian looked at the screen and found that the rescue team had almost cleared all the supplies on the road section where the accident occurred. As long as the large trailers blocking the road were pulled to the side of the road, the entire highway would be open to traffic. After lunch, Xiang Qian got out of the car and ran to Zhang Lei and Li Cheng to see. Back in the RV, Xiang Qian suddenly felt that the vehicle was really cool. He didn't feel anything outside just now, but when he returned to the vehicle, he found that it was too stuffy outside, just like being in a sauna. And it was a sauna room without heated calcium carbide, stuffy, humid, and the air circulation was not smooth. When I came to the command room, the screen showed that there were still 3 large trucks blocking the road. As long as these 3 large trucks were pulled to the side of the road, the highway could continue to pass. At this time, no one noticed that a breeze gradually appeared outside the car, and then the wind speed increased rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the originally clear sky was blocked by a dark cloud. Starry sky, notify all vehicles to start and prepare to set off. Xiang Qian saw that the highway was finally open, and immediately issued an order. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Accepting the order, a level 1 alarm signal was detected, and a tornado is about to form. The order is suspended. Boss, a tornado is forming 11 kilometers ahead of us. Xiang Qian also saw the picture on the screen at this time. A tornado that had not yet formed was slowly forming. First, a vortex formed on the ground, and then began to connect with the vortex in the air. When the ground and the sky were connected, a tornado was formed. Chapter 56. Starry Sky, control all vehicles, lock manual controls, and issue a level 1 warning. Notify everyone to pack up all the bottles and jars immediately, then go back to the room and sit down, don't walk around casually. Xiang Qian saw the tornado forming and immediately said seriously, accept the order and execute it. Xiang Qian frowned as he watched the tornado expand rapidly. Starry Sky, scan the tornado eye diameter, wind speed and direction of travel. Xiang Qian issued a serious order. Start scanning. Scan completed. The eye of the storm is 35 meters on the ground, 873 meters in diameter in the air, and the wind speed is 57.3 meters per second, which is a strong tornado. Shinkong quickly gave the answer. Xiang Qian knew that it was a big deal when he heard it. A tornado that had just formed and had not yet reached its maximum strength was already like this. What would happen if he waited a while longer? Put down the ground nails immediately, and at the same time shut down all external air intake equipment, and seal the vehicle body as a whole. According to Xiang Qian's order, drill bits for drilling the ground were extended from under the chassis of all vehicles. After drilling 1.5 meters underground, these drill bits extended spikes and nailed the vehicles tightly to the ground. The body of the vehicle was also sealed, and the entire vehicle was just a big iron box except for the tires. After all this was done, the tornado's ground diameter on the screen had reached 89 meters, and the wind speed had reached 97.2 meters per second. Through the screen, it could be seen that the tornado was rapidly expanding and moving in their direction. Wherever the tornado passed, all the trees were rolled up, rising into the sky with the whirlwind, and then fell heavily, smashing a big hole in the ground. 8 minutes later, the tornado had already arrived 5.7 kilometers ahead of them. Anyone with eyes could see the wind column in the sky. At this time, the ground diameter of the tornado had expanded to 138 meters, and the wind speed reached 177.9 meters per second. At this time, the vehicles stuck on the highway began to panic, and many drivers kept their cars close to another car. Anyway, at this time, the vehicles still running on the highway were all large trucks or container trucks, all of which were vehicles with a load of dozens of tons. They didn't know the power of the tornado, but they thought that such a heavy car would not be swept away. So after parking the car, they all sat in the cab, took out their mobile phones, and started filming the tornado. Xiang Qian kept staring at the screen, watching the wind speed of the tornado increase every second, and his face became more and more ugly. When the tornado was 3 kilometers away from them, with a wind speed of 192 meters per second, the trees that were rolled up could already be thrown to them. At this time, Xiang Qian suddenly saw a rectangular boulder that was swept up by the tornado and was rising rapidly. Shinkong, calculate the landing point of this boulder immediately. If it lands here, use laser weapons to smash it. Xiang Qian's face changed, and he immediately said to Shinkong. Calculating. This time Shinkong did not give an answer immediately. After all, the boulder was still in the rising stage. In order to calculate the landing point of the boulder, after all, it had to wait until the boulder rose to the highest point, lost its rising power, and began to be thrown out, and then the landing point of the boulder could be calculated. Although the weight of the boulder was not calculated, Xiang Qian estimated that it weighed at least 3 tons. The 3-ton boulder rose to an altitude of 1,000 meters, and with the increase in gravity acceleration, it hit their car. Xiang Qian had no confidence that the car shell could withstand it. No matter how hard the alloy of the car shell was, the thickness was too thin, only 70 millimeters. If the thickness reached 300 millimeters, Xiang Qian would not be afraid of such a collision, but with a thickness of 70 millimeters, Xiang Qian really had no confidence. 10 seconds later, the boulder was thrown out, but fortunately it was not in their direction. At this time, Shinkong also calculated the landing point of the boulder, which was 517 meters away from them, and would not pose any threat to them at all. Seeing this result, Xiang Qian was relieved. As long as it didn't hit them, it would be fine. If it hit the highway, it would have nothing to do with them. As the tornado gradually approached, the wind speed around it was getting faster and faster. At this time, the guardrails of the isolation zone in the middle, and the trees in it had been blown away to who knows where. The entire highway was bare except for the cars. Fortunately, no other boulders were rolled up. After all, even if the round boulders were lighter, they would only roll on the ground. If they were rolled up, they would be thrown out after a few meters because of their shape, and would not pose any threat to the convoy at all. However, more and more trees were falling on them, and the bare trunks that were rolled up fell towards them like a rain of arrows. Boom! The screen showed the front of a large truck being pierced directly by a tree trunk, and the whole vehicle instantly rolled sideways off the highway and fell into the low-lying area next to the highway. This was just the beginning. Then the dense trees rushed towards the highway frantically, and everything that wanted to block them was knocked out of the highway. Only 3 cars side by side could block this terrifying force. Xiang Qian and his team were also hit by many big trees, but this impact could not shake Xiang Qian's special vehicle. Not to mention the existence of the ground spikes, the weight of the car itself is not as light as those fully loaded trucks. As the tornado approached, the number of trees rushing towards them began to decrease, but the wind speed became stronger and stronger. At this time, the wind speed displayed on the screen has reached 211 meters per second. This speed has exceeded the highest speed of tornadoes in history, and it can be said to be the strongest tornado in history. The large truck fully loaded with dozens of tons, plus the original weight of the body, almost reached hundreds of tons. However, it was still not enough in front of this super strong tornado. The trailer behind the car may be fine, but the front of the car has been blown up high. When the wind resistance brought by the front of the car becomes larger, the whole car is gradually blown away and begins to slide slowly. This would be fine if it was on a flat surface, but it was on a highway, and after a few meters of sideways movement, it rolled under the highway. At this time, Xiang Qian and his team were less than 10 meters away from the tornado. In front of their convoy, a trailer loaded with steel bars flipped over on the highway, but the steel bars were rolled up under the extremely high wind speed. Driven by the wind speed of 213 meters per second, the steel bars rushed madly towards Xiang Qian and his team. Bang, 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 the tornado enveloped the entire convoy. When it just came into contact with the tornado, even if the ground nails were put down, the super RV weighing hundreds of tons was shaking violently, as if it would be rolled up at any time. But it soon died down, because they were already in the center of the eye of the storm, where there was no wind and the air pressure was very low. At this time, Xiang Qian saw that the container truck facing the tornado was already riddled with holes. The outer side was full of steel bars, and even super alloys could not stop ordinary steel bars under extremely high wind speeds. It was estimated that if that side was removed, it could be used as a shower head. There was another violent shaking, and even the RV with very good sound insulation could hear crackling. Shinkong, all vehicles should check themselves and report the damage. Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief and said to Shinkong. The tornado had passed, and there were no other vehicles on the highway at this time. There were only some vehicle wreckage stuck in the ground under the acceleration of the wind. Just like the road in front of Xiang Qian's convoy, it was already full of sections of steel bars. Chapter 57. 15 minutes later, the super tornado slowly dissipated 7 kilometers away from Xiang Qian's convoy. The strong convective clouds in the sky were still surging, but the wind had stopped and the clouds were about to disperse. Starry Sky, lit the alarm and retract the ground spikes. Accepting the order. The ground spikes of container trucks number 1, number 3, and number 4 and RVs number 2 and number 3 are bent and cannot be retracted smoothly. The screen showed several bent ground spikes, especially the ground spikes of container truck number 1, which were almost bent into an L shape, and cracks appeared on the ground where the ground spikes were fixed. Open the car door, I go down to fix it. First retract all the ground nails that can be retracted. Xiang Qian saw this situation, and knew that he had to take action. Coins, wait for me to get off, I go out for a walk too. At this time, Zhao Ming suddenly ran out, and said to Xiang Qian, who was about to get off the car. What are you shouting about? I'm not restricting your personal freedom. If you want to get off, go ahead. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he got out of the car. In just half an hour, the dull air disappeared, and was replaced by a hint of soil fragrance, a feeling of sunny days after rain. Of course, if there were no deep traces plowed by the tornado, and no large trees and vehicles scattered around, it would feel better. Xiang Qian looked around, and went to repair the damaged ground nails. Zhao Ming, Zhang Lei, and a group of people looked at the traces of the tornado and exclaimed. After all, there are basically no tornadoes in China. If there are any, they are in coastal areas, and they form quickly and dissipate quickly, and the wind speed is not very high, so few people have seen them. 15 minutes later, Xiang Qian repaired all the ground nails of all the vehicles, and also repaired the compartment of container truck number 1 that was stabbed into a hornet's nest by the steel bars. Fortunately, the rotation direction of the tornado was different from the front of the car, and the driver was not injured, but some food in the car was lost. After finishing all this, Xiang Qian asked everyone to get in the car and leave here immediately. Xiang Qian did not order to save people, because there was no one to save. Before those cars were blown off the highway by the tornado, the drivers in the cars had been blown away by the wind. Even if they were wearing seat belts, they were hit by the sand and rocks blown up by the tornado and died directly. So there was no one alive on this section of the highway except Xiang Qian and his team. This time the journey was very smooth, without any traffic jams or tornadoes, and they arrived in Haiyan County safely. After arriving in Haiyan, Xiang Qian ordered a rest. It was already 12:26 at night. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Xiang Qian ate breakfast while watching the screen. Starry Sky, scan any threatening evolved beasts. Xiang Qian looked at the screen. The visual radar showed all the images of the sea area from Haiyan County to Haikou, and the various evolved beasts in the sea were also clearly displayed. There are 172 threatening evolved beasts in total, and 52 of them are on our way, Shinkong said, and the 52 evolved beasts appeared on the screen. Lock on these 52 evolved beasts and launch missiles. Xiang Qian saw the evolved beasts ranging from a dozen meters to dozens of meters in length, and decisively issued an order. The strength of these marine evolutionary beasts has generally reached the late stage of level 1, and 2 have reached the peak of level 1. If they are attacked when they are crossing the sea, they will really be dead. Only by killing these evolutionary beasts before crossing the sea, or scaring them away, can the safety of crossing the sea be guaranteed. Accepting the order, locking the target, the missile compartments of RVs number 1, number 2, and number 3 are opened, and the launch is completed. A rectangular metal plate suddenly opened on both sides of the 3 RVs, revealing the densely packed missiles inside. After the missile bracket was extended, the missile was quickly launched. 52 missiles locked onto 52 evolution beasts, and shot at them at high speed. 10 seconds later, the sea surface in front of Xiang Qian's convoy suddenly burst into waves, and the entire sea surface became turbulent. Killed 11, injured 23, and missed 18. Shinkong soon reported the results of the attack. Xiang Qian nodded. He was not surprised at all by such a result. If one round of missiles could kill all these evolution beasts, that would be an accident, and the sea would not be called a forbidden area for humans. However, Xiang Qian did not intend to kill them all. As long as he could scare away all the evolved beasts, his goal would be achieved. Starry Sky, scan again. Are there any evolved beasts that are threatening us on our scheduled route? Start scanning. Scan completed. No threatening evolved beasts found. Take over the control of all vehicles, turn on the sea driving system, go to the sea immediately, and head to Haikao at the fastest speed. Following Xiang Qian's order, all vehicles lined up and rushed into the sea at the same time. When the seawater submerged 2/3 of the cars, air cushions began to appear under the chassis of all the cars. The air cushions were quickly inflated, and soon more than a dozen cars were transformed into hovercrafts. At the same time, 6 jet engine nozzles appeared on both sides of the rear of all the vehicles. The diameter of each nozzle was not large, but after ignition, each nozzle ejected a few meters long blue flame. With the help of the jet engine, more than a dozen cars moved forward quickly. Even the fastest sea motorboats were not as fast as them. Shinkong, have you found any evolved beasts rushing towards us? At the current speed, how long will it take to reach the other side? Xiang Qian did not dare to relax at all. The dangers in the ocean were much more terrifying than the super tornado that could be seen. No, it is expected to reach the other side in 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Xiang Qian did not relax after hearing Shinkong's answer. He stared at the screen without blinking. 1 minute later, the convoy had sailed 1/3 of the distance, and nothing happened. 2 minutes later, the dock on the other side was clearly visible. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, a red dot suddenly flashed on the screen. Shinkong, launch missiles immediately, 10 missiles per second, and launch continuously for 5 seconds. Xiang Qian saw the evolved beast on the screen, and said immediately, his face very serious. It was a swordfish, with a body length of 21 meters, but the needle on its head was more than 7 meters long. This kind of fish is very fast before it evolves, and it becomes even more abnormal after becoming an evolved beast. The screen showed that the speed of the swordfish had reached 211 meters per second. The radar detection distance was 20 kilometers, which means that the swordfish could attack the convoy in less than 90 seconds. At this time, the swordfish suddenly jumped out of the water. Without the resistance of the seawater, the speed of the swordfish increased again. Although it did not break the speed of sound, it was also fast. However, Shinkong also followed Xiang Qian's order and began to launch missiles frantically. The missile compartments of the 5 RVs had all been opened, and one car after another launched missiles. The first missile did not hit the swordfish, but it exploded very close to the swordfish, directly shocking the swordfish out. However, after being attacked by the missile, the swordfish no longer jumped out of the sea. In the water, the speed of the missile really cannot catch up with the swordfish, so except for the first missile that hit the swordfish, the other missiles did not even touch the scales of the swordfish. However, the speed of the swordfish returned to normal in the sea. With the speed of Xiang Qian and his convoy, it is definitely impossible for the swordfish to catch up with the convoy before they land. Under Xiang Qian's order, the convoy did not slow down and rush directly to the shore. At this time, the swordfish was still more than 800 meters away from them. If Xiang Qian and his convoy landed a few seconds later, they would definitely be left behind by this swordfish. Chapter 58. After landing, Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily. The situation just now was too dangerous, which was why he did not choose to sail on the sea, because no one knew when an evolutionary beast would appear in the sea. So even if sailing on the sea was faster, Xiang Qian would not choose to sail on the sea. Anyway, with the current level of technology, it would be extremely difficult to create weapons that could catch up with evolutionary beasts in the sea. There are weapons that can catch up with the speed of marine evolutionary beasts, but their power is very small and not enough to kill evolutionary beasts. A powerful weapon is also large in size, so it can't catch up with the evolution beast. If a weapon can't hit a person, it's useless no matter how powerful it is. Moreover, the bloody smell produced by killing a marine evolution beast will attract a large group of marine evolution beasts. At that time, there is no other way except to run away. It is impossible to take the corpse of the marine evolution beast with you. So in the end, after killing a marine evolution beast with great difficulty, it ends up being a wedding dress for other marine evolution beasts. Only a fool would do such a loss-making business. Shinkong, abandon the air cushion, hand over the vehicle control to the driver, and inform them to set off for Wanning. After a while, Xiang Qian gave the order. The convoy set off again. According to the current speed, it should reach Wanning by noon. At this time, Xiang Qian began to prepare to raise the Earth civilization level to level 2, but there was one thing he had not considered yet, whether to raise the civilization level to level 2 by himself or let the country take action. After considering for half an hour, Xiang Qian decided to let the country take action. If he does this, the country will pay more attention to him, which will be good for his future plans. Shinkong, remember the frequency you used to communicate with Minister Hong last time? Send a message to that frequency immediately, saying that I have something important to talk to Minister Hong about, and I hope to be transferred immediately. After Xiang Qian made up his mind, he said to Shinkong with a smirk. Sending, waiting for connection. Connecting. Soon, the image of an officer appeared on the screen, but it was not Minister Hong, but a young major. Please help transfer to Minister Hong, I have something to report to him. Xiang Qian said to the screen. Sorry, Minister Hong is in a meeting. I will tell him after he finishes the meeting. Tell Minister Hong that I want to report on how to improve the level of the Evolver, not the current level, but the overall level. If Minister Hong doesn't have time, forget it. Xiang Qian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Who knows when Minister Hong will finish the meeting? Okay, please wait. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, the major hesitated for a moment and immediately went to call someone. Xiang Qian curled his lips. He knew it would be like this. Sure enough, not long after, the image of Minister Hong appeared on the screen. Xiao Qian, I wonder if the thing you said about upgrading the level of the Evolvers is true. After Minister Hong appeared, he asked hurriedly. Of course it is true. I think there are many Evolvers in the country whose levels cannot be upgraded. According to my classification, no matter what special abilities an Evolver has, they can be divided into 4 levels, namely, the initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage and the peak stage. For an Evolver who has reached the peak stage, no matter how much he uses his abilities, his genetic nuclear power cannot be improved. At this time, the civilization level must be improved. The current level of Earth civilization is level 1, and those Evolvers who cannot continue to improve their genetic nuclear power are all level 1 peak Evolvers. Before Earth civilization reaches level 2 civilization, all Evolvers can only be trapped at level 1 peak and cannot become level 2 initial Evolvers. Wait, Xiao Qian, you speak too fast. I can't remember, let me take notes. Okay, go on. How can you become a second level Evolver and that second level civilization? Minister Hong interrupted Xiang Qian, took out a pen, and began to write on the notebook. After recording what Xiang Qian just said, he raised his head and said, as the name suggests, the second level civilization is a civilization that is 1 level higher than the Earth civilization. Now the Earth has fully reached the standard for promotion to the second level civilization. As long as we break through the barriers of the second level civilization as I said just now, all the first level peak Evolvers can immediately be promoted to the second level early Evolvers. Xiang Qian told Minister Hong all about how to break through the civilization level, the division of civilization levels, and the division of Evolvers. Xiao Qian, I want to know how you know these things. What do you want to gain by telling me these things? Minister Hong put down his pen and asked seriously. Hey, Minister Hong, don't ask me how I know this. Everyone has some secrets. As for why I did this, that's really unfair to me. I can do this for the good of the country. If I am prepared and break through the second level civilization first, I will have a great advantage. For example, the resources on the moon, building factories on the moon, and building spacecraft, these are all opportunities. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Humph, you won't tell me this if you don't have any benefit. Who robbed the War Reserve Material Warehouse in NJ City? Minister Hong said disdainfully. What warehouse? I don't know. Of course, there is a little benefit, because I am also stuck at the peak of the first level Evolver, but even if the country does not break through, I can also produce technological items of the second-level civilization. So I'm here to give you a gift. Xiang Qian shook his head and said innocently, "Okay, I won't pursue this matter, but you can't do it again next time. If you need anything, you can tell me. If you want me, Xiao Qian, you should go back to China. The resources in Kunlun Mountain are much better than Sanya. Not only will your development there be restricted, but the evolved beasts in the sea are also a threat to you." Minister Hong began to appease the people again. "We are used to it. If there are difficulties, we will go back. Anyway, transportation is convenient now. We can build a plane and fly back. Well, it's up to you. Do you need anything to build a base? Tell me what you need. If I can help, it's absolutely no problem. No, we have everything ready. Don't bother, Minister Hong. Well, I continue the meeting. Okay, goodbye, Minister Hong." After hanging up the phone, Xiang Qian wondered when the country would break through the second-level civilization barrier. I hope it won't be too late. After lunch, the convoy left Wanning and came to Tongtiling, not far ahead. The small road in the mountains could only barely allow the convoy to pass. Shinkong, notify the convoy to stop, scan the surrounding mountains, and draw a geological map. At the same time, notify Li Chunfeng, Lung Ning, Chu Tianqing and Master Kai to come to me. The convoy drove to the middle of two mountain ranges, and Xiang Qian ordered to stop. This place is less than 10 kilometers away from the seaside, and there are mountains on both sides. If Shinkong scans it and there are no problems, Xiang Qian is going to open a base here, but not in the mountains, but at the bottom of the mountains. He asked Lung Ning and others to come over to discuss with them the equipment and land they each need. With their own base, things that were difficult to manufacture in NJ City before can now be manufactured. Chapter 59. After a while, several people arrived at Xiang Qian's place. This is the destination I chose. I will build a base here later, but the overall plan of the base has not been finalized yet. The preliminary drawings are ready, but I don't know if you have any special requirements, so I asked everyone to come here to discuss it together. It will be difficult to change it after it is built. Shinkong, show the base drawings. After several people arrived, Xiang Qian said directly without any nonsense. Xiao Qian, why don't I see the Hadron Collider? Didn't you say you would build it for me before the end of the year? You can't lie to me, an old man. Old Manly saw the drawings on the screen and found that there was no Hadron Collider, so he spoke up immediately. Teacher, don't worry, there must be a Hadron Collider, but that will have to wait until I build the base. We must solve the problem of food and accommodation first, and then think about other things. Seeing that Old Manly was so anxious, Xiang Qian said helplessly, "Oh, yes, building a base is a big deal. I'm not in a hurry, I'm just asking." Old Manly said embarrassedly after hearing this. "Look, this is the basic model of our future base. This is the main building. If other equipment needs to be built in the future, it will be built separately outside this main building. The main building structure I chose is a triangle, which is equivalent to two super large triangles connected together, assisting countless small triangle cabins. I plan to use the upper part of the triangle for living and building supporting living facilities, and the lower part for building an ecosystem and factory. The various facilities you need for research will be built outside these triangles and extend outward. Now you need to determine what you need so that I can let Shinkong design the location of the internal cabin, so that the ecosystem will not be connected to the factory in the end, and you have to go around in circles to get it. Once you are sure, I will arrange your research cabin on the outside, and when the main building is completed, you can continue to build directly outside your cabin, saving you from running around." Xiang Qian pointed to the base blueprint on the screen and said, at the same time, the starry sky also changed the blueprint at any time, showing the simulated facilities inside. I think it is enough to build a small ecosystem in the lower part, which is mainly for food production. Then dig several large ecosystems outside, and produce crops with all our strength. After all, we don't know how long we will live in the universe, so we must carry enough food. It is unrealistic to rely solely on the ecosystem on the spacecraft. If the circulation system of the ecosystem collapses, we won't even have emergency food, and we can only wait to die in the vast universe. So I developed a compressed dry food, which is only 3 cubic centimeters in size. Combined with 50 milliliters of nutrient solution, it is enough for one person to have a day's nutrition. In fact, it is enough to drink only nutrient solution, but in order to prevent the digestive system from degenerating, the compressed dry food contains a lot of fiber, which will expand rapidly in the stomach, allowing the digestive system to work and prevent degeneration. Lung Ning finished reading the blueprint and spoke immediately. Well, there is no problem with this. But those ecosystems can only be built slowly after the main base is built. Xiang Qian nodded. He had never told anyone that they would never leave the Earth, so Lung Ning was right. Of course, he would not refute it directly. Can we build a few more supercomputers? The current supercomputers have limited computing resources. If there are not enough computing resources, it will affect the evolution of the starry sky. Chu Tianqing also spoke up. Don't worry about this. After the base is built, there will be a supercomputer center for you to use. After all, we have few people, and many things need Shinkong to do. It won't work if the computing resources can't keep up. Xiang Qian nodded. He had already thought about this matter. I don't have any requirements. As long as you build a Hadron Collider, it's fine. Old Manly saw Xiang Qian looking at him, and he said quickly, I don't need any special equipment either. After all, I'm not doing research. Master Kai also said. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, and he already had a plan in mind. Since you have no other requests, then I will tell you my plan. After the base is built, Lung Ning, you will mainly study cell division drugs, cloning technology and biological brains. These three things must produce results before leaving us and leaving the Earth. Cell division drugs can extend life by at least 20 years. After all, it is unknown how long it takes to travel in the universe. Don't let everyone die before finding a new habitable planet. It would be better to stay on the Earth and wait for death. Cloning technology also needs to solve the problem of the short lifespan of clones, and other problems can be solved later. In any case, within 3 years, you must be able to develop a clone body that can live normally for more than 20 years. Even if this body needs to take medicine every day, it must be able to live normally for 20 years. There are no big requirements for biological brains, but you must develop biological chips. It does not need to have high performance, as long as it can receive, convert and transmit electromagnetic signals, and the processing speed can reach 5 trillion times per second. Of course, the premise is that it must be implanted in the human body and connected to the brain to convert thought signals into electromagnetic signals. Is there any problem? Xiang Qian said to Lung Ning, and then looked at Lung Ning seriously. There is no problem with the cell division drug, and there is no problem with the cloning technology. I can't guarantee the biological brain. Even if it is a biological chip, I don't know how to make it. Because I have never been exposed to this knowledge. If I want to study it, I need to learn from scratch. I can't guarantee that I can study it within 3 years. Lung Ning thought for a moment, and said to Xiang Qian, Don't worry, after a while, the Earth civilization will reach the second level, and then you can also become a second-level evolver. With the ability of a scientific predictor, it will be no problem to research biological chips. But I still hope that you can research biological brains, which will be of great help to future interstellar travel. Okay, I try my best. Lung Ning nodded and said, Master, after I build the Hadron Collider, I hope you can improve the theory of quantum communication and get the actual data of quantum entanglement phenomenon. Seeing Lung Ning nodded, Xiang Qian turned to Old Manly and said, Let me try, I can't guarantee this. Old Manly thought for a while, and said seriously, I know it is very difficult for you to make these things with the existing equipment, but the second-level black technology controller can design the drawings of quantum communication equipment. When the time comes, I will make it, and let you disassemble it for fun. This should be no problem. Xiang Qian said with a smile. In fact, he knew this theory himself, but he couldn't say it, and it was meaningless to say it. It's better to let Old Manly study it himself. Okay, that's fine. Old Manly was confident now, without any hesitation. Chu Tianqing, I hope you can study the hardware while studying the system. With the ability of a scientific prophet, it's a waste of your talent to study the software alone. When you reach the second level of evolution, I will make a second-level civilization supercomputer for you to disassemble, and I hope you can propose a better direction for the development of computer hardware based on those devices. Okay. Chu Tianqing nodded. Master Kai, you are still a level 1 early evolver. When we build the base later, I will give you the level 1 black technology blueprints. At the same time, the gene nuclear power fluid will be supplied unlimitedly. The only requirement is that you can reach the level 2 evolver as soon as possible. Xiang Qian finally said to Master Kai. No problem. Master Kai also said straightforwardly. Okay, then there is nothing else to do. Let's go back and do our own things. Starry Sky, display the surrounding geological map. Everyone left Xiang Qian without saying anything. Xiang Qian also began to check the geological map drawn by Shinkong, which showed the distribution of minerals and groundwater layers within 20 kilometers of the surrounding area and 5 kilometers underground. Basically, there are ores wherever there are mountains, But the types and grades of ores are different. Many mountains with ores are not worth mining at all. Some are because the road is difficult to walk or the ore veins are too deep, and the input and output are not proportional. Some are because the grade of the ore is too low or the reserves are too small to be worth mining. In short, where there are mountains, there must be ores within a radius of 20 kilometers. Xiang Qian is now looking for the easiest to mine, largest reserves, and highest grade ore veins. You should know that the metal ore required to build an underground base is calculated in millions of tons. Xiang Qian now sees the ore veins displayed on the screen. The reserves of the largest ore vein are only more than 100,000 tons. It is estimated that if these ores are refined into metals, they are not even enough for a beam of the base. However, all of this is within Xiang Qian's expectations. Now the ore vein is mined not for the construction of the base, but for the construction of mining vehicles and excavators. The ore for building the base must be mined from the seabed, as there is none on the ground. Shinkong, calculate the best route to this vein, and calculate the stress points of the underlying structure of this vein. Give me a mining plan that can mine the most, or without affecting the geological structure. Xiang Qian pointed to the largest iron ore vein and said, accepting the order, calculating. Xiang Qian looked at Shinkong performing countless simulations of the mining of the entire vein, and said nothing. He turned around and left the RV and came to the front of the number 3 container truck, ready to transform the container truck into an excavator. Chapter 60. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, on the 12th underground floor of a huge base, a huge supercomputer is being assembled rapidly. Fuxi supercomputer has been assembled, requesting power on for startup testing. A middle-aged man in a white coat stood in front of the command desk and said to several bigwigs on the screen, "Start the test." The number 1 leader sitting in the middle nodded and said, "Yes." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pressed the green button on his left hand, and a monitor next to him immediately lit up, and countless codes were frantically refreshed on the screen. A few seconds later, the Earth appeared on the screen, and the camera slowly zoomed in. Asia, the Celestial Empire, the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and other scenes appeared on the screen one by one. Finally, these scenes became the background, and a young man in ancient costume slowly walked out. "Fuxi is operating normally. Please give orders," the young man said expressionlessly. Click. The middle-aged man inserted a USB drive and said to the screen, "Calculate the files in this USB drive." Scanning USB drive, calculating, calculation completed. When the middle-aged man was calculating the file on Fuxi, his eyes were fixed on the screen at the edge. As the calculation speed increased, the temperature, power consumption, floating point values, etc. were all displayed on the screen. Only when Fuxi finished calculating the file did the middle-aged man smile. Report to the chief. The Fuxi supercomputer has reached the theoretical design data. The calculation is normal, and the Fuxi plan is completed. The middle-aged man said excitedly. "Okay, you have worked hard. Take a good rest for a few days." "Thank you, Chief." After hanging up the call, Chief Number 1 said to the secretary at the door, "Immediately arrange for personnel to conduct tests, and notify us directly after the conclusion is reached." "Yes, Chief." The secretary left the meeting room after saying that. After the secretary had left, all the bigwigs sat quietly in the meeting room. No one spoke, as if waiting for something. 5 minutes later, the phone on Chief Number 1's desk rang. "Well? Okay. Execute as planned." Chief Number 1 was relieved by the phone, smiled at the bigwig staring at him in the meeting room, and said in a relaxed tone, "It succeeded, the evolver has broken through, and the black technology drawings of the second-level early civilization have been produced. That's good. Now the technical problem of the spacecraft has been solved. Otherwise, it would be a problem whether the spacecraft designed before could fly out of the solar system. I would not feel confident when I sat on it. Yes, but I don't know if the black technology of the second-level civilization can solve the gravity problem. If it can't solve the gravity problem, it will be difficult to deal with. We can't just float in the spacecraft. It should be no problem." The report of the Chinese Academy of Sciences said that the spacecraft designed before can also generate gravity, but it just uses the method of rotation. If the civilization level has been broken through, there should be technology to create gravity. Okay, let's not discuss this. When the evolution level of those who control black technology reaches the late stage of level 2, we will know whether there is such technology. Now let's study Xiang Qian's question. Regarding the cosmic civilization level classification, and the method of breaking through the civilization level barrier he mentioned, the civilization level barrier has been confirmed to exist, and has been broken through. Then we can also believe the statement about the cosmic civilization level. But how did he know this information? This is worth our deep consideration. After all, this information will help us avoid many detours. So we must keep an eye on Xiang Qian. If we can win him over, that would be the best. The number 1 leader interrupted everyone's conversation and said seriously, "Leader, we have already investigated Xiang Qian. According to the information we investigated, the only channel for him to get this information may be the purple gold alien civilization device in NJ City. But we have also conducted a lot of monitoring on that equipment, but still found nothing. We haven't even figured out what that equipment is for yet." Minister Hong immediately followed up. "You can ask him if you don't know. He is now building a base in Sanya. The supplies are definitely not sufficient. Many things can be discussed. But there is one thing to remember, that is, Xiang Qian will always be a Chinese. It's okay for him to be rotten in the pot, but if he..." The number 1 leader said to Minister Hong meaningfully. "Yes, Chief, we understand." Minister Hong nodded, indicating that he understood. 3 kilometers underground in the Tongtiling Mountains, there is an underground corridor of 1,600 square meters, where Xiang Qian and his people are. After 5 days of excavation, Xiang Qian and his people are almost reaching the vein. At this time, Xiang Qian was sitting on the bed in the bedroom, making black technology drawings. Suddenly, a cold feeling came from the depths of his mind, and Xiang Qian immediately closed his eyes and sat down. Then all the muscles in his body were trembling, but there was no pain on his face, just a little numbness. This feeling lasted for more than 3 minutes before it disappeared, and then there was a feeling of comfort from the heart. Xiang Qian knew that the Earth had broken through the second-level civilization, and at the same time he had broken through the first-level evolver and became a second-level evolver. After feeling the genetic nuclear force churning in his body, Xiang Qian's face showed an ecstatic expression. A full 80 source energy units of genetic nuclear force, which is equivalent to the genetic nuclear force possessed by the late second-level evolver. Using the ability, a 6-star black technology blueprint appeared in Xiang Qian's hand. However, this blueprint is no longer a first-level black technology blueprint, but a real second-level black technology equipment blueprint. Finally, I don't have to endure this painful excavation speed. Fortunately, the country is also very powerful. If the civilization level barrier is not broken in 2 days, I want to do it myself. Xiang Qian looked at the second-level 6-star Earth drill blueprint in his hand and muttered to himself. "Shinkong, stop the excavator immediately, and put down the solid fuel tank on the number 4 container truck at the same time." After a while, Xiang Qian stood up, put on the oxygen helmet, and got off the car, walked towards the excavator, and said to the starry sky. There was no light at all in the dark bottom line, and Xiang Qian did not prepare to install lighting equipment here, and even ventilation equipment was not made. So after getting off the car, you must wear an oxygen helmet, otherwise you will definitely be short of oxygen. Xiang Qian first went to the side of container car number 4, took the solid fuel tank, and then walked to the side of the excavator. Controlling the surrounding nanomechanical insects to cover the excavator, Xiang Qian took the blueprint and activated the ability of the equipment maker, and soon the excavator changed drastically. It was like a bicycle turned into a spaceship. Now, this excavator in front of us, which was at the middle stage of the second-level civilization, no longer looked like an excavator. Not only did the long drill on the front of the car disappear, but the entire excavator did not look like a machine, but more like an oversized missile. After making the drill, Xiang Qian walked back to the car. He did not want to stay in the dark passage. Starry Sky, control the drill, dig downwards at 30% power first, turn on 80% power after getting used to it, and control the vehicle to follow the drill. After Xiang Qian got on the car, he said to Shinkong. Accepting the command, link completed, start at 30% power. With Shinkong's control, the tail of the drill instantly spurted out purple-blue flames, and the high-frequency oscillation drill in front instantly became an afterimage. The next second, the drill had already run 3 meters, and was digging rapidly downward at a speed of 2.8 meters per second. It took 5 days to dig out a passage of more than 3 kilometers, but now with a change of equipment, it will take less than 20 minutes to reach the vein. Xiang Qian saw the speed of the drill, and nodded with satisfaction. This speed is about right. Otherwise, at the previous digging speed, it would take many years to build an underground base. By the time the underground base is built, the Earth will be gone. Chapter 61. Soon the drill opened a tunnel to the ore vein and started digging the ore vein. The sharp blade of the high-frequency oscillation drill directly crushed the ore into powder. Xiang Qian unloaded the materials from container truck number 2, and then transformed it into a mining truck. This mining truck looks no different from a container truck, except that there is a vacuum cleaner-like suction port under the front of the truck, which sucks in the ore powder crushed by the drill. After absorbing the ore powder, the mining truck will classify and store the various metals in it, and discharge the dust that is not metal. For equipment manufacturers, these metal powders do not need to be smelted at all, and can be used directly as raw materials. In less than 2 hours, the mining truck was full, and Xiang Qian used these raw materials to make 2 earth drills, which increased the speed of mining the veins again. By the time of dinner, more than 30 tons of metal powder had been collected. Boss, Minister Hong sent a communication. Do you want to receive it? Just after dinner, Xiang Qian received a notification from Shinkong. Received? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what Minister Hong wanted to talk to him about. Hello, Minister Hong. What can I do for you? Xiang Qian asked directly. He didn't want to have too much contact with the countries before they left the earth, so his meaning was very clear. If there was something to say, just say it. If there was nothing to say, don't try to get involved. Haha, Xiao Qian, I came to say thank you today. After 5 days of hard work, we finally built a supercomputer that surpassed the technological level of the first-level civilization according to your method. It also formally broke the barrier of civilization level, and you have contributed to this. Minister Hong said very politely. Don't thank me, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know if Minister Hong has anything else to do. If not, I'm still a little busy here. So? Xiang Qian shook his head and pretended to be embarrassed, as if he really had something to do. In fact, when he saw Minister Hong's smiling expression, he knew that it must be no good. If you show kindness for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Xiao Qian, I came here today to thank you, but I have something to trouble you with. I don't know if you know anything about the situation outside the solar system. You know we must leave the Earth. But now our understanding of the universe is still in its infancy. If we leave the solar system, it will be very difficult to survive in the vast universe. If you know any news or useful information, I hope you can provide some. We will not let you suffer any loss. You can tell us whatever you need. Minister Hong saw that Xiang Qian was about to hang up the call, so he immediately got to the point. Xiang Qian was about to drink water at this time, and when he heard what Minister Hong said, he almost threw the cup away. What is the situation outside the solar system? Ask astronomers about this. Why ask him? Minister Hong, how can I know about this? I have never left the Earth. You should ask astronomers. Xiang Qian said speechlessly, thinking that even if I knew, I couldn't tell you. How could I tell you directly that the first time I evacuated the Earth, I couldn't fly out of the solar system at all, and I had to return to the Earth in the end? Xiao Qian, what you said is meaningless. You know all about the level of cosmic civilization, the level of evolvers, and the barriers of civilization. How could you not know about the situation outside the solar system? We are all Chinese. We will be family members when we fly away from the Earth in the future. Now that we have news about this, we should prepare early. After leaving the Earth, it will also be an extra guarantee, don't you think so? Fuck, if we don't take the Earth out of the solar system, no matter how advanced the spacecraft is, it will be dead. There is no point in being prepared. Xiang Qian really wanted to say these words, but he couldn't say them now. He couldn't explain how he knew these things, not to mention that it would be useless even if he said it. With the current situation on Earth, there are more than 200 countries, many of which are mortal enemies, not to mention those that have conflicts with each other. It is an impossible task to concentrate all the power of the Earth, especially when all countries have the ability to destroy the Earth. In addition to those ambitious organizations, even if the countries on Earth now believe him and do not leave the Earth, but try to make a gap in the 3 asteroid belts for the Earth to pass through, so that the Earth can fly out of the solar system smoothly. But the internal is still a mess, and when fighting with other escaping civilizations, it will still be a death. At that time, it may die even faster. After all, the mother planet is a super big cake in the eyes of all escaping civilizations. Without unified command and sacrifice, leaving the solar system will sooner or later mean death. I got all that information by chance, but I really don't know what's going on in the universe. Even if you kill me, I still don't know. Xiang Qian pretended to be helpless and said, how did you get the information about the level of cosmic civilization and breaking through the barriers of civilization? Can you tell me? Minister Hong saw that Xiang Qian had said this, so he could only settle for the next best thing and figure this out. Well, since Minister Hong asked, I tell the truth. I got an alien civilization item in NJ City, which is the metal egg you collected. When I got it, these information appeared in my mind. What is that alien item for? what is its function, and how to use it. Minister Hong was stunned for a moment, and then immediately asked excitedly, that thing should be a production equipment, but after transmitting this information to me, the equipment has no energy. So I don't know how to use it specifically. Before I figured it out, you took it away. Minister Hong was very upset after hearing this. This lie was too fake. But Minister Hong still believed that the information Xiang Qian knew came from the alien device, but Xiang Qian's other words could basically be ignored. Okay, thank you, Xiao Qian. If you need any help, you can come to me directly. Go ahead, I have a meeting too. After Minister Hong finished speaking, he hung up the call directly. He did not react to Xiang Qian, but just sighed that he had finally dealt with it. However, contacting the country is not without benefits. At least, he does not have to worry about the space-based weapons above his head attacking him. As for how much Minister Hong believed what he said, it does not matter. As the saying goes, whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Shaking his head, Xiang Qian began to select the mineral vein again, and set a drill to move towards another small mineral vein 3 kilometers away. At the current rate, enough metal materials will be mined in 3 days. By then, 20 drilling machines will be made and digging will be possible. After all, the resources on land are not as good as those in the sea, and a base cannot be built with metal materials alone. Chemical materials are also needed. Fortunately, there are oil fields on the seabed of the South China Sea. As long as they are mined, there will be nothing missing. After giving the order to Shinkong, Xiang Qian went to sleep. But the country held a meeting all night because of his affairs. Chapter 62. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and it was July 2015. During these 2 months, several major events occurred. The first major event was that the Earth no longer had summer. The last summer on Earth had passed half a month ago, and the global temperature began to cool again. And this coldness will continue for a long time. Unless the Earth can orbit another star again, coldness will always be the main theme of the Earth. Of course, the probability of the Earth approaching other stars again is basically 0, which also means the official beginning of the Ice Age. The second major event is that all cities on the surface of the world are deserted. Yes, after thousands of years of development, the skyscrapers built by humans have now become decorations. Humans have once again returned to the mountains and forests and become cavemen. The third major event is that Country A, Country Q, and several island countries on the volcanic mountain range have begun to move. Country A is not bad because it has a large territory. All the people within 500 kilometers around the Yellowstone volcano have evacuated. There are still places to be arranged in China, especially in Country A, which has an enclave far away from the Yellowstone volcano. But other countries, or those small island countries, collapsed. They were originally small in size, and had no place to evacuate. In the end, there was no choice but to evacuate to other places. Those small island countries in Europe were easier to deal with. They didn't have a large population to begin with, and with some evolvers, many other forces were willing to accept them. But Country Q was not so good. It was located in a volcanic and earthquake belt, and had a population of more than 30 million, the remaining after the disaster. Everyone in the country must be evacuated, otherwise staying here will mean death. Initially, they wanted to evacuate to the surrounding countries, but they had basically offended all the countries around Q. They wanted to evacuate, but no one would accept them, unless they attacked. Not to mention China and the polar bear, it would be absolutely no problem to destroy Q at this time. The remaining 2 idiots also had no good feelings towards Q, not to mention that there was also a fat guy among them. As long as Q dared to show its head, dozens of nuclear bombs would definitely be thrown at it. Finally, after a long study, Q country found that they could not stay in Asia. Country A would not accept them, and there was no place for them in Europe. The only places they could go were Africa and Australia. Both places are very rich in mineral resources, which are very powerful for building spacecraft. But Africa is in a mess now. Major countries, various forces, and armed organizations around the world are robbing mineral resources in Africa. If Q country goes to Africa, it will just fill the hole. The only choice in the end was Australia. It is unknown how much Q country paid or what conditions it gave. Australia really accepted Q country. So far, all the geologically stable mountains in the world have human bases, and spacecrafts of various countries are also being built in full swing. Xiang Qian has not been idle in the past 2 months. The main structure of the base has been built, and only the internal supporting facilities have not been completed. Now they have moved into the upper space of the base half a month ago, and they don't have to squeeze in the RV. However, But raw materials are not enough at this time. There are still a lot of ores, but the chemical raw materials have been used up. There was no other way. Xiang Qian could only stop the construction of internal facilities and start building oil pipelines. As for the oil fields, there was no need to worry at all. There were many oil fields under the South China Sea. Although it was a bit far from Xiang Qian's base, it was not a problem at all. A small drilling machine was built, followed by a pipeline laying device, and a 48-kilometer long large crude oil pipeline was directly connected to the oil field and the base. Starry Sky, after the crude oil reaches the refinery, a large amount of olefins are decomposed, and other substances are extracted and stored. By the way, has the evolutionary beast capture pit been built? Xiang Qian said to the three-dimensionally projected Starry Sky in the main control hall of the base. Okay, boss, the evolutionary beast capture pit has been built, but the camouflage on the seabed surface has not been detonated yet. Starry Sky stood beside Xiang Qian, and while speaking, he changed the large stereoscopic imaging equipment in front of him and displayed the real-time image of the capture pit on it. With the support of the late-stage supercomputer of the second-level civilization technology, Starry Sky's computing speed has once again increased by thousands of times, coupled with Chu Tianqing's continuous optimization. Except for the lack of subjective consciousness, the current Starry Sky is similar to artificial intelligence in other aspects. It can also learn various knowledge. It is more accurate to say that it can store knowledge. As long as it is knowledge stored in the Starry Sky host, it can turn this knowledge into simulation formulas based on this knowledge and its huge computing power. With the equipment manufactured by Xiang Qian, the entire base is completely automated and Xiang Qian does not have to worry about it at all. As for the evolutionary beast capture pit, it was built entirely by Xiang Qian to capture marine evolutionary beasts. It is impossible to catch evolutionary beasts in the sea, but if you bring them to land, they will become meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered by anyone. However, these evolutionary beasts in the sea have a unique living environment, and are not short of food and evolutionary resources. If you want to lure them to the beach by fishing on the river, forget it. Although evolutionary beasts have no wisdom, fish will not approach shallow waters by nature, so this method will not work at all. But if they can't get to the shore, then build a piece of land on the seabed. Xiang Qian did this, digging 1 or 2 super large deep pits directly on the seabed. The 2 deep pits are very close to each other, separated by a layer of super strong alloy 10 meters thick, and the alloy is wrapped with seabed materials outside, so that the evolved beasts can't detect it. Then seal the top of one of the deep pits to form a super large sealed cabin. Then blow up the top of another deep pit to turn it into an ocean deep pit. When capturing evolutionary beasts, just make a hole in the partition between the 2 deep pits, and seawater will pour in. At this time, put the super nutrient solution and substances that can attract evolutionary beasts into the deep pit, and the evolutionary beasts will naturally enter the sealed cabin filled with water through the passage of the partition. When enough evolutionary beasts come in, Xiang Qian will seal the sealed cabin and then drain the seawater in the sealed cabin. When the seawater is drained, the evolutionary beasts can't jump up, and Xiang Qian can do whatever he wants to deal with them. Why not build a sealed cabin directly on the seabed? That's because the evolution beasts are not stupid. They may not enter metal buildings. Moreover, when building a sealed cabin on the seabed, it is easy to be destroyed by the evolution beasts. It may take several months to build it. Blast the top immediately, fill the sealed cabin with water, and put bait in half an hour to start catching evolution beasts. Xiang Qian looked at the completed capture pit and nodded. Okay, boss. After Shinkong finished speaking, the top of the deep pit on the ocean was blown up. Seeing that everything went smoothly, Xiang Qian got up and went to the warehouse to continue making drilling machines and seabed mining vehicles. There was no other way. Master Kai went to teach his apprentice, so of course he had to complete the equipment manufacturing. As a result, less than half an hour later, Shinkong notified Xiang Qian that Minister Hong was looking for him for an urgent matter. Xiang Qian was puzzled. It had been 2 months since the last contact. Why did he come to him again, and it was urgent? Chapter 63. Xiang Qian returned to the command hall, and the image of Minister Hong was already displayed on the big screen. Minister Hong, I wonder what urgent matter you have for me. Xiang Qian asked directly after entering the hall, and then sat on a chair and drank a glass of water. Xiao Qian, you are really busy. Then I won't say much. Someone will send you something later. You just need to receive both the person and the thing. Minister Hong said with a smile. Minister Hong, please stop joking. Usually we give gifts to you, but why is it the other way around today? Xiang Qian was confused and didn't know what this meant. Haha, you don't want to know what it is, Minister Hong said mysteriously. No matter what it is, I don't want it. Minister Hong, I don't need anything. I really don't need anything. Xiang Qian was not fooled. No matter what it was, he was determined not to take it. Pie in the sky can easily kill people. Really? Actually, this is not a gift, but a return of the item to its original owner. We can't use this thing either, but since you don't want it, Xiao Qian, I give it back. Minister Hong took out a photo and said with a smile. Poof! Xiang Qian burst out laughing when he saw the photo. It was a photo of the M3A biochemical mother machine. Minister Hong, what do you mean by this? You really want to give me this thing? Xiang Qian asked directly. Although he didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking, it was absolutely impossible for them to be so kind as to give him this thing. I just said that the item should be returned to its original owner. If you don't accept it, I will let them go. Minister Hong, please speak frankly. What do I need to pay to give this item to me? I really don't know what I have that is worth the country's attention. Please explain it clearly, otherwise I really dare not accept this item. Xiang Qian thought about it, but he didn't understand what the country meant, so he asked directly. Xiao Qian, it's not a formality. This item was discovered by you, and we don't understand it. According to our thinking, this thing may have recognized its owner, and no one can use it except you. So it would be a waste to keep it in our hands. It is better to give it to you and let you study it. Maybe you can figure it out. But you also know the value of this thing. Although its specific use is not known yet, the information it carries is very important. So this thing can be given to you, but you must have our people with you. If you study the use of this thing, then the benefits must also be shared by the country. Do you understand? Minister Hong gradually said seriously. And it recognized the master, treating it as a divine weapon. Xiang Qian did not expect this to happen. Originally, the M3A biochemical mother machine was taken away by the country, but he did not care. Anyway, this thing will eventually return to his hands, but that will be after leaving the earth. But last time he fooled around, and the country actually decided to give it to him. Although he said people to follow him, it was still very tempting to have the biochemical mother machine a few years in advance. Especially with the biochemical mother machine, the possibility of success of many of his plans has greatly increased. Minister Hong, whether I can study this thing is also a question. But I can't let you occupy the base I built with great effort just because of this thing. So the number of people you send cannot be too many, absolutely no more than 3. If there are more people, I won't want this thing. Xiang Qian said very seriously. Xiang Qian also said this because he calculated that the country did not know the purpose of M3A. It is estimated that the country gave this thing to him mainly to get more information from him, and at the same time to arrange people here, not to mention controlling him, but also to keep an eye on him. This is also considered to be killing rabbits while robbing grass, and the country will not suffer any loss. Okay, 3 is 3, but you must ensure the safety of these 3 people. I will call them from time to time. If anything happens to them, I will not let you go. Of course, they will not interfere with your actions. As long as you do not betray the country will never deal with you. Minister Hong nodded. Okay, no problem. Where are they? I will send someone to pick them up. Xiang Qian listened and answered very straightforwardly. The 3 people really didn't have any impact on him. Besides, even if they were allowed to look around, they couldn't see anything. They are now above your base, at the entrance of Tongtiling. Okay, I send someone to pick them up now. I send you a message when they get to the base. Xiang Qian hung up the call, and went to the warehouse to make a drilling machine, and then made a transport vehicle to take the people to the base. In fact, Xiang Qian's base was not under Tongtiling at all. The cave entrance was more than 10 kilometers away from the base. What Xiang Qian feared was that space-based weapons would attack the base. Even if space-based weapons attacked Tongtiling, they would not be able to hurt Xiang Qian's base. Moreover, the entrance to Tongtiling was connected to many mines. The tunnel that could lead to the base had been blocked by Xiang Qian. This time, he had to dig it again to pick up people. Shinkong, notify Brotherly to come over. After Xiang Qian finished making the drill and the transport vehicle, he said to Shinkong. In less than 2 minutes, Li Cheng arrived at the warehouse. Brotherly, are you okay now? I just need you to run something here. It's okay. I'm bored from working out in the gym every day. It's better to have something to do, Li Cheng said with a smile. Okay, you can take this transport vehicle to pick up someone on the ground. The vehicle is controlled by Starry Sky. You are mainly responsible for picking up people, and then after returning to the base, you just need to take the people to the main control hall. By the way, there are 3 of them in total, plus a device. If there is one more person, don't let them get on the bus. Xiang Qian said to Li Cheng. Okay, I won't let any more people get on the bus. Li Cheng got on the bus after saying that. Xiang Qian gave Shinkong an order to control the vehicle to go up, and then collapsed the tunnel when it came back. After giving the order, Xiang Qian returned to the main control hall and waited for those people to arrive. For the people arranged by the country, it is impossible to cause any trouble in this base. After the nanomachine bugs enter their bodies, Xiang Qian can control their lives anytime and anywhere, unless the country sends an evolver, but that is impossible. Therefore, this matter has more advantages than disadvantages for Xiang Qian. With M3A, many things can be carried out in advance. At the same time, he can continue to make up lies to fool the country, and let the country deploy the strategy for the universe according to his ideas. However, there is one thing he must grasp, that is, he cannot let the country suffer too much loss, nor can he let the country suffer no loss at all. This degree must be grasped well. Space War. Lilan Tribe. At most 3 years. Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes and muttering. Boss, Li Cheng is at the door with his men. After a long while, Shinkong suddenly said. Ah. Let them in. Xiang Qian stood up and said to Shinkong. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the door of the main control hall opened, and Li Cheng walked in with a woman and 2 men. Seeing these 3 people, Xiang Qian was stunned, because he had seen these 3 people before. They were the ones who took the M3A biochemical mother machine from Xiang Qian, and Xiang Qian couldn't forget them now. It's not that he holds a grudge, but Director Zhang is a beautiful woman, and beautiful women are easy to remember wherever they are. Chapter 64. Hello everyone. Please take a seat. I will contact Minister Hong now. Starry Sky, send the communication. Xiang Qian said to Director Zhang and the other 2. He had no good or bad feelings towards the 3 people. As long as they did not cause trouble for him, he would just treat them as 3 idle people. Mr. Xiang, please check what we brought first. Director Zhang seemed not to hear what Xiang Qian said, and said very seriously. But before she finished, she was interrupted by Xiang Qian. The things have been confirmed, no need to look at them. At this time, the image of Minister Hong appeared on the projection screen. When he saw Director Zhang, he smiled and said, Shui girl, Uncle Hong has done what he promised you. But you must also do what you promised Uncle Hong. Xiao Qian, Shui girl is the daughter of a friend of mine. Now she is in your territory. Please take care of her and don't bully her, otherwise I will not forgive you. Xiang Qian looked at Minister Hong speechlessly. Why did this sound so awkward? However, Xiang Qian did not expect that Director Zhang had a great background. How could he be an ordinary person if he could be friends with Minister Hong? Minister Hong, don't worry. I dare not say anything else, but I will definitely let them eat and drink well and keep them fat and white. Xiang Qian said jokingly. Okay, then I'm relieved. You 2 should get along well. I won't say much. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Let's stop here today. Minister Hong hung up the call after saying that. Get along well. This is the rhythm of a beauty trap, but when Xiang Qian saw Director Zhang with a frosty face over there, he was absolutely unlikely to do so. Shinkong, give each of the 3 of them a communication watch. No matter what you do here, there are some places you cannot enter. You can ask Shinkong later, and he will give you the answers. If you want to contact the outside world, just go to Shinkong directly, and he will arrange for you to communicate with the outside world. As for the communicator you brought with you, you can't use it here. By the way, let me make it clear in advance, if you leave the room, you must wear this watch, otherwise I will not be responsible if you are shot dead. The same goes for areas that you are not allowed to enter. If you enter and something happens, I will not be responsible. Also, there is no such position as director here. Why don't you tell me your name first, so that we can communicate better in the future? Of course, you don't have to call me Mr. Xiang all the time. Just call me Xiang Qian. If you call me boss like everyone else, I don't object. It's up to you. Xiang Qian said with a hidden meaning, which means that this is my territory, you'd better abide by the rules. If you don't abide by the rules and something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. Mr. Xiang, we can implement the rules you set, but we must be present when using civilized items. If we find anything, we must report it immediately. This is our responsibility. Also, my name is Zhang Yixue, and they are Jiang Wu and Jiang Song. If you don't want to call me Director Zhang, you can call me Miss Zhang. I hope that we can cooperate happily in the future. Zhang Yixue is not a pushover, and she also heard the meaning of Xiang Qian's words. But she made it very clear that the country behind her, other things are easy to deal with, but Xiang Qian can't leave them alone to take the alien civilization item. Okay, Miss Zhang, I will definitely call you when I study the item. But the base is not built yet, at least I don't have time to study it in 2 months. If you want to study it yourself, then study it yourself. Shinkong, take the 3 of you to their room. Xiang Qian is not stupid. If he tells the higher-ups about the function of M3A at this time, he won't be able to stay. It's better to delay it until the higher-ups have given up on it. Or wait until you have the strength to keep it, and then use it. Anyway, the base is not built yet, so there is no rush to use it. Zhang Yixue and the other 3 carried the box containing M3A and came to the room according to the guidance of the starry sky. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Yixue threw the box containing M3A on the ground with a bang. Boss, this task is not easy to complete. I think Xiang Qian just wants to cooperate with us. Even if he knows something, he may not tell us when we are here. Jiang Wu checked the room and found nothing wrong, so he spoke. Why bother? Just tie him up and take him away. Jiang Song said carelessly, without any awareness that this was Xiang Qian's territory. Okay, don't say anything. If he doesn't want to talk, forget it. Anyway, the thing is in our hands. Unless he robs it, he can't avoid our sight. Since he agreed to let us bring the thing, it means that the thing is definitely valuable, but we don't know the specific situation. Now we have to wait here quietly to see who has the patience, so we must keep calm. Okay, you are tired all day, go to your room to rest. Zhang Yixue said to the 2. Okay, boss, you should rest early too. The 2 looked at each other and left Zhang Yixue's room. After a while, Zhang Yixue suddenly said to the air, Shinkong, are you there? Ms. Zhang, hello, what can I do for you? The image of Shinkong appeared on the screen on the wall. Shinkong, are you an artificial intelligence? Zhang Yixue asked curiously. No. Oh, how many people are there in your base now? Sorry, Miss Zhang, you don't have enough authority, so I won't answer. Can I go to the laboratory? Sorry, you don't have enough authority, so you can't enter the laboratory. Zhang Yixue asked countless questions, but 99% of them were because of insufficient authority. Shinkong would only answer when she asked questions like the temperature outside, and what time it was today. The others were all due to insufficient authority, which made her very depressed. At the same time, Xiang Qian knew all the conversations Zhang Yixue and the others had just had, including the questions she asked Shinkong. After learning that she was lying on the bed and venting her frustration with a pillow, Xiang Qian laughed so hard. He didn't expect that this cold and beautiful woman would have such a side. Shinkong, notify everyone that when Zhang Yixue and the other 2 go to the cafeteria to eat in the evening, don't tell them anything, just treat them as invisible people. I want to see who can outlast whom. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong while making an underwater or dismantling ship. Chapter 65. For the next 10 days, Xiang Qian never saw Zhang Yixue and the others again. He was very busy in the past half-month. With sufficient raw materials, the construction speed of the base doubled. At the same time, Master Kai lived up to expectations and became a level 2 early evolver, and could already manufacture equipment for the level 2 early civilization. In this way, for the construction of many places, Xiang Qian only needed to give the drawings, and Master Kai could complete it, without Xiang Qian running around. However, those technological equipment of the middle and late stages of the level 2 civilization still needed to be manufactured by himself. After all, Master Kai's genetic nuclear power reserves were not enough, and he could not manufacture the equipment of the middle and late stages at all. In the past half-month, Zhang Yixue and his team basically contacted Minister Hong every 3 days to report the situation here. However, the information Zhang Yixue and his team had was only basic information about the base, and even if the higher-ups knew about it, it would be useless. Minister Hong did talk to Xiang Qian about M3A, but Xiang Qian dismissed him with the excuse that the time was too slow and the base had not been built yet. Apart from these things, everything else was calm. Shinkong had just informed Xiang Qian that the condensed cell division agent had been successfully researched. Ling Ning, has the cell division agent been tested? Are there any side effects? How many years can it extend life? Xiang Qian came to Ling Ning's laboratory and said to Ling Ning, no side effects have been found in rabbits so far, but it's hard to say for humans. It's also hard to say how many years of life can be extended. After all, the number of cell divisions of each person is different, And the degree of cell aging is also different, so it's impossible to give a very accurate number. But according to the data, it can probably allow cells to divide 10 more times on the original basis. According to the 50 times of cell division in humans, the extra 10 times should allow people to live more than 10 years, and at most extend their lives by 20 years. Ling Ning raised his head and said to Xiang Qian, "Well, this time, history has not been changed." Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The first cell division agent developed by Ling Ning in history has the same effect as she just said. "Then have you experimented on the evolved beast?" Xiang Qian asked, looking at the little white rabbit in the cage. As for why it is not a little white mouse, it is because the little white mouse cannot be found. This rabbit is still an evolved rabbit, and its genes are extracted, and then it is albino. Not yet. Why do you want to experiment on evolutionary beasts? Ling Ning asked curiously. You will know after you have done the experiment. It's okay, I'm leaving first. Xiang Qian ignored Ling Ning's question and left directly. Sure enough, 2 days later, Ling Ning found Xiang Qian after dinner. How do you know that the cell division agent has no effect on evolutionary beasts? Ling Ning was very curious. She experimented for the past 2 days, and found that the cell division agent was quickly decomposed after being injected into the body of the evolutionary beast, and had no effect at all. Not only does it have no effect on evolved beasts, it also has no effect on us evolvers. After the cell division potion is injected into our bodies, it will be quickly decomposed by the mysterious substance in the genetic nuclear force, so it will not have any effect at all. Do you remember that the cell strengthening potion you researched last time had no effect on me after I drank it? So I guess this cell division potion is the same for us. It is useless at all. Xiang Qian said with a smile. So, the evolvers can't get the benefits brought by the development of science and technology. When science and technology advance in the future, and the cell division potion can make cells divide infinitely, we evolvers can't enjoy it at all. Ling Ning said in surprise. What are you thinking about? Don't you find that your body is much better now? I tried it. After I became a second-level evolver, my physical fitness was better than those who took cell-strengthening potions. When you just became an evolver, your congenital heart disease was cured. I guess, even if we don't use cell division potions, as long as we can continue to upgrade, our lifespan will be extended. Xiang Qian knew that evolvers do have a lifespan limit, and this limit cannot be made up by technology. Ordinary people can use cell division potions to extend their lifespan, but evolvers can only extend their lifespan by upgrading their levels. He didn't know how much it would extend, but after being promoted to a third-level evolver, Xiang Qian lived for more than 400 years, and was still like a young man, not feeling old at all. At that time, Ling Ning had studied the cells of the evolvers and found that according to the normal aging rate, the lifespan of the second-level evolvers was 1,000 years, while the lifespan of the third-level evolvers could reach 5,000 years. Unfortunately, the possibility of the evolvers dying of old age in the universe is very low. They are either destroyed by other races, or die on the road to the 9th-level civilization. Only the evolvers in the remaining civilization will die of old age, because of the restriction of civilization level. Okay, I hope you're right. But I still need to study it to see if I can make a cell division drug that can extend the life of the evolvers. Ling Ning was silent for a while before speaking. Okay, but don't waste too much time. You still have a lot of things to do, so you can study for a maximum of half a month. If you don't have any ideas or breakthroughs, stop. Xiang Qian seemed to say that you should stop wasting time, but that was impossible. But after thinking about it, he still couldn't bear to hit her, so he set a time limit because he was afraid that she would go all the way. Well, don't worry, I know. Ling Ning left in a hurry after saying that. Xiang Qian watched her leave, shook his head helplessly, and turned to walk to the main control hall. Shinkong, has the satellite been sent to the ground? Boss, the satellite has reached the designated location, and can be launched at any time. Well, when the dark clouds cover the top of the mountain where the satellite is located, quickly launch the satellite, but control the speed, don't go too fast, and launch slowly. Okay, boss. It is estimated that the dark clouds will arrive here in 22 minutes. Time passed slowly, and when the dark clouds covered Tongtiling, a tree on the top of the mountain suddenly fell to the ground, and then nothing happened. But at this time, the screen showed that 3 satellites were slowly rising into the sky, and the speed was very slow, only about 10 meters per second. At this speed, it would take at least 3 hours to reach low Earth orbit. Starry sky, are there any satellites noticing here? Has the radiation value increased? Xiang Qian looked at the slowly rising satellites and asked nervously. Although these three satellites are made of low-temperature super-large metals, coupled with electromagnetic anti-gravity devices, they can be launched with booster rockets. At the same time, the outer layer of the satellites also has invisible coatings that absorb microwaves and holographic simulation devices, which minimize the presence of the satellites. But it cannot be ruled out that the satellites above our heads discovered these three satellites by chance. After all, if there are no satellites in space, it is the same as being blind. Now that history has changed a little, Xiang Qian can no longer use his past life memories to judge the current situation. If something goes wrong, it will be fatal. So he must launch the satellite into space before the global volcano erupts to observe the universe. Boss, there is no change, he replied after scanning the starry sky. That's good. If these three satellites are discovered, don't notify me, and activate the self-destruct device immediately. If they are not discovered, arrange them to the predetermined synchronous orbit position, and then make a global simulation map. After Xiang Qian arranged and issued the instructions, he went back to his room to sleep. He would not wait here for 3 hours. As long as he was not discovered now, there would be basically no problem. Chapter 66. The next morning, Xiang Qian just woke up and received a reminder from Shinkong that the satellite had entered the predetermined orbit and was operating normally. The three-dimensional simulated map of the Earth's surface had been drawn. After eating breakfast, Xiang Qian came to the main control hall, where the three-dimensional projection was showing a simulated surface map of the Earth's surface. Shinkong, can the seabed only be scanned to 3,000 meters? Xiang Qian looked at the many black parts on the simulated map and asked curiously. The satellite he designed can scan 20,000 meters deep sea, but now it can only scan 3,000 meters. This is unscientific. Boss, according to calculations, if we start the maximum power scan, the satellite will be exposed. Under the premise of not exposing the satellite, we can only scan 3,000 meters below the sea and 200 meters underground. Do you want to start the maximum power scan? No need to start it, just leave it like that, Xiang Qian said immediately. Xiang Qian zoomed in on a seabed in the Pacific Ocean, and then pulled left and right. In his memory, there should be a prehistoric civilization device at this location. But he searched for a long time, but found nothing, and the place next to it was a trench, with a depth of more than 3,000 meters, and he couldn't see the situation there at all. After searching for a long time without finding it, Xiang Qian gave up. Although he couldn't see the situation under the trench, Xiang Qian was 80% sure that the thing was still there, but he just couldn't see it. Then Xiang Qian looked at the underground bases of various countries. There are still many bases built within 200 meters underground, and many of these bases have begun to build spacecraft. However, these spacecrafts are all cylindrical, and look like the space capsule of the International Space Station. The shape of the spacecraft is to generate centrifugal force. With the technological system of the second-level civilization, artificial gravity cannot be created. However, during the space travel lasting for dozens or hundreds of years, it is impossible for humans to live in a zero-gravity environment for a long time. Then this spacecraft that uses centrifugal force to simulate gravity is the best choice for humans at this stage. Fortunately, the technological system of the second-level civilization has the technology of accelerating electrons through superconductors to form a super-large electromagnetic field, which is the electromagnetic anti-gravity technology that Xiang Qian used on the satellite yesterday. With this technology, these spacecraft do not need to be launched by rockets, but can directly use the natural super-large magnetic field of the Earth to send spacecraft into space. However, in Xiang Qian's memory, this kind of spacecraft is very pitfall. When the axis of the spacecraft fails, all the people in the spacecraft have to tie themselves to the bed in the cabin and wait for the equipment manufacturer to repair the axis. At the same time, this kind of spacecraft cannot be loaded with weapons, only people. This also led to the fact that there were tens of thousands of spacecraft that humans flew away from the Earth for the first time, but there were only more than 1,200 warships, a very disparate ratio. Boss, Miss Zhang Yishua wants to see you. Would you like to bring her to the main control hall? Shinkong's voice sounded at this time. Bring her here. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said to Shinkong. Finally, he couldn't help it. It's only been a short time. It's not even a month yet. Xiang Qian thought darkly, but he didn't do it too much. Even if he didn't want to open M3A now, he could still pretend to do it. Not long after, Zhang Yishua walked into the main control hall with a dark face, as if someone owed her millions. Xiang Qian pretended not to see Zhang Yishua's expression. After all, it is understandable that someone who has been thrown in a place, and no one cares about him for nearly a month would not look very good. Miss Zhang, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiang Qian asked with a smile. Mr. Xiang, I came here today to say goodbye to you. Since you are so busy here, and have no time to crack the alien items, we plan to go back first. We will come again when you are free. Zhang Yixue said coldly. Oh, is that so? Then I will send someone to take you up. I am really sorry. I have been too busy recently. Please forgive me for my negligence. By the way, have you told Minister Hong about your return? Do you want to contact him now, so that he can send someone to pick you up? Shinkong, contact Minister Hong. Wait. Are you so anxious to send us away? Before Xiang Qian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Yixue. Ah. No, it doesn't matter how long you want to stay. I just saw that you are anxious to go back. Xiang Qian said innocently. Looking at Xiang Qian's expression, Zhang Yixue wanted to slap him in the face. He was so hateful. She came here today not to go back, but to force Xiang Qian to study alien technology items. She has been here for almost a month, and Xiang Qian seemed to have forgotten them and never looked for them. Today she really couldn't wait any longer, so she came to Xiang Qian and pretended to go back, in order to force Xiang Qian to start studying alien technology items. As a result, she never expected that Xiang Qian would send them back without even a polite word, which caught her off guard. Mr. Xiang, I know you definitely know about the alien item. Otherwise, when the country gave you this item, you would not have agreed to let us come here with you. This shows that this item is very valuable, and the value is very high, so high that even if the secrets of your base may be leaked, you must get this item, am I right? Zhang Yixue calmed down and stared at Xiang Qian. Haha, Miss Zhang, your judgment is too far-fetched. You have been here for almost a month. What secrets of the base have you leaked? Do you know what is in this base? I agreed to the country's conditions because I was also curious about that thing, so I let you come to the base. At the same time, I can also tell you with certainty that you can't pose any threat to me in the base. As for leaking secrets, I am even less worried, because this base has no secrets. Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair, not looking into Zhang Yixue's eyes, because he was afraid that those intelligence agents would see something from his expression. Mr. Xiang, don't treat everyone as fools. Today I said I wanted to go back, and you agreed without saying anything. This is simply impossible for a normal person. Since we came here, you have never mentioned that you want to check out alien objects. We want to leave, and you agreed immediately. Do you think this makes sense? Everyone is curious, and they want to know the answer to any strange thing, not to mention that it is a very valuable appearance object, and you have no idea at all, which is abnormal. I think there are only two possibilities for this abnormal behavior. One is that you know the purpose of the alien item, and you are confident that none of us can use it. In this case, you must be anxious. The second possibility is that you are not a normal person. Zhang Yixue said with a smile on her face. While Xiang Qian was talking, Zhang Yixue thought about the matter from beginning to end. The more she thought about it, the weirder it felt. Xiang Qian was too calm. Even when he heard that they were leaving, he was still so calm. That means that the item is either useless, or he already knows its use. Zhang Yixue was very sure of her judgment. At this time, she also figured out why Xiang Qian asked them to bring the item, but was not in a hurry to explore the secret of the item. Really? Shinkong, contact Minister Hong. Xiang Qian stood up with a smile and said to Zhang Yixue, since you are so sure, take the item back. Minister Hong's figure appeared on the screen soon. He saw Xiang Qian and Zhang Yixue were both there, and said with a smile, Xiao Qian, Shui girl, you are all here. What's the matter? Minister Hong, Miss Zhang said she wanted to go back, so I just informed you and asked you to send someone to pick them up. Xiang Qian ignored Zhang Yixue's murderous eyes, and said with a smile, Shui girl, why are you coming back suddenly? Minister Hong asked curiously. When they talked 2 days ago, Zhang Yixue said that she would never go back until she completed the task. Why did she suddenly change her mind today? Mr. Xiang, can I talk to Uncle Han alone? Zhang Yixue took a deep breath and said to Xiang Qian. No problem, Minister Hong, you guys chat, and let Shinkong notify me after the chat. Xiang Qian walked out of the main control hall after he finished speaking. With Shinkong there, he knew what the two talked about. But he knew that Zhang Yixue would definitely tell Minister Hong about her judgment and let Minister Hong make the decision. Sure enough, after Xiang Qian left, Zhang Yixue told Xiang Qian what he had just said to him and her judgment. At this time, Xiang Qian was outside, eavesdropping openly through Shinkong's real-time broadcast. The two probably knew about Xiang Qian's eavesdropping, and they didn't want to hide it from Xiang Qian. However, Zhang Yixue deliberately said bad things about him, which made him very unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Who made him have no evidence? Even if he had evidence, it would be difficult to produce, which caused Zhang Yixue to scold without any scruples. After a while, the two finished talking and asked Shinkong to notify Xiang Qian to come in. Minister Hong, when should I send Miss Zhang away? It will take about 20 minutes from the base to the ground. When will your contact arrive, so that I can make arrangements? Xiang Qian ignored Zhang Yixue and spoke directly to Minister Hong. Although he couldn't get angry and say that Zhang Yixue scolded him, it was okay to annoy her. Xiao Qian, Shui girl was joking. But I agree with what Shui girl said. You kid must not be telling the truth. Let's talk openly today about what that thing is. I can give you a guarantee that no matter what that thing is, the country will never ask you for it. If it's given to you, it's given to you. Minister Hong said seriously. What a joke. Telling the function of M3A is like asking for death. But if you don't come up with some solid stuff, don't think about getting out of this today. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Qian suddenly remembered the map he checked this morning, and immediately had an idea in his mind. Let's do this, Minister Hong. I won't tell you what this thing is, but I can be sure that no one can use this thing except me. I think you should have tried it. But I won't take advantage of the country. I will exchange it with you for another alien item. But the alien item has not appeared yet. It will take you a month. If you agree, Minister Hong, then this item will officially belong to me, and you can't send people to watch me how I want to use it. If you don't agree, then take the item away. What do you think? Xiang Qian said to Minister Hong. What is that alien item, and what is its use? Minister Hong thought for a long time before speaking. The artificial gravity device can solve the gravity problem of spacecraft without the means of centrifugal force. That is to say, there is no difference between being on a spacecraft and on the ground. At the same time, I can say with certainty that the second-level civilization does not have the means to solve artificial gravity, only the third-level civilization can. Chapter 67. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Minister Hong was stunned. He knew what an artificial gravity device was better than anyone else, because he had discussed this issue frequently in the meetings in the past 2 days. Due to the level of technology, the gravity problem of space flight has not been solved yet. The only international method can be used, which is to simulate gravity through centrifugal force. Now suddenly hearing that Xiang Qian can get an artificial gravity device, you can imagine how excited he is. However, after calming down, Minister Hong also figured it out, that is, since Xiang Qian can use the artificial gravity device to exchange for the alien item, then its value is definitely higher than the artificial gravity device. Xiao Qian, you are not lying to me, are you? Minister Hong said seriously. Minister Hong, you are kidding. How dare I lie to you? If I can't produce the artificial gravity device, you can have my base flattened. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Okay, that's it. But I want to know how many spacecrafts can be equipped with the artificial gravity device. Minister Hong agreed without hesitation. It's not a loss to exchange an unknown and unusable thing for an artificial gravity device. I'm not sure about this, but this artificial gravity device can provide artificial gravity for a spacecraft that is 60 kilometers long, 30 kilometers wide, and 15 kilometers high. After the modules are disassembled, it should be able to equip many spacecraft. Xiang Qian told the data of the survivor mothership. Okay, when can it be handed over to us? Minister Hong became even more excited after hearing this. I'm not sure about the specific time, but it will not exceed 2 months at most, and it will not delay the construction of the spacecraft. As long as you reserve a module at the bottom of the spacecraft, it will be fine. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Shui girl, give the things to Xiao Xiang later, and you don't have to follow. After Xiao Xiang gets the artificial gravity device, you can come back with him. Okay, Uncle Hong, I got it. After hanging up the communication, Zhang Yixue looked at Xiang Qian, who was smiling beside her, and was furious. But now that Uncle Hong had spoken, she could only obey his orders. Although she had not been in contact with Xiang Qian for a long time, she knew that Xiang Qian was not someone who would suffer a loss. Miss Zhang, can you take me to get the things now? Xiang Qian said to Xiang Qian. Not now, I can only give you the things when you take out the artificial gravity device. Zhang Yixue said coldly. Forget it, you should take the things back. I can't get the artificial gravity device without it. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Yixue's frosty face, and said indifferently. You, come with me. Zhang Yixue held it in for a long time, her face flushed, and she turned around and left. Xiang Qian shrugged, didn't take it seriously, and followed. When they arrived at the room, Zhang Yixue threw the box containing M3A to Xiang Qian, and slammed the door without saying a word. Xiang Qian took the box to the laboratory, took out the M3A, and then said to Shinkong, "Shinkong, has cabin 18 been cleaned up?" "Boss, it has been cleaned up. The dust particles with a particle size of less than 1 nanometer per cubic meter in cabin 18 have been controlled below 6,000, which meets the boss's requirements and can be used," Shinkong replied immediately. "Okay, then make 20 sets of beakers, test tubes, and glass containers with capacities ranging from 50 milliliters to 1,000 liters, and then send half a ton of sealed iron or an aluminum or powder to the isolation chamber in cabin 18. Xiang Qian said as he walked with M3A. "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian came to the isolation chamber in cabin 18 through the laboratory elevator. Shinkong had already delivered the ore. Using the ability of the equipment maker, he turned the ore into brackets. After putting on the dust-proof suit, Xiang Qian took M3A and entered the disinfection and dust removal room. When Xiang Qian finished disinfection and dust removal and entered clean room number 18, Shinkong had already installed the beaker stand and other equipment he needed, and sent them to clean room number 18 after disinfection. Xiang Qian opened the M3A. Although he could only use the primary authority, he could manufacture many things, and no one was in charge. The reason why he wanted to use the M3A in the clean room was because he wanted to use its true ability to manufacture biological weapons. Things like nanomechanical insects or biological steel plates are very useful, but compared with biological weapons, they are not worth mentioning at all. For example, the mining ships Xiang Qian uses now are easily attacked by various evolved beasts as long as they come out of the radiation range of the evolutionary beast capture pit. So in the past 2 months, Xiang Qian has lost dozens of mining ships in total. But with M3A, it is different. Mining with biochemical plants is absolutely not afraid of attacks from evolved beasts. Biochemical plants drill into the ore veins on the seabed, dissolve the ore with biological solutions, and then absorb it and pass it into the biological or refining warehouse, without any loss at all. Using these biological minerals and various genes at the same time, biological weapons can be made. The power is absolutely unmatched in the ocean. Starry Sky, prepare super nutrient solution, gene nuclear power solution, and slice up the frozen octopus, shark, turtle, electric ray, and other evolved beasts in the warehouse. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he began to open the M3A. The Starry Sky suddenly sounded an alarm. Alarm, abnormal signal intrusion is detected, and it cannot be stopped. Please deal with it immediately. Warning. Shinkong, cancel the alarm. There is no need to send out an alarm for this kind of signal intrusion in the future. By the way, immediately project the intrusion signal on the 3D projection. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment before speaking to Shinkong. He forgot that the M3A would send out a signal to directly invade the nearest electronic device. Cancel the warning and display the 3D projection screen. Soon, the M3A console appeared next to Xiang Qian. This time, the effect was much better than the first time when the tablet was used. Strange symbols slowly rotated on the 3D projection screen. After pressing the primary permission password, the manufacturing page popped up. This time, the manufacturing objects displayed also turned into three-dimensional rotating objects, with paragraphs describing their functions and a list of materials required for manufacturing. Xiang Qian pulled the page to the end. The front ones were all technological items of the first and second civilization levels, and the back ones were manufacturing items of the third civilization. However, he could not manufacture scorpions that could fight in space like Lung Ning in his previous life, because he did not have the authority to use the advanced training mode, so he could only cultivate some biological weapons of the initial third level that could fight on the planet. Soon, Shinkong sent over the carcasses of various evolved beasts. Xiang Qian first threw the turtle cell tissue into M3A, and then selected analysis. Immediately, the turtle's gene chain appeared on the projection screen, and the role of each gene was analyzed clearly. At the same time, the direction in which the turtle could grow was displayed on the screen. Chapter 68. Each image of a sea turtle represents the direction in which the sea turtle gene can evolve. Many genes in the gene chain that will never be triggered in a lifetime become directions that can evolve under the activation of M3A. Xiang Qian marked several degraded genes in the sea turtle gene. These genes are all sea turtle genes that lived in the Cretaceous ocean 130 million years ago. The sea turtles of that period were much larger than they are now, and the thickness of the tortoise shells was not comparable to that of today's sea turtles. The sea turtles of that period were more than 10 times stronger than the ancient sea turtles that lived in the late Cretaceous period. After selecting the gene chain, Xiang Qian threw the cell tissue of the electric ray into M3A. For the electric ray, Xiang Qian only extracted its electricity-generating gene, and the other genes were useless to Xiang Qian. The same thing happened next. Xiang Qian successively threw the cell tissue of other evolved animals into M3A and extracted specific genes. After getting all of this done, Xiang Qian chose the primary cultivation option, selected marine life, selected a spine, selected a large offensive biological weapon, and selected a special ability. Xiang Qian clicked on the turtle's defense, the electric rays discharge, the octopus's color change, and the shark's bite, and then chose to generate. Soon, a very ferocious monster appeared on the screen. More than 90% of the monster's body was wrapped in a tortoise-like skeleton. The outside of the skeleton was uneven, with rows of lines similar to shark fins. These lines can easily cut through the water flow and reduce the resistance of the seawater when the monster moves forward. The whole monster is 47 meters long and 21 meters wide. It looks a bit like a turtle, but it is oval in shape and has a wide tail. There are 2 circular holes in the bone armor on both sides of the head and below the forelimbs. These 2 holes lead straight to the tail and run through the entire bone armor. When Xiang Qian saw these 2 holes, he was also surprised and didn't know what they were used for. After clicking on the introduction, I found that these 2 holes were the real killer. When swimming in the sea, they are basically invisible, but when chasing prey and attacking. These 2 holes are magnetofluid channels, used for acceleration, the way superconducting magnetofluid submarines move forward. At the same time, after locking the target, these 2 holes can also fire electromagnetic cannons. The bullets of the electromagnetic cannon are digested condensates containing a large amount of iron elements. This condensate is not deliberately prepared. When the biological weapon eats, it will eat the manganese nodules on the seabed and digest them to form this electromagnetic cannon shell. After reading the entire introduction, Xiang Qian nodded with satisfaction. With this biological weapon, he is not afraid of anyone in the entire ocean. With the strength of this biological weapon, the evolved beasts below the late stage of the 2nd level cannot pose any threat to it at all. Are there any level 2 late evolution beasts in the ocean now? The answer is no. The level of evolution beasts is also very slow, basically not much different from the breakthrough of human technology level. According to Xiang Qian's estimation, it would be good if there were a few level 2 mid-evolution beasts in the entire ocean now. Moreover, those evolution beasts only exist in the deep sea trenches tens of thousands of meters deep. In the sea area above 5,000 meters, there is no trace of those evolution beasts. Put the gene nuclear power original liquid, super nutrient solution, various minerals, and other trace elements into M3A according to the proportion, and Xiang Qian clicked the button to confirm the cultivation. Instantly, M3A closed, and the image of the monster on the screen began to blur, and then gradually solidified from the head. Xiang Qian knew that when the projection of the monster turned from virtual to real, it would be the time for the cultivation to be completed. Of course, although M3A is awesome, it is impossible to cultivate the monster directly in one step. Instead, it cultivates a newly born monster, and the rest is up to Xiang Qian to raise it. This cultivation cycle is very short. As long as the nutrition is sufficient, it usually takes only about 5 days for such a monster to grow up from M3A. In less than half an hour, M3A opened and a miniature monster appeared. Xiang Qian immediately placed the monster in the prepared culture tank and let the little guy move freely. At the same time, Xiang Qian put the nanomechanical worm into its body and connected it to its biological brain. As a biological weapon, it has no wisdom. If there is no command, it will act according to animal instinct. After the nanomechanical worm was connected to the biological brain, Xiang Qian used the nanomechanical worm to create a terminal and connected the terminal to the star system. In the future, Xiang Qian can command it through Shinkong, without having to give orders himself. Shinkong read the biological weapon cultivation data in the biological brain, and cultivated according to this data in the future, and changed the cultivation tank and nutrient solution regularly. After Xiang Qian converted the text information in the biological brain into Chinese, he asked Shinkong to read the data. He didn't have time to stare at it. According to the growth rate of biological weapons, the nutrient solution and large cultivation tank had to be changed every 2 or 3 hours. If he did it himself, he wouldn't have time to sleep at night. Next, Xiang Qian talked about cultivating seeds one by one, changing the gene sequence in the seeds, adding new gene sequences, and forming a brand new gene chain. These seeds are all mining plants. Xiang Qian created hundreds of mining plant embryos and asked Shinkong to cultivate them. 3 days later, Xiang Qian sent a drill to send the seedlings of mining plants to the mineral veins one by one, so that they could devour the mineral veins and grow stronger. This was also a helpless thing, because the cultivation room could no longer hold so many mining plant seedlings. During these 3 days, Xiang Qian created a lot of biological equipment for various purposes every day, including mining, capturing evolutionary beasts, extracting chemical substances, fighting, etc. Because biological weapons take up too much space, Xiang Qian could only release the first monster he created, which was only 29 meters long, into the sea. At the same time, he also officially named this guy. Since it looks a bit like a turtle, he named it Xuanwu number 1. Of course, there are number 2, number 3, and in the back. As for how many there are, it all depends on Xiang Qian's mood. Today, Xiang Qian is preparing to make a super large spore plant to be used as the outer cover of the base. It is already October, and there is only more than half a month left before the global volcanic eruption. When the global volcanic eruption occurs, it is accompanied by earthquakes and tsunamis. Tsunamis have no effect on the base, but earthquakes are different. Although the base is not in the earthquake zone, the transverse waves generated by the earthquake are still harmful to the base. Moreover, after this earthquake, the entire Earth is no longer calm, and the drift of continental plates is about to occur. This kind of violent plate movement is still very harmful to the base. Originally, Xiang Qian planned to build a circular pressure-resistant layer on the outer layer of the base to wrap the entire base inside. Through countless super-large hydraulic buffer devices, the damage that violent geological movement may cause to the base can be offset. But now, he has M3A and this artifact, so he doesn't have to work so hard to build something that has no technical content. A super large spore plant layer that wraps the base inside can solve all problems. This kind of spore plant does not need to be watched. It will wrap the entire base by itself and expand outward. When the global volcano erupts, the area covered by the spore plant will be at least hundreds of meters thick, which can completely offset all damage to the base. Chapter 69. The dark deep sea trench, without a trace of light, seems like an endless abyss swallowing up the light. In this huge trench 7,500 meters below the deep sea, a hideous beast that looks a bit like a turtle is swimming slowly. Xiang Qian sat on a chair in the main control hall, enjoying the wonderful scenery of the seabed through the biological radar loaded on Xuanwu number 1. For a third-level civilization, the presence or absence of light has no effect at all. On the three-dimensional projection screen, the movement of a grain of sand on the seabed is clearly displayed. As early as 2 days ago, Xuanwu number 1 had officially become a biological weapon after passing a series of tests by Xiang Qian. Xuanwu number 1 was sent to the Pacific Ocean to perform a reconnaissance mission, and the destination was the location where the artificial gravity device was unearthed. However, after scanning the area, the biological radar did not find any trace of the artificial gravity device, but found 2 sunken ships. Xiang Qian was also puzzled by this situation. Through the radar scan, there was nothing within 15 kilometers of the seabed. At the same time, there are no traces of human presence here, which means that the artificial gravity device has not been taken away. It has not been taken away, and there is nothing on the seabed, which is strange. Xiang Qian is still very confident in his memory. Other things can change because of his rebirth, but the artificial gravity device, a prehistoric civilization item buried underground for hundreds of millions of years, will never grow back and run away because of his rebirth. For such a result, Xiang Qian can only attribute it to the fact that the artificial gravity device has not yet been unearthed. With the technological level of prehistoric civilization, it is not easy to hide something and prevent him from finding it. Shinkong, how much area has Xuanwu 1 explored so far? Xiang Qian stood up and stretched his body, then asked Shinkong. Boss, Xuanwu 1 has explored 273,000 square kilometers of sea area around the coordinates as the origin, and the seabed exploration depth is 15 kilometers. Shinkong immediately marked the explored area in red on the 3D projection screen. Forget it. Notify Xuanwu 1 to deploy the sensor device and then return. Xiang Qian looked at the map and felt that there was no need to continue wasting time. Even if the coordinate point is a little off, but the surrounding 275,000 square kilometers have been scanned and still not found, it would be useless to search further. With this time, it is better to let Xuanwu number 1 catch more evolved beasts to replenish the stock of genetic nuclear power fluid. Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, Xuanwu number 1 immediately stopped swimming slowly. The head retracted half into the bone armor, only the part with bone spurs on the head was outside, and the 2 forelimbs were close together and close to the head, forming a triangle with the bone armor. The two hind legs completely retracted into the bone armor, leaving only the tail outside. At this time, the power generation organs inside Xuanwu No. 1 began to work, forming a super strong electromagnetic force in the two channels. The next second, the channel at the tail gushed out a turbulent stream of water, quickly pushing Xuanwu No. 1 forward. Many Xuanwu No. 1s reached a speed of 80 knots, and were still accelerating. After leaving the 7,500-meter deep trench, the speed of Xuanwu No. 1 reached an unprecedented 160 knots, and this speed has a tendency to increase as it rises. Xiang Qian looked at the rapidly returning Xuanwu No. 1, and suddenly realized that based on the speed and diving depth of Xuanwu No. 1, humans currently have no weapons that can hit it. Even if the evolutionary beasts in the ocean can catch up with Xuanwu No. 1, it is useless because their combat effectiveness is not at the same level. So for now, Xuanwu No. 1 represents invincibility in the ocean. Boss, 29 kilometers ahead, 8,200 meters below the sea, an evolutionary beast was found, with a danger level of 3. It is just below the route of Xuanwu No. 1's return. Should we adjust the route to avoid it? At this time, Shinkong suddenly switched the screen to a strange fish with bone spurs all over its body. The ferocious appearance of the strange fish was even scarier than Xuanwu No. 1. Fortunately, Xiang Qian knew that there was no supernatural power in the current apocalypse, otherwise he would have thought that this strange fish was a dead creature summoned by the necromancer. Because the whole body of this strange fish, except for a pair of dead fish eyes, has no organs, and it is all made of bones. This is not a transparent fish. Transparent fish have meat, but this strange fish has no meat at all, and I don't know how it evolved. But its high level of danger of level 3 shows that this fish is an evolved beast with the strength of the early stage of level 2. Immediately order Xuanwu No. 1 to go over, kill it, and then bring back its body. Xiang Qian will not let go of such a good experimental material. The early stage of level 2 evolved beast is a dish in front of Xuanwu No. 1. Xuanwu No. 1's tail moved slightly, drew an arc, and rushed towards the bone fish. When Xuanwu No. 1 was 5 kilometers away from the strange fish seemed to have discovered Xuanwu No. 1. But it did not run away, but rushed towards Xuanwu No. 1. At this time, Xiang Qian saw clearly that when the strange fish rushed towards Xuanwu No. 1, its head was rapidly extending bone spurs, like a spear. Xuanwu No. 1, which entered the combat state, did not need to be commanded at all. The instinct of the biological weapon would control Xuanwu No. 1's body to fight. When it was less than 1 kilometer away from the strange fish, Xuanwu No. 1 exited the super navigation mode. The whole body suddenly lifted up 50 degrees and changed direction instantly. At this time, the distance between Xuanwu No. 1 and the strange fish was still 300 meters. When Xuanwu No. 1 suddenly changed direction, the strange fish also changed direction. Its bone spur was facing Xuanwu No. 1's head. However, at this time, Xuanwu No. 1's attack arrived, and the full 20,000 volts of voltage began to wreak havoc. However, for the strange fish with bones all over its body, this level of voltage killing does not seem to be very effective. Before Xuanwu No. 1 was ready to use a stronger current, Xiang Qian stopped it. If the fish was electrocuted into charcoal, how could it develop cell tissue in advance? Following Xiang Qian's order, Xuanwu No. 1 gave up using electricity and stretched out its limbs to prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Although the strange fish is covered with bones, it is still a bit difficult to break the bone armor of Xuanwu No. 1. Gulp gulp. The powerful force brought by the collision between the two sides directly squeezed out countless bubbles from the surrounding seawater. Xuanwu No. 1 used its claws to block the bone spurs on the head of the strange fish, and the other bone spurs hit the thick bone armor, causing no damage to it. At this time, a bone spur suddenly shot out from the chest of the strange fish, directly hitting the scales on the lower part of Xuanwu No. 1's forehead, instantly breaking the scales and inserting into the muscle. Seeing this, Xiang Qian was also stunned. It didn't expect that the strange fish had this trick, and the bone spurs on the body could be fired. This is too fake. However, such an aerial attack was only a superficial injury to Xuanwu No. 1. At this time, it had already grabbed the skeleton of the strange fish with another claw. The 35-meter-long body of the strange fish struggled desperately, but compared to Xuanwu No. 1, it was too small. After firmly grasping the strange fish, Xuanwu No. 1's power generation organ started again, but this time it was not used to propel it forward, but to fire the electromagnetic cannon. The spiral bone spurs mixed with metal, accelerated by the electromagnetic force, directly penetrated the body of the strange fish, and the strange fish bone spurs were scattered. The entire chest cavity was partially empty, and a hole that penetrated the strange fish appeared in countless skeletons. The fish struggled even more violently, but it seemed so powerless under the power of Xuanwu No. 1. Slowly moving the head of the fish downward, when facing the electromagnetic cannon launch port, another spiral bone spur instantly hit the main skeleton of the fish, connecting the head. The next second, the head and body of the fish separated, and blue liquid flowed out of the bones. These fish were dead, and could not die again. Xuanwu No. 1 quickly returned with the body of the fish. Xiang Qian was still very satisfied with the performance of Xuanwu No. 1 today. The strength of this fish is unquestionable. Even a level 2 mid-level evolutionary beast can't get any good in the hands of this fish, but in front of Xuanwu No. 1, it is simply vulnerable. Chapter 70. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Today was also the day of the global volcanic eruption. Shinkong, after breakfast, let everyone gather in the No. 2 conference hall, including Zhang Yixue and the other three. Xiang Qian got up in the morning, looked at the date, and said to Shinkong, "Although today is the day of the global volcanic eruption in Xiang Qian's memory, the specific situation is still hard to say. However, Xiang Qian has been prepared to face drastic geological changes. The thickness of the spore plant has reached 320 meters, completely wrapping the base in it. Xiang Qian protects the safety of the base like an oversized cushion. At the same time, more than 10 days ago, he also conveyed the news of the global volcanic eruption to the country through Zhang Yixue. Although all countries knew that this situation would happen, no one knew the specific time, and they could only judge it based on geological sensors. Xiang Qian remembered that this global volcanic eruption did not cause much damage to the survival base of mankind, so he was not too worried. Xiang Qian was not idle in the past 10 days. The bone spur fish brought back by Xuanwu 1 last time had been analyzed by M3A, and its special genes were advanced, making the improved Xuanwu 2 more powerful, the most obvious of which was the strength of the bone armor. Mining plants have already covered all the large and small mineral veins around the base, and the manganese nodules on the seabed have long been swept away. After obtaining these ores, Xiang Qian successively manufactured dozens of atmospheric aircraft using biosynthetic metal materials. These aircraft look like huge flying evolutionary beasts, similar in length to the Quetzalcoatlus, but larger than the An-225. All these aircraft use the technology of the late stage of the second-level civilization. As long as countries do not use land-based laser weapons and space-based weapons, they will definitely not be able to do anything with them. After everything was deployed, Xiang Qian could only wait for the global volcanic eruption to come, which no one could stop. After breakfast, he took his parents to the No. 2 conference hall. At this time, everyone was already there, including Zhang Yixue and others. The No. 2 conference hall was circular in shape. There was a 3D projection device with a diameter of 15 meters in the center of the hall. No matter where you sit in the hall, you can see the picture displayed on the 3D projection. The reason why everyone was called here today is because the geological sensor has discovered frequent and violent geological movements, which means that the time for a global volcanic eruption is coming. So I want everyone to see with their own eyes a scene that can be recorded in human history, although it is a disaster. But we will face more disasters in the future. A global volcanic eruption is just a small test. In fact, it can't cause any harm to our base at all. I just want everyone to remember this scene. When we are old, when we find a new home and have a happier life, we can tell the younger generations how we survived the disasters. Well, what you will see next is the live broadcast of the global situation by the satellite of our base. Those with standard red marks are volcanoes around the world, of which there are more than 600 volcanoes in our country. If you don't want to see the overall global situation, there is a small three-dimensional projection screen on the table in front of you, and you can choose the place you want to observe. The maximum magnification is 10 meters, and you can adjust it freely. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and listened to Shinkong's report on the situation around the base. Therefore, all entrances and exits were closed, and the ore, water, and oil pipelines were temporarily cut off. All biological weapons were parked 200 meters underwater, 3,700 meters from the seabed, and there were no submarine volcanoes around. The mining plants fully retracted into the ore veins, and the branches retracted to wrap the main body. It can be said that at this time, all preparations for global volcanic eruptions have been made, just waiting for the disaster to come. However, Zhang Yixue was surprised when she looked at the global three-dimensional projection at this time. She knew that all countries in the world, except for the dozen countries that deployed space-based weapons, did not allow anyone to send satellites to the sky. Even if a country has space-based weapons, if it wants to launch a satellite, it must contact other countries, and can only launch it after confirming that it is not a space-based weapon. However, Xiang Qian launched the satellite without anyone noticing, and other countries still don't know about it. This is too shocking. Everyone has the same level of technology, and the competition is just the evolution level of the black technology controller and equipment manufacturer. No country is bad in this regard. The top evolvers can get the help of the entire country's resources. It is impossible to widen this gap. But this three-dimensional projection in front of him has already slapped the faces of more than a dozen countries. Could it be that the power of more than a dozen countries is not as strong as the base owned by Xiang Qian alone? This is simply a joke. Xiang Qian didn't know what Zhang Yixue was thinking now. If he knew, he would have laughed to death. The satellites can be launched, all thanks to the difference in technology level. All the satellites in the sky were launched by various countries when they were in the first-level civilization. And the satellites he launched all used the technology in the middle and late stages of the second-level civilization. The calculation gap here is huge. If it is calculated according to normal development, the gap here is more than 1,000 years. As long as the satellite above does not detect the ground changes at the moment of launch, there is no hope of finding it in space. Son, can you find a planet suitable for human habitation after leaving the Earth? At this time, Xiang Qian's father suddenly turned his head and said to Xiang Qian, "Dad, of course you can. The universe is so big, there are many planets similar to the Earth." Xiang Qian said easily that the real situation must not be told. If he directly said that the entire galaxy was not safe, his father would be depressed. Alas! I hope so. I guess I won't live to see that time. How is it possible? The development of science and technology will not only improve productivity, but also medical technology will develop accordingly. Lifespan is no longer a factor that limits human interstellar travel. With the current level of technology, I dare not say how much more it will be. It will not be a problem for you, my father, to live a few more decades. When the level of civilization is improved in the future, it won't be a problem for people to live for thousands of years. Really? That kind of technology has been developed? Yes, it has been developed, but it is still in the confidential stage and has not been made public. Xiang Qian was chatting with his father, and the rest of the people were using the projection screen on the desktop to check their hometowns, or places they wanted to go, but had never been to before. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was 9:53 in the morning, and suddenly the three-dimensional projection in the center of the conference hall flickered. A crater covered with heavy snow suddenly spewed out lava hundreds of meters high. When the lava fell into the mountains, the snow layer more than 10 meters thick melted quickly. At the same time, the lava turned gray and black. Under the low temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero, and the cooling of the snow, it turned into magma. This sudden eruption of the volcano was like a signal, like a horn for a charge in battle. Hundreds of erupting volcanoes appeared instantly on the three-dimensional projection, and the red dots could be seen even in the sky. At the same time, volcanoes around the world that had not yet erupted also began to erupt, and huge thick fog mixed with black objects spewed out from major volcanoes around the world. At this time, everyone in the conference hall looked at the three-dimensional projection in the middle, and the conference hall that was noisy just now became extremely quiet in an instant. Chapter 71. Mount Stromboli, Mount St. Helens, Mount Rainier, Mount Etna, Mount Mayon, Mount Cotopaxi, Mount Viorica, and other famous volcanoes around the world all began to erupt. The most spectacular one is the Yellowstone volcano in Country A. It is difficult for people to imagine what it would be like to erupt a volcanic lava with a power equivalent to 1 million GD atomic bombs. What is now presented to Xiang Qian and his team is this devastating scene. Hundreds of thousands of tons of magma debris flow per second are ejected from the crater at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, and the highest height can reach 30,000 meters. After these lava debris flows cooled in the air, they fell downward at a very fast speed under the influence of the Earth's gravity. Taking the Yellowstone volcano as the origin, the surrounding area of 10,000 square kilometers was directly swept by the debris flow. With the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano, the global volcanic eruption also reached a climax. The Pacific Ring of Fire and the Mediterranean Himalayan seismic belt, these two seismic belts containing 99% of the active volcanoes on the Earth, began to erupt comprehensively. It can be clearly seen on the three-dimensional projection that the entire Earth seems to be drawn with several lines. Dark red spots run along the American continent, bypass the Asian continent border and merge with another line through Europe, extending to Africa. The endless lava inside the Earth outlines this magnificent scene on the surface of the Earth. However, this scene brings disaster to mankind. In less than 3 days, the entire Earth will be covered by a sulfur layer. The blue sky and white clouds will say goodbye to mankind, and what will replace them is a gray sky, toxic air, polluted water sources, and dust that floats in the air for a long time. At this time, Xiang Qian and his team suddenly felt a violent tremor, and the entire base began to shake. This feeling lasted for nearly 5 minutes before slowly disappearing, but there was still a tremor every few dozen seconds. Xiang Qian knew that this was a sign that the global continental plates had begun to move, and he was not surprised at all, because Shinkong had just reported that the entire base had moved 873 meters underground. You have to know that the location of Xiang Qian's base is 6.8 kilometers underground. If the geology here can move significantly, then the changes on the ground must be even more drastic. Click on the small 3D projection screen on the desktop and adjust the position to Q country, which is located at the junction of the Eurasian plate and the Pacific plate. Xiang Qian saw that Q country was already torn apart at this time, and even their capital city had become the name of a movie, XX Sinks. In the impact of the violent geological movement of the two plates, the entire Q country was like broken glass. The magma erupted by the volcano, the lava gushing out of the broken plates, and the tsunami caused by the earthquake turned the entire Q country into a hell. If Q country is still on the territory of their own country, even if the human civilization level reaches level 2, they are estimated to be close to extinction. Even Xiang Qian is not sure that he can survive such a long geological movement. If the entire base falls into the plate fault zone, it can basically be said to be goodbye. Boss, the coordinate signal left by Xuanwu number 1 has disappeared. Shinkong suddenly switched the screen to the scene of an underwater volcanic eruption. Is the signal transmitter left by Xuanwu number 1 here? Xiang Qian looked at the boiling seawater and the gradually closing trench, and said after a moment of stunned, "Yes, boss." Well, Xiang Qian didn't want to say anything. The lava gushing out of the trench boiled the seawater in the entire trench. The signal transmitter happened to be placed in the trench. If it could continue to transmit signals, it would be a miracle. However, this situation surprised Xiang Qian even more. The entire trench was about to close, so where did the artificial gravity device go? It was impossible that the artificial gravity device was destroyed because of his rebirth. This was too exaggerated. Just as he was thinking, Xiang Qian suddenly saw a huge rock rising slowly in the trench. The rock is 1,207 meters long, 861 meters wide, and 69 meters high. Under normal circumstances, even if the seawater is boiling, it is impossible to lift such a huge rock. But the rock in front of him violated the basic rules of physics. After leaving the trench and leaving the boiling area of the seawater, it was still rising slowly, as if it would not stop until it left the water. Damn. So it's here. Why didn't I find it? Xiang Qian was stunned for a long time, and suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Son, what happened?" Seeing Xiang Qian suddenly shouting, everyone around looked at him, and Xiang Qian's father also asked curiously, "It's okay, I was just looking for an underwater volcano, and I found it after searching for a long time." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he turned off the small 3D projection, put on a pair of glasses, and leaned back on the chair, observing the huge rock that was rising through his eyes. The reason why this rock can rise slowly in violation of the laws of physics is that there is an artificial gravity device inside this rock. Don't talk about how the artificial gravity device can play the role of anti-gravity. It's just a different way of using it. It can generate gravity and anti-gravity. This is the technological power of the third-level civilization. No wonder he couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked. It turned out that this artificial gravity device had been hidden in the magma layer. This time, the seabed plate broke and the magma gushed out, and it appeared with it. After figuring out all this, Xiang Qian was no longer surprised. However, the most urgent task is how to get it. Now volcanoes are still erupting around the world, and the movement of the Earth's plates has not stopped. We can't leave the base at this time. If we run out now, if the plate movement suddenly intensifies, we will be crushed into meat patties no matter what we go out with, and there will be no hope of escape. But such a big rock is suspended in the air. Unless the eyes of all countries are blind, how can they not see it? But at this time, Xiang Qian had another question in his mind, that is, why didn't he hear about this artificial gravity device being snatched by many countries in his previous life? When humans left the Earth for the first time, the artificial gravity device was on the flagship of Country A, the Zeus-class space mothership. However, at that time, All countries in the world did not know that Country A had an artificial gravity device. They only knew that their prehistoric relics were left by the Atlantis civilization, the core energy system of the interstellar fortress. This is just like no one knew that China had M3A. It was not until Lung Ning successfully controlled M3A that others knew that China had another prehistoric civilization device. When humans were defeated by the Lilan tribe, fled back to Earth, and integrated the resources of all mankind to build the Hope mothership, Country A revealed its artificial gravity device. That was the time when the world was truly unified. It was only then that Xiang Qian realized that Country A had obtained the artificial gravity device from the Pacific Ocean. But now, with such a large suspended rock, could it be that only Country A had discovered it? Other countries were really blind. After an hour, the giant rock finally surfaced, stopped 100 meters above the sea, and floated there. At this time, Xiang Qian finally understood why other countries did not know about this artificial gravity device. It was because there was volcanic ash all around the giant rock. The thick volcanic ash blocked it, and the satellite could not observe it at all. By the time other countries knew about it, Country A had already taken away the artificial gravity device, and the boulder fell into the sea, so of course no one knew about it. When Xiang Qian thought about this, he couldn't sit still. For the artificial gravity device, maybe he really had to compete with Country A, so the preparations before were not enough. But not long after, Xiang Qian smiled, as if he had thought of something, and left the conference hall with a grin. Chapter 72. After arriving at the laboratory, Xiang Qian opened the M3A and began to search for the item in his memory. Xiang Qian did not refuse to confront Country A head-on, but the consequences would be serious. Before the Lilan tribe appeared, Xiang Qian did not want to expose himself, otherwise many of his plans would be easily discovered. So even if he wanted to rob the artificial gravity system, he could not let the people of Country A know that he did it, which required some skills. Soon, Xiang Qian stopped and looked at the biological weapon that looked like a small octopus on the three-dimensional projection in front of him with a smirk. This thing is called a parasite. It has no attack power, but it can invade the brain of an evolutionary beast and control it. Of course, this control is limited. It can only control evolutionary beasts below level 4. However, in this case, it is the best choice. Use parasites to control the evolutionary beasts in the ocean, and then control the evolutionary beasts to attack the people of Country A. Even if the people of Country A know that these evolutionary beasts are controlled by people, they definitely don't know who did it. Starry Sky, leave Xuanwu number 1 to number 5, and the remaining Xuanwu level biological weapons will rush there immediately. If anyone approaches the floating boulder, there is no need to report, just destroy it directly. At the same time, 5 drillers were sent to dig tunnels to the ground from 5 directions. After Xiang Qian controlled M3A to start cultivating parasitic beasts, he immediately said to the Starry Sky. He didn't know when the people sent by Country A would return there, so he left 5 basalt-level biological weapons to help parasitic beasts occupy of all beasts, and all the other 10 or so basalt-level biological weapons were sent there. Okay, boss. 5 minutes later, the first parasitic beast cultivated by M3A was placed in the cultivation tank by Xiang Qian. In about 10 hours, the parasite will be fully grown and can be parasitized. For the next half day, Xiang Qian didn't go anywhere and didn't eat lunch. He kept using M3A to cultivate parasites. He didn't stop until he cultivated 68 parasites. The next step was to wait for these parasites to grow up. Xingkong scanned the body data of Zhang Lei, Yang Guang, Li Cheng and Zhang Yixue. After Xiang Qian finished dealing with the parasites, he closed his mouth, leaned back in his chair and rested for a while, and suddenly said to Xingkong, "Okay, boss." Xingkong answered straightforwardly. Collecting their body data is to make biomass inner armor that fits their body shape. With this inner armor, the overload of the exoskeleton power armor can be offset, and the power of the exoskeleton power armor can be fully exerted. After Xingkong scanned the body data of several people, Xiang Qian began to use M3A to make inner armor. This inner armor is the best anti-gravity suit he knows. Although the defense is not very strong, in terms of resisting overload, even the 8-star black technology equipment of the late 3rd level civilization cannot compare with this inner armor. Gurgle. After making the inner armor, Xiang Qian's stomach growled, and he felt hungry only then. Xingkong, tell the chef to make me a fried rice. I go to the canteen to eat right away. Xiang Qian put down the inner armor in his hand, and said to Xingkong, "Okay, boss, do you want egg fried rice, Yangzhou fried rice, green pepper beef fried rice?" "Stop, just egg fried rice. Tell them to start making it right away. Xiang Qian interrupted Shinkong's behavior of announcing the dishes, and said speechlessly. After eating in the canteen, Xiang Qian ran to the manufacturing workshop and made a deep-sea submarine. Even if they go there, they can't go there on a Fengshen pterosaur, because that would be too conspicuous. How can they fly there openly to do such a thing? That would expose them. Xiang Qian's idea is to quietly go there in a deep-sea submarine under the protection of Xuanwu No. 1 to No. 5. As the poem says, I left quietly, just as I came quietly, waving my sleeves and taking away the artificial gravity device. But you don't know who I am yet. With the deep-sea submarine, all preparations are done. Now we just have to wait for all the parasitic beasts to grow up, and then lead people to kill them. At this time, a dozen basalt-level biological weapons have arrived at that sea area and are on standby 2,000 meters underwater, waiting for people from Country A to come. However, 7 hours and 35 minutes have passed since the boulder was suspended in the air, but there seems to be no movement from Country A. Whether it is satellite scanning or the monitoring of basalt-level biological weapons, no movement was found, which made Xiang Qian very strange and happy at the same time. It would be better if Country A didn't find out. Then he could just take the things away. However, this possibility is very small. There are still more than 6 hours before the parasitic beast matures, and more than 4 hours before the plate movement stops. It is harder than winning the lottery to expect Country A not to find this giant rock suspended in the air less than 800 kilometers away from the Hawaiian Islands in such a long time. Sure enough, at 4:47 p.m., Country A sent a fighter jet there. After Xiang Qian learned the news, he immediately asked Shinkong to send a basalt-level biological weapon to float to 50 meters above the water and wait for orders. He also kept a close eye on the plane. If the plane had the slightest chance of taking away the artificial gravity device, he would have taken action immediately and shot down the plane with the electromagnetic gun. Fortunately, the plane only took a piece of rock from above, put down a super high-intensity jammer, and flew back to Country A. Seeing this, Xiang Qian smiled. It turned out that Country A had initially regarded this giant rock suspended in the air as a low-temperature superconducting ore, and sent a plane to obtain samples for analysis. Now, when Country A realized that this rock was just ordinary limestone, he would have almost arrived there. Moreover, Country A is afraid that large-scale actions will alarm the world, so the number of people sent will definitely not be too large, so there will be basically no problem in getting this artificial gravity device. After dinner in the evening, Xiang Qian called Zhang Lei, Zhang Yixue, and Tan to the main control hall. There is an alien civilization item inside this rock suspended in the air. The name of this item is an artificial gravity device. Miss Zhang, I promised Minister Hong that I would provide you with a set of artificial gravity devices. So when we take action tonight, the three of you will also go with us. Don't think that I am the only one who discovered this situation. 2 hours ago, Country had just sent a plane to take away the sample of this rock. When they realized that this rock is not a low-temperature superconducting ore, they will definitely find something strange and send people over. So after we get there, we may have to fight with the people of Country A. Everyone should be prepared in advance. Do you have any questions now? Xiang Qian said to several people. No. Zhang Lei and the other two answered. Mr. Xiang, I want to ask, how do you know that there is an artificial gravity device in the middle of this rock, not an anti-gravity device? Zhang Yixue said to Xiang Qian after watching the three-dimensional projection. I can't answer you about this question, but it doesn't seem surprising that a civilization that can create an artificial gravity device has an anti-gravity function on the device. Anyway, I grabbed this artificial gravity device tonight and give it to you. Even if our deal is done, you can go back and report. Then we can go our separate ways. To show that I didn't tamper with the artificial gravity device, when I go to get it, Miss Zhang can send someone to go with me, and the item can be kept by you. Don't give it to you, and you have something missing, then I can't explain it clearly. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Yixue. Judge a gentleman by your own standards. Zhang Yixue snorted coldly. If there are no other questions, then everyone should go back and put on the special inner armor for you, and then gather at exit 3. Xiang Qian didn't care about Zhang Yixue's tone. After tonight, everyone wouldn't see each other, so he didn't bother to pay attention to her. Chapter 73. Zhang Yixue returned to the room and saw the silver-white metal box at the door. Instructions for use of biological inner armor. Step 1. Take off all clothes and wear the inner armor close to your skin. Step 2. After wearing the inner armor, start the compression system, exhaust the air, and let the inner armor stick to the skin. Step 3. Wear the inner armor to connect the exoskeleton power armor pendant. Please wear it in the order displayed. Step 4. Put on the helmet, start the neural connection system, and complete the following actions. Zhang Yixue was about to open the box, but a 3D projection suddenly appeared on the box, and the sound of the starry sky followed. The 3D projection played the instructions for the use of the inner armor, and the steps of wearing the inner armor were all clearly displayed. After the playback, the box was opened, and a set of black tights made of unknown material appeared inside. Zhang Yixue picked up the inner armor and tore it gently. The entire inner armor was directly torn from the neck to the ankle, leaving only the feet still connected. It's like two pieces of paper stuck together and torn apart, except that there is no zipper at the tear. Zhang Yixue was also stunned by this situation, but she was relieved when she remembered that it was a black technology item. She took off her clothes and put her feet in, then as the 3D projection demonstrated just now, she put the tear together with both hands, and pressed lightly with her fingers, and the whole crack disappeared. The calf parts that were separated just now have now been perfectly merged together, and it is impossible to tell that they were once two parts. After Zhang Yixue put on the inner armor, she pressed the tightening button on her left arm, and the entire inner armor instantly stuck to her body and began to wriggle. Although she knew that this was the pace of wearing the inner armor, Zhang Yixue still couldn't accept the feeling of being squeezed all over her body, especially the sensitive parts. The contraction of the inner armor made her even more uncomfortable. After 10 seconds, the inner armor stopped tightening. Just like after measuring blood pressure and venting, the entire inner armor became relaxed again. But at this time, Zhang Yixue's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and even her ears were a little red. Hoo-hoo. After taking 2 deep breaths, Zhang Yixue calmed down and drove the feeling out of her mind. Although the feeling just now was very uncomfortable, this inner armor is really good, and it does not affect her movements at all. Then Zhang Yixue put on the pendant in the box according to the wearing instructions, put on the helmet, and turned on the neuron connection system. I suddenly felt dizzy, but this dizziness came and went quickly, and the prompt that the neuron connection was completed sounded in my ears immediately. Zhang Yixue began to move her body according to the instructions in front of her. She didn't feel anything at first, but she realized how powerful this inner armor was. Because when she touched the ground with her hands, she could feel the coldness of the metal ground. This feeling was not like touching the ground through the inner armor, but like the feeling that can only be felt by touching the ground with your hands. After completing the movements, Zhang Yixue was sure that except for the face protected by the helmet and unable to touch, the rest of her body felt the same as if she was not wearing any clothes. Originally, in Zhang Yixue's mind, wearing this inner armor was just like wearing a swimsuit, and there was no psychological burden. But now the inner armor can completely simulate the sense of touch, and the thickness of the inner armor is only about 1 centimeter, which is almost the same as not wearing any clothes. Thinking of this, Zhang Yixue didn't want to wear this inner armor anymore, and hurriedly said to Xinkong, "Xinkong, this inner armor doesn't fit me. Let Xiang Qian prepare another set of combat clothes for me immediately, or I will wear my own clothes." "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. This set of inner armor is a special equipment specified by the boss, and cannot be replaced. This set of inner armor is made by the boss according to your body structure after scanning it, so it does not fit. At the same time, the system of the inner armor shows that the inner armor, and you are 100% integrated and fit very well." Xinkong answered in a formulaic way. "Even if it fits very well, I am uncomfortable wearing it." Wait, you said Xiang Qian scanned my body data and made this set of inner armor according to my body shape. Zhang Yixue said the last words, and there was a sound of teeth grinding. "Yes, Miss Zhang. This set of inner armor is completely customized according to your body data, and it can fit closely with your body. It can reduce the mobility overload of the exoskeleton power armor and protect." "Stop. Did Xiang Qian monitor me? How did he scan my body data?" "Hoo-hoo." Zhang Yixue panted, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, you don't have enough authority to answer. Xiang Qian, you pervert, I must kill you." Zhang Yixue screamed madly in her heart. She wanted to kill Xiang Qian right now. But she knew that in this base, as long as she took action, she would probably die before she even touched Xiang Qian. So she suppressed her anger, and walked out of the room to the gathering place. At this time, Xiang Qian was giving orders to Xinkong, asking it to release the Quetzalcoatlus, letting dozens of Quetzalcoatlus dive first, swim to the Australian force, and then fly out of the water to the floating rocks. He didn't know that because of the restrictions he put on Xinkong, Zhang Yixue had a very big misunderstanding about him. Since he basically didn't check the chat records between Zhang Yixue and Xinkong, he couldn't know that he was badly tricked by Xinkong, and was regarded as a sex maniac. After a while, all the personnel arrived, and Xiang Qian led a few people into the deep-sea submarine. This deep-sea submarine didn't look like a submarine at all. The whole shape was similar to a batfish, which looked very strange. Entering the cabin, Xiang Qian said to the few people, "I will let Shinkong explain to you the various functions of the exoskeleton power armor. After we enter the deep sea, everyone will wear the exoskeleton power armor. The maximum speed of this deep-sea submarine is 320 knots, and it only takes 2 hours and 40 minutes to reach the destination. Once there, everyone will be ready for battle. Okay, everyone fasten your seat belts." Shinkong opened the hatch, started the acceleration track, and set off. The deep-sea submarine was placed into the open door by the mechanical arm, and behind the door was a long circular passage. There was a railroad track under the passage, and above it was a large platform, and the deep-sea submarine was placed on the platform. After dozens of fasteners fixed the deep-sea submarine, the rail-powered platform floated up under the action of magnetic force, and then rushed out quickly. Everyone in the deep-sea submarine was pressed on the seat. The acceleration just now reached an astonishing overload of 23 g. But under the protection of the inner armor, everyone was just a little stuffy, and there was no other discomfort. After dozens of seconds, everyone felt a shock in their bodies, and the scenery in front of them turned into seawater. "Starry Sky, let Xuanwu number 1 to number 3 protect us as we move forward. Number 4 and number 5 continue to capture the second-level evolution beast and let the parasitic beast control it." Xiang Qian looked at the map on the screen and said to the Starry Sky, "Okay, boss." Soon, Xuanwu number 1 to number 3 arrived around the deep-sea submarine. Except for Xiang Qian, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw the Xuanwu-class biological weapons. "Okay, stop looking. Get familiar with the functions of the exoskeleton power armor immediately. You only have half an hour." For the next 20 minutes, the cabin was very quiet. Xiang Qian kept staring at the parasitic beast, while they were getting familiar with the functions of the exoskeleton power armor. "Boss, Country A has sent 15 aircrafts, and is heading to the Hawaiian Islands." Suddenly, Shinkong switched the screen to a scene of 15 shuttles flying, and said at the same time, "Where is the Kitsinosaur now?" Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, "In the sea 420 kilometers away from the main body of Australia. Order Kitsinosaur number 1 to take off and rush to the floating boulder as quickly as possible and hover over it. Any aircraft that approaches the floating boulder within 30 kilometers will be shot down." "Okay, boss." Kitsinosaur number 1 is expected to arrive at the destination in 18 minutes. Chapter 74. Falcon calling Eagle's Nest. There is an evolved beast 600 meters above the destination 800 kilometers ahead. The danger level is unknown. Over. After Khan finished speaking, he looked at the Quetzalcoatlus displayed on the digital radar and shook his head. "Is this the Cretaceous period? How come even this prehistoric creature has appeared? Damn the end of the world." Eagle's Nest received. The weapon system is unlocked and can attack at any time. It would be best if you can bring back some of its meat. I have never eaten dragon meat in my life. Over. Falcon understands, but this damn thing is not a dragon. I think only God knows what it is evolved from. Over. The shuttle, cruising at 4 times the speed of sound, reached the sky above the Hawaiian Islands in less than 5 minutes. 13 of the 15 shuttles landed in the Hawaiian Islands, and the other 3 circled around the Hawaiian Islands. Except for the shuttle driven by Khan, which had a secret mission, the other shuttles were really here for rescue. Falcon calls Eagle's Nest. There are 4 minutes and 37 seconds left to reach the destination. The weapon system is locked on to the dam of all beast. It will enter the shielded area in 3 minutes. Over. Khan controlled the laser cannon to aim at the Quetzalcoatl, slowed the shuttle down to 2 times the speed of sound, and lowered the altitude from 50,000 meters to 3,000 meters. Eagle's Nest received. Wish you good luck. Over. After 3 minutes, the shuttle Khan was driving completely lost contact with the outside world. The satellite navigation failed, and a harsh noise came from the headset. Khan had no reaction to all this, as he had been told before coming. His mission was to rush into this area, clear the surrounding threatening of all beasts, and then wait for other personnel to enter here after searching for reasons for the crashed shuttle. In order to deceive the whole world, they placed a superpower jammer on the floating boulder, but even their own satellites could not see the situation in that area. Optical satellites were fine, but the thick smoke around the floating rock made them useless, so they could only send shuttles here. Damn evolution beast, go to hell. 60 kilometers away from the Quetzalcoatl, Khan pressed the button of the laser cannon, and a red light flashed from under the shuttle. But this laser beam suddenly scattered 200 meters away from the Quetzalcoatl, and did not cause any damage to it at all. Seeing this, Khan was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. How could the laser beam suddenly disperse? This was unscientific. There was no thick fog or volcanic ash where the laser beam passed, and there was no interference problem. How could it suddenly disperse? However, Khan was an elite of the A country's air force after all, and he reacted immediately and switched the weapon system. Replace the laser weapon with an electromagnetic weapon, and then continue the attack. This time, Khan used an electromagnetic cannon, with a tungsten alloy projectile with a diameter of 2.3 centimeters, which was accelerated by super strong magnetic force and shot directly at the Quetzalcoatl. As a result, when the projectile was 100 meters away from the Quetzalcoatl, it seemed to hit an invisible wall. The projectile changed its angle instantly, brushed the top of the Quetzalcoatl's head, and disappeared instantly. This time, Khan was really stupid. The laser weapon was ineffective, and the electromagnetic weapon was ineffective. Then the only thing left on the shuttle was the missile, which had not been used. If the missile still had no effect, Khan didn't know what to do next. The shuttle will soon reach 30 kilometers away from the Quetzalcoatl. Missiles cannot be launched at ultra-long distances like laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons. Even the current black technology missiles can reach 15 times the speed of sound. However, launching from dozens of kilometers away is still not safe and can be easily shot down. But Khan forgot that his opponent is an evolutionary beast, not a fighter jet, and it is impossible to intercept the missile. In order to get closer to the Quetzalcoatl and increase the hit rate of the missile, Khan drove the shuttle into the 30-kilometer warning circle of the Quetzalcoatl. When the shuttle entered the warning circle, the Quetzalcoatl's pterosaur that had been hovering above the floating boulder instantly turned around and rushed towards the shuttle. "Damn it, I blow you to death, go to hell." The moment Khan saw the Quetzalcoatl's pterosaur rushing towards him, he immediately pressed the missile launch button. The 6 missiles in the shuttle's missile bay were fired one after another, as if they were free. Facing the 6 missiles, the Quetzalcoatl's pterosaur had no intention of paying any attention and plunged into the missile crowd. Boom boom boom. The huge fireworks exploded in the air, and the surrounding thick fog was blown far away by the shock wave. Even Khan, who was sitting in the shuttle, could hear the sound of the missile exploding. How does high-energy explosives feel? Now it's a dead dragon. Khan muttered happily when he saw the missile explode. Due to the jammer, except for the optical scanning system, other radars did not work at all. If those radars could still work at this time, Khan would not be so happy, because the signal of the Quetzalcoatl did not disappear at all. When the missiles were 200 meters away from the Quetzalcoatl, the 6 missiles exploded one after another, as if they had hit a wall. The shock wave of the missile explosion did push the Quetzalcoatl out, but the shrapnel of the missiles was all blocked by the invisible wall around the Quetzalcoatl. Not even a hair of it was hurt. As a result, when Khan saw the Quetzalcoatl rushing out of the thick smoke, it was too late to run. At this time, the distance between them was only 15 kilometers, which was a very close distance for the technological weapons of the second-level civilization. Before Khan could continue to attack, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of the Quetzalcoatl, and soon the flash turned into a ball of lightning emitting purple light. The ball of lightning with a voltage of up to 8 million volts hit the shuttle directly at a speed of dozens of times the speed of sound. The next second, the electromagnetic anti-gravity system in the shuttle failed, and the entire shuttle began to fall towards the sea. You must know that the shuttle does not have wings as long as an airplane. Its takeoff and landing are completely completed by the electromagnetic anti-gravity system. The aerodynamic structure cannot be compared with that of an airplane, because the plane can still adjust its attitude when the engine is stopped, but the shuttle cannot. Khan was fine. The shuttle's independent protection cabin saved his life. But the shuttle's electromagnetic anti-gravity system failed, and he had no choice but to fall into the sea with the shuttle. Parachuting is definitely not an option. The evil dragon outside that can discharge electricity will not let him go. So now he can only pray that the shuttle will not be torn into pieces by the evolved beasts in the sea after falling into the sea. But before the shuttle fell into the sea, it was caught by the Quetzalcoatl. With a body that was even bigger than the An-225, it was no problem for the Quetzalcoatl to hold a small shuttle. However, it was not holding the shuttle to save people, but to tear it apart. Boom! 10 seconds later, the scattered fragments were scattered with the explosion of the shuttle, including half of the body wearing a gravity suit. Chapter 75. After watching the performance of the Quetzalcoatl, Xiang Qian expressed sympathy for the shuttle pilot. Using laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and missiles against the Quetzalcoatl with an electromagnetic force field is completely useless. Laser weapons are directly dispersed by the huge repulsive force of the electromagnetic force field, and the same is true for missile shrapnel. Only electromagnetic weapons are still a little threatening to the Quetzalcoatl, but only a little. As long as the kinetic energy of the electromagnetic weapon projectile is not as strong as the repulsive force generated by the electromagnetic force field, it will be bounced away and will not hit the Quetzalcoatl at all. However, Xiang Qian would not think that Country A is so easy to bully. This time, a shuttle was destroyed by the Quetzalcoatl. Who knows what Lamy will send out in the next wave of attacks? Boss, all parasitic beasts have been parasitized. Okay, let them come here immediately. By the way, how long will it take us to reach our destination? At the current speed, it will take another 1 hour and 37 minutes. Well, monitor the mainland of Country A and report immediately if they make any moves. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian really didn't want to go against the United States. What if they dropped a nuclear warhead? Although there are treaty restrictions now, Xiang Qian didn't dare to guarantee that the United States, if provoked, would use nuclear weapons and space-based weapons. As a result, less than half an hour later, bad news came from the starry sky, that is, Country A dispatched a sky carrier. Yes, it was the kind of sky carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. in superhero movies. However, the sky carrier in reality is much stronger than the flying target in the movie. With the support of electromagnetic anti-gravity system, controllable nuclear fusion reactor, and other secondary civilization black technologies, this sky carrier is basically a hedgehog. The 532-meter long, 117-meter wide, and 32-meter high sky carrier is equipped with 80 32mm metal storm launchers, 15 255mm electromagnetic railguns, 2 380mm electromagnetic railguns, 5 megawatt laser cannons, and countless missiles and near-air defense weapons. It carries 80 aerospace planes, with a combat radius of 8,500 kilometers. This is the data of the sky carrier scanned by the starry sky, a complete war machine, the pinnacle of war weapons in the atmosphere. Xiang Qian was speechless when he saw this data. This was a hornet's nest. He was not afraid of this sky carrier. After all, no matter how powerful it was, it had no protective shield. If he really wanted to shoot it down, there were 10,000 ways. But Xiang Qian was afraid that after destroying this sky carrier, Lamy would be angry and throw a billion-ton equivalent nuclear bomb directly at him, and then he would be finished. Sacrificing a shuttle and a pilot was not a big deal, but if the sky carrier was shot down, Lamy would definitely go crazy. Now Xiang Qian had a headache. He couldn't fight to the death, but he had to get the artificial gravity device without Country A knowing. This was extremely difficult. 15 minutes later, Zhang Lei and the other 5 people adapted to the various performances of the exoskeleton power armor and returned to the control room. Boss, is there something wrong? Zhang Lei looked at Xiang Qian's frowning face and walked to Xiang Qian and said, Well, it's not a big deal, the key is trouble. Xiang Qian rubbed his forehead and said, Boss, is it about this operation? Tell us about it. Maybe we can help. Okay, here's what happened. Just now. Xiang Qian looked at the others and suddenly realized that they were experts in war. I am a researcher, and planning these things is not my specialty at all. So Xiang Qian immediately told them what happened just now and his ideas, and asked them to think of a feasible solution. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Lung Ning was very surprised. She didn't expect Xiang Qian to be able to compete with Country A. Boss, can't we just let the Quetzalcoatl bring the artificial gravity device back? Why do we have to go there? After listening, Zhang Lei raised his own question. In his opinion, this is a waste of effort. It would be great if the Quetzalcoatl could bring the things out directly. The artificial gravity device has a control switch. Now the artificial gravity device is in anti-gravity state. If you want to take it away, you must turn off the anti-gravity state. Otherwise, it will always float in the sky and you can't pull it down. The switch above must be turned on by intelligent life. The Quetzalcoatl is a biological weapon and cannot be turned off, so we have to go there ourselves. Xiang Qian explained. It's so troublesome. Boss, since the sky carrier of Country A is nothing, we can just force it. Once we get the thing, we can run away, hiding in the seabed at 7,000 meters. Even nuclear weapons and space-based weapons can't threaten us. Why bother with so much trouble? Li Cheng is a warmonger. In his opinion, it would be better to shoot down Country A's sky carrier. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes and ignored him. If it were that simple, Why would you tell me? Can you guarantee that the Aeolus can contain Country A's sky carrier and prevent any aircraft on the sky carrier from breaking through the blockade and landing on the floating rocks? At this time, Zhang Yishua's cold voice came. No problem, I can still guarantee this. As long as Country A does not use nuclear weapons, it will never be able to break through the defense line formed by more than a dozen Aeolus. Space-based directed energy weapons cannot be used in this kind of weather, and space-based kinetic weapons cannot hit the flying Ketsinus pterosaurs, unless Country A is crazy enough to use it. Anyway, there is no problem in blocking Country A's sky carrier, Xiang Qian said with certainty. At what? Jiang Wu was very sensitive to the alternative information in Xiang Qian's voice. Nothing, Miss Zhang, I don't know what you can do. Xiang Qian immediately changed the subject. As long as the Ketsinus pterosaurs can block Country A's sky carrier, then this matter will be easy to handle. The sky carrier cannot get close to the suspended rock, and will definitely think that the Ketsinus is guarding something in the suspended rock. However, they don't know that the Ketsinus can go to the sea, so they will definitely choose to board the suspended rock from the sea. At this time, the sky carrier will cooperate with the underwater landing on the suspended rock and launch a fierce attack on the Ketsinus. At this time, we don't need to do anything, just wait for the A country to take the artificial gravity device out of the suspended rock. We can directly use the basalt to sink their submarine, and then get the artificial gravity device. There is no need to do it yourself. The A country people must know how powerful the evolutionary beasts in the sea are anyway. The submarine was sunk by the marine evolutionary beasts. A country would never think that it was controlled by humans, Lung Ning said. Xiang Qian felt that this method was good. It was easy to be exposed by boarding the floating rocks, but it was much easier to rob the submarine of a country. Being killed by the marine evolutionary beasts, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck, and you can't blame others at all. Okay, it's settled. Starry sky, all the wind god pterosaurs took off and hovered over the floating rocks. At the same time, drive our submarine to the interference range set by the A country people, let the black tortoise and the parasitic beasts all hide, and we will wait for them, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Zhang Yishua showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and I don't know what she was thinking. Chapter 76. Above the floating rocks, 16 Quetzalcoatlus played with each other in groups of 3 or 2. When they were tired, they lay on the floating rocks to rest. They looked like wild animals, and had nothing to do with biological weapons. But these 16 Quetzalcoatlus made General Wells worried. Even though he was commanding a sky carrier, he did not dare to launch an offensive easily. Had the results of the simulated battle come out? Wells stood in the command hall, looking at the Quetzalcoatlus on the screen, and asked with a frown. I'm sorry, General. Due to the lack of specific data on Draman, the simulation results cannot accurately predict the outcome of the battle. The results of the battle just simulated are all that Draman was shot down by the electromagnetic main gun of the sky carrier, and the other weapons cannot cause any damage to Draman. A young man next to Wells said. Other weapons don't work, so laser cannons don't work either. Wells asked in surprise. In his opinion, a megawatt laser cannon can kill Draman. There is no problem at all. How can it not work? General, after analyzing the last few videos of Adraman and the shuttle, scientists have confirmed that there is an invisible force field around Adraman. Especially the ball lightning that shot down the shuttle at the end, which made scientists more certain that the force field is related to electromagnetic force. But the specific theory is still being verified. If we can't break that force field, laser weapons will not have any effect on it. Wells' fingers tapped regularly on the command desk. After a while, his fingers suddenly stopped, and he said to the controller below, 380mm electromagnetic railgun ready, lock on target number 1, and fire in 10 seconds. Optical aiming system locks on target, trajectory calculation completed, voltage return buffer overload system compensation completed, electromagnetic main gun ready to fire, countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, fire. The barrel of one of the only two 380mm electromagnetic railguns on the sky carrier shook slightly, and the tungsten alloy projectile rushed towards the Aeolus 320 kilometers away. General Wells stared at the screen closely. With the electromagnetic projectile at 23 times the speed of sound, it would only take about 30 seconds to hit the target. But these 30 seconds were a bit long for Wells. At this time, Wells was not the only one who was anxious. Zhang Lei and others in the deep-sea submarine were also very nervous. Although Xiang Qian said that the Quetzalcoatl was not afraid of conventional weapons, they couldn't help but get nervous when they saw that the Quetzalcoatl was about to be hit. Boom! The electromagnetic projectile hit the Quetzalcoatl, and a supersonic shock wave spread in all directions. The Aeolus was blown away for nearly a kilometer. It stopped and floated in the air only after the kinetic energy carried by the electromagnetic projectile was offset. At this time, purple electric lights flickered in the air like spider webs in the area 200 meters around the Aeolus, and disappeared after a few seconds. Xiang Qian was not surprised at all by this situation. If the Aeolus could not even stop the electromagnetic railgun, then there would be no point in mixing. Compared with the calm Xiang Qian, Zhang Lei, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment the Aeolus was hit, they thought it was finished. Who would have thought that after the Quetzalcoatl was knocked out, not even a hair was hurt, and the scales of the hit part were not broken? Boss, the scales of the Quetzalcoatl are too strong. Even if you use its scales as armor, the electromagnetic cannon can't break it, Li Cheng said in surprise. The Quetzalcoatl can block this electromagnetic cannon shell, which has nothing to do with its scales. That is the effect of the electromagnetic repulsive field. You saw it was hit just now, but in fact, the bullet was still 10 centimeters away from the body of the Quetzalcoatl, and didn't hit its body at all. Otherwise, no matter how hard its scales are, they will be penetrated, Xiang Qian explained. Doesn't Country A have such technology? Zhang Yixue suddenly asked. Of course not. This technology must be supported by theory. Without theory, such technology cannot be researched at all. Although this technology is a second-level civilization-level technology, it belongs to the scope of hidden technology. Without specific theory, the Black Technology Controller cannot search for such a blueprint in his mind, Xiang Qian said with certainty. If the current technology tree of the first-level civilization on Earth is a towering tree with lush branches and leaves, then the technology of the second-level civilization is a bare trunk, and many technologies have not yet been studied. All the second-level technologies on Earth are scientific fantasies from the past, and the real scientific theories of the second-level civilization have not yet been formed. Therefore, even for the late-stage second-level Black Technology Masters, the number of Black Technology drawings that can be searched in their minds is limited. Unless the Black Technology Controller starts to learn those theoretical materials, the Black Technology drawings with those materials will appear in his mind. At present, the Earth has only entered the second-level civilization for a few months. It is estimated that there are not even middle-level second-level evolvers, let alone late-level second-level evolvers. The electromagnetic repulsive force field, a Black technology similar to a physical protective shield, is also a top technology in the second-level civilization. Country A cannot have it now. Under normal circumstances, this technology is basically the technology of the early stage of the third-level civilization. It is the repulsion theory that emerged after the third-level civilization had a specific analysis of gravity. Black technology like electromagnetic anti-gravity is hundreds of blocks worse than the repulsive force field. What is hidden technology? Let's talk about it later. Now is not the time. Xiang Qian stopped talking. He didn't care what Zhang Yixue thought. Anyway, this secret should be kept secret later. Compared with Xiang Qian's calmness, Wells collapsed. The electromagnetic main gun on the sky carrier couldn't even penetrate the scales of the wind god pterosaur. How can it fight? Send this video to the combat department immediately, and tell them that the sky carrier should retreat 100 kilometers. Wells thought for a while, and said to the young man beside him, Okay, General. Wells gave the order to retreat, but he was afraid that those wind god pterosaurs would suddenly come over and knock the sky carrier down from the sky. Now he felt very aggrieved. The sky carrier was such a powerful war weapon, but it couldn't even beat a dozen of all beasts, and was forced to retreat. This was simply a shame. Half an hour later, Wells received a new combat order and almost smashed the command desk. Has the operations department gone crazy, letting the sky carriers to contain those dragon beasts? Doesn't the operations department know that the sky carriers can't do anything to them? This is asking us to die. Tell the operations department that I don't agree with this operation plan. Wells yelled at the young man. The young man turned and left, but came back within 10 minutes, and then said to Wells, General, the operations department still has the same order, but we can attack remotely, and there is no need to send out air-to-air fighters. But we must ensure that all the dragon beasts' attention is drawn to us. If necessary, we must send out aerospace fighters to attract the attention of those dragon beasts. Can the unmanned flight system be used? After listening, Wells asked loudly to the control personnel below. General, the 5-person flight system has not been tested in war, and the specific combat effectiveness is unknown. At the same time, when the aerospace fighter flies into the interference range, we have no way to remotely control it. We can only rely on the onboard computer to run the unmanned flight system to control the flight, which is very risky. It has not been tested, so we will test it today. Losing an aircraft is more cost-effective than losing a pilot. Anyway, the military has no budget now, and it can be manufactured with materials. Immediately test the unmanned flight systems of all aerospace fighters, and test them in a while. Well said. Immediately after listening. Chapter 77. After the sky carrier retreated 100 kilometers, Xiang Qian knew that their plan was successful. After discovering that the sky carrier's most powerful weapon had no effect on the wind god pterosaur, country had decisively retreated and thought of other ways. On the vast ocean, there is only the sea except the sky. Now that the sky is blocked by the wind god pterosaur, country A has only one choice, which is to go underwater. However, it is basically impossible to drive a submarine from country A's mainland. It is estimated that it will be sunk by the marine evolution beast before it reaches halfway. So now Xiang Qian didn't know how country A would get the submarine here. He could only wait until country A took action to find out, and then make targeted arrangements. As a result, the wait lasted for 4 hours. At 2:40 in the morning, country A finally responded. An oversized transport ship departed from country A's base, and flew to them at a speed of 3 times supersonic cruising. This oversized transport plane with a length of more than 500 meters stopped on the sea surface 300 kilometers away from the suspended rock, opened the rear compartment, and a 280-meter-long catamaran submarine slowly slid into the sea from the transport compartment and dived into the seabed. Seeing this, Xiang Qian suddenly remembered something and immediately said to Shinkong, "Shinkong, when the parasitic beasts are attacked, they should immediately disperse and leave this sea area and wait for orders 100 kilometers away. At the same time, let all the Xuanwu-level biological weapons dig holes on the spot and bury themselves in the mud and sand on the seabed. Be quick." "Okay, boss." The next second, Xuanwu quickly dug a hole on the seabed with his claws. With the hardness of the mud and sand on the seabed, Xuanwu could dig out at least a few cubic meters of mud and sand with one claw. In less than a minute, he buried himself. "Boss, why don't you let other parasites hide as well?" Zhang Lei asked curiously. "If there are no evolved beasts on the seabed, wouldn't that be strange? Letting country A drive away the parasites is to make them feel at ease. And burying the basalt is to prevent submarines from being disturbed. Although this is a signal interference area, the seabed water wave imaging system will not be interfered with. If country A finds that more than a dozen basalts are hiding on the seabed, they will definitely not dare to come over," Xiang Qian said with a smile. "Then don't our submarines need to hide?" "No, the A country people can't find it." Sure enough, after entering the seabed and hiding, the A country submarine immediately released a slight ripple. 21 suspected evolutionary beast targets were found, the water wave aiming system locked, and the expulsion missile was fired. The expulsion missile was fired, hit the target, and 17 evolutionary beasts were confirmed to have left. For targets were underwater corals or rocks, which had been destroyed. There are no threatening targets ahead, so you can move forward. After launching the destroyer missile, the submarine slowly moved forward, heading towards the suspended rock. However, Xiang Qian was very annoyed when he saw the speed of the A country submarine. 70 knots was very fast in the past, but now submarines are powered by superconducting magnetic fluids, and the maximum speed can reach 200 knots. Moving at a speed of 70 knots, isn't that just swaying slowly? Before Xiang Qian finished complaining, the A country submarine suddenly stopped and launched a destroyer missile 180 kilometers away. Because there was an evolutionary beast that suddenly ran out, they had to stop and wait until the evolutionary beast was driven away before they dared to move forward. "Shinkong, let the parasitic beast kill all the evolutionary beasts outside that want to enter the floating rock." Xiang Qian could only help country A, otherwise if they stopped for a while, it might be dawn when they arrived under the floating rock. Then the speed of country A's submarine really increased. After confirming that there were no evolutionary beasts, they increased the speed to 130 knots. After half an hour, they finally arrived under the floating rock. After they arrived, they fired a flare outside and stayed quietly on the seabed. Seeing the flare fired by the submarine, country A's sky carrier also moved, and the aerospace planes on it were ejected one by one. Because of the electromagnetic anti-gravity device now, the takeoff and landing speed of the aerospace plane has reached 30 per minute. Basically, one aerospace plane takes off every 2 seconds. In less than 3 minutes, all the aerospace planes on the sky carrier took off and rushed towards the Fengshan pterosaur. After all the space planes took off, the sky carrier was also idle. Except for the main gun-level weapons, All other weapons, regardless of whether they were useful to the Aeolus pterosaurs, were fired at the same time, overwhelming the Aeolus pterosaurs. Hundreds of red lights flashed across the sky in an instant, and then the next second they spread out 200 meters away from the Aeolus pterosaurs, turning into a sky full of fireworks, lighting up the entire sky. Then, there were endless explosions. Missiles exploded one after another, and larger and more fireworks covered the entire Aeolus pterosaur group. Shinkong, when the space plane of Country A reaches the attack range, don't let the Aeolus pterosaurs use ball lightning too frequently, and don't use the thunder force field. Use your claws to shoot them down. Xiang Qian was afraid that the space plane of Country A would be lost too quickly, so he could only restrict the Aeolus pterosaurs from using ball lightning and the more powerful thunder force field. If the people on the submarine didn't get anything, the space plane would be destroyed. That would be a pitfall. With the arrival of the space plane, all the Aeolus pterosaurs flew into the sky and fought with the space plane, but it seemed more appropriate to play with it. No matter what weapons the aerospace plane used, it couldn't hit the Kitsinus, and the Kitsinus chased the aerospace plane in 2s and 3s, and the scene was very chaotic. At this time, the submarines on the seabed also moved. They quickly surfaced. After reaching the sea surface, a cabin opened and several people quickly climbed out, fired a rope gun at the suspended rock in the sky, then wrapped the nanofiber rope around the winch, started the winch, and several people quickly rose. After touching the suspended rock, one of them quickly took out the equipment hanging on his waist, inserted it into the suspended rock, and then turned on the equipment. A few seconds later, the device's display showed the overall structure of the suspended rock. In the center of the entire suspended rock, there was an 8 cubic meter rectangular object. After seeing the results of the device scan, several people gestured, and one person took the device and quickly descended back into the submarine. Within 10 minutes, the man ascended to the bottom of the suspended rock with a large bag of equipment. A bag of equipment was distributed to everyone, and after everyone got the equipment, they began to climb up the suspended rock. Those devices were climbing aids. Every time they moved forward, they would dig a few holes in the suspended rock to fix their bodies. When they reached the suspended rock, they all trembled as they watched the sparks explode in the sky. Then, they quickly ran toward the center of the suspended rock. After reaching the center, the equipment used for climbing just now became a hole digging device, and they began to dig down quickly. In less than 5 minutes, they saw a flat plate that flashed orange and yellow horizontal and vertical lines like an LED display screen. As the excavation went deeper, more and more rocks were cleared on both sides. An object 5 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared in front of them. The surface of the object flashed with orange and yellow horizontal and vertical lines, dividing the surface of the object into countless small squares. However, at this time, they felt that the entire suspended rock moved. The entire object protruded 5 centimeters upwards, and there was a tendency to continue upwards. Seeing this, a person quickly ran to the side of the suspended rock and jumped directly, and at the same time the rope of the winch began to loosen. In less than 30 seconds, he untied the winch and entered the submarine. After he entered the submarine quickly moved forward and then slowly dived. At this time, the people standing on the artificial gravity device also untied the winch on their bodies. They knew that if they didn't untie it now, they would sink to the bottom of the sea with the suspended rocks. Seeing this, Xiang Qian knew that the time for them to take action was coming soon. After those people released the anti-gravity of the artificial gravity device and fell into the sea, it was time for them to take action. Boss, a super large evolutionary beast was found 1,600 kilometers away. When Xiang Qian was about to give the order to attack, the starry sky suddenly showed the image of a giant whale on the small screen. Seeing this whale, Xiang Qian was stunned. This is not an evolutionary beast at all, it is a biological weapon. Chapter 78. Xiang Qian saw at a glance that this huge whale was a biological weapon. After all, under normal circumstances, when an evolutionary beast is affected by a mysterious substance, its gene chain will undergo a great change. This change is comprehensive, and it may be a return to the ancestors, or it may be a special ability enhancement. But there is definitely no abnormal evolutionary model that only strengthens the growth gene and allows the evolutionary beast to grow bigger. So Xiang Qian was sure that this was a biological weapon that failed in research. Apart from looking a little scary, it was basically a straw bag. Continue monitoring. When the artificial gravity device falls, immediately dispatch Xuanwu number 7, number 9, and number 13 to attack Country A's submarine. Number 2 and number 6 will eliminate the people who fell with the artificial gravity device. Xiang Qian ignored it after taking a look at the giant whale. Okay, boss. After Shinkong received the order, he displayed the giant whale's movements on the small screen next to it, and the main screen continued to display the situation of the artificial gravity device. After more than 10 minutes, the suspended rock sank faster and faster, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! Finally, the suspended rock lost the anti-gravity and fell into the water according to the rules of physics, splashing a huge wave, and then sank to the bottom with bubbles. At this time, the people on the artificial gravity device suddenly didn't know what to do. The suspended rock fell, and the mysterious object under their feet was still floating in the sky. As for how to bring this thing to the submarine, they really didn't know. Several people touched around on it, but found nothing. They drew a line along the orange-yellow light, but there was no response. This confused them. They had no problem killing the enemy and destroying it. But they really had no idea how to study this mysterious object. They couldn't contact the submarine. Although the floating rock fell into the sea, the super jammer on it was still working. Finally, they sent someone to jump down and run to the submarine to ask what to do next. Boss, the giant evolutionary beast suddenly accelerated and rushed towards us. The speed has reached 210 knots. It is expected to arrive here in 4 hours and 48 minutes. At this time, Shinkong suddenly reminded. Oh, continued to monitor. Xiangqian glanced at the small screen and said, and then ignored it. They would have returned to the base in 5 hours. It would be useless for it to come by then, and it could just take the blame for them. This is a biological weapon, which is completely different from an evolutionary beast. It will definitely be discovered as long as it is tested, and Xiangqian also knows that this biological weapon was made by Q Country. Because Q Country got the supporting equipment of M3A biochemical mother machine, biochemical weapon culture tank, gene encoder, cell synthesizer and other equipment. So Xiangqian was very sure that this giant whale was a biological weapon made by Q Country, but in his opinion, it was a failure. Without the gene extraction, evolution, synthesis and other functions of M3A, it is impossible to produce a real biological weapon with only supporting production equipment. It's like building a building. One has professional drawings and builds the building according to the drawings, but there are not so many engineering vehicles, so the speed of building the building is slow. The other one has no professional drawings, but has many advanced engineering vehicles and is fast in construction. However, the buildings they built are not up to standard in terms of load-bearing, structure, earthquake resistance, etc. Normally, the two buildings look the same, but if there is an earthquake, the building with professional design drawings may be fine, but the building without professional drawings will definitely collapse. The current Q Country is the one without professional drawings. The biological weapons they make with the biological weapons production line in their hands look very strong, and they also use gene encoders to fuse many powerful genes together. But those gene sequences are fundamentally wrong, which can easily lead to gene collapse. Seeing Xiangqian so confident, the others did not say what they were about to say. After all, Xiangqian had not made a mistake in his decision so far. At the same time, they did not understand the actual combat power of the giant whale, but they all knew that a huge body did not mean strong combat power. Transport planes are much larger than fighter planes, but 10 transport planes tied together are not enough to fight a fighter. After a while, the man who jumped into the sea from above and entered the submarine came out. Once again, he came to the artificial gravity device and started to fiddle with it. After half an hour, it was useless. The commander in the submarine of Country A was panicking because the battle in the sky had come to an end. Even if Xiangqian did not allow the Aeolus to use various abilities, the Aeolus pterosaur's powerful maneuverability and indestructible claws could still defeat it. Country A's aerospace fighters were almost wiped out. In less than an hour, only 18 of the 80 aerospace fighters were barely fighting, and the others had been torn to pieces by the Aeolus pterosaurs. Unfortunately, the mysterious object in the sky could not be taken down. They had exhausted all the methods they could think of, and now they really didn't know what to do. 10 minutes later, there were only 11 aerospace planes left in the sky. According to the current situation, in less than 20 minutes, all the aerospace fighters in the sky would be lost. When the Fengshan pterosaur left the battle, it would be extremely difficult to take down the mysterious object. After intense thinking, the submarine commander decided to send someone to destroy the super jammer on the floating rock that fell to the bottom of the sea. As long as there is no interference, they can contact the country, and he doesn't need to worry about what to do next. Sure enough, after the jammer was destroyed, Country A immediately ordered the sky carrier to concentrate its firepower and pin down the Fengshan pterosaur after learning the situation here. At the same time, they began to remotely command those on the artificial gravity device, and started various experiments. All means such as charging the artificial gravity device, microwave oscillation, signal intrusion, etc. were used, but it still didn't work. Country A was busy, Xiang Qian was also anxious, and wanted to help them get the artificial gravity device down. How stupid, just take off the gloves and let the artificial gravity device sense it. And charge it, treat it as a mobile phone, charge it for nothing. Xiang Qian looked at the people of Country A working on the screen, and cursed in the command room. I don't know if it was God's eyes, or the people of Country A suddenly got it. One of them took off his gloves, then cut his finger with a knife, and dripped blood on the artificial gravity device. Seeing this, Xiang Qian's face was dark. What does this mean? Blood dripping to acknowledge the master. Does Country A also have this saying? Fortunately, the man's finger touched the artificial gravity device. The next second, the surface of the artificial gravity device suddenly appeared with water-like light. After the water ripples disappeared, 3 symbols appeared on the surface of the artificial gravity device. Looking at the 3 symbols, Country A did not move, because they did not know what the 3 symbols represented, and did not dare to press them randomly. Xiang Qian was relieved to see this. The 3 symbols represent the 3 states of anti-gravity, artificial gravity, and zero gravity. As long as anti-gravity is not selected, no matter which of the other 2 symbols the A countryman presses, the artificial gravity device will fall down. After 5 minutes, the A countryman pressed the leftmost symbol, but nothing happened. After waiting for a while, he pressed the middle symbol again. As a result, everyone hit the surface of the artificial gravity device hard in an instant, and the artificial gravity device also fell into the sea quickly. Shinkong, wait a minute. Wait until the submarine of Country A reaches the bottom of the sea, then send out the Xuanwu-class biological weapon. Xiang Qian looked at the screen excitedly, stood up and said, Okay, boss. As the artificial gravity device slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, the submarine of Country A also approached rapidly. Bang! When the submarine of Country A just stopped at the bottom of the sea, it was broken into 2 by Xuanwu number 9 below. Xiang Qian did not expect such a situation. He could only blame the bad luck of the submarine of Country A. It happened to stop on the bottom of the sea where Xuanwu number 9 was hidden. It would be strange if it was not sunk. Then Xuanwu 9 continued to attack until the entire submarine was torn into pieces, and then released a voltage of up to 10,000 volts towards the 8 countrymen, who were still lying on the artificial gravity device. Being hit by 10,000 volts of voltage at close range, the 8 countrymen's individual tactical armor could not protect them, and they all died in an instant. Shinkong, control Xuanwu 9 to bring the artificial gravity device into the trench 15 kilometers away. At the same time, control Xuanwu 2 and 3 to go together, and the others continue to lurk. We will go too, and wait for them in the trench first. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. At this time, it can basically be guaranteed that the artificial gravity device is in hand. It is impossible for a country to snatch the things back from the seabed. Chapter 79. When Country A learned that the submarine was destroyed by the evolution beast and the alien equipment was missing, everyone who knew about the plan went crazy. And what made them most upset was that this time it was pure bad luck. The submarine landed directly on the head of a powerful evolution beast, angering the evolution beast on the seabed, and then was sunk. When encountering such a thing, where can you go to seek justice? After working hard all night, the sky carrier was almost destroyed, the aerospace plane was lost, and the submarine was also sunk. In the end, nothing was gained, and the losses were heavy. Anyone would have collapsed. Xiang Qian was very happy at this time. He was in a very good mood when he saw the artificial gravity device being dragged down by Xuanwu 9. This kind of thing of hitting someone in the back with a club was really cool. In his previous life, he had also been on the battlefield and controlled a space battleship to fight with aliens. But that kind of battle with the risk of death is not as good as sitting at home and commanding. Watching the enemy die, and the other party still doesn't know who did it. Just thinking about it makes me feel superior in IQ. Who of you will come with me to bring in the artificial gravity device? Xiang Qian said to Zhang Yixue and the other 3. Do we still need people to bring it? Why not just put it on the submarine? Jiang Wu didn't understand what Xiang Qian meant by this. Why he had to make an extra trip and waste time. I also want to bring it up directly, but that won't work. The artificial gravity device is now in the state of creating gravity, and the gravity generated in this state is very large, at least 3 times the gravity of the Earth. If we put it directly on the submarine, then we don't have to go, just stay on the seabed. Xiang Qian also said helplessly, who let the idiots of Country A not press the 3rd symbol, but press the 2nd one. Then I go with you. Jiang Wu nodded. No, I go with him, you wait here. Zhang Yixue suddenly stood up and said, Boss you. Jiang Wu wanted to say something, but was glared back by Zhang Yixue. Then let's go. Put on the exoskeleton power armor first, otherwise, without such a strong gravity, the water pressure alone can crush us. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the command room. The two came to the equipment warehouse and began to wear exoskeleton power armor with the help of the mechanical arm. The current exoskeleton power armor has reached the technological level of the late stage of the second level civilization, which is many times better than the previous one. Even if it is 6,300 meters below the sea now, after wearing the exoskeleton power armor, it is no problem to stay on the seabed for a few hours. After putting on the exoskeleton power armor, Xiang Qian took Zhang Yixue to the isolation cabin. After closing the hatch, Shinkong began to pour water into it. Soon the entire isolation cabin was filled with seawater. At this time, the outer door opened, and the two walked out of the deep-sea submarine. At 6,300 meters in the deep sea, the pressure displayed on the exoskeleton power armor was equivalent to 782 atmospheres. Under normal circumstances, the pressure at 6,300 meters under the sea can only reach 630 atmospheres at most. However, due to the operation of the artificial gravity device, the surrounding gravity was once again increased on the basis of the Earth's gravity, which directly caused the pressure to increase by 150 atmospheres. I use the genetic nuclear force to shut down the artificial gravity device, and then you can take it away. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Yixue. Take it away? How can you ask me to take such a heavy thing? If you don't want to give it to me, just say so. Why make things difficult for others? Zhang Yixue said coldly. Once the gravity operation state is shut down, it is basically weightless, and it can be said that it has no weight. You just need to consider the resistance of the seawater, and don't walk too fast. Besides, you are wearing an exoskeleton power armor, and an artificial gravity device is not a problem for you at all. Xiang Qian said very speechlessly. Zhang Yixue was silent. 5 minutes later, the two walked to the side of the artificial gravity device. Xiang Qian touched the surface of the artificial gravity device with a special glove. Under his control, the genetic nuclear force was instantly transmitted to the glove surface of the exoskeleton power armor, allowing the artificial gravity device to sense his presence. The familiar water pattern flickered on its surface, and the three symbols appeared again. Xiang Qian did not hesitate and directly pressed the symbol on the right. The pressure was instantly reduced by 150 and returned to normal level. The artificial gravity device also became light and fluttery, without a trace of gravity. Okay, take it back. Now I have handed the thing over to you. I will send you back safely later, and we will not owe each other anything. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he turned around and walked back. At this time, Zhang Yixue bent down and picked up the artificial gravity device. In her hand, she could feel the resistance of the seawater, but she really couldn't feel the weight of the artificial gravity device, which was 5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. However, after she picked it up, she did not drag it back, but directly burst out the power of the exoskeleton power armor, using the artificial gravity device as a weapon and smashing it at Xiang Qian. Bang! Xiang Qian was hit directly when he was not prepared. Although nothing happened, Xiang Qian lost his balance in an instant and could only fall forward. Crazy woman, you are sick. Haven't you taken your medicine? The moment Xiang Qian was hit, he knew that it must be Zhang Yixue who did it. There was no one else around. Who else could it be if not Zhang Yixue? But he didn't know why Zhang Yixue would attack him. You are a mental patient, a sex maniac, a hooligan. Zhang Yixue threw away the artificial gravity device, and when Xiang Qian just supported his body with his hands and prepared to stand up, she rode directly on Xiang Qian's back and beat him up, cursing while beating him, extremely crazy. Fuck. You really think I have a good temper, don't you? Shinkong, lock her exoskeleton power armor immediately. Xiang Qian said while blocking. Sure enough, after Xiang Qian finished speaking, Zhang Yixue suddenly stood there motionless. The exoskeleton power armor was directly locked, and it was impossible to unlock it with human strength. Xiang Qian stood up and looked at Zhang Yixue lying on the ground in a riding posture, and was very angry. Are you sick? You didn't take your medicine. If you don't explain what happened today to me, the three of you will be left as fossils on the seabed. Xiang Qian said with a heavy breath. Humph. There is nothing to say to you, a pervert. If you fall into your hands, you can kill me at will. Zhang Yixue snorted coldly. No matter how hard she tried, the exoskeleton power armor was like a tight hoop, firmly imprisoning her there, unable to move at all. Okay, you want to die? I make it happen for you. Wait, who do you say is the pervert? How did I become a pervert? Tell me clearly, did I rape you or what? Xiang Qian was very surprised. How did he become a pervert? Zhang Yixue had been at the base for such a long time, and he hadn't said a few words to her. How did he become a pervert? Now you still don't admit it. How did you know my body data? Shinkong said you scanned it. Don't think I don't know that you have a visual radar system. If you use that radar to scan, who else is the pervert? After hearing what Zhang Yixue said, Xiang Qian was stunned for a long time. How could scanning body data be related to the pervert? And the visual radar was not equipped in the base at all. What do you think? You have nothing to say, you rogue pervert? Zhang Yixue looked at Xiang Qian and said sarcastically. What did Shinkong tell you that I scanned your body? I asked Shinkong to scan your body data and then make the inner armor. And I didn't equip the visual radar in the base at all. If you don't believe me, ask Shinkong. Xiang Qian said very speechlessly. Ask Shinkong. Shinkong will listen to you. Whatever you say is what it is. You still want to quibble, how shameless. You are talking nonsense. Shinkong is a semi-intelligent program. No one gives it orders. It is impossible for it to lie. Now I will give you Shinkong's permission. You can ask Shinkong yourself. Xiang Qian knew that if he didn't explain this matter clearly today, it would never be over in the future. So he immediately gave Zhang Yixue the permission and let her ask Shinkong herself. After listening to this, Zhang Yixue was silent for a while, and then said, Shinkong, has Xiang Qian ever monitored me taking a bath? No, Miss Zhang. Did Xiang Qian ask you to monitor me? The boss ordered us to monitor your conversation with Minister Hong. As long as you don't go beyond your scope of activities, and don't do anything that endangers the safety of the base, you don't need to be monitored. What about scanning my body data? Didn't you say Xiang Qian scanned it? How did he scan it? The boss asked Shinkong to scan your body data. The order was issued by the boss, and Shinkong handled the rest. Does Xiang Qian know my body data? At this time, Zhang Yixue already knew that this might be a misunderstanding, but she still wanted to find out some problems. It is impossible to judge. The scanned body data is transmitted to M3A, and used as the main data for making inner armor. The boss has the authority to view all the data of M3A, but Shinkong cannot call up the system log of M3A, so it is impossible to judge. Oh my god! Everything was fine before, why did I get cheated in the end? Xiang Qian was confused after hearing Shinkong's reply. This deepened the misunderstanding. Xiang Qian, you said you haven't seen my body data. You are a sex maniac. Zhang Yixue was not calm after hearing this, and immediately yelled. You are talking nonsense. What's so good about your body data? It's just a bunch of data, not measurements. Shinkong, show her body data immediately, and let her know what it is. Xiang Qian was about to collapse. It would be fine if she had seen it, but she hadn't seen it at all, and was still wronged. What made him speechless was that he couldn't take revenge for such a thing. After all, it was a misunderstanding. And he wasn't hurt, he was just very angry. Sure enough, Zhang Yixue was stunned after seeing her body data. Because this data was not her nude picture as she thought, but a densely packed data. The index finger is 5.8 centimeters long, the middle finger is 7.3 centimeters long. The instep is 3.7 centimeters high, and the width is 5.2 cm. The whole body data is all like this. There is no pattern, all of it is data, although this data can be used to simulate her body in 3 dimensions directly on the computer. But anyway, this data alone is really no problem. Zhang Yixue is in a dilemma. She is really embarrassed to apologize. But if she doesn't apologize, what should she say now? The two of them were deadlocked at a depth of 6,300 meters under the sea for 5 minutes. In the end, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to unlock Zhang Yixue's exoskeleton power armor, and then walk back without looking back. Chapter 80. After entering the cabin, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was very depressing. After Xiang Qian took off his exoskeleton power armor, he went directly to the command room and said to Shinkong, Shinkong, go south along the trench and then go back. Don't go too fast and stay hidden. Okay, boss. The deep-sea submarine moved slowly along the bottom of the trench. No detection equipment could scan the deep-sea submarine. Only the traces of mud and sand washed up by the water flow could show that someone had been here. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yixue walked into the command room alone. Because the inner armor helmet blocked her face, Xiang Qian didn't know what her expression was now. I give you the things. When we return to the base, this deep-sea submarine will take you back. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, no one spoke to Zhang Yixue and the other two. Jiangwu and his two brothers didn't dare to answer. Zhang Yixue was their leader. She had the final say on any decision. They couldn't agree to it casually. But Zhang Yixue didn't listen at all at this time. She was thinking about what happened today. This incident can be said to be the stupidest thing she has ever done since she was a child, and it is definitely a black history. So after the misunderstanding was resolved, Zhang Yixue was very embarrassed, and reason told her that she should apologize to Xiang Qian. But when she thought of what Xiang Qian did, and that he didn't take her seriously at all, she didn't want to apologize. As a result, Xiang Qian spoke like he was talking to himself, and no one answered. But at this time, the Jiangwu brothers also felt that something was wrong. They were suspicious of intelligence work, and now the expressions of Xiang Qian and Zhang Yixue made them feel that there was something wrong between the two people. If there are any specific problems, you have to rely on your own brain. Just like that, the entire command room was silent for 2 hours, and no one spoke during this period. Boss, Country A has sent 3 more submarines, and they have now entered the seabed from the Hawaiian Islands. At this time, Shinkong suddenly reminded. Xiang Qian looked at the 3 Country A submarines on the screen, thought for a while, and then looked at the small screen next to it, which showed the giant whale biological weapon of Country Q. Shinkong marked the location of Country A submarines, giant whales and us, and simulate the direction of advance. Xiang Qian is in a bad mood now. Country A sent people again, and Country Q also joined in. These targets directly became Xiang Qian's targets, allowing him to vent his anger. Now Xiang Qian's deep-sea submarine, Country A's submarine, and Country Q's giant whale, the 3 parties' routes just form the Yangtze River Delta. Xiang Qian and his team are relatively close to Country A, only 790 kilometers away, and 1,100 kilometers away from Country Q's giant whale. According to the current speed of the 3 parties, Country A will be the first to arrive at the accident area, and then conduct reconnaissance around it. Xiang Qian was advancing in the trench at the slowest speed, but no one could find him. The giant whale would meet Country A in 3 hours, and it was hard to say what would happen after the meeting. Shinkong, collect a piece of manganese nodule nearby immediately. If there is none, or will do. It doesn't need to be too big, 1 cubic meter is enough. After a few minutes, the deep-sea submarine stopped beside a broken mineral vein and dug out a 1.6 cubic meter ore with a mechanical drill. After the ore was collected, Xiang Qian immediately dismantled some electronic components and several high-energy bombs on the deep-sea submarine, and then used these raw materials to make a copycat version of the artificial gravity device. Shinkong, let Xuanwu 9 take this knockoff artificial gravity device to a place 700 kilometers ahead of the giant whale, and send 5 parasitic beasts to intercept Xuanwu 9 there. After killing 2 parasitic beasts, let Xuanwu 9 throw away the knockoff artificial gravity device, and immediately flee to Country A. According to Xiang Qian's calculations, at the speed of the giant whale, when Xuanwu 9 arrives there, it should still be 340 kilometers away from Xuanwu 9, and it will arrive in about 50 minutes. Country A is just 300 kilometers away from Xuanwu number 9, and can also see the battle between Xuanwu number 9 and the parasite. Next, it depends on the reaction of both sides. If the Q country runs away, then he will directly blow up the copycat artificial gravity device. If Q country does not run away, then let the parasite hold Country A back and wait for the giant whale to take away the copycat artificial gravity device. With the nature of Q country, it will definitely take the bait. Anyway, no matter what, Q country will definitely bear the blame. An hour later, Xuanwu number 9 arrived at the designated location with a copycat version of the artificial gravity device, and the parasites were already in place. According to Xiang Qian's script, Xuanwu number 9 was also driven away after killing 2 parasites. When the second parasite died, it exploded, and the noise made it was sensed by both Country A and Country Q. Now both sides were not calm, and all rushed there quickly. Because Country A was closer than Country Q, under the same speed, Country A arrived there first, but was stopped by the parasite. No matter how many torpedoes Country A fired, the parasitic beasts refused to run away, and tried to stop Country A even if they were to perish together. It was not until the giant whale swallowed the fake artificial gravity device that the 3 parasitic beasts, under Xiang Qian's order, ate the torpedoes and committed suicide. Then Country A began to chase the giant whale, and the distance between the two sides was only 30 kilometers. The torpedoes of Country A hit the giant whale, but they could not cause much damage to it at all, at most a little skin injury, and had little effect on its speed. Half an hour passed, and the giant whale's body had become like the surface of the moon, with pits everywhere, full of burn marks, and blood flowing in some places, looking extremely miserable. At this time, the giant whale's speed began to slow down, and the excessive loss of blood in its body seriously affected its body functions. But the A-country submarine had no ammunition at this time. It first fought with the parasitic beast once, and then attacked the giant whale again. Now the ammunition of the 3 submarines has been used up, and the only few torpedoes left are not dared to be used, because they are used to save lives. However, they also saw that the giant whale was dying, so they did not plan to launch the last few missiles, but to kill it directly. At the same time, the shuttle of Country A has taken off with a depth charge, and it is estimated that it will arrive in 20 minutes, and that will be the death of the giant whale. 25 minutes later, the giant whale's tail was directly blown off by the depth charge dropped by the shuttle, and its body was also tattered, and it fell to the bottom of the sea motionless. Xiang Qian saw this and immediately said to Shinkong, "Shinkong, when the A-country submarine reaches the giant whale, immediately detonate the bomb in the copycat artificial gravity device." "Okay, boss." 10 minutes later, the A-country submarine fired 2 torpedoes at the giant whale. After confirming that the giant whale was dead, it slowly approached and prepared to decompose the giant whale's body and take out the artificial gravity device. Boom! A violent explosion sounded on the seabed, and the giant whale's body and 3 A-country submarines disappeared in an instant. "Oh my god, how could it be so powerful? Something is wrong." Xiang Qian was stunned when he saw the explosion. He didn't put so much explosives because he was afraid that the giant whale's body would be blown up and Country A would have nowhere to find evidence. As a result, the explosion was more powerful than he expected, at least 10 times stronger, and the giant whale's body was instantly vaporized. "Boss, the explosion happened inside the giant whale before it was detonated," Shinkong explained. Xiang Qian was speechless. It turned out that Country Q installed a bomb inside the giant whale. It was indeed their style. Although the final frame-up plan had a little accident, he finally got the artificial gravity device and cleared the matter with the country. In fact, if the artificial gravity device was not useful to the people of the whole country, he would not have bothered to get it. After all, he found the M3A, and then it was taken by the country. Now he is using something found by his country to trade with him. The more he thinks about it, the more painful it is. However, this time to snatch the artificial gravity device is not without benefits. At least it allows Zhang Yixue and the other 3 to see the power of biological weapons. After they return, they will definitely report these things to the higher-ups. If the country wants to take action against them, they will have to think carefully about whether they can bear such a huge loss. 3 hours later, the deep-sea submarine arrived at the entrance of the base. Xiang Qian and the other 3 were ready to leave, and then let Zhang Yixue and the others take the deep-sea submarine back. As for where to go, it had nothing to do with him. "I'm sorry." When Xiang Qian walked out of the deep-sea submarine, he vaguely heard a sorry. When he looked back, the hatch of the deep-sea submarine had been closed. Xiang Qian shook his head and got in the car back to the base.